Sweat poured down his face as he muttered, "This is hell. Going to class is actual, living hell." Sung-gu had made up his mind. He had to get a dorm room, or he'd have to drop out and go back home. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Sung-gu Sunbae, a decorated sergeant from the Special Forces, sounding so pathetic. Really? The kid's face was still brimming with youthful energy. He came over to tease Sung-gu, a man who'd endured grueling training. It's hard to believe a guy like you can't even handle a 2-hour lecture. Sung-gu didn't rise to the bait from this young punk. Han-ho, enlist in the army first, then we'll talk. Let's see just how much endurance you have then. Han-ho flinched. It seemed he was dodging military service by staying in school, but his eyes still burned with the belief that his resistance would succeed. Sung-gu shot down his argument. He heard Han-ho postpone his enlistment 3 years ago because of Mi Rang. He'd warned him during freshman orientation. You can do anything you want, just don't be a simp. Han-ho followed Sung-gu into the lecture hall, and when he suddenly went quiet, Sung-gu paused to ask, "Han-ho, are you crying?" "No, Sunbae. Look at the sky." Han-ho's voice was laced with panic. A faint circle hovered in the sky with the number 99%, making him gasp in alarm. But it was so transparent, Sung-gu couldn't see it clearly. He turned to tease Han-ho. "Are you missing Mi Rang so much you're hallucinating?" Han-ho insisted he could read the words clearly. "Monsters. Downloading." The moment it hit 100%, it vanished. It appeared right over the library. Sunbae. Strangely, the sky was now completely normal. There was nothing there like Han-ho had described. Sung-gu felt like he'd been pranked, grabbing the kid in a headlock. "Monsters. Dude, can't you tell the difference between a game and reality anymore?" Han-ho didn't think he was mistaken, but maybe he'd been drinking too much lately and started seeing things. He slapped his own face to snap out of it, asking Sung-gu to grab some coffee. Sung-gu immediately refused. His professor was already walking into class with a knife-like glare. Suddenly, a strange blue light glowed from his body, a truly bizarre sensation. But with Han-ho chattering away, Sung-gu didn't pay any mind to the momentary anomaly. He just said goodbye to Han-ho and headed to class. The lecture hall was dark, with all the lights turned off. Only the light filtering through the window blinds and the projector screen lit the room. As expected, Sung-gu started nodding off. He regretted not getting that coffee with Han-ho before coming to class. His eyes grew heavy. It looked like another lecture was about to go to waste. Suddenly, a strange, glowing square appeared, jolting Sung-gu awake. On it were large, bold words. "To survive in a ruined world, what is the best profession? Please make your selection now." Sung-gu rubbed his eyes several times, thinking he was hallucinating. Just then, the projector light flickered and died, and even the light from outside vanished. The world plunged into absolute, pitch-black darkness. The entire class erupted in chaos. It was the middle of the day. The sun should have been scorching, yet everything was swallowed by an endless night. This was beyond strange. Even weirder, none of their phones would work. A girl's panicked voice suddenly cut through the noise. "Wait, what is that thing? Am I the only one seeing this?" It turned out everyone had the exact same panel that Sung-gu was seeing. It looked like some kind of projection app, but he knew this was definitely not an app. Not a normal one, anyway. Another window flashed into existence, announcing a 15-second countdown. A blinding light flashed, and a series of cards flew out before them. They looked like tarot cards, but they had no names, only strange red stars. Everyone saw the cards. An upperclassman signaled for them. "Don't touch anything. We don't know what will happen." But Sung-gu had a different idea. If they did nothing, what would happen after that 15-second countdown ended? Did they really have to choose one of these cards, like some twisted game of chance? Only 15 seconds. Now with just 10 seconds left, how was he supposed to make a decision? The clock was ticking down. A young man touched a card, and instantly, a sword fell into his hands. Sung-gu noticed he had touched the warrior card, and a set of armor dropped with it. This proved it. He needed to choose the best option to stay alive in this ruined world. Sung-gu looked closer, realizing the number of stars beneath each card was different. Since he had no idea what any of this meant, he decided to pick the one with the most stars. The results were in. The profession that Sung-gu had chosen was necromancer. With a rating of 5 stars, the class selection had ended. The notification board announced that those who failed would get another chance. Light returned to the room, as if they had just traveled to another dimension. The guy who chose the hero card finally had a chance to examine the sword in his hand. The bizarre events and the strange object that fell from the sky left them all bewildered. Is this a real sword? It felt like a dream. The four-eyed guy had actually chosen the hero card and become a hero, even receiving a sword. But Sung-gu, who had become a necromancer, got absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was smashed open, and a young man stumbled in, screaming in agony. Something was latched onto his back, plunging a knife into his neck. "Somebody, please, help me," he begged before collapsing. The strange thing on his back relentlessly stabbed its knife through his body, causing him to shriek in pure terror. Reaching a hand towards them, he pleaded, "Please, save me." And with that, he breathed his last. The creature on his back slowly rose, its wide yellow eyes and terrifying fangs on full display. Everyone scrambled back in fear from the tiny, ferocious creature. Only Sung-gu was left facing the monster. He cursed inwardly. He was always the one left behind. And of course, now he had caught this monster's attention. His body was frozen, paralyzed with fear. The others frantically urged the four-eyed kid, Min-su, "Hurry up and use that sword to attack it." A trembling Min-su was pushed forward, closer to Sung-gu, who now saw him as a savior in this dire moment. "Min-su, you remember me, right?" But Min-su just screamed back in fury, "Damn it, why do you all keep looking at me and telling me what to do?" And just like that, Sung-gu's last spark of hope was extinguished. The monster scurried forward with a knife in its hand, letting out a sharp, chittering sound, like a monkey. Sung-gu instinctively turned to run, but a chilling thought stopped him. If he turned his back now, he might end up just like that other guy, taken out in an instant. So, mustering all his strength, he spun around and kicked it squarely. The monster flew backward, snarling in rage. Sung-gu calmed himself. It was just a creature that weighed maybe 15 kilograms. He grabbed a nearby chair to use as a weapon, but the tables and chairs had been knocked over and were tangled together. The monster saw its chance and lunged forward. Staring death in the face, Sung-gu pulled with all his might, ripped the chair free, and brought it down with a devastating blow. The monster's tongue lolled out as it died on the spot. Blood pooled across the floor. Sung-gu and the others stood frozen for a few seconds, processing the nightmare they had just survived. Suddenly, the information panel reappeared, announcing that Sung-gu had successfully hunted a goblin and was rewarded with 10 gold. He stared at it, confused. Understanding the meaning of these messages was now critically important. The name and the reward. It was just like a game. Another window popped up. Your special ability allows you to turn those you've killed into your subordinates. Information about the goblin appeared. Now that it was Sung-gu's subordinate, it would be a level 1 goblin skeleton. Sung-gu curiously pressed the confirmation button. A blue flame erupted from the goblin's corpse, startling everyone in the room. "Whoa, look behind you." Sung-gu spun around to look. From the goblin's body, dense blue flames gathered and began to take shape. Finally, it transformed into a goblin skeleton, which knelt before him in submission. Its eye sockets held that same distinctive blue flame. Sung-gu remembered his class could summon these undead creatures as subordinates. This was the power of a necromancer. The door was suddenly thrown open by 2 more goblins. They were small, but incredibly aggressive, ready to tear apart opponents 5 times their size. Panic erupted again as the students scrambled to escape. And at that moment, Sung-gu was the one standing closest to them. The notification panel reminded him, "Goblin skeleton is awaiting your command." Sung-gu had no idea how to give a command, but in this desperate moment, only one thought came to mind. Fight. Kill them. The goblin skeleton immediately stood up and advanced on the 2 goblins, who seemed confused by what their former comrade was doing. The skeleton decisively stabbed its knife into the nearest one, but the blow wasn't instantly fatal. The other goblin lunged at the skeleton, slashing off one of its arms. A 1-on-2 fight was a losing battle. Sung-gu knew the situation was bad. If he just stood by and watched, he'd be the one fighting them next. These were just small fry goblins, so they weren't too dangerous. If only he had a bigger weapon, this would be easy. Then he remembered Min-su's sword and yelled for him to throw it over. But Min-su clutched the sword tightly, shouting, "This is mine. I was the one who chose it first." Sung-gu said helplessly, "Fine, then you deal with them." But seeing the 2 ferocious goblins snarl, Min-su was about to piss his pants, let alone fight them. Sung-gu sighed and picked up a chair. It looked like he'd have to use the old method. He signaled to his skeleton. As he threw the chair, the skeleton immediately ducked. The chair slammed directly into the 2 goblins. The skeleton seized the opportunity, rushing forward to finish them both off. Every time he killed a goblin, Sung-gu earned 10 gold, and this time, he gained another 20. But his skeleton soldier had taken heavy damage, becoming a crippled warrior. It dragged its battered body toward him, the light in its eye sockets flickering, like a loyal pet waiting for its master's praise. However, Sung-gu hesitated before blurting out, "Sorry, but your face is a little terrifying. Could you maybe look the other way?" The skeleton soldier hung its head in disappointment. It's not like it could be born with a handsome face. Thanks to the necromancer's influence, the skeleton had no choice but to obey. The 2 goblins he just slayed were also reborn as Sung-gu's minions, but this pushed him to his summon limit. The professor stammered as he approached Sung-gu. "What is happening?" Before he could explain, a desperate scream for help echoed nearby. A terrified girl cried out, unable to get a signal to the police. Sung-gu guessed this chaos was unfolding across the entire school. He moved to the window and pulled back the curtain. A blazing red light flooded the room. But this wasn't the glow of a sunset. It was the raging fire from countless massive explosions. Sung-gu's face went pale. This nightmare was probably happening all over the world. A moment later, someone found them, shouting for them to evacuate. The whole school was about to be engulfed in flames. A young man with blonde hair grinned, holding up his car keys. His car was in the parking lot, but as they reached the end of the hall, two goblins were lying in wait, ready to tear them apart. After devouring another man, the creatures charged, and everyone turned and fled. A swift goblin was just inches away from grabbing a girl. Just in the nick of time, Sung-gu's skeleton soldier appeared, pinning the monsters to the floor. He yelled for the others to go on ahead. "I'll stay here and handle this." He paused, then corrected himself. "To be precise, they will." The group just ran, scattering in every direction. Sung-gu felt powerless, wanting to call them back, but there was nothing he could do. It was every man for himself now. He wasn't responsible for how they died. By this point, even though things weren't crystal clear, he was sure this game had rules, and they were all being forced to play by them. First came the assigned classes, and the initial monsters were fairly easy to hunt. Sung-gu didn't know if he was right, but it seemed like fighting gave a better chance of survival than running. At least he still had teammates ready to back him up, even if they were made of nothing but bone. That seemed to put them at a disadvantage. The two goblins coordinated their attack against Sung-gu's skeleton. The result was its skull being sliced clean off, rolling to a stop right at his feet. Once destroyed, it vanished into the void, never to be revived. Sung-gu gritted his teeth, cheering on his children. Take them down. Now it was a 2-on-2 fight. The skeletons charged forward, clashing recklessly with the goblins. In the end, Sung-gu pocketed another 20 gold. He scratched his head, letting out a sigh of relief. Good work. At that moment, a notification declared he had reached level 2. He finally took a proper look at these windows, calling up his status screen. Sure enough, all his information appeared on it, from his name to his stats and gold. Sung-gu was confused. In a normal game, leveling up meant you received points to distribute into your stats. But now, the system offered him 5 upgrade cards to choose from for reaching level 2. Sung-gu's hope died. So this game was basically just a game of chance. Regardless, this was a critical part of the game, so Sung-gu considered his choice carefully. He picked the random skill card. The card flipped over, announcing that the maximum number of skeletons he could summon had increased by 1. With that, Sung-gu resurrected another skeleton soldier from the 2 creatures he had just defeated. But at that moment, his mana plummeted to just 3 out of 30. Sung-gu was surprised that these skeletons weren't that expensive to maintain. Hearing that, all 4 turned to him with sparkling eyes. Sung-gu waved them away with a disgusted look. Being stared at like that by a bunch of skeletons sent a chill down his spine. After a moment, he steeled his resolve. He was okay for now, but the future was unknown. First, he needed to survive and escape this place. Sung-gu looked through the glass. The school grounds below were a scene of horrific slaughter. He slammed his fist against the door. I thought this place would be safer. If he went down there now, he'd be dead meat. Danger was everywhere. But how could he get stronger by hiding in one spot? Sung-gu decided to lead his 4 followers to the floor below. One of them led the way, cautiously creeping downstairs, right when he ran into a young man with a knife running up. And that man just happened to be Han-ho. Their eyes met. Han-ho let out a blood-curdling scream. He shrieked as he plunged his knife into the skeleton's skull, which startled the creature. Sung-gu recognized Han-ho, who whimpered as he looked up at him, then pointed at the skeletons. Who was this twitching skeleton, clutching its head? Sung-gu just told the kid to relax, because every last one of them answers to me. The other skeletons gathered around their leader, tending to its cracked skull. Meanwhile, Sung-gu turned to Han-ho with a question, wondering what on earth possessed the kid to choose the thief class.
Sung-gu practically wanted to pretend he didn't know the guy. Han-ho actually picked it because it was a 1-star class and looked like a shining star.
It's a good class, right, Sunbae? Sure, let's go with that. Sung-gu didn't have the heart to shatter the kid's innocent dreams. First, the two needed to find a safe place. For now, trailing behind their bony escorts, barely 1.5 meters tall, was their best bet. Suddenly, a status window flared to life, announcing a new synergy skill. If the party possessed 5 Thief's Daggers, their critical hit rate would increase. They would also receive a 10% bonus on all gold drops. Han-ho's jaw dropped as he pointed at the glowing screen, staring at Sung-gu. Hey, you see this too, right, Sunbae? Sung-gu nodded. If they shared the same type of gear, they unlocked an insanely powerful party buff. With the right equipment combo, the benefits could be massive, and it wasn't just limited to human players. Even his entire skeleton army would get a piece of the action, and while he wasn't sure of their limits, His bony soldiers were already proving formidable. This meant that even when he was technically fighting solo, his skeletons formed their own party, granting him their powerful team buffs. Abruptly, the three skeletons in the lead froze. Blocking their path was a small squad of goblins. A hulking chieftain led the group, flanked by its lackeys. But with 4 skeletons in his party, Sungu had a powerful passive effect. His deathly aura automatically debuffed all nearby enemies, cutting their combat power by 30%. The goblins sensed the foul energy and recoiled in fear. A smirk played on Sungu's lips. Looked like this was their lucky day. His 4 skeletons charged forward, completely dominating the battlefield. The goblin minions were cut down in an instant. Manhwa watched from the sidelines, jumping up and down with pure excitement. But his celebration lasted less than 3 seconds. The goblin chieftain finally made its move, raising a hand to the sky. A strange magic circle materialized around its wrist. It activated a skill, Wild Frenzy, empowering its minions with a surge of strength. The tide of battle shifted in an instant as the goblins began to push back. Manhwa's excitement vanished, and he grabbed Sungu, ready to make a run for it. But Sungu held his ground, calmly analyzing the fight. The minions were only following their leader's command. He had to cut the head off the snake. His eyes locked onto the magic circle on the chieftain's arm as he gave a silent order. One skeleton immediately broke from the pack, charging the boss. Leaping from above, its blade came down in a flash, severing the arm that was casting the spell. The chieftain roared in agony and rage. It retaliated with a brutal kick, sending the skeleton flying. But the mission was already a success. Without their power boost, the remaining goblins were no match for the skeletons. A series of chimes rang out as they were systematically eliminated. The enraged chieftain grabbed its weapon, managing to shatter one more skeleton. But the remaining 3 moved as one, ending the beast with coordinated strikes. With the chieftain defeated, a reward of 50 gold appeared, plus an extra 10% thanks to their party synergy. Manhwa finally let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He rushed over to inspect the items the goblin chieftain had dropped. First was a low-grade spear with no special effects, a common drop, but the other item was a high-rarity wild bracelet. It granted a 20% power boost to small-type monsters when facing off against goblin-type enemies. For his skeleton squad, this meant a 20% speed increase and a skill buff if they fulfilled the goblin-type party requirement. And the final piece of loot was the real prize, the Wild Frenzy skill book, the same one the chieftain had used. It was a D-rank buff that increased damage by 10% and speed by 20% for a full 10 minutes. The only drawback was its 1-hour cooldown. Sungu was more than satisfied, giving his loyal skeletons some well-deserved praise. He no longer saw them as mere tools. Placing a hand on one skeleton's skull, he watched the creature practically vibrate with joy. The magical fire in its eye sockets even curved upwards, like a massive grin. The sight was so unsettlingly creepy that both Sungu and Manhwa instinctively took a step back. What a strange feeling. They pressed onward, only to stumble upon an unexpected sight, a large gathering of people. Sungu instantly ordered his skeletons to hide in an adjacent room. The last thing he needed was to cause a panic. In the middle of the crowd, a man who just screamed trouble was rallying the survivors. "We're trying our best to contact the police," he announced. "And the student council is scouting to figure out what's happening on campus." One angry girl wasn't buying it and tried to break down a nearby door, clearly doubting that any rescue was coming. The man simply shook his head. "I've already tried everything. It's no use." "What do you mean, no use? How can it not break?" Seeing her getting hysterical, he told her to calm down and simply listen to his instructions. That's when Sungu recognized him. It was his senior, Lee Jin-seok, a man obsessed with hierarchy and infamous for being a total predator. This guy was clearly ambitious, aiming for a spot on the student council and was desperate to play the hero. Sungu casually heads for the door, but the man barks at him. "I told you to stay away from that door. Is there a problem with your ears?" Sungu turns back, his eyes filled with suspicion. Jin-seok takes a deep breath. He composes himself, plastering on a fake, innocent smile. "Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I've been so on edge today, I just snapped. Since you two just got here, you might not know, but I'm only trying to protect everyone." Sungu could smell it. The guy reeked of arrogance, setting him on edge. Jin-seok recognized him. So Sungu introduced Manhwa as well. The man scratches his head, clearly lying. "Ah, yeah, I think I've seen this kid before. I don't really come to campus that often." Sungu was speechless, wondering why this psycho decided to show up for class today. Jin-seok notices they both have weapons and immediately suggests they join his protection mission. Sungu doesn't refuse. Suddenly, Jin-seok asks about their classes. He glances at the boar hunting spear in Sungu's hand and guesses he's a spearman. Then, in a condescending tone, he asks, "I wonder if you'll be of any help to us." He smugly pats his own shield, showing off. "You see, I've already killed a green monster. It was a goblin, you know." Even with a weapon in hand, It's not easy to kill those things. I chose a 2-star card with the defensive warrior class. If anything happens, just hide behind me. Sunggu's lip twitches, while Han-ho hides behind him, stifling a laugh. Just then, a guy named Min-soo runs over, panicked. Sir, I think I heard goblins on the floor above us. Jin-sook immediately orders them to stay quiet and hide in the cafe, while he stands guard at the entrance. Sunggu signals for Han-ho to follow him for a private chat. The two of them approach the door. They realize there's a lock on it. The door was sealed by powerful magic. To open it, they'd have to defeat the final boss and release the spell. Failing to attack the monsters within the time limit would only make them stronger, and they had just over 2 hours left. Sunggu tries the door, but just as Jin-sook said, he can't open it. Han-ho guesses the 2 hours is their time limit. If they don't kill the final boss by then, they might all die. Sunggu immediately sets off to find and kill the boss. They couldn't just hope for someone to rescue them. In this situation, the first to lose their cool would be the first to die. Suddenly, Jin-seok brings Min-soo over to Sunggu. Hey, you and Min-soo know each other, right? You're both in the same year. Min-soo avoids his gaze, reluctantly admitting they know each other. Just like that, Jin-sook pairs them up, even offering them the honor of being his close followers. Sunggu instantly objects. Didn't you read the notice on the entrance? Jin-sook scratches his head, saying he did. He claims they can't get out and just have to wait for the rescue team. Sunggu retorts in disbelief. How could he be so naive to think the police were coming? What if this was happening all over the world? Who would have time to save them? Out of nowhere, Jin-sook asks a completely unrelated question. Hey, you've done your military service, right? Sunggu nods. And a look of unshakable, blind faith crosses Jin-sook's face. Then how can you doubt them? Our country's military is incredibly powerful. The army will definitely step in, and everything will be fine. Sunggu grinds his teeth. The army wasn't a squad of gods. They couldn't just magically rescue everyone at once. But with tensions this high, he didn't want to provoke them. Sunggu sighs and starts to walk away, which startles Jin-sook. Seeing them head for the door again, he shouts. Stay away from that door, he threatens. If you want to live, listen to me and hide in the cafe. Suddenly, Min-soo screams that the goblins have appeared, which scares the wannabe leader out of his wits. From the top of the stairs, 5 goblins descend in a single file line. The people hiding in the cafe spot them too. Their faces contort with absolute terror. Jin-sook shakes it off and raises his shield. Everyone, grab your weapons. We need to intercept them. Don't let them enter the safe zone. But Min-soo points in another direction. Sir, over there. More creatures were appearing in the hallway. But this time, it was Sunggu's lovely skeleton soldiers. Despite their cute appearance, Jin-sook shrieks, Damn it, what the hell are those things now? Sunggu steps forward, clearing a path for his darlings. He announces that they aren't goblins. Then, brandishing his boar spear, he walks forward coldly. He understood that with power comes responsibility. But we have to be smart. If a lunatic is leading, we're all going to die. Publicly humiliated, Jin-sook furiously questions him, acting like you've received some amazing power. Perhaps I have. Sunggu shoots him an icy glare. Death Aura Level 1, activate. The goblin's power instantly drops by 30%. Seeing the might of the skeleton army charging them, the goblins turn in fear, trying to escape. But Sunggu wasn't about to let them go that easily. Now, the real hunt would begin. A brilliant light flashes, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafe. Stranger still was the sight before them, goblins, seemingly fighting each other. Before their very eyes, Sunggu's skeleton soldiers completely dominated the battlefield. One goblin, still reeling and dizzy, was instantly impaled by Sunggu's massive boar spear. The next 2, already restrained by his skeletons, were mercilessly dispatched by his powerful weapon. Jin-sook's face went pale as he stumbled back with Min-soo. The coward was already planning his escape, but Sunggu charged head-on, annihilating them one by one. With 3 goblins down, the last 2 turned to flee in terror. Sunggu commanded his skeletons to block their escape and hold them for him. This time, Sunggu deliberately issued the command out loud. He wanted everyone to witness his power, to understand that he was the one in complete control here. It would give him the courage to face the boss together. After all, teamwork is better than him carrying the entire burden alone. Sunggu activated the thief's dagger skill for his loyal skeletons. He then equipped the wild bracelet, boosting their defenses. With these powerful buffs, the goblins were nothing but fodder. But he knew this game wouldn't just throw goblins at them. Far more dangerous monsters were surely lurking ahead. As Jin-sook's cronies watched Sunggu in action, they realized he was a necromancer. For the terrified survivors in the cafe, Sunggu had become their only glimmer of hope. Just then, one crafty goblin slipped past 2 skeletons, making a break for it. Sunggu braced himself and hurled his boar spear, pinning it to the ground. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. A direct hit. A miss would have been incredibly embarrassing. As the battle ended, the crowd erupted in cheers. They were in awe of Sunggu's overwhelming strength, wondering how a guy like that ended up as a literature major. Sunggu scanned for loot, but found nothing. It seemed these trash mobs didn't drop any items. But then he received a notification. A lucky ticket. He had earned it for hunting 20 monsters and was only the 34th person out of 100 to unlock this achievement. Sunggu accepted the reward, but it didn't appear in his inventory. He had no idea how to use it. Just then, his loyal skeletons returned to his side, and Sunggu praised them for their work. All 4 of them began to glow with satisfaction. He then led his undead legion to confront the pathetic, cowering Jin Seok. "So, senior, was I useful enough for you?" Jin Seok's face twisted into an ugly, constipated scowl. A little later, everyone gathered inside the cafe. Sunggu announced that they were all trapped by a powerful magic barrier. The only way out, he declared, is to kill the boss hidden somewhere in this building. At his words, the entire room went dead silent. A single goblin had sent them running in fear. How could they possibly face a real boss? Sunggu continued, "We only have 2 hours to act. After that, who knows what horrors await us. But I can guarantee it won't be anything good. Since it's a boss, we can't afford to fight it with a small team." A student in the back shakily raised his hand. "I saw it on the rooftop. A massive monster. It crushed the professor's head." As Sunggu prepared to leave, he asked, "Who's coming with me?" As expected, they all stood frozen like statues. None of them dared to even meet his gaze. Sunggu expected this, but then Han Ho whispered to him, "Senior, maybe it's better if I stay here." Sunggu just smirked and patted his shoulder. "Nope, you're coming with me. My skeletons need your buffs." Han Ho even offered up his precious dagger to get out of it, but Sunggu shot him down with a firm, "Not a chance." Suddenly, a young woman stepped forward. She addressed Sunggu directly. "Even if all of us fight together, I doubt the outcome will be very good, don't you?" These newbies completely panicked over a few weak monsters. It's pathetic. This was Jung Jisat, a tiger hunter. In her eyes, Sunggu's skeletons were far more useful than this crowd of cowards. Her burning gaze made several of the students flinch. They didn't even dare to look at her. Sunggu himself wasn't certain about this fight. No one knew how powerful this boss truly was, or what kind of abilities it possessed. He turned to Jin Seok, asking for his input. The shameless Jinsei claimed he'd stay behind to protect the students, earning disgusted glares from everyone. Sunggu didn't bother forcing him. He just told him to stay put and play his little leadership game. And so, a new party was formed, consisting of Sunggu, Jisat, and a very reluctant Han Ho. As they moved out, Sunggu warned Han Ho to stay sharp. Right on cue, Jisat spotted 2 goblins charging from behind, while another mob blocked their path up ahead. Sunggu gave the signal, "You 2 take the rear." But before he could even finish, Jisat had already charged forward, beheading a goblin with a single, brutal swing. Its companion was still processing what happened when her blade pierced straight through its gut. She finished them both with ease, taking a sharp breath. All Han Ho could do was stare in amazement. Before he even realized the fight had started, she had already ended it. He excitedly shouted to Sunggu, "Hey senior, this girl is a total beast. What was that?" Sunggu had already taken care of 5 goblins on his end. Han Ho just laughed nervously, realizing he was the weakest one here. "Never mind, I was wrong. It's General Yi Sun-sin." With that settled, they continued upward. There, they found Professor Huang slumped against the hallway wall. His body was covered in wounds, and he was weeping in agony. "My students. They're all gone. It's all my fault." Sunggu tried to calm the distraught professor so he could explain what happened. He explained that after leaving Sunggu, they had reached the research lab safely. But the professor knew staying put was a death sentence. So, he made the call to head for the rooftop, strictly following a survival manual. But the moment they arrived, they were met by a hideous monster. Every single student who had put their faith in him was slaughtered. With his final breaths, Professor Huang warned Sunggu, "Never go to the rooftop. Don't go there. You have to survive." And with that, the professor passed away. Sunggu's face hardened, suppressing a brewing storm of rage. Just then, a new side quest appeared. The objective: avenge the professor by slaying the boss monster. However, his choice could alter his destiny. Sunggu wrestled with that single word, destiny. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Damn it, why were we thrown into this hellscape? Shaking it off, Sunggu began marching straight for the rooftop. Han Ho called out, "Hey, are you sure about this? Do we really have to fight the boss now?" Even the skeleton soldiers paused, but Sunggu's eyes blazed with resolve. Without a word, he threw open the door to the boss's domain. The rooftop was a scene of pure carnage. Goblins swarmed the area, gathering the human bodies strewn across the blood-soaked floor. The sight made Sunggu's face twist in disgust. He couldn't stop a curse from escaping his lips. God damn it. Hanho's eyes went wide, pointing a trembling finger into the distance where a goblin was dragging away the body of a fallen student. That's my classmate. Gisat's knuckles turned white as she gripped her sword, ready to charge in and tear them apart. But Sungu immediately held her back. He needed to assess the situation first. They weren't strong enough to rush in blindly. But this was also the perfect trial to temper their skills. With a plan forming, Sungu gave the signal to advance. A goblin spotter shrieked the moment it saw them, alerting the entire pack. In an instant, a horde of goblins swarmed before them, weapons drawn. They barely stood a meter tall, but their sheer ferocity was terrifying. Hanho stammered, "Dude, maybe we should get out of here." But running away wasn't in Sungu's vocabulary. He had to face this head-on to grow stronger. He activated the Bracelet of the Wild. All his skeleton soldiers received a buff, plus 10% damage and a 20% boost to attack speed. The two sides clashed in a chaotic melee. A goblin lunged with its dagger, but the blade scraped harmlessly between the bones of a skeleton soldier's arm. In that split second of confusion, the skeleton's sword came down, slicing the creature. Sungu jumped into the fray, using a nearby corpse as a makeshift shield. As for Gisat, her combat prowess was on another level. She cleaved through the goblins as if they were firewood. Meanwhile, Hanho stood frozen in a corner, his special card proving useless. In a blind panic, he hurled a dagger at the horde. An unlucky goblin took the dagger straight through its skull, dying instantly. It was then that Hanho remembered. He had a knack for this. He tried again, throwing another dagger. A perfect shot. Hanho stared at his own hands, his eyes now filled with resolve. "I found it," he thought. "This is my fighting style." Back on the main battlefield, the goblins were overwhelmed by the deathly aura, their stats dropping by 30%. Realizing they were outmatched, they began to flee. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from a nearby set of lockers. A massive goblin emerged. It had a monstrous face, a mane like a lion, and it hefted a gigantic club. The smaller goblins immediately dropped their weapons and bowed before it. From the looks of it, this had to be the boss monster from the quest, the Goblin Chieftain. With their leader on the field, the goblins' morale surged, and they charged at Sungu with renewed ferocity. Sungu knew this would be a long fight and poured more power into his command. Annihilate them all. One of the skeletons broke free from a goblin and charged the chieftain. A second later, the chieftain's club came down, shattering the skeleton into dust, its very essence erased. Sungu immediately summoned a new soldier, but the chieftain just turned to another one nearby and smashed it to bits. Sungu had already burned through 2/3 of his mana, and he was running out of corpses. But suddenly, a pair of daggers flew through the air, embedding themselves deep in the chieftain's bicep. Hanho struck a confident pose, his voice dripping with provocation. "How'd you like that, punk?" The goblin chieftain merely flexed its arm, and the daggers clattered uselessly to the floor. But the taunt had worked. Enraged, the chieftain ignored everyone else and charged straight for Hanho, brandishing its massive club. Hanho dashed toward the skeletons, relief washing over him. But the chieftain wiped them out with a single, devastating spin. One skeleton, hurled into the air, seized its chance, plunging its dagger straight into the chieftain's body. The goblin chieftain roared and brutally kicked the skeleton away, a blow so powerful it shattered the soldier completely. Without missing a beat, Giselle circled behind it, carving a deep, vicious slash into its back. Forcing it to pause for a few seconds to bear the pain, Giselle coolly flicked the blood from her sword. "This is the first time I had to go all out, you son of a bitch." Sungu could only marvel at her incredible sword skills. Her movements were blindingly fast. If Giselle hadn't been here, he would have died long ago. Sungu shook himself back to reality, recalculating his strategy. He summoned more skeletons, surrounding the chieftain with Giselle. First, they attacked from behind, though of course, they couldn't actually harm the chieftain. But it was enough to obstruct its vision. As it turned its back, Sungu hurled the spear in his hand. The spear tore through the chieftain's matted hair, leaving a massive gash on its face that made it howl in pain. It roared, unleashing its fury on a nearby skeleton. Sungu had to summon another, but his mana was nearly depleted. Suddenly, the chieftain pointed at each skeleton, letting out a strange, chilling laugh. Sungu paid it no mind. He was too busy worrying whether victory was even possible. When the chieftain suddenly went berserk, its power instantly multiplied, blasting Sungu back. If this continued, they would all be annihilated. He needed to find a way to land a finishing blow. Then, Sungu's gaze fell on two swords lying nearby. The chieftain seemed to have activated a cheat code, grabbing a skeleton's head with one hand while blocking Giselle's sword with its club. But in that moment, Sungu returned, deadlier than he was 5 seconds ago, wielding the two swords he'd just picked up. He signaled his two minions to block the chieftain's path, but they were nearly obliterated before they could even act. Abruptly, something streaked past the chieftain's head. It was a sword, flying through the air. A skeleton, with only one arm and one leg left, caught the blade, using the force of its fall to attack the chieftain. It was a brilliant team play, but tragically, the chieftain still overpowered it with a single, decisive blow. Without warning, a notification window appeared. Based on the party composition, a synergy effect had been unlocked. The level 1 warrior effect was activated when the party equipped 3 swords. It increased attack speed by 10% and halved the weight of weapons, and that last skeleton had now become the one-armed warrior, a unique individual class created when it equipped a sword with its single remaining hand. The chieftain seemed bewildered by this sudden, insane power buff, but Sung Gu couldn't care less. If he could link their weapons together, they might actually win this. Sung Gu grabbed a chair and threw it at the chieftain. Giselle and the one-armed warrior charged in at the exact same moment. The three-pronged assault left the chieftain unsure how to react. Lost in thought, it took a chair to the chest, followed by Giselle's deceptively light yet agonizingly painful strikes, and finally, the one-armed warrior's attack. But it seemed the warrior wasn't quite fast enough and still got smacked on the head. Suddenly, a dagger sank into the chieftain's weapon arm. It cried out in shock. Han Ho, who had been hiding in the rubble this whole time, finally made his move. As the chieftain struggled to pull out the dagger, Sung Gu saw his chance and immediately signaled the one-armed warrior. As it charged forward, Sung Gu spoke his final words to it. "Goodbye. Thank you for following me this far." It was the most resilient of all his skeletons. From the classroom until now, he would never forget its noble sacrifice. Sung Gu roared, preparing to leap in for the killing blow. However, the one-armed warrior successfully dodged the chieftain's attack, leaving Sung Gu completely stunned. In the next instant, the chieftain's head was sent flying through the air, severed by the one-armed warrior's clean slash. The system explained that the one-armed warrior could block 88% of the damage from a boss monster's first attack. And with that, they had successfully slain the goblin chieftain. Sung Gu received 225 pure gold and advanced to level 3. Han Ho dazedly asked a still-stunned Sung Gu, "Hey, Sung Gu, where did you even find that skeleton?" "I think it was the first one I killed with the desk and chair technique." Just then, the skeleton began to glow. It then transformed, appearing in brand new gear with an emblem on its forehead. It had been promoted after absorbing the goblin chieftain's magical power, gaining increased defense and the new commander attribute. Sung Gu pointed at the strange symbol on its forehead. "What's this? When did you get a face tattoo without my permission?" He reviewed his minion's stats. Thanks to the commander attribute, he would now gain access to even greater party synergy effects. From a squad to a legion, it seems Sung Gu's army is destined to grow. He'll need even more soldiers for the battles to come. Han Ho and Jisat leveled up too. Jisat even reached level 3, matching Sung Gu's current power. She was still debating her level 2 reward, so she asked for his advice. But the system's gifts were all left. All she could do was pray for good fortune. Han Ho was shocked that Sung Gu could actually see his reward cards. Back at level 2, he picked a random skill. It had boosted the number of skeleton soldiers he could summon. This time, Sung Gu acquired a new ability, basic bone weapon crafting. He could now forge weapons from the bones of the fallen, but for now, he was limited to 4 basic forms: a sword, a hammer, a spear, or a bow. The weapon's quality depended entirely on the materials. As the skill leveled up, he'd be able to forge an even greater arsenal. He also completed a hidden quest, avenging his professor. The reward was a random skill, and a change in his destiny. The random skill was another summon slot, allowing him to call 1 more skeleton soldier. In total, he could now command a squad of 5. But Sung Gu couldn't stop thinking about that other reward, a change in his destiny. It looked like he'd need to choose his quests more carefully from now on. Suddenly, a cloak materialized out of thin air and floated down to Han Ho, the bandit's cloak. It granted a 50% stealth bonus against monsters. He threw it on without a second thought. He finally found his combat style, stay hidden, then strike with a well-aimed dagger. As for Jisat, she received a strange red stone. It was called an ignition stone. Han Ho thought it was just a simple fire starter, but he was completely wrong. When used to sharpen a weapon, the stone granted a chance to set it ablaze during combat with monsters. Sung Gu gathered his party to head back. The gateway should be open by now. Meanwhile, back in the cafe, Min Su turned to Jin Suk, her voice filled with worry. "Jin Suk, are we just going to stay here forever?" The question made Jin Suk's face twist into an ugly scowl. Whispers filled the room as regret settled in. They should have gone with Sung Gu to fight the boss. Before Min Su could say another word, Jin Su grabbed her by the collar. "You dare whisper behind my back?" he snarled. "After I've been trying to protect you all? Say it to my face if you've got the guts." He then stormed towards the group, putting on a show of righteous indignation. "Is this how you repay me? By talking trash behind my back? Fine. Don't expect any protection from me. Get out. All of you." The crowd was baffled by his outburst. "Get out? But Where would they even go? Jin-sook, blind with rage, pointed upwards. Then go to the rooftop and die like Sung-woo did. Hearing his claims of protecting them was laughable. You? Someone scoffed. Don't make me laugh. You didn't do a damn thing. The real hero is the one who was up on that roof. You son of a bitch, Jin-sook roared. Don't you dare piss me off, you punk. And with that, the two sides erupted into a shouting match. A cold drizzle began to fall, despite the season. Jin-sook pointed to the roof with a sneer. He's dead. Sung-woo is definitely long gone by now. The crowd suddenly fell silent, feeding his ego. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? He taunted. Then a calm voice cut through the tension. Who was killed? Brother? That familiar voice. It made all the color drain from Jin-sook's face. He whipped around, only to see skeleton soldiers with their swords aimed right at him. Sung-woo sighed. He'd gone through hell to kill the boss, only to come back. Sung-woo strode forward and threw open the doors. The look on Jin-sook's face was a sight to behold. His voice was barely a whisper. No, it can't be. Jin-sook scrambled to his feet, flustered. Sung-woo could tell the coward wanted to say something. Jin-sook scratched his head, stammering an excuse, but the crowd's scornful voices cut him off. Everyone stared him down with pure contempt. What a joke. This guy bragged about being so strong, but look at him now. Pathetic. Sung-woo led his skeleton army outside. The silence was unsettling. There wasn't a single monster in sight. After scouting ahead, Sung-woo signaled for the others to follow quietly. The scene outside was a massacre. Human and monster corpses were strewn everywhere, piled high in grotesque mounds. Sung-woo was on high alert, knowing that goblins loved to ambush their prey in packs. Suddenly, Han-ho spotted another group of survivors nearby. Among them, a young man in a white shirt raised his sword in a gesture of peace. Sung-woo noted the blood-stained weapons in their hands. These were definitely the ones who survived the Goblin War. Jin-sook's eyes lit up as he recognized their leader. It's the president, he shouted, rushing forward. The president gave a sarcastic smile. Well, look who managed to stay alive. Jin-sook just bowed and scraped, trying to suck up to him. I knew you could handle those goblins, Mr. President. It's such a relief to see you here. Then, he leaned in and whispered in the president's ear, all while shooting a hateful glance at Sung-woo. This snake wasn't even hiding his intentions anymore. He was plotting right out in the open. The president, however, approached Sung-woo with a saintly smile. I'm Park Do-sung, the student council president, he said. I can only imagine the horrors you've all had to endure. We've been doing the same, trying our best to fight back against these monsters. Model. The crowd seemed to trust Dae-sung's promise of protection. He then pointed an accusing finger at Sung-woo's skeletons. With a scowl, Sung-woo explained that this was simply the power of the class card he'd obtained. But Dae-sung's face twisted in disgust. You want us to accept creatures that used to be murderers? Sung-woo? Sung-woo immediately saw through the manipulation. Dae-sung was trying to paint him as a threat, forcing him to get rid of his skeleton soldiers. There was no way he'd do that. Besides, whoever said he wanted to join Dae-sung's little group anyway? Dae-sung pressed on with his mind games. You expect us to travel with these filthy monsters of unknown origin. Han-ho couldn't stay quiet any longer. Hey, they might look a little creepy, but if you really look, they're kinda cute. You just have to open your heart to them. Sung-woo shot a look at his goofy friend and skeletons to cut it out. Then, his expression turned dead serious. I will never get rid of them. That would be like throwing away my own weapon. How can you survive empty-handed in a world like this? Dae-sung sneered, his face a mask of arrogant pity. But you won't need them if we're protecting you. This is your last chance. If you want to join our party, you have to destroy those creatures with your own hands. Hey, are you trying to decide our fate for us? When did we ever say we wanted to join your crew? You think the student council can just order everyone around? You're pathetic. The formidable Gisuk stepped forward, drawing her sword without hesitation. Dae-sung immediately recognized her as the president of the physical education department. The school is in ruins, Dae-sung said, his voice dropping low. What good is a title like that now? Gisuk, calm down and come with us. You'll regret it if you don't. But Gisuk wasn't about to listen to him. This guy pretends to be a saint, but he embezzled hundreds of millions of won from the school festival fund. I'm the one who exposed you on the school's forum. At those words, the color drained from Dae-sung's face. With his dirty secret exposed, he could no longer force them. Instead, he warned them they'd die at the hands of monsters. As they turned to leave, Dae-sung yelled after them, a desperate threat in his voice. You'll all regret this. Without a proper party, you won't get any of the combo effects. You'll die a miserable death, you trash. Once they were a safe distance away, Sung-woo's curiosity got the better of him. Why do you hate the student council so much? It's simple. He's a piece of garbage. He used to wander around campus harassing the female students. A few of my department members reported him to me. He might have had a fancy title, but trash will always be trash. Sung-woo nodded in understanding. his eyes scanning their surroundings. Their first priority was to avoid the main buildings and get off campus. But Gisok had a plan. We need to avoid crowded areas. That's where the monsters love to gather. Crowded places, Sung-gu thought for a moment. He then suggested the hill path behind the school. It led straight to the main gate and was usually empty. Just as he predicted, the path was eerily silent, giving Han-ho a very bad feeling. Suddenly, Sung-gu held up a hand, signaling for everyone to halt and stay quiet. Han-ho's heart leaped into his throat. At the bottom of the stairs, a figure was slowly rising to its feet. Its blood-soaked axe rested among the corpses of goblins. It was a massive monster with the face of a pig demon, its skin a terrifying shade of crimson. Just the look in its eyes was enough to instill pure fear. This thing was even bigger than the goblin chief, making Han-ho want to turn and run. But based on all the stories Sung-gu had read, the monster that usually appears after goblins is an orc. The red orc let out a deafening roar and leaped toward them. Sung-gu didn't hesitate for a second. In fact, he was thrilled. He was about to add another powerful subordinate to his collection. Get ready for battle. However, as the orc's face, twisted with bloodlust, closed in, Sung-gu realized something was terribly wrong. He quickly signaled for everyone to scatter. The orc shot forward like an arrow, its trajectory forcing them to dive out of the way. Han-ho landed safely in a nearby bush, yelling, "Geez, how could a monster like that even exist?" The moment the orc's feet hit the ground, it spun around, searching for a new target. Jisuk, being the closest, was instantly in its sights. She barely managed to block its devastating strike with her sword, but she couldn't react in time for the second attack. Just then, a skeleton soldier dashed forward, shoving her aside and taking the full force of the red orc's blow. Sung-gu immediately commanded his poison hand skeleton to intercept the red orc. Its tiny frame barely reached the orc's thigh. The orc swung its mighty axe again. Luckily, the skeleton had an effect that reduced incoming damage by 88%. The skill activated just in time, allowing it to narrowly dodge. The poison hand skeleton then leaped into the air. It sliced a deep gash along the orc's arm, sending the beast tumbling to the ground. Sung-gu then signaled for Jisuk to join him on higher ground. Fighting on the low ground was a huge disadvantage. Jisuk gritted her teeth and scrambled up. Even though she had only blocked a single strike, the impact had left her entire arm numb. Once they were in a better position, Sung-gu laid out the strategy. We can't take that thing on in close quarters. He'd have to use the same tactics from the goblin chief fight. Moments later, the orc appeared. Sung-gu's party dove behind the bushes. The orc spotted them instantly, roaring as it charged forward. Sung-gu's plan was to sacrifice his skeletons first, despite having plenty of other corpses nearby. He had to manage his mana carefully. Just as he predicted, the hulking orc slammed into several trees, a creature that large would always struggle in a dense forest. The orc finally realized it was surrounded. Pinned by the trees and the skeletons, Han-ho leaped from his hiding spot, throwing a dagger as the signal. The skeletons launched their own daggers in perfect unison. The orc swung its massive arms, but could only deflect a few. While it was fumbling, two skeletons lunged at it. The orc instantly shattered one of their skulls, but the other latched onto its arm. Soon, another skeleton joined, locking the orc's arms in a bone-crushing grip. Seizing the opportunity, Sung-gu and Jizo charged forward, but the skeletons weren't strong enough. The monster could still swing its axe to defend itself. Jizo deftly slid between the orc's legs, landing a deep gash on the back of its knee. The monster buckled in pain. Sung-gu immediately moved in and severed its axe-wielding arm. Finally, the skeleton assassin leaped up and delivered the finishing blow. Just like that, Sung-gu earned another 170 gold for defeating the orc commander. Sung-gu was surprised he'd run into an orc leader. It seemed to be ranked just below the goblin chief. This fight gave him valuable experience against a new monster type. Sung-gu tried to summon the orc commander, but his level was too low to raise a medium-sized undead. His face fell, disappointed that he couldn't add a new powerful subordinate to his army. Sung-gu then remembered he hadn't asked about Jasat's class. She said she picked the 3-star Master Hunter card simply because she liked the color. Han-ho pouted. So he was the only unlucky one who drew a 1-star card. Sung-gu's mana had fully recovered, so he decided it was time to test his new skill, bone weapon crafting. Let's see what this orc corpse can be turned into. The system window appeared before him. The body could create 6 swords, 5 maces, 2 spears, or 4 bows. Since the maces were a higher grade, Sung-gu chose them without hesitation. From the orc's remains, 5 bone maces materialized. They were a little smaller than Sung-gu had imagined, though. Still, they looked good enough. Sung-gu tossed the new weapons to his skeletons. With all 5 equipped, a powerful set effect activated. The Manji's power buff increased their damage by 30% when they were injured. They also gained the one-hit wonder effect, giving them a 5% chance to stun an opponent. And on top of that, a 10% damage boost against all medium-sized monsters. Seeing his skeleton leader now armed with a mace, Sungu tossed his katana to Han-ho. The kid's face lit up, but Sungu immediately drenched him in ice-cold reality. "You're just holding it for now. Give it back when I ask. Didn't you see the Assassin Warrior's class effect? Or would you rather we chop off your arm to replace it?" They continued on their path until Han-ho stopped and pointed ahead in utter disbelief. "Hey, look! Why are there so many cars over there?" In front of them, the main school gate was blocked by a massive barricade of vehicles. More importantly, the gate was magically sealed. They had only 8 minutes to defeat the final boss. Just then, a notification appeared. The orc hunting party. It said they track their prey by scent, and the stronger the prey, the more warriors they send. Han-ho's heart pounded at the thought of being hunted. Just saw it focused on a single line. The stronger the prey, the more orcs. Doesn't that mean a larger party is actually a disadvantage? As if on cue, a frenzied horde of orcs began chasing after them. Piercing screams echoed in the distance. A chill ran down Han-ho's spine. If they had stayed with the student council, they'd be monster food by now. Sungu learned another critical lesson. A bigger party isn't always the better choice. What mattered was having the right team composition for the job. He was thankful he chose the necromancer class. The system announced the first attack wave would begin with 5 orcs. Han-ho figured it'd be less than what the student council was facing, but 5 was still more than enough to scare him. At that moment, the deep growls of the approaching orcs made his blood run cold. A squad of axe-wielding, pig-faced brutes was searching for something, and it was definitely them. Sungu scanned the area, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He had an idea. Meanwhile, Han-ho pulled his hood over his head, getting ready to run for his life. But Sungu's plan wasn't to flee. It was to use the terrain and his loyal skeleton minions to lay the perfect trap for those pig-headed orcs. As the monsters stomped forward, they came across the bones of goblins, scattered across the ground in a disturbingly natural way. The orcs exchanged confused glances. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a cloaked figure. Standing on top of a car was, of course, the one and only Han-ho, who fears neither heaven nor earth. He's only afraid of dying. He yelled down at the monsters with all his might, "Hey, you fat pigs." The orcs snorted with fury, deeply offended by the body shaming. The creatures shrieked, lunging straight for Han-ho's throat. But suddenly, 2 car doors swung open, sending them crashing face-first to the ground. Sungu and Jisoo leaped out of the car. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers sprang from the roof, charging into the fray. Wielding weapons crafted from bone, the orc commander led the charge against its own kind. It was no wonder the regular orcs were completely overwhelmed. After wiping out the orc hunters, notifications for gold started flooding in. More importantly, Sungu had finally reached level 4. His summon limit increased by 2, bringing his total to 7 minions. The only problem? His mana pool was still capped at a mere 50. Ooh la la. Check out my new skill, Han-ho declared, showing off a new dagger, much larger than his last one. He boasted about his new skill, Supersonic Slash, which unleashes a flurry of countless strikes. Meanwhile, Jisoo gained an additional 2 points in strength. A powerful aura now radiated from her, brimming with newfound energy. She felt strong enough to take on an orc hunter all by herself. Sungu motioned for Han-ho to return the katana to the skeleton leader. If he wanted to use his new skill, he had to use his own weapon, the dagger. Suppressing his sorrow, Han-ho reluctantly handed the sword back to the skeleton leader. So much for showing off anymore. A little later, as they explored the school grounds, Sungu suddenly signaled for everyone to halt. Up ahead, 7 orc hunters were tearing a bus apart. Sungu guessed another party must be trapped and fighting for their lives. A spear shot out from inside the bus, but failed to take down a single orc. If this kept up, Sungu knew the people inside were doomed. Jisoo wanted to help, suggesting a pincer attack would make it easier to defeat the orcs. Their team would approach from one flank, while the spear user inside attacked from the other. It was a solid plan, but Sungu was worried. Would the survivors on the bus even understand their strategy? Or would they think a lot worse? His own team could be in serious trouble if the survivors decided to run instead of fighting alongside them. So Sungu came up with a different plan. It was time to show these orcs the true power of human civilization. Inside the bus, chaos erupted. A blonde-haired guy screamed in a panic. "Just attack them already. Don't you know how to use that spear?" Gyeong-su clutched his weapon, trembling with fear and frustration. "If you're so tough, why don't you go fight them yourself? You've got a shield and a sword, don't you?" The others just huddled together on the floor, weeping in despair. Just then, the skeleton squad's own bus came crashing through, slamming right into the horde of orcs. The impact sent the monsters flying. Seeing Gyeong-su frozen in shock, the blonde guy started shouting again. But who wouldn't be stunned by a sight like this? The skeleton soldiers were fiercely battling the orcs, leaving the survivors on the bus completely bewildered. Who? What are those things? Why does one monster just lead to another? Moments later, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier peeked in and gave a friendly wave, causing Gi-ong-su to stumble backward in shock. "Hey, get lost," one of them yelled. Han-ho banged on the door. "Open up. We just saved your lives and this is the thanks we get." Inside, the survivors were still clinging to each other, crying in disbelief that they were actually safe. Han-ho grabbed a bone hammer and started wailing on a nearby vending machine. He didn't have any change, so this was the next best thing. But unfortunately, he couldn't even dent it. "Here, let me get that for you." A kind gesture from the blonde guy. Too bad Han-ho had already smashed the machine to pieces. With that settled, Sung-gu decided it was time to move on. But then he remembered what Gi-ong-su had mentioned. Something that dispensed items. He tried it once, but didn't have enough gold for another attempt. If they followed the instructions exactly, they could obtain a special item. Han-ho finally managed to break open a different vending machine, handing Sung-gu a can of cola. An E-rank automatic shop panel appeared. Curious, Sung-gu tapped it and discovered it was another game of chance. The lucky wheel had 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. With gold being the highest rank, Han-ho chugged his can of cola, curious about what this tiny machine could possibly spit out. Then again, in a world where daggers can fall from the sky, anything was possible. There was only one way to find out. Han-ho only had 360 gold to his name. Jisoo had 584. When it was Sung-gu's turn, he humbly stated he only had 1,552 gold. Sung-gu then remembered the special ticket he'd received. A lottery ticket with no rank restriction. This was the perfect time to use it. Without hesitation, Sung-gu selected the gold tier prize. The prize wheel spun wildly, accompanied by a tense lottery jingle, making everyone's heart pound. Yes, awesome. Han-ho exploded with joy as the wheel landed on the grand prize. It just goes to show, the most important stat for survival is luck. And Sung-gu had obtained the magic orb, Tear of the Great Ocean Spirit, a legendary grade item. It increased his maximum mana by 300 and boosted his mana recovery speed by 200%. Han-ho urged Sung-gu to spin the silver wheel while he still had cash, but Sung-gu insisted on saving his money, settling for the bronze wheel instead. And yet, he still managed to snag a Vanguard shield. Jisoo also won second prize, a powerful longsword, while Han-ho got who knows what. All he got was a C-rank medicine pouch filled with colorful potions, much to his dismay. Sung-gu told him to quit his whining. What if one of those was a top-tier healing potion? Jisoo guessed the group on the other side was probably in total chaos by now. They wondered if they should even help them. Han-ho figured Sung-gu would pull that same car crash trick again, but Sung-gu just smirked. Nope, this time, we're going even bigger. Meanwhile, over with Dae-sung's group, the Brain Eaters were unleashing a brutal massacre. Dae-sung fought while barking orders, telling them to hold their formation. He swore he'd carve a bloody path forward himself. "Sir, some people got left behind." Hearing his subordinates report, Dae-sung gritted his teeth. "Forget them. You think we have the strength to worry about everyone else?" he snarled, giving Jin Seok a new command. "Siyuk and Hyun Min, take the front with your shields." Just then, a bus came barreling towards them at a terrifying speed, plowing through a few Brain Eaters. The bus then drifted expertly, smashing into several more. Behind the wheel, Mr. Su was spinning the steering wheel like a madman. "Haha, money, money. Come to Papa." They were heading straight for a group of fleeing survivors. Sung-gu leaned out the window, yelling for them to get on. The people from the cafe recognized Sung-gu instantly. For the second time, they bitterly regretted not following him from the start. A crazed Brain Eater charged forward. Jisoo leaped down to meet the challenge head-on. "You Brain Eaters, I won't lose to you again." The monster brought its axe down with immense force, but it barely made a dent against Jisoo's new sword. She grinned victoriously. This time, she could block the blow without even feeling a tremor. The weapon flared with power, scorching the Brain Eater. Jisoo seized the opportunity and finished it off. She turned back, eager to announce her victory, only to see Sung-gu was just as formidable. His skeleton soldiers were relentlessly throwing daggers into the creature's body until it was weak from blood loss, then they would pull them all out. More daggers, and the same brutal process repeated on another Brain Eater. Everything was unfolding exactly as Sung-gu had planned. His strategy was simple. Never stop moving, maintain distance, and launch continuous attacks while positioning his minions perfectly. No prey could ever escape his grasp. Jisoo tightened her grip on her sword. She was someone who worshipped strength. But losing to those monsters on their first encounter made her feel like cannon fodder, while Sung-gu was the true genius. Just then, Dae-sung's exhausted group dragged themselves before Sung-gu. He deliberately taunted them. "What's wrong? I thought you didn't want to be around a monster like me." With Sung-gu holding all the cards, Dae-sung had to swallow his pride. Come on, don't hold a grudge. You came back for us, didn't you? You're not a heartless person, are you? And he was right. Sung-gu wasn't cold-blooded, especially not after seeing him run away and abandon the others. Dae-sung tried to make excuses, claiming he was just executing a tactical retreat. I certainly hope everyone on this bus sees it that way. Sung-gu's words, combined with the glares from the survivors, silenced Dae-sung completely. But the nightmare wasn't over. The orc chieftain was enraged by the failed hunt. They could all feel its powerful, suffocating presence drawing near. Sung-gu immediately got back on the bus. If Dae-sung's group agreed to listen, he'd let them on. Jin-seok looked at Dae-sung, but who could Dae-sung even ask? He had no other choice. But Sung-gu was no saint. He told Dae-sung to hand over his armor. As expected, he exploded with anger. Why should I give you my armor? Don't I have the right to protect myself? Sung-gu gave him a taunting wink. Of course, I'll protect everyone, but everything has a price. We're certainly not about to work for free like some people. A system window appeared. You have leveled up. Level 5. You can now summon medium-sized monsters to your army. Sung-gu's face lit up. Medium-sized? Does that mean I can summon brain eaters now? He thought for a moment. Just as I thought, getting the skill card was the best move. Awesome. Now I can summon up to 9 minions. Another notification popped up. The maximum number of summoned monsters has been doubled. Suddenly, a pair of feet quickly approached him. Surprised, Sung-gu turned to see who it was. It was Roy. He looked down at the skeleton and asked, "What's wrong? You don't seem too happy." He then explained, "This is the skeleton soldier I trust the most. That's why I gave him almost all my best gear, and I even gave him a name, because he only has his right arm left. I decided to call him Right." He sighed, looking at the skeleton. "If you're uncomfortable, just take it off." As he was helping Roy with the armor, Han-ho walked over, interrupting them. He called out, "Hey, Sung-gu." Han-ho then pointed to the massive, struggling crowd of people outside. "Are we going to get another vehicle?" Sung-gu replied without hesitation, "Of course. We're going to save them." Still, the bus continued to speed down the road, as Sung-woo's voice cut through the noise. "It doesn't matter. We don't have time to circle back and look for them anyway." He then walked through the bus, taking stock of everyone's condition. Sung-woo announced, "Everyone, from this moment on, we're going to fight the boss." A system notification appeared. The orc field has decided to declare direct war. All orcs will now confront the survivors with the sole purpose of total annihilation. Sung-woo addressed the group. Just as the quest board announced, this is unavoidable. To get out of this school, we have to kill the boss. A man in the crowd spoke up, "Hey, kid, when I was in the gym, I saw everything. The orc army is even bigger than before. At least 100 of them." His words sent a wave of sheer panic through the bus. The system quickly chimed in. Because the time limit has been exceeded, a debuff mission will be activated. A series of punishments appeared. For those who do not participate, the penalties are reduced movement and attack speed, varying by individual. The survivors were stunned. How are we supposed to fight them? How can we possibly win? There are 100 orcs. Sung-woo sighed, thinking, "I already know how to counter them effectively. Even 100 of them is nothing. This victory is already mine." He then shouted to everyone, "I will fight them by myself." Sung-woo thought, having many weapons doesn't mean they're all useful. His bold declaration shocked his two friends. Jisoo yelled, "What? What did you say?" Han-ho screamed, "Hey, are you insane? What was that?" Sung-woo repeated his words with unshakable confidence. "I will face that orc horde alone." A nervous murmur spread through the crowd. "Hey, did I hear him right? Is he crazy? He was the only one we could trust." "Forget it." Jin-seok, sitting in the very back, burst out laughing at Sung-woo's statement. "What an idiot." Jin-seok sneered with his signature arrogance. He just dug his own grave. So all this time, he was just getting lucky. Huh. It'd be great if that fool finally dies. He continued with a condescending tone. "He's just a failure. He's definitely going to get himself killed for saying something so stupid." Jisoo shouted in anger, "Hey Sung-woo, have you lost your mind? Even if we all work together, how could we possibly fight that many monsters?" He replied with dead seriousness. "That's the same thing you said before we fought the boss on the rooftop, isn't it?" Jisoo was momentarily stunned. He continued, "That experience made me realize fighting together isn't always efficient. In other words, the combat power of human teammates can't even compare to my skeleton soldiers." Sung-woo said, "You are right, and I don't hold it against you. You provided excellent support." He then stepped forward and patted her on the head, adding, "But I feel this battle will be incredibly dangerous. I've thought this through carefully before making this choice." Jisoo considered his words. "I know Sung-woo always thinks strategically before a fight, but this is no joke." Back at the school, the afternoon sun began to set, casting long shadows over the silent grounds. Sung-woo's skeleton soldiers, now fully equipped, stood at his sides as he walked between them like a general. There was no fear in his eyes. He was accompanied by the many skeletons he had prepared. After all, he couldn't fight completely alone. From the upper floors of the school building, countless eyes watched his every move. Some didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. "You've got to be kidding me. Is he really going to fight them alone?" The bus was parked a short distance away. Sungwoo, now in full armor, stood waiting. The group inside was bewildered. Hanho's face was pale as he spoke. "Sungwoo has completely lost it." Jisoo replied, "If the situation gets any worse, we'll jump in." The terrified driver added, "My foot is already on the gas pedal." From the distance, the orcs were closing in on him. Sungwoo stood his ground, a lone warrior ready to meet the approaching horde, their guttural roars filling the air. The orcs swarmed like an unstoppable legion. From a distance, it truly looked like one man against an entire army. The lead orc charged toward him. It bared its sharp tusks and let out a deafening roar. With a single glance, Sungwoo assessed the threat. He said to himself, "That red one. Is it the commander? But why isn't a notification popping up? He must be just a sub-boss." And just as he predicted, it was indeed their leader. The red orc let out a mighty bellow and raised its axe towards him. The orcs behind it heard the command and charged forward. On the other side, Sungwoo glanced at his skeleton soldiers, then gave the order, "Let's move." He swiftly positioned the shield from his back. Sungwoo said firmly to Roy, "We'll make our stand here." The beast hadn't left his side for a moment. Silently, Sungwoo watched the battlefield, calculating his next move. This narrow stairway was the perfect choke point. He glanced at his skeleton soldiers with grim resolve. "Thank you for your service," he thought. "Even when you return to dust, do not forget your master." The moment the skeletons descended the staircase, the orcs charged like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. A system window flashed. Savage Frenzy activated. The orc horde gains a 10% damage boost and a 20% increase in attack speed for 10 minutes. A sharp command cut through the chaos. "Attack!" A volley of daggers flew through the air, piercing the skulls of the charging orcs and sowing confusion. Sungwoo's skeleton soldiers were brutally effective. The first wave of orcs was nearly wiped out without a single loss on his side. Seeing its minions fall, the crimson-skinned boss let out a furious roar. Then, it charged toward the skeletons in a mad frenzy. But something was wrong. The barrage of daggers simply bounced off its tough hide. Sungwoo's eyes widened in shock. The ranged attacks were completely blocked. Time for melee combat. As if hearing his unspoken command, the skeletons charged in unison, with their weapons raised high, and began their savage assault. A critical strike, Sungwoo schemed, delivered from above. But in an instant, as one skeleton lunged at the crimson boss, it was caught by its hand, seizing it by the skull. It bared its long, vicious fangs, staring at the skeleton, a mere puppet of bone. And then it let out a deafening roar. Sungwoo knew this was his chance, but it would require a great sacrifice. In a flash, his skeleton soldiers were overwhelmed. Thrown to the ground, torn limb from limb, shattered into pieces. Seeing its brethren so brutally slaughtered, Roy couldn't hold back any longer. A burning rage compelled it to charge forward. Sungwoo sensed its thirst for revenge. He placed a calming hand on its head. Wait. To see his loyal soldiers destroyed, it pained Sungwoo just as much as Roy. "It's not your turn yet," he said in a low, dark voice. The massive orc boss turned its gaze on Sungwoo, a challenging smirk spreading across its face. It raised a hand to strike, but in that very instant, its head was split in two by a razor-sharp blur. Fresh blood sprayed into the air as it collapsed. The rest of the orc horde fell into chaos. They had no idea what had just happened. The killing blow had come from a skeleton warrior, but this one was different. It was shrouded in an eerie, blue aura. Sungwoo smirked to himself. It's time for the skeleton orcs to take the stage. As the thought crossed his mind, another orc fell dead. A system notification chimed. Death itself now obeys your command. A matching blue aura began to radiate from Sungwoo's own body, just like his new skeleton warriors. Another window appeared. Synergy effect activated. Manji warrior, level 1. The remaining orcs were quickly surrounded by this new breed of undead. They stood no chance. A ruthless command formed in Sungwoo's mind. Annihilate every last one of them. His soldiers, empowered by his will, attacked without end. Sungwoo's resolve hardened. Even if it meant charging to the front lines, no matter the sacrifice, this army would never fear death. The orc horde's morale was shattering. Their strength and their will to fight were draining away. Sungwoo watched his blue-flame soldiers as they slaughtered the enemy with cold efficiency. He thought with satisfaction, continue, because they were, after all, born from death, an army of the night. As he reveled in the thought, a wicked smile spread across his face, like a demon from the depths of hell, come to claim his due. He stood amidst his undead legion, like a god of death reigning over his domain, and whispered, "This is the way of the necromancer." High above, the bus windows were thrown open, revealing the carnage below and leaving everyone on board completely stunned. One of them shouted in disbelief, "Looks like it's already over." The crowd on the bus pushed forward, desperate to see what had happened. Everyone was buzzing. What in the world is he? Did he really get some legendary class? From inside the bus, the scene was even clearer. Everyone was in shock. Ha-ho exclaimed with glee, "Whoa, my man Sungwoo must have gone all in on skill cards again. He could have at least given his boy a heads up so I wouldn't worry." Jisoo muttered in a daze, "It's exactly as Sungwoo planned," she thought to herself. To fight like this, he must have calculated nearly every single possibility. Another system window popped up. Sungwoo's eyes lit up. His mana bar was already nearly full again. And that wasn't all. He had obtained a new item. Tears of the Ocean Spirit, a legendary grade artifact. Its class was a spell sphere. Effects, max mana increase, and accelerated mana regeneration. He considered his new prize. So this is the power of a legendary item. As soon as he completed the quest, a blue gem materialized in Sungwoo's hand. Even his skeleton soldiers grinned with joy, sharing in their master's pride. A new notification popped up. The orc squad was weakened by a level 1 death aura. All stats reduced by 30%. The announcement left the monsters utterly stunned. They growled in fury, but the system wasn't done yet. Due to the orc chieftain's fighting spirit, the debuff has been reduced by half. The orcs refused to accept this outcome. The boss and its minions roared with aggression. They raised their crude weapons and charged the skeletons, but the undead army refused to back down an inch. Another brutal melee erupted. That's when Roy could no longer stand by. He launched himself into the fray. It seemed he was communicating with the skeletons telepathically. Hearing his master's command, Roy surged forward, filled with excitement. He dove straight into the horde of orcs, unleashing his skills. Truly Sungwoo's prize familiar. Roy moved like a blur, drawing his sword in a decisive, unhesitating arc. He had watched these brutes slaughter his allies for too long. A simmering rage had been building within him. Everywhere he passed, terror followed. Fresh blood sprayed across the battlefield in his wake. The boss thrashed about in a rage, but it couldn't even touch the swift familiar. All it could do was roar in pure frustration. Despite his small stature, standing amidst the savage skeletons, Roy carried the undeniable presence of a commander. Sungwoo watched the battle with a fierce gaze. He gave the order, "Clean up the rest." The moment the command was given, all his skeletons advanced, surrounding the remaining orcs. The monsters screamed in utter despair. Finally, it was over. An exhausted Sungwoo collapsed to the ground. A system window appeared, and he wondered, "Another reward?" The system announced, "This reward is a lucky roulette ticket, now available in your inventory. As a reward for slaying 100 monsters, you are the 21st person in history to complete this limited quest. Only the first 100 challengers will be rewarded." Sungwoo was shocked. 21st? Does that mean this is a global ranking system? Where could the other 20 people be? As he was lost in thought, a loud crash jolted Sungwoo from his thoughts. He looked over to the far side of the lot. Who in the world was driving that bus? He watched, confused, as the bus sped recklessly toward the exit, smashing into parked cars without a second thought. Sungwoo shot to his feet, enraged. Are they trying to run away without facing the boss? Those idiots. But then, he quickly recognized the people inside. It was the student council. Sungwoo's confusion deepened. Were they captured? Just then, an orc grabbed one of them, who immediately let out a terrified shriek. "Help me." Sungwoo gritted his teeth in frustration. Seriously? If they just stayed put. They just had to make things more complicated. Even though it wasn't his problem, Sungwoo knew he had to rescue the people trapped on that bus. Seeing his resolve, the crowd stirred with newfound courage. One of them shouted, "I'll fight too. I won't get in your way. I can at least defend myself." Sungwoo glanced back at them. He preferred to work alone, he thought, but reluctantly, he agreed. "Just don't accidentally attack my skeletons." The door to the building swung open, revealing a dark, oppressive space within. He stepped forward, flanked by 2 towering skeleton soldiers. Inside, a horrifying scene awaited them. Corpses were suspended in midair, floating aimlessly. Wu Young gritted his teeth in fear. This place, it's horrifying. And in the distance, a shadowy, indistinct figure was sitting on a throne. A powerful, malevolent aura radiated from it. Sungwoo stared, but couldn't make out what it was. He wondered, what is that thing? Is that the real boss? The captured students had already been beaten senseless. Nearby, the orcs were sadistically sharpening their blades, ready to finish the job. Sungwoo shouted, "Everyone, get ready. We're about to face the orc lord." The prisoners' faces were already swollen and bruised beyond recognition. They were speechless with terror, only able to tremble and sob. Sungwoo thought to himself, I didn't see any of the student council's bodies earlier. Are these orcs really smart enough to take hostages? At that moment, Tae Sung Dong Min cried out in fear. Sungwoo, save us. Even Jin Seok, the creep who'd been mocking him just moments ago, was now begging for his life. Please, I don't want to die. It was strange. How they all suddenly believed he was their only hope. Another student, his face battered beyond recognition, sobbed with a trembling voice. You're going to save us, right? Help. Sungwoo couldn't stand the chaotic noise any longer. Shut up, he roared, cutting through the panic. You people only ever think of yourselves, abandoning everyone else. Now, you will all pay the price for your foolishness, for your selfishness. It's time for a reality check. He screamed again. I told you I couldn't save everyone. I'm not some kind of god. But even as he yelled, his mind was racing. These things, they were monsters. Negotiation was impossible. Then he roared, everyone, advance. Internally, his thoughts were cold as ice. If they're taken hostage, they'll become a weakness for the whole group. So we'll launch a surprise attack on the orcs first. I'll save as many from the student council as I possibly can. Hearing this, Dae-sung thought it was the absolute truth. But through his tears, he desperately cried out, wait. Before he could say another word, an orc coldly swiped its blade across Dae-sung's throat. All that remained was a blood-curdling scream, as everyone present froze, horrified by the gruesome spectacle. Some couldn't even stomach it, vomiting on the spot. Jisoo bit her lip, cursing, you bastards. With that, she and the others charged forward, joining the main character's skeleton soldiers. Sungwoo stared down the orcs before him. He couldn't comprehend their actions. The question echoed in his mind, what on earth are they planning? The orc's two sharp fangs were hideous, as if it wanted to chew up and swallow every last person here. Suddenly, a beam of purple light erupted, washing over them all. The crowd descended into chaos. Someone screamed, what is this? My strength. This thing is too dangerous. One by one, they all collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Even Jisoo struggled just to stay upright. A system window appeared. Due to the effects of Hell's breath, you have entered a state of anxiety, weakness, and dizziness. Your mana is being incinerated. The final boss, an empowered Grand Orc Archmage, has entered the fray. The true boss had finally risen. Han-ho was in a similar state. With trembling hands, he fumbled for a glass vial, struggling to open it with all his might. He chugged the entire potion in one go, aggressively wiping his mouth. Exhausted, he called out, Sungwoo, use this potion. But the sight before him left him stunned. A powerful, green aura radiated from Sungwoo's body. It seemed he was completely unaffected by the purple light that had mentally crippled everyone else. Without turning his head, Sungwoo left a single command, take care of Jisoo for me. For some reason, a small smile played on his lips. What is this smoke? He thought. This feeling. It's so incredibly weak. A system notification popped up. Your maximum mana has been significantly increased by Hell's breath. Sungwoo let out a joyful laugh. A max mana boost? I've never felt so refreshed. The system explained, Hell's breath has reinforced your body, allowing you to easily enter an excited state. All stats have been massively boosted, dramatically increasing your maximum number of summons. Sungwoo was now overflowing with confidence. I don't know what you did to me, but I'm dying to find out the secret behind it. The Orc Lord snarled in alarm. Sungwoo taunted it. You've never seen a case like this before, have you? Over on the side, Han-ho's spirit soared. Looks like we have the same advantage we did on the rooftop. Let's do this, Sungwoo. Jisoo also raised her sword and stepped forward. I'm joining in, too. But Sungwoo flashed a wicked grin and told them, no. This time, it will be very different from that battle. The system chimed in. The corpses are awaiting your command. The corpses have become your subordinates. Han-ho looked up in absolute shock, thinking, the one who holds this power. But before he could finish his thought, another notification appeared. Synergy effects are activating for your party. All members will be equipped with 3 or more battle axes. Effect, attack speed increased by 20%, weapon weight and burden reduced by 50%. Han-ho felt like screaming in despair. How can there be so many of them? Another system alert. One armed warrior. Warrior's privilege. Condition. Possess only one arm. Effect. Block 88% of the damage from the first received attack. Warrior level 3. Condition. Equip 30 or more battle axes. Effect. Damage increased by 15%. Attack speed increased by 20% for the first 20 seconds of battle. Orc Hunter level 2. Condition. Have over 30 orcs in your party. Effect. Increase environmental awareness by 20%, and damage during combat increased by 10%. Second stage rebirth. Condition. Possess an army of 30 or more undead. Effect. Randomly recover 5 attack speed when pursuing living creatures. A 20% increase. Hidden party composition. Condition. A Phase 1 commander, controlling a party of more than 11 members. Effect. Damage increased by 5%, defense increased by 5%. All that incredible power was converging on Sungwoo alone. He thought with savage intensity, "I will show you the true power of death." Under his ferocious assault, the Orc Lord finally snapped. It let out a deafening roar, and the very ground around it exploded. A system notification appeared: Orc skeletons have risen. They immediately charged toward the Orc chieftain. One of the aggressive skeletons lunged forward, raising its weapon. The boss, suddenly surrounded, couldn't react in time. And just like that, a dramatic clash erupted between the Orc and Sungwoo's skeletal soldiers. The system notifications continued to flood in. Another Orc skeleton has risen. For every one he killed, another rose to take its place. The Orc had no way to fight back. It could only let out a furious roar as the system chimed again. An Orc skeleton has been resurrected. Now, standing before the beast was the evolved Sungwoo, who asked, "What do you think? This is your new reality. No matter how strong you are, there is one thing you can never escape, and that is death itself." As he finished, his expression turned more ferocious than ever before. Right then, Sungwoo looked like a grim reaper summoned from the depths of hell. The Orc had never witnessed such a sight. A look of pure terror spread across its face. It didn't dare to even whimper as it launched a desperate attack toward him. After all, there was no longer any path for escape. As it lunged, Sungwoo effortlessly dodged the blow. He sneered, "You annoying fly." His skeletal soldiers then swarmed the Orc boss like starving wolves. The beast sensed its inevitable defeat and tried to flee. Sungwoo saw its intention immediately and shouted, "Trying to run?" "I don't think so," the Orc roared, ready for a final battle of life and death. It snarled, its eyes wild and feral. But before it could even react, Sungwoo's army of Orc skeletons charged forward. They all attacked the Orc boss at once. It was like a helpless animal being torn apart by his undead pack. The Orc chieftain was clearly struggling now. It thrashed around in pure desperation, but its strength was finally fading. Facing the relentless assault of the skeletons, it reached a trembling hand out towards Sungwoo. Seeing that his enemy was exhausted, Sungwoo gave the command to Rai. At his call, the creature shot forward. Of course, Rai would never spare such a wicked monster. It bolted ahead with deadly intent. At the same time, Sungwoo issued the execution order. A notification window appeared: "You have earned 1,055 gold from defeating the Orc sorcerer boss. The elite goblin skeleton has leveled up by absorbing the Orc chieftain's magic. Defense has increased significantly. The command attribute has ranked up." Sungwoo thought to himself. Just as I predicted, Rai can rank up by defeating boss monsters. Open subordinate list. The status window displayed the list: Veteran Goblin Skeleton, Level 3. Weapon, Katana. Race, Goblin. Attributes, Undead and Grand Commander Level 2. Hanho approached, asking in surprise, "Hey, wait, what's that in the boss's mouth? Is it a new item?" Just then, another system notification popped up. "Warning, this item will activate the demonic attribute for its owner. However, the player must sacrifice many things to obtain this power." Sungwoo pondered, "Demonic? Huh. Their power isn't that different from a necromancer's, is it?" Sungwoo stepped forward and picked up the orb to inspect it. The system spoke again. "The demonic attribute has been added. Blood Demon Stone. Rarity, Legendary. Class, Orb. Effect, activates the demonic attribute for the owner when the opponent's mana is completely drained. It will then begin to absorb the enemy's life force. Because Hell's breath has been fully absorbed, the berserk state has been dispelled." Back at the school, sunlight finally streamed in. With the boss defeated, everyone cheered loudly. "We defeated the final boss," one person exclaimed joyfully. "I don't want to cause you any more trouble, but I'm sure I can be useful in the future." Another person replied, "He truly has the qualities of a hero." Sungwoo thought, "I don't really need more people in my party. I have no idea what the world outside is like now. Moving in a small group is still the best survival strategy." That was Sungwoo's conclusion after killing the final boss. The barrier preventing everyone from leaving the area finally vanished. The people remaining inside celebrated. "Is it finally letting us go?" The person next to him replied, "I think it's still safer to stay here." In the now empty school grounds, a pair of long, slender legs suddenly appeared, silently observing everything. Everyone had quickly evacuated to the streets. The roads were now slightly more crowded. They saw Sungwoo leaving and began to whisper. "Where do you think the hero is going?" someone asked. "I don't know, but I feel safer just following him." Hanho looked at his phone, flustered. "Damn it, the situation around the world is just as bad as it is here. I wonder if my parents are okay." Hearing this, a brief look of sadness flickered across Sungwoo's face. He let out a quiet sigh. He really did miss his parents. Shaking it off, Sungwoo turned to face his skeleton soldier. Just then, another bus rumbled toward them. Gyeong-su leaned out the window with a grin. "Hop on. The roads here are a mess, but I figure a bus is still the safest way to travel." I was a specialized driver in the military, you know. So I know there's a big military base nearby. Let's all head there together. But Sungwoo quickly turned him down. It's okay. There's a place I need to visit first. Jeong-soo didn't push him, simply nodding. All right, just make sure you head there later. It was obviously an excuse, but he didn't press the issue. Instead, he just shouted to the others. Everyone, let's get on the bus. We'll be at the safe zone soon. There's another bus coming, so there's plenty of room. He then shot a cheerful look at Sungwoo and Hanho. Good luck out there. Sungwoo waved back with a smile. Yeah, you too. Good luck. Jeong-soo. Sungwoo's group watched the bus disappear into the distance. Hanho turned to Jisoo, his curiosity getting the better of him. So, where are we heading now? Hey Jisoo, where's your home? She offered a strange smile. I'm staying in the school dorms right now. My family's all the way on Jeju Island. Hanho could only let out a defeated sigh. Jisoo then looked at Sungwoo. So, Sungwoo, can I come with you? I don't know how much help I'll be, but he cut her off with a warm smile. Of course, you can. Jisoo's face lit up with gratitude, as Hanho grinned mischievously beside them. Bro, I don't even need to ask, right? Sungwoo shot him a playful look. Maybe you should chop off an arm and become a one-armed warrior. I could use another one of those. The synergy effects would be amazing. Whoa. Suddenly, Jisoo screamed, "Get down!" And she lunged forward. She tackled them both to the ground. In that instant, something massive appeared. Its hide was covered in scales. Like some kind of giant, mutated crocodile. Hanho's voice trembled. What is that thing? The three of them stared, horrified, at the monstrous creature. Meanwhile, on Jeong-soo's bus, the vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt. The sudden stop threw everyone forward. Why'd you stop? Someone shouted in a panic. You have to keep driving. Jeong-soo gritted his teeth. I can't. The moment I start the engine, we'll all be killed instantly. He was sharp. He'd figured it out immediately. The monsters, they were drawn to the sound of the engine. Sungwoo was stunned. His eyes were locked on the grotesque beast, and he wondered to himself, is that a dragon? The system screen flashed to life. Regional boss, Alpha Wyvern, has appeared. And the biggest problem was that they could fly. And it wasn't just one, it was an entire flock. Sungwoo's heart sank as he watched them. They were tearing the city apart. He knew he wasn't strong enough yet. But this was his chance to become stronger. He weighed his options, then gritted his teeth and stared at the dragons. Sungwoo rose to his feet. Jisoo. We're not running from them. On the contrary, we're going to hunt them. His sudden declaration shocked her. But Sungwoo continued. We have to adapt to this new world. And that means hunting powerful monsters, not just the easy prey. A resolute thought ignited in his mind. Humanity will still rule this planet. Jisoo and Hanho steeled their resolve. Sungwoo clenched his fists, his determination hardening. That's why we have to learn how to control. And so, the three of them, two following one, advanced fearlessly toward the swarm of monsters. Sungwoo's skeleton soldier took a defensive stance. A system notification appeared. Player has completed the tutorial. Meanwhile, on a street below, the roads were completely deserted. Wrecked cars were scattered everywhere. The scene looked like something out of a dead city. Something was scrambling desperately down the pavement, letting out strange, panicked squeals. It was a goblin. Something had terrified it. And it was running for its life. From the shadows, countless pairs of yellow eyes and sharp fangs gleamed with aggression. All were fixed on the creature. And behind it, skeleton soldiers were in relentless pursuit. The goblin was trapped. It seemed those yellow eyes belonged to its own kind. But for some reason, it was terrified of them. The skeleton soldiers also stared menacingly at the small creatures. Suddenly, the mob lunged for a door, but the lone goblin tried to flee in terror. Then, from behind, someone grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and yanked it backwards, causing it to let out a terrified shriek. A system notification appeared. You have received 10 gold for defeating a goblin. Sungwoo stared down grimly. I knew it. It turned out those goblins weren't chasing this one at all. They were all running away. Sungwoo's hunt was swift. One by one, the goblins fell to his skeleton soldiers. The system chimed again and again, announcing his ever-increasing pile of gold. By wiping them out, Sungwoo instantly shot up to level 6. A voice whined from behind, seriously. You went and handled all these small fry by yourself again? Hanho panted, still complaining. Sungwoo just sighed, replying with a bored tone. There were barely any of them to begin with. But it seemed Sungwoo was still unsatisfied, scoffing. Hunting these goblins is barely worth the effort. Another system notification chimed in. Please select an upgrade card. Sungwoo immediately slammed his finger on the strength option. He thought to himself with a grin, a guaranteed 3-point boost to strength. I'd be a fool to pass that up. The moment he chose, he felt power surging through his entire body. The system quickly updated the information on Sungwoo's status window. He clenched his fist, feeling the change. Sungwoo was stunned by how different it felt, just as another notification popped up. You have received 10 gold for killing a goblin. Then, you received another 8 gold, and then 10 more. Just like that, the three of them steadily wiped out the entire goblin mob. Seeing him approach, Jisoo turned and asked cheerfully, "You finished on your end? We only had 9 over here." "They're all taken care of," Jisoo reported, wiping her blade clean. Sungwoo nodded, satisfied, and gave Hanho an order. "Good work, Hanho. You're on dagger collecting duty." In no time, a whole backpack was filled. The skeleton soldiers worked tirelessly as well. Once they were done, he announced, "All right, from now on, we're ignoring the goblins." Hanho asked, confused. "But why?" Jisoo, however, caught on immediately. "You mean we're going after bigger prey, right?" Sungwoo quickly confirmed her suspicion. "Exactly. If you look at the bounty board, the most a goblin is worth is 10 gold. Meanwhile, a single orc is worth 80 gold. It's simple. Bigger monsters mean much bigger rewards." With that, the three of them and their legion of skeletons pushed forward. The streets remained eerily empty. It was just them. Hanho spoke up. "I don't really want to say it, but we kind of look like an army of the undead." Suddenly, he spotted a familiar shape in the distance and shouted, "Huh, is that a military convoy over there?" And just as he guessed, a line of military vehicles was parked up ahead. Their gear was scattered all across the ground. Sungwoo surveyed the wreckage. This place was a battlefield, wasn't it? Suddenly, a figure peeked out from behind a truck, startling Sungwoo for a second. A soldier stepped out with his weapon raised, cautiously asking, "Are you human?" His eyes were filled with fear as he saw what stood behind them. Sungwoo gave a reassuring smile. "We're human. We don't mean any harm." The soldier's face flooded with relief as he yelled to those inside, "Sergeant Kim, they're friendlies." A voice called back from inside, "Well, obviously. What did you think they were? Goblins." Sungwoo looked toward the truck as the soldier went inside. The voice spoke again, this time with some embarrassment. "My apologies. But as you can see, with my leg like this, I can't exactly get up to greet you," Sergeant Kim explained. Sungwoo guessed just by looking. "You were attacked by a goblin's dagger, weren't you?" Sergeant Kim didn't deny it and began his story. "They were like homicidal children, slowly assassinating our regiment. We managed to kill the goblins, but..." Sungwoo's face grew serious as he cut him off. "Killed them. What about your guns?" Sergeant Kim quickly answered his question. "The firearms are useless. There's no damage to them, but for some reason, nobody knows why. They just won't fire. So our soldiers had to use shovels and knives to kill them." At that moment, Hanho stepped forward, hesitantly speaking to Sungwoo. Sir, I..." From his bag, Hanho pulled out a red potion. The second Sergeant Kim saw it, he became agitated. "Wait, that thing. I saw another player with one. Can you spare a little?" Sungwoo cut him off. "I'm sorry, but you know as well as I do. In a situation like this, nothing comes for free." Sergeant Kim struggled to sit up, asking, "Then what about trading for information?" Sungwoo's interest was piqued. "Information? I'll tell you everything I've seen and heard." Sungwoo gave a silent nod. "You can start now." The sergeant began to recount his tale. "There's a pack of giant wolves, and their size is comparable to a bull. We couldn't even take down one of them, and they completely wiped out our battalion." He continued, "And the QR code. Have you ever seen a blue QR code?" Hearing this, Hanho and Jisoo exchanged curious glances. He said he saw one over there. "You can find it in the parking lot down this road and at the station's transit center, the subway. Scan it with your phones, and it will prompt you to install an app." As he spoke, he held up his own phone. The sergeant explained, "It's the only method of communication we can use right now. A virtual social network." Sungwoo realized this must be an application for the survivors. Model, he handed over the medicine. Sergeant Kim asked, "So, where are you guys headed next?" "We're leaving this place, returning to our base." Sungwoo glanced at the bodies of the fallen soldiers and asked bluntly, "You really think the base is any safer?" Sergeant Kim continued, "Ever since players appeared, the high-ranking officers took all the good weapons for themselves. They were forced to fight with melee weapons, but to someone like Sungwoo, this wasn't a problem." He gave a slight smile. "As for us, we still have places we need to be. The sergeant didn't try to keep them. Well then, I wish you all a safe journey." Sungwoo offered a kind warning. "You guys should keep an eye on the sky." The sergeant asked back, confused. "The sky?" Sungwoo said matter-of-factly, "Yeah, you know, flying lizards tend to pop up there." The sergeant and his squad went pale. "Thanks for the information." And with that, the two soldiers quickly drove away. Sungwoo's party watched them for a moment. Then, they continued on their own journey. 3 people and a horde of skeletons, wandering through the city streets. Soon enough, Sungwoo's group reached the place Sergeant Kim had told them about, the one with the green QR code. He turned to the others and said, "There's the QR code." He then took out his phone to download the app. Hanho asked suspiciously, "Hey, are you sure the thing doesn't have a virus?" Sungwoo sighed at the question. "So what if it does? It's not like our phones are useful for anything else these days." Everyone quickly followed his lead and downloaded it. A series of notifications appeared. Before using the app, they all clicked and followed the on-screen instructions. Just as Sungwoo guessed, this was an app made for survivors. He cursed under his breath, annoyed. What kind of bastard came up with this system? If you wanted to contact someone, you had to make a public post for all to see. The idea irritated Sungwoo. Jisoo, having read the instructions carefully, spoke up. "It says that every time you post, it costs 1,000 gold. Hanho was shocked. That means every single post is equivalent to killing 100 goblins. They immediately began searching to see if anyone had posted any information. The first post was from a group of level 8 players. The message was simple. They were looking for other survivors. They were holding a safe zone. And a comment below asked the poster for their exact address. The original poster replied, "Let's meet at the nearby apartment complex, since every reply costs a ton of gold." "We can't respond much more than this." Hanho immediately recognized the spot. The building was near his old house. Sungwoo turned and asked, "Should we go there?" He thought to himself, "They can spend 1,000 gold that easily. I just hit level 6, and they're already at level 8. Sungwoo suspected something was strange. But I'm also curious to meet these high-level players. And so, Sungwoo's party started moving towards their location. They headed for the so-called base. But they were unaware of a mysterious detail. Those comments from earlier, they were deleted by the poster just moments after. Another user noticed, asking, "I can't read the comments above. Why did they delete them? Was there important information in there?" The poster quickly replied, "Some idiot was just posting nonsense, so I deleted it. Don't worry, just come on over." Somewhere in a dark corner, the author of that post watched the feed, a deeply untrustworthy look on his face. A satisfied smile spread across his lips, revealing 2 sharp fangs. One look was all it took to know. This was not a good person. On the high-rise rooftops, a bright light flashed as another goblin with a dagger appeared. It charged forward aggressively. But before it could even bite its target, it was struck down in a single blow. A terrified man swung a baseball bat wildly, screaming, "Get away." A pack of goblins stared hungrily at their target. The man screamed in desperation, "Help me." The little girl behind him was crying in fear. He saw people watching from a building above. A flicker of hope ignited. Is anyone there? At least save the child. But the heartless people simply drew their curtains. They acted as if they saw nothing. The pack of goblins, like starving wolves with daggers, rushed toward the 2 of them. Suddenly, a dagger flew from out of nowhere, lodging itself in a goblin's head. The rest of the pack froze in fear. Skeleton soldiers. Luckily, Sungwoo's party was just passing by. His skeletons dealt with the goblins in an instant. The man clutched the little girl, keeping his guard up. Sungwoo approached him and spoke softly. "It's all right now. Would you allow me to escort you home?" After witnessing such human cruelty, Sungwoo's offer was a sudden moment of warmth. The man replied weakly, "My house is in that direction. We were running out of food, so we had to." Before he could finish his sentence, Sungwoo cut him off. "This probably isn't much, but please take it for now." He turned. "Hanho, over here." While Jisoo was busy finishing off the remaining goblins, the creatures scattered in terror before the party's overwhelming might. They fled, desperate to save their own lives. But could these 2 really let them escape? Hanho just laughed. "Look at those fools." Jisoo added, "They've run themselves right into a dead end." That's when Hanho noticed the sign and asked a question. "Hey, is that a dungeon? Should we head in and clear it out, too?" But an old man rushed over in a panic. "Wait, you shouldn't go in there." With sorrow in his voice, he began to explain, "That place. It used to be my dear friend's coffee shop. I've heard there's a creature inside far worse than those little green things." Hearing this, Sungwoo just smirked. "Something worse, you say? Thank you for the advice, sir." The system's voice echoed in his mind. "You have entered the Elder Smile's Holy Land dungeon." Sungwoo immediately shouted, "Run." Hanho and Jisoo had no idea what was happening, but they didn't hesitate to follow him. Even in this situation, Hanho couldn't resist a joke. "Hey, thanks for that run advice." Sungwoo snapped back, annoyed. "Shut your mouth and run, unless you want to bite your tongue off." After sprinting for a while, Hanho suddenly stopped him, shouting, "Up ahead." Sungwoo calmly reassured them, "Stay calm. These are just small fry goblins." But seeing the bodies of other humans lying all over the ground, everyone felt a chill of fear. The skeleton soldiers surged forward, slaughtering the creatures. The system announced another reward, but Hanho looked disgusted. "It stinks so bad. If it can melt solid steel, my skin wouldn't last 3 seconds. Sungwoo gave a wry smile. Luckily, This stuff doesn't affect bone, so the skeletons can still handle it. The skeleton soldiers swiftly advanced, wiping out every last goblin in their path. A viscous fluid sprayed from their bodies. Hana's face went pale as he looked behind them, trembling. Sungwoo, can you handle that thing? Just as he spoke, the system announced, the dungeon boss, Elder Smile, has appeared. In an instant, it continued, your skeleton soldier has returned to the eternal abyss. It was clear this thing wasn't just big. It was on a completely different level than those grunts. Watching his soldier crumble into a pile of dust, Sungwoo gritted his teeth, thinking, if it can't absorb them, does it just crush and destroy the bones? Their slimy bodies made the skeleton's attacks ineffective, but there was still a way to fight, without even touching them. The system chimed in, basic bone forging. No one knew what Sungwoo was planning next. He thought, I can mix the bones and bodies of the skeletons by forging them. It'll take some time, but the result won't dissolve, and it'll be highly effective. It's the only way. Meanwhile, Jisoo was fighting for her life against the giant, gelatinous monster. It was obvious she was struggling. Then, Jisoo quickly tossed a white skeleton toward him, shouting, Sungwoo, catch. He immediately began the basic bone forging process. In that moment, Sungwoo looked like a master craftsman. But of course, the goblins wouldn't just stand by and watch. One lunged at Sungwoo with incredible speed, spitting a glob of slime that sent both him and Hanho flying. Another skeleton soldier sacrificed itself, taking the hit for him. The creature swallowed the soldier, trying to digest it as the system announced. Your skeleton soldier has returned to the eternal abyss. Sungwoo smiled, satisfied. You just made a huge mistake. The thing you just tried to swallow is nothing less than a ticking time bomb. And just as Sungwoo predicted, the goblin exploded from the inside less than 10 minutes later. Seeing his chance, Sungwoo gave the order to his remaining soldiers. Now, finish it. Tear it to pieces until it can't regenerate. More of the strange liquid poured from its ruptured body. It seemed this was the creature's blood. The system instructed Sungwoo, fill the empty bottles with the liquid from its body. He commanded his skeletons to do as it said, and they worked enthusiastically. Before long, they had collected a considerable amount. Sungwoo thought to himself, this liquid is like a powerful acid. This will definitely be useful later. Suddenly, he noticed something else on the ground amidst the creature's remains. This is its core. A rare item. Inside this object was a massive amount of concentrated acid, capable of melting almost anything. While Sungwoo was busy observing his new prize, Hanho was staring at his phone and suddenly shouted, hey, look at this. He voiced his confusion. They're really dwarves. So why have most of the comments been deleted? Something shady is definitely going on here. Sungwoo took the phone and studied it carefully. Hanho continued, doesn't this seem weird to you? Sungwoo's mind raced. Who would just throw away 1,000 gold to help someone else so easily? But the truly suspicious part is, why would so many people spend 1,000 gold on malicious comments, only to have them deleted? Sungwoo's thoughts were a tangled mess. He cursed himself in frustration. Why can't I figure this out? Night fell, the moonlight illuminating the sky. In a dark corner of a tunnel, voices whispered as one of the figures began to speak. I don't get why they want us to capture monsters, he continued. If we kill a player, they give us 5,000 gold, plus another 1,000 for every level they have. The guy beside him laughed loudly. Yeah, hunting people is way easier. The other man smirked with a sinister grin. He chimed in, and it feels a hell of a lot better, too. He raised his hand, taking a long drag from a cigarette. Just then, another car pulled alongside them. The man inside called out, hey boss, who's the one we're really working for? The man sitting next to him seemed to be spiraling. He clutched his head as veins bulged on his limbs, looking absolutely ferocious. The underling cried out in alarm, boss. From the boss's trembling lips, a name escaped in a whisper, Professor. Red, the man beside him asked, you mean he's that mass murderer? The boss's terror only grew. He remembered that cold, sinister voice. Consider yourself lucky. In his memory, bodies were piled like mountains, and a sharp, skeletal hand, covered in blood, reached out. The boss, already wounded, was bleeding heavily. He scrambled backward in sheer terror, staring at the figure before him. He didn't dare utter another sound. Inside the boss's mind, his nerves were stretched to the breaking point. He shakily forced out a single word. Monster. Professor Red's voice echoed, it seems the end of the world is finally here, isn't it? As he spoke, he slowly stalked towards the boss. Before him stood a creature that was neither human nor demon. The creature spoke, I'm in need of more food. The scene cuts back to Sung Yu, as he calls out Hanho's name. Hanho quickly turned to answer. Yeah? What is it? Sung Yu asked with a grim expression. Are you prepared to kill someone? It was impossible to know what Sung Yu was planning. Meanwhile, at a convenience store, the glass door was smeared with bloodstains and desperate handprints. Something terrible had clearly happened inside. A system message appeared. The player has become a member of the Vampire Lord's clan. Your class has been changed to low-rank vampire. The new monster thought, how did everything end up like this? The victim spoke with a trembling, weak voice. Hey, mister, why did you turn into this? He had only come to the convenience store to steal some supplies, and he ran into a pack of street thugs. Before he could finish the thought, he was pleading in a faint voice, please, let me go. But the creature felt it hadn't drunk enough blood and flesh. In an instant, the air was filled with nothing but horrific, blood-curdling screams. The vampire-like figure quickly pinned the man down, frantically draining his blood. The vampire leader walked out with a satisfied smile. Well done. That's my boy. The new creature found the blood delicious. He hadn't completely lost his mind yet, but he couldn't resist the overwhelming thirst. The vampire leader spoke with smug satisfaction. Keep growing and become even stronger, my son. Meanwhile, the creature continued to feast on his meal. From the depths of his subconscious, it seemed someone was trying to call him boss. It turned out to be a nightmare. His subordinate asked with concern, hey boss, what's wrong? He stammered, it's nothing. What is it? The underling happily held up his phone, showing off his discovery. I wanted to report that our prey has arrived. He continued, this level 157 moron. The comments say he's in a party of 3. They're over at the park now. The boss grinned and slammed on the accelerator. Excellent. Let's move out. Time to collect our 17th blood bag. As he spoke, the car tore down the street. It was obvious he was starving for the hunt. The vampire boss thought to himself, the apartment complex is a large area, which makes it even easier to chase down our prey, and the people in their apartments will just ignore it, as if it's none of their business. He clearly knew this place inside and out. His thoughts continued. They have no idea they're the next sacrifice. Not after all the other prey has been taken care of. From a distance, his subordinate grinned and said, boss, there's our prey now. It seemed their target had finally appeared. It looked like Sun Yu's group. All 3 were walking down the street, clad in black cloaks. The moment he saw them from afar, the vampire boss began to lose control. His mind was screaming, blood. That's the unmistakable scent of fresh blood. Then, he ordered his underling to floor it. The driver immediately obeyed, slamming his foot on the gas. They rammed straight into the 3 cloaked figures. But strangely, it wasn't them. It was Sun Yu's skeleton soldiers. He had anticipated the danger, hiding nearby and observing from the shadows. The thugs in the car were stunned. The vampire boss recognized them instantly as skeleton soldiers and explained it to his men. A system notification rang out, basic bone forging. From a flash of light, bones erupted from the ground, growing rapidly and sending the vampire's car flying backward. The impact was brutal, throwing everyone inside the car. The vampire boss felt a sharp pain, gritting his teeth as he let out a furious growl. Suddenly, from outside, a powerful fist smashed through the car window, terrifying the vampire boss. Before he could even react, that same hand viciously grabbed him by the back of the neck and violently yanked him out of the vehicle. Slammed violently onto the ground, the man cursed through gritted teeth, completely confused by the sudden ambush. A voice then read the symbol from his private message, shocking the vampire. It was Sungwoo and his party. Sungwoo pointed his blade directly at him and asked, so it was you vampire bastards. Staring blankly at the sword tip aimed at his forehead, he was utterly speechless for a moment. Sungwoo thought to himself, he'd been suspicious from the very beginning. The deleted comments, who would waste 1,000 gold on a pointless troll post? Could this all be part of some twisted scheme? With a voice full of contempt, he said, I could tell just by looking at scum like you. Hannah whispered, so, lowlifes like this really exist. This world is terrifying. Sungwoo continued, I set a trap, but I never imagined you'd actually try to run us over with a car. The vampire had never been humiliated like this. His blood boiled with pure rage. You son of a bitch, do you know who I am? Before he could finish, Sungwoo launched a devastating kick straight to his face. The force of the blow was incredible, snapping the vampire's head back. His minions screamed in panic, boss, but the skeleton soldiers already had them pinned down, unable to move a muscle. With a face as grim as a reaper, Sungwoo asked, how many of you are there? Answer me honestly, or your head won't stay on your shoulders. Suddenly, he bared his fangs in a grotesque smile. My head? In a flash, he lunged forward wildly. Has a little brat like you ever actually killed anyone? Don't you dare talk down to him. Before the vampire could even react, an enraged Roy charged forward, swinging his axe with all his might. The vampire was still dazed as fresh blood sprayed into the air. His hand had been cleanly severed. He erupted in a furious, unending scream. Seeing his boss like this, his underling was petrified, looking like he was about to burst into tears. It was clear they all knew how terrifying their leader could be. Sungwoo's voice cut in, good work, Roy. In this world, I might not be cruel enough to kill, But my summons are a completely different story. The moment he finished speaking, the skeleton soldiers raised their axes, ready for battle. But the vampire didn't react, only hanging his head and screaming in agony. Sungwoo observed his strange behavior, thinking to himself, did the pain drive him completely insane? He then turned to another one of the goons and said, "What about you?" The man was frozen in fear, tears streaming down his face. Sungwoo continued, "I'll take your arm too. Or would you prefer your leg?" The man stammered, "I'll talk. There are 8 of us in total." The words had barely left his mouth when his own blood sprayed through the air. He had no time to react. The attacker was the vampire. He had closed the distance in an instant, delivering a fatal blow to his own teammate. Jisoo stared in shock. He's killing his own allies? Hano couldn't stand the gruesome sight, feeling a wave of nausea. That's just sick. The bone from his severed arm now jutted out like a sharpened blade. The vampire let out an aggressive growl. He looked down at his dead teammate, then lunged forward, biting and tearing at the corpse, drinking the blood like a starving animal. The vampire laughed with pure satisfaction. "This is it. This is what I needed. This power is magnificent." Sungwoo couldn't bear the horrific scene any longer, yelling in disgust. "You absolute maniac." Just then, a system notification appeared. Stamina has been restored by absorbing blood. Experience and strength have also increased. The vampire continued. "My original class was ninja, but ever since my master bit me, it changed to a low-rank vampire." He held up his arm, letting the fresh blood drip down, watching with pure fascination. When you become a vampire, your level gets locked at level 1, and you can't level up normally. But those limits disappear if you kill and drink human blood instead of monster blood. You'll receive experience. After drinking the blood, the vampire began to reveal his true form. The system announced that his strength, agility, and stamina were all continuing to rise. He had entered a berserk state, and his stats were increased by 20% for 10 hours. After this state ends, he'll be hit with a 50% penalty to all his current stats. Sungwoo was stunned after hearing the vampire's explanation. "So there's a class with an even worse drawback than mine?" He then shouted, "Everyone, get ready. One wrong move, and we're all dead." A murderous glint flashed in Sungwoo's eyes. His voice became as cold as a demon's. "Attack." As soon as they heard their master's command, the skeleton soldiers, led by Roy, charged madly towards the powered-up vampire. But he moved like a blur, darting through their ranks and landing devastating attacks. Everywhere he passed, skeletons were torn to shreds. Sungwoo watched in absolute horror, thinking, "He's too fast. Is he aiming for the shield?" The vampire's other hand, now armed with sharp claws, viciously tore into his skeleton's face. He continued his insane rampage, taking them down one after another. Sungwoo's skeleton soldiers crumbled one by one under the vampire's assault. His true target wasn't the undead, it was the humans. Spotting Sungwoo, the vampire grinned with sadistic glee. "There you are." Sungwoo froze, his mind blank and unable to react. But thankfully, Rai commanded the remaining skeleton soldiers, launching a coordinated attack against the monster. Meanwhile, the vampire closed the distance in a flash, his razor-sharp claws aimed straight for Sungwoo's throat. He knew Sungwoo was the commander. Faced with such overwhelming power, all Sungwoo could do was raise his shield and brace for impact. Suddenly, a figure struck the vampire from behind, protecting him. It was Jisoo. She lunged forward, her sword aimed at the vampire, but the attack seemed to do nothing at all. However, the impact was enough to draw the creature's full attention. He turned, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "I thought you were a kitten, but you're actually a lioness. In that case, I'll have a taste of your blood first." With those words, he spun towards Jisoo, his claws slashing violently at her sword. But from behind him, a murderous aura surged forward, forcing the vampire onto high alert. He twisted his body, barely dodging the attack. He was now surrounded, trapped between 2 attackers. Hanho let out a mocking laugh. "Don't forget about me." He then unleashed a chaotic flurry of daggers to distract the vampire, and the tactic proved surprisingly effective. Hanho had successfully enraged him. "You annoying fly," the vampire roared. He went berserk, charging straight for Hanho with terrifying speed. Sungwoo's friend cursed under his breath. "Damn, he's fast." Seeing his friend struggling, Rai instantly shot forward, using all its strength to push the vampire back. The skeleton knight was slightly faster, slipping behind the creature and bringing its weapon down in a vicious slash across the vampire's shoulder. At the same time, Sungwoo charged with his shield, gritting his teeth. "Take this." But the vampire met his attack head-on. A system notification appeared. "Your equipment has been destroyed." Sungwoo cursed out loud. "This piece of junk." He then taunted the monster, "You're slow as a turtle," before dashing away. The vampire was now completely consumed by fury. He bellowed, "Watch and learn what a real attack looks like, you pathetic weaklings." As he was busy charging Sungwoo, Jisoo seized the opportunity for a sneak attack from behind. but he dodged her blade with effortless grace. It was clear Jisoo had put everything she had into that strike. If it had landed, it would have been a fatal blow. The vampire laughed arrogantly. Too predictable. He then turned his assault on Jisoo. In that same instant, Rai surged forward to support its comrade. It swung its weapon, viciously severing the vampire's sharp-clawed arm. The monster shrieked in agony, clutching the bloody stump. "My arm! My blood!" Sungwoo immediately gave the order. All units, full-scale attack. At his command, everyone charged the wounded monster at once. But from the distance, the vampire's minions were rushing towards them at incredible speed. "Boss, we're here." Seeing his reinforcements, the vampire let out a satisfied laugh. Excellent. He no longer looked human at all. His own underlings were horrified by his current state. "Boss, your arm." While his guard was down, suddenly, someone struck his injured arm again, causing fresh blood to gush out. Jisoo had been waiting for the perfect moment to land a decisive blow. She knew she was no match for him in a direct fight. As she pulled her sword back, Rai lunged forward, continuing the assault. The team's coordination was flawless. The skeleton soldiers followed, bringing their axes down with immense force. Overwhelmed by the assault from all sides, the vampire was momentarily stunned. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It was clear the combined attack had dealt catastrophic damage. Sungwoo stood before him, his voice dripping with ice.
If you're so confident in your monster regeneration, why don't you try regenerating your head for me?
With his final words, he swung his blade with cold fury. A system alert popped up. You have killed a level 1 player and received 1,000 gold. A thought flashed through his mind. Gold. From a player. The horrifying truth of the situation finally dawned on him. Sungwoo spun towards the minions, his voice laced with rage. "So this is how you've been farming gold?" They stood frozen, unable to answer. But their silence was an admission of guilt. "You bastards," Sungwoo roared, stalking towards them. In that moment, Sungwoo was like a grim reaper stepping out of hell itself. His voice was deathly calm. "You're the level 8 group, aren't you?" Though he was almost certain, he wanted to hear them confirm it. Once they admitted it, his voice dropped lower. "Drop your weapons, or I'll send you to meet your maker." Faced with his crushing presence, they all threw their weapons to the ground in terror. The skeleton soldiers immediately destroyed their vehicle, cutting off any chance of escape. Under interrogation, one of the minions explained they worked for a boss. He stammered, "We don't even know who he is." "We got our orders from the boss," Sungwoo thought grimly, "but I never imagined he'd end up like this. I wonder, was the chairman the one who turned him into that monster? Is he even human anymore? And what exactly is his class?" Sungwoo guessed his power was at least 5-star. Either way, he now knew some insanely powerful being was roaming the city. Sungwoo turned his attention back to the thugs. "How many people have you killed?" One of them answered honestly, "About 20, maybe more." The moment he heard it, Sungwoo's eyes turned ice cold, his gaze burning with fury toward the murderers. His skeleton soldier understood instantly, raising its axe to execute them as the group panicked. "Please, spare us. We were just following orders." But how could he ever forgive killers like them? The skeleton soldier swiftly brought its axe down, and a system notification confirmed Sungwoo had gained a large amount of gold from the... Seeing his swift, decisive action, Jisoo and Hanho cried out in shock. "Hey, Sungwoo, what are you doing?" Without turning back, Sungwoo radiated an aura of pure rage. "If I don't kill them now, they'll just keep killing others. A leopard can't change its spots." Jisoo let out a long sigh. "You're right. I can't argue with that." As night fell, silence descended once more. Lights were still on inside the military headquarters, as soldiers buzzed about the victims' online comments. Before that vampire-like figure deleted the post, someone nearby had witnessed the event and spread the word. One soldier frowned in frustration. "Even if you join the army, survival is still a nightmare. I'm so done with this world." Another comment suddenly mentioned Sungwoo. The person wanted to meet him and his skeleton soldiers. The soldier wondered aloud. Skeleton soldiers? It turned out this was Sergeant Kim. He smiled to himself. Could it be that group? Just as I thought, they really are on another level. A teammate rushed in, urging Sergeant Kim to hurry and assemble, but he was completely absorbed in the comments. He quickly left his own comment, praising Sungwoo's group. Below his post were others from grateful survivors Sungwoo had saved. He told his teammate, "I'm checking up on our benefactor from the other day. I'm busy. Let's talk in a bit." Soon, the sun began to rise. In an abandoned high-rise, someone else was monitoring those same comments. Now that's some interesting information, he thought. He quickly stood up, pocketed his phone, and whispered to himself, "I can't believe there are still good people like him out there. Shall we begin?" As the thought finished, a portal ripped open before him. Blinding light poured in. Down below, the city streets were eerily empty, with cars overturned everywhere. The scene looked like a city of the dead. Hanho was in charge of monitoring the community board on his phone. He suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa, Sungwoo, there's a new post. The post was created by someone named Prosecutor Ion. It was a free-for-all discussion board where anyone could comment, with each post limited to 200 characters. And if you wanted to change your nickname, it would cost 100 gold. Hanho continued, "This is insane. This person spent 1,000 gold to open a post, just so everyone can comment for free." Jisoo quickly grabbed her phone to check out the comments herself. Most of them were just people looking for party members. Sungwoo glanced over. It was all information he basically already knew. Still, it was good to check regularly for any new intel. Hanho looked at him teasingly. "A lot of people are praising you for what you did a few days ago. It's all over that prosecutor's post." Sungwoo replied nonchalantly, "I couldn't care less." The sun began to set as evening approached. The group walked up to an apartment building, and Hanho spoke up. "Hanho is here." Sungwoo pointed ahead with a smile. "We're finally at your place." But Hanho was trembling with fear. Are my parents okay?" He was clearly desperate to see his family. He pointed upwards. "My apartment is up there." Sungwoo warned him. "Calm down. We have no idea what's inside yet." Hearing this, Hanho grew even more anxious. "I just hope nothing terrible has happened." Jisoo scanned the area. "There are a lot of bodies here." Hanho couldn't stop shaking as he clasped his hands together. "Please, please, please. I finally made it back." Soon, Hanho saw a long, clean slash mark across his front door. He screamed, "Mom! Dad! Open up, it's me, Hanho." At the sound of his voice, the door was thrown open. His parents rushed out, tears streaming down their faces. "Huh? Is it really you, Hanho?" They couldn't believe their eyes, overcome with joy. Later that night, inside Hanho's dilapidated apartment, the scene was bleak. He was about to eat a piece of food when he looked up in shock. "Dad, you didn't choose a class card at all?" He continued. "No, wait. Even with Mom nagging you, how is it that every time we play cards? So you just refuse to draw another card?" His dad sulked. "Because it wasn't a sure thing." Hanho's anger flared. "That's why you're always broke and losing everything." Sungwoo cut in, curious. "If I may ask, how did you two manage to fend off the orcs?" Hanho chimed in. "Right, I wanted to ask that too. The orcs wiped out almost everyone else in the building. So what did you do to stop them?" His father explained simply. "We used nasal spray." The statement left everyone completely stunned. His mom added, "Your dad sprayed it at them as we made our escape." The old man's face swelled with pride. Hanho nearly choked on his drink. "Are you serious?" Sungwoo was amazed. "I never would have thought you could fight orcs like that." Hanho's mother then said, "Thank you, you two, for bringing all this back. I'm sorry, we don't have much to offer. But please, have some tea." Jisoo immediately responded, "Oh, no, it's more than enough." Sungwoo stepped forward to accept the tray. "Thank you." Hanho puffed out his chest, boasting, "Hey Mom, I'm pretty strong myself, you know. I can take down those monsters with just a dagger." His mother's expression darkened as she fell silent. She then warned them, "The building's heating system is out, so it gets very cold at night. But the water is still running, so please, feel free to wash up." Darkness slowly crept over the city. In this ruined world, nightfall is what people fear most. And down below, near the building, a group of figures stared intently upwards. Their faces were hidden in the gloom, but sinister smiles stretched across their lips as they watched the single-lit window of Hanho's apartment. Inside, Jisoo finally finished her shower, stepping out while drying her hair. "I'm all done. Thank you again for lending me these pajamas." After so many days out on the dangerous roads, she finally felt clean and refreshed. Jisoo looked like a completely different person. Hanho's mother gasped, "Goodness, she must train incredibly hard." Hanho jumped in, "You have no idea. Jisoo is like 30 times stronger than me." After she was done, it was Sungwoo's turn next. With only one bathroom, they decided the ladies should go first. He let the warm water wash over him. It had been so long since he felt this relaxed, this clean. But more importantly, Hanho's family was safe. To be honest, he'd been just as worried as Hanho on the way here. Sungwoo felt a wave of relief. It was lucky the orc's senses were so dull. And if his parents hadn't had that spray, he couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenario. For Sungwoo, having a place like this to return to was a small miracle in this insane world. He turned his head and saw Hanho and his dad bickering without a care. A strange warmth filled his chest. After everyone had washed up and cleaned their clothes, they all began meticulously cleaning their weapons. Everyone had a task to do. Suddenly, Hanho broke the silence. "So, what's the plan?" "We can't stay here forever, right?" Sungwoo replied. "I'm going to keep moving forward." He continued, "Those orcs downstairs were just scouts. That means there's a much larger orc settlement somewhere in this area." Sungwoo thought to himself, "The problem is, I still don't have a destination in mind. I need to at least pick a direction." Suddenly, Hanho yelled, "Sungwoo, Look at this. Sungwoo sighed. Look at you, already absorbed in the community forums. No, it's not just gossip, Hanho insisted. The Yeongdangpo prosecutor posted a new comment. He made a whole new post. Look, apparently, he's established a new, safe shelter for survivors. But they're looking for a new leader, need more gold and fuel. And there's some kind of test to get in. Jisoo leaned in to look. Can we really trust this? Hanho offered his thoughts. They seemed like good people. But Sungwoo let out a cold scoff. So this is why they made that post yesterday. His question hung in the air, making the room feel heavy. They all nodded in unison. Sungwoo's mind raced. The shelter that prosecutor created is probably real. This world is basically a game now, complete with overpowered skills and special classes. However, he continued, yesterday, someone spent 1,000 gold just to open a private chat room for survivors. It's hard to believe that was an act of pure charity. Look closer at the other comments. Hanho and Jisoo immediately scanned the post again. Below the main announcement, there were tons of replies. Most were praising the prosecutor, thanking him for his help. But a few others were suspicious, questioning if he was really as benevolent as he seemed. Jisoo and Hanho could see the post was flooded with praise and comments full of gratitude. Sungwoo explained, they're trying to build trust. They're presenting themselves as saviors with a righteous leader. People will flock to them, and the shelter will start collecting gold and resources. Just like that, a new power structure is born. My guess is they're secretly hoarding gold and potions already. Hanho's jaw dropped in disbelief. It seems nothing comes for free, does it? Sungwoo was carefully calculating, though this was just his own assessment. Hanho's parents are here with us. That other location is too far, so it's not a viable option. Hanho spoke up. What about this place? But when he reread the post, some old man was looking for girls to join his love castle. The comments below were filled with criticism. His face darkened. Ah, never mind. Hanho kept desperately searching for their next destination. He quickly held up his phone screen and asked, is this place okay? The commenter was a section chief Gu. He said there was a fairly safe place in Suwon and that he was a 2-star clergyman. If they wanted to stay, there was a fee. Sungwoo thought to himself, I don't like the idea of paying for shelter, but at least it sounds secure. Regarding these safe zones, he asked Hanho, Suwon Hwasong isn't too far from here, right? Hanho quickly answered, if we take a bus, I'm guessing it would take about 20 minutes. Sungwoo held up the phone. Then our next destination is decided. Hanho was thrilled. Yes, I'll go tell my parents right now. With that, everyone began to pack. With everything arranged and ready for the road, Hanho's family was all set. Sungwoo turned to the two of them with a polite expression. I apologize for making you move like this. Hanho's father smiled warmly. Don't worry about it. After all, you brought Hanho home safely, so we know we can trust you. Hanho's mother added, besides, it isn't safe here.
There aren't just monsters out there. There are gangs of thieves, too. Sungwoo was surprised to hear this.
Gangs of thieves? The older man continued, I think they're just a bunch of street punks. They roam all over the place, bullying people and stealing all their possessions. Sungwoo scratched his head, thinking, I can't believe we have to deal with wannabe gangsters out here. The moment he finished speaking, they heard the roar of motorcycles approaching. They were yelling and screaming, speeding right towards Sungwoo's group. A girl on the back of one bike shot them a nasty glare, her voice dripping with venom. Hey, old man. Hearing this, Hanho froze. To be fair, Sungwoo did look a bit old. Jisoo covered her mouth, her whole body shaking as she tried to stifle her laughter. One of the thugs arrogantly shouted, we own this road, so hand over anything good you've got as a toll fee. Or do you want to be crying while you do it? Sungwoo just mumbled, well. Behind him, his army of skeletons stared down the pathetic gang. Their glowing blue eyes looked like reapers of death waiting to claim a soul. Before the leader could finish his threat, another thug screamed, what the hell is that? The whole group panicked at the sight of those glowing blue eyes. They shouted at each other as they frantically revved their engines. Let's get out of here. Go, you idiots, go. The gangsters fled as if they were running from the devil himself. They didn't even dare to look back. Jisoo and Hanho were shocked. Huh? What's gotten into them? Even Sungwoo was surprised and turned to look behind him. A voice rang out, be careful. Something is approaching from a distance. Paws like a dog's, but with razor-sharp claws, came charging forward. Cars on the street were tossed aside like toys. It seemed they had run into some kind of enormous beast. Sungwoo gritted his teeth, on high alert. They are. Though they couldn't get a clear look, everyone quickly drew their weapons. It was a pack of direwolves, and they were looking at Sungwoo's group like a fresh meal. They slowly closed in, and he observed that they hadn't attacked immediately. Could it be that they have the same pack instincts as normal wolves? Guessing this was the case, Sungwoo told everyone to fall back. He knew that fighting them in close quarters would be incredibly dangerous. with those teeth and razor-sharp claws that could tear the whole team to shreds. Their bodies were built horizontally, while a person's is vertical. If anyone got knocked down, there would be no getting back up. In that moment, your life would surely belong to them. Sungwoo silently calculated every possible move. Hanho trembled. "Hayoung, is it safe to hold our ground here?" Sungwoo's answer was blunt. "No," he said. "If I were them, I would completely flatten this place." Hanho panicked. "Then what are we supposed to do?" Just as they finished speaking, one of the massive wolves couldn't hold back any longer. It let out a deafening roar and lunged forward. As expected of a dire wolf, its power was on a completely different level from a normal wolf. It charged ferociously, slamming into the door with immense force. Suddenly, a glass bottle flew out of nowhere, smashing directly into the wolf's head. It shattered on impact, and a green liquid splashed out from inside. Hanho's jaw dropped in shock. "You're using that?" Sungwoo simply grunted. He explained, "This is the mucus from those slimes." The moment it hit, the substance flared. The wolf began to howl in a panic. Sungwoo then glanced at his skeleton soldiers and issued a command. "It's your turn. Throw everything." The skeletons instantly obeyed his order. Dozens of razor-sharp spears were launched with deadly accuracy toward the wolf pack. Sungwoo thought, to defeat these four-legged beasts, a ranged attack is still the best strategy. In an instant, only one of them remained. This must be the pack leader. And it's still standing. Watching its brethren fall one by one, it charged forward in a blind rage. But Sungwoo was ready, barking a command to his skeletal legion. "All of you, advance." At his word, the bone soldiers surged towards the massive wolf. In a flash, the beast lunged, its powerful jaws snapping shut and crushing a skeleton's arm, chewing furiously. Suddenly, a strange mucus oozed from the shattered bones, and the moment it made contact with the wolf, the substance began to work its magic. As the beast recoiled in confusion, Sungwoo smirked. "I guess no one ever taught you not to take things from strangers, huh? I secretly packed that skeleton's arm with slime fluid, just for you." The wolf's mouth began to burn and sizzle as if scalded. Roy gave it no time to recover, soaring straight for the beast with his sword drawn. With one clean, decisive strike, he plunged his blade straight through its skull. A system notification appeared. "You have acquired 240 gold for defeating a wild wolf." With that, Roy swiftly withdrew. And just like that, another wolf had fallen. Meanwhile, his skeleton soldiers were busy finishing off the last one. The final wolf, having witnessed what just happened, became more cautious, but it was too late. 1,000 sharp daggers of bone pierced through its belly. The system chimed again. Sungwoo had earned another 240 gold. By defeating the wolf, he had leveled up to level 7. One after another, the entire pack was annihilated. This unexpected hunt left Sungwoo with a hefty sum of gold. Jisoo, seeing that he had wiped out the pack single-handedly, sighed in disappointment. "I was no help at all again." Sungwoo consoled her. "No, this time, the strategy just wasn't suited for you." But he thought to himself, for someone with her class, this must feel like a disgrace. Still, it's better to let her focus on her physical strength. She's much more talented in that area anyway. Before the adrenaline from the battle could even fade, Sungwoo glanced over at Hanho. The kid was cheerfully introducing Roy and the skeletons to his parents. Sungwoo deadpanned, "Does this guy ever get serious?" A new system message appeared. "The corpse has rejected your summons. Your level is too low to resurrect a large-scale monster." Sungwoo sighed in disappointment. "Still can't summon it." "Huh?" He then turned to the others. "We need to get out of here. Fast. I'm sure there are more of them nearby." But in another part of the city, a roar echoed from a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Flying dragons, wyverns, they were closing in on a military helicopter. They moved with terrifying speed. A man inside the chopper screamed in panic, "Hey, can't this thing go any faster? At this rate, they're going to catch us." The pilot replied helplessly, "This is maximum speed, sir." The man exploded in a rage, cursing loudly. "Sergeant Kim, that damn bastard. He should have reported monsters like these existed sooner." The pilot thought to himself, wait, wasn't he the one who refused to accept the sergeant's report in the first place? It seemed this man was a rival of the Iron faction. He wanted the military to seize control of the situation, but these monsters were his biggest obstacle. A system alert flashed. "Boss, Area Wyvern Matriarch has appeared." The lead dragon had already caught up to them, digging its massive claws deep into the helicopter's side. It was doubtful anyone inside would survive. Against such a ferocious beast, the chopper stood no chance. Parts began to shear off one by one. Moments later, the helicopter exploded mid-air, sending a deafening boom across the sky. The wyverns had become the new rulers of this territory. They swarmed into the city, some with different, even more terrifying shapes. They began to destroy everything in their path. From inside a nearby building, Sungwoo and his group watched. Taking in the entire horrifying scene, he gasped. A military helicopter. Hanho trembled beside him. I knew it could get bad, but I never imagined the wyverns would be this destructive. Atop the very skyscraper where they had taken shelter, the dragons were now sleeping peacefully. Hanho's father spoke up. I've seen them sleeping up there before. His mother added, what are we supposed to do now? The safe zone is right in front of us. Sungwoo turned to them. We can't risk it. The best we can do is wait for them to leave. We'll set up camp here for now. Night fell. The dragons were still sound asleep on the rooftop, showing no signs of moving. Inside, Hanho's parents had managed to fall asleep as well, but no one else could even close their eyes. Suddenly, Sungwoo felt a strange sensation and sat bolt upright. A system window materialized. Which occupation will help you survive in this apocalyptic world? Please make your choice. Hanho urged his parents, telling them to pick the cards with the most stars. His father scoffed. I've been playing cards for nearly 20 years. I'm not about to make such a rookie mistake. The system announced its presence. A new prompt appeared. Please select a card that synergizes with your current class. The message took Sungwoo by surprise. And then, the system announced they had only 15 seconds left to choose. Sungwoo's mind raced. A synergy card? Does that mean it's related to my necromancer class? But as soon as he had that thought, one of the cards floating before him suddenly vanished. Sungwoo blinked, realizing what had happened. Looks like someone else grabbed it first. So these card sets were shared among multiple people. He understood now. It was a race against time. Meanwhile, Hanho was chanting like a madman. The more stars, the better. The more stars, the better. He tried to calm himself down. Okay, deep breaths. If it's about synergy, the highest star count might not be the best choice. He needed to pick a card that would perfectly complement his necromancer abilities. As that thought solidified, his hand shot out and snatched a card from the air. This one. A system notification chimed. You have selected the synergy card, the Coven. The card is now fusing with your current class. A new skill is being generated. It was a powerful aura. A buff for his allies and a debuff for his enemies. Sungwoo whispered its name, Necro Aura. An aura that strengthens my side while weakening the enemy. Perfect. Across from him, Hanho was tearing his hair out. I'm so screwed. Tears welled up in his eyes. The 4-star card I wanted got snatched. All I could get was this 1-star priest card. Sungwoo cursed under his breath. Damn it. Hanho was still panicking. The skill I got creates a protective shield for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. But I'm a ranged fighter. His father quickly came over. Hey, Hanho, is this card I got any good? Though his eyes were wet with tears, Hanho looked over. Yes, what is it? Son, I'm dying inside. His father had drawn a class that could create a safe zone. The engineer card. Hearing this, Sungwoo's face lit up with excitement. He couldn't help but let out a cheer. With that, we don't need to move to the Suwon, Washington area anymore. The sky began to lighten. The area where they had decided to rest was completely deserted. For now, this was probably the safest place they could find. Hanho's father was still excitedly studying his new skill. Son, have you seen these abilities? Did you see this? I should have learned this stuff sooner. Then those two would have died by my hand. Hanho turned to his mother. What card did you get? She replied, I'm a chef. He was stunned. Shouldn't you have picked something to help you fight? His parents suddenly burst into tears, hugging each other. You want your old parents to charge into battle? Heavens above, look at the son we spent 20 years raising. Sungwoo turned to Jisoo and asked, what card did you choose? Jisoo replied, I chose the 3-star assassin class. My skill is heightened senses, a passive ability that amplifies all my senses in critical situations. Sungwoo stroked his chin, thinking, heightened senses, ha. Jisoo analyzed him internally. He's powerful. He knows how to effectively use others, and his ability to clearly assess any situation is crucial for survival. No matter how hard she tried, she knew she could never be like him. All this time, Jisoo had been trying to catch up to Sungwoo. She wanted to be strong, too. If I can't be like him, then I'll find my own path. My body, my mind. I have to become stronger. Sungwoo then spoke up again. Sir, could you explain the skills of the pioneer class? Hanho's father replied immediately. Of course. Give me a moment, and I'll give you all the details. The pioneer can create a safe zone, which blocks attacks from monsters. The effective area is limited to 200 square meters, with a height of 10 meters. The safe zone is protected by a shield, but it can still be destroyed by an overwhelmingly powerful attack. Sungwoo calculated the risks. It'll be difficult for us to create and maintain a safe zone right now. Gathering everyone into one large group just to collect gold isn't a wise choice either. After thinking it through, he announced, we'll only use that skill when it's absolutely necessary. After all, we still need to find a suitable place to even establish the zone first. Hanho's father asked, really? Hanho was shocked. Senior? So we're not going to the safe zone in Suwon Haseong anymore. Sungwoo turned his head to the side. There's no need. He looked up at the sky. Besides, any large group has a leader you have to follow. Dealing with them would just be a headache. His eyes were fixed on the dragon high above. It was starting to move. After sleeping for so long, it was finally rebooting. The colossal dragon in the upper atmosphere was now fully awake. It began to spread its wings, preparing for flight. Sung-woo turned to give Han-ho a warning. Check if any shops are still open around here. Sung-woo quickly agreed, scrolling through his phone. He had one thing on his mind. He needed gold to level up. We have no idea when we'll run into another creature like that, Wyvern. Han-ho scratched his head in confusion. I can't find anything nearby. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a violent tremor, as if an earthquake was ripping through the world outside. A group of people on motorcycles sped past, shouting, "The Wyvern's gone. Hurry up." Han-ho recognized them instantly and gasped, "Ah, aren't those the kids from yesterday? Go ask them." An idea sparked in Sung-woo's mind. Didn't they steal gold from other people? If so, they must know where a shop is, a place to spend their stolen fortune. In fact, there was a huge supermarket nearby, but it seems Sung-woo's group hadn't noticed it. Tae-sung cursed under his breath, "Damn it. We went through a hell of a night because of that Wyvern. How long were we even in that butcher shop?" Young-shik chimed in cheerfully, "Hey, at least we got to eat some meat because of it." Young-shik then asked Tae-sung, "Think you can spin the silver roulette this time?" He replied lazily, "I need to collect a bit more first." Tae-sung continued, "Last time, I got that crappy survival kit, so I'm hoping to get something useful this time." He then shouted, "Hey guys, we're back. You all probably thought we were dead, didn't you?" But from inside, there was only silence. He was surprised. "Why is it so quiet?" One of his men called his name, his voice trembling with fear, but Tae-sung quickly silenced him. "Quiet." The group began to move with cautious, stealthy steps. After all, in this chaotic new world, they instinctively knew what to do in moments like these. He reached down, his hand slowly moving to push the door open. They had to know what was waiting inside. A moment later, the group outside gasped. What the hell? Everyone was gathered here. Tae-sung's mind raced with confusion, but he forced a smile onto his face. "What's with this atmosphere? Where's Yujin?" Min-sik began to explain, shaking with terror. He came. He said we didn't collect enough money. So Yujin. Tae-sung rushed towards them frantically. "Damn it, what happened to Yujin?" Nearby, the person named Yujin screamed, "Shut up." Tae-sung was stunned. "Are you okay?" The moment that person removed their mask, a wave of horror washed over Tae-sung. He yelled, "What happened to you?" It looked like she'd been turned into a vampire. "Be quiet. Don't say another word. I can smell the scent of human flesh. Every time I smell it, the craving takes over." Someone was sitting with their feet crossed on a table, looking down at the two of them before cursing loudly.
So that bitch does have a weak side for us to exploit. Just like your so-called leader, Gusiak.
He remembered how he killed the man, laughing as he stood over the corpse. "Why'd you have to die like that? You bastard." Tae-sung seethed with rage. "That punk? How dare he attack us?" The man on the table continued, "Well then, I guess Sujin is next on the chopping block." He slowly rose to his feet. "I told you. If you resist the bloodlust, you're the only one who suffers. You need to drink a certain amount to stay sane. Don't you brats understand what I'm saying?" Tae-sung yelled back. "A certain amount? Do you have any idea how many people Guzio killed?" Hearing his outburst, the mysterious masked man just laughed. "You dare talk back to me?" His voice turned threatening. "The leader is watching you. How long do you think you'll survive if you don't listen to us?" Tae-sung glanced at Yujin, his face pale with fear. "Then just leave us alone, and we'll get you what you need." But the man shot up and closed the distance to Tae-sung in an instant. "Wrong. You have to die." He snarled, his face inches from the boys. "Disobey me, and I will kill you. All of you." In the end, Tae-sung was just a kid facing the terrifying threat of a vampire. He couldn't stop his legs from shaking. Rot continued, "Get me 10,000 gold in 2 days. If you don't, your neck is next. You know you can't run, right?" But suddenly, from the doorway, a shout echoed, making Rot turn around, intrigued. The voice rang out again, "Who the hell are you people? Let me go." It was Sung-woo. "Shouldn't you be treating us like valued customers? This shop's service is seriously lacking." The man looked surprised. "A customer? All right then, customer. What is it that you want?" Sung-woo raised his sword, pointing it directly at him. "Everything." Rot was confused. "What?" Sung-woo repeated his answer. His voice was crystal clear. "Give me everything you have. You're not afraid of losing to us, are you?" The vampire let out a wicked grin. "You're no customer. You're just a madman." Tae-sung thought to himself, "Damn it. A bloodbath is about to begin." He watched as the vampire smiled, revealing those familiar, sharp fangs. Sung-woo instantly recognized those fangs. He confronted him directly. It was you, wasn't it? You're the gang leader from the apartments. Being exposed so suddenly, the man flinched. Rose channeled raw energy into his razor-sharp claws. With a ferocious roar, he lunged straight for Sungwoo. Did you kill all those people? But before he could even touch Sungwoo, Rose was instantly swarmed by the main character's skeleton legion. His clawed hand was caught in an iron grip by a bony warrior. Held fast, he couldn't move an inch. Rose roared in disbelief. What the hell are these things? Nearby, Tae-sung was so terrified he collapsed. Skeletons? Sungwoo stepped closer to the vampire, his voice cold as ice. You're responsible for this, aren't you? The vampire didn't answer. Fury burned in his eyes as he spat. You damn bastard. He gritted his teeth in rage. But before he could make a move, a spray of fresh blood erupted, splashing across Tae-sung's face. All he could hear was the vampire's agonizing scream. Sungwoo had ruthlessly plunged his blade into Rose. Time to feed my boneheads. The skeleton soldiers hoisted Rose into the air. His blood dripped to the ground below as his body began to tremble. Sungwoo swung his sword in another brutal arc. The vampire let out a guttural, pain-filled shriek. Sungwoo's voice was chilling. Don't move, or I'll take your head. The skeleton tightened its grip, drawing another agonizing groan from its prisoner. Sungwoo pressed him again, his tone relentless. Are you the vampire, Rose? Even with the blade at his throat. He stubbornly refused to talk, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Then, the vampire unleashed a powerful swing of his arm, the skeleton soldier holding him shattered into pieces. Sungwoo's blade plunged straight through his neck. Just then, Rose brutally snapped the sword with his bare hands. A system notification appeared. Item has been destroyed. He then charged at Sungwoo like a madman, his eyes burned with rage and bloodlust. Sungwoo raised his arms to defend himself. But suddenly, from behind, something shot past, intercepting Rose's attack. It happened so fast, the vampire had no time to react. Daggers buried themselves deep in his body. Hanho appeared with a cheerful grin. I believe you were told not to move. Our dear senior Sungwoo said so, didn't he? Jisoo moved in a flash, her sword slicing clean through the vampire's arm. He howled in agony, but just like the other vampire, a new arm began to sprout from the wound. This one, however, was a sharp, deadly blade. But something was wrong. The new limb suddenly burst into flames. A system window appeared. Effect of blazing whetstone activated. Regeneration is now restricted by the burn effect. Jisoo's sword blazed like a torch. She swung the fiery weapon from behind, but Rose sensed the attack instantly. He managed to dodge the fatal blow just in time. Then he countered, launching a powerful strike of his own at her. But Jisoo was no easy opponent. She swiftly ducked under the attack. In the same fluid motion, she expertly maneuvered her blade. The bladed arm was severed once again. The vampire's fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Now, he was truly enraged. He let out a furious, deafening roar. He thrust his remaining clawed hand toward Jisoo. Neither of them was willing to give an inch. They exchanged blow after blow, locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Rose grabbed Jisoo's blade. The move caught her completely off guard, but for some reason, Rose's body froze, unable to strike her. A system window popped up. Effect, Elite Sense activated. She thought, I can feel it. So this is the power of Elite Sense. Out of nowhere, another devastating blow landed on Rose from behind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Another system message appeared. Killing intent has granted all disciples a slow effect. Enemies under contract with a disciple will enter a weakened state. Jisoo realized, if this were a normal fight, the vampire's raw power would have crushed me, but I'm still standing. This skill is priceless. The system chimed again. Rose has entered a weakened state. Select 10-hit combo attack. Rose quickly crumbled under the pressure. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, as if his life was fading away. Fear finally took hold of him. He screamed, Stop. What do you want? A smirk played on Sungwoo's lips. So, you're ready to talk now? But the vampire was scheming. This guy is just a necromancer, he thought. I can finish him in a single blow. He has no physical skills of his own. A cruel smile formed on his lips. I'll pretend to negotiate to close the distance. Then I can kill him instantly. Well, then? But before he could finish his scheme, a skeleton soldier slammed a powerful fist right into Rose's gut. It was followed by a relentless barrage of attacks, raining down upon the helpless vampire. He never expected that, letting out a helpless cry. But Sungwoo continued. For monsters in human skin like you, this is the proper way to talk. He was like a demon, straight from the abyss. If this isn't enough, just say the word. I have plenty more pain to give. Hiding in a corner, Tae-sung watched everything unfold, his eyes fixed on Sungwoo in absolute terror. He'd faced that terrifying creature before, who had only mocked him. But now, the kid was finally showing true fear. Who in the world are you people? Ronaldo coughed up a spray of blood, but still managed a twisted smile. Don't think tying me up like this means you've won. The day our commander's plan is complete, pathetic grunts like you. All of you will die. His appearance was even more grotesque than before, but Sung Yu knew he couldn't get any information out of this cunning vampire. His face darkened as he gave the order, Jisoo, finish him. Receiving the command from Sung Yu, and hearing she could finally kill this vile creature, she swung her sword with vicious resolve, decisively taking Rose's life. A reward of 322 gold appeared for the kill. The terrifying vampire had finally fallen right in front of Taesung. He stared at the scene before him, letting out a horrified shriek. Suddenly, Taesung screamed out, "Please, spare us. We had nothing to do with them." It seemed Sung Yu's words had finally broken through his terror. He gritted his teeth and asked with forced politeness, "Yes. How can you possibly let us go? Didn't I say it from the very beginning? Hand over everything you looted, every last item." And just like that, dawn began to break. At the supermarket, the morning light felt much warmer than the dreadful night. All the gold from Taesung's group was transferred to Sung Yu's party. Hanho complained, "This is less than I thought." Sung Yu just laughed. "Come on, kid. You still ranked third." Jisoo glanced toward the vampire's corpse, now covered with a white sheet. "That boss." Sung Yu spoke up. "I don't know who they are, but it's clear they're preparing for war. Their power is growing at an alarming rate, and from what I can tell, they operate like a system of their own." Jisoo was amazed. "Sung Yu, you adapt so fast. How could anyone do something like this?" Sung Yu replied, "Instead of adapting, have you considered that they might have originated from this world? Aside from their commander, the rest of them all have the ability to create more vampires. Other species might have limits, but vampires don't. They spread as quickly as a virus." He thought to himself that they couldn't just ignore these creatures. After all, it took their entire group's strength just to kill one. What would happen if a horde of them attacked all at once? The news of this defeat would surely reach their leaders soon, which means one day we're bound to face each other. Sung Yu felt they needed to prepare immediately. They had to get stronger, and fast. Deep in thought, he turned to Taesung. "I heard there's a shop around here." Taesung broke out in a cold sweat, whispering to his allies, "Drop the attitude. Just do what he says." The kid had witnessed everything. His fear of Sung Yu had now turned into profound respect. "I'll lead the way. This way." Suddenly, a system notification chimed. What will happen to the one who does not choose a card, even during this second round of player selection? Panic rippled through the group. Hanho asked, "What was that? Senior, did you see it?" Sung Yu was startled. A red window. The announcement sent a chill down Sung Yu's spine. What would happen if a player refused to choose a card? Suddenly, Min-sik clutched his head and screamed in agony. Taesung called his name, worried. He rushed over, grabbing him and yelling, "Min-sik, don't you dare tell me you didn't choose anything." The boy only stammered, unable to speak. Min-sik screamed, "I didn't have a good feeling about this. I don't trust any of these stupid systems." Taesung snapped in frustration. "You have no idea what's about to happen, do you?" But the kid stubbornly argued back, "So what? I'm not the only one who didn't choose. They didn't either." The system's voice boomed again. The answer is as follows. If an individual has yet to awaken, after being given 2 opportunities and refusing to become a player, you will now be granted the chance to become a monster. As soon as the announcement ended, Min-sik's body began to twist and contort into something grotesque, neither human nor demon. Taesung screamed, "Everyone, run!" A dreadful certainty hit Sung Yu. So that warning, there's no doubt about it now. We can't win if he finishes the transformation. But Sung Yu knew the process wouldn't be instantaneous. This meant that while they were transforming, there was a window of opportunity to escape. But instead, he shouted, "Everyone, attack now." Jisoo was stunned. Roy, however, reacted instantly and charged toward the people who were turning into monsters. Sung Yu gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry, but there's no other way." He had to kill these people now that they had lost all consciousness. Roy and his skeleton soldiers were already fighting with everything they had. This new group of monsters was much larger than anyone had imagined. As Sung Yu watched how they fought, he was completely shocked. With a body that tough, how could its counterattack be so clumsy? Meanwhile, Roy and the skeleton soldiers were still ferociously wiping out the enemy. "You've received 3,000 gold for hunting 2 werewolves and have leveled up to level 8. The notification left Sung Woo stunned. He was in disbelief. Just one of them was worth 3,000 gold. He was shocked because even a dire wolf was only worth 240 gold. How on earth did those kids transform into such high-class monsters? That was a close call. Sung Woo then selected the random stat upgrade card. His agility increased by 3 points. Sung Woo let out a sigh of relief. "Just a random pick, and I got this lucky." Jisoo replied, "Your power is controlling the dead, so I think this upgrade is a perfect fit." Hanho stood there with his jaw dropped. But are we really going to face more enemies like those kids from now on? It feels like the difficulty level just suddenly skyrocketed. Sungwoo said calmly, "There is a way." An idea formed in his mind. "We'll have to fight alongside our new family members." He turned. "Until now, I've held back from joining my skeletons in battle, because doing so would leave a terrible impression on other survivors. But the situation has changed. People who failed to choose a class have started to appear. Within a group, it's inevitable that it won't just be individuals, but entire squads turning into monsters." He calculated silently. "If we're about to face threats like that..." Before he could finish his thought, a new system message appeared. "The dead shall become your disciples. Accept the enhancement." Sungwoo's thoughts raced. "Even though this looks a lot more monstrous, I can't afford to care about what others think anymore." Looking at his new disciple, Sungwoo couldn't help but shout, "Awesome! With this, we can even take on a vampire one-on-one." When Tung saw what had become of his friend, he cried out in horror, "Minnick!" But Sungwoo didn't lose focus, asking Tung a critical question. "What about the shop?" the boy stammered. "That I couldn't tell you before. But the shop is a used car dealership. But the manager there, he's incredibly dangerous. We were lucky to only lose our gold. The others, they were forced to obey his every command and were even offered up as sacrifices." Hearing this only fueled Sungwoo's resolve. "Take me there." The group and their skeleton soldiers moved out immediately, led by the two newly enhanced disciples. Sungwoo scanned his surroundings. "We've been moving stealthily, but the atmosphere here feels wrong. There aren't even any guards on watch." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the dead of night, echoing from a distance and breaking the heavy silence. Sungwoo immediately signaled for everyone to halt. "Look over there." A massive bear was locked in combat with a vampire. The vampire snarled in frustration. This stupid bear. But the beast seemed to have lost all control, lunging again and again, trying to tear the vampire apart. The vampire was struggling just to dodge the attacks. Sungwoo thought to himself, "I see. That bear must be one of the kidnapped people. It was captured, couldn't choose a class, and ended up transforming into a monster." He observed, "When you think about it, they're being killed by the very people they captured. They're reaping what they've sown." Finally, the vampire snapped, screaming as he charged forward, "You damned beast! You're just prey. How dare you act so recklessly?" But the bear let out a furious roar like a crazed monster, shattering its chains with a powerful swing of its arms, and viciously charged the vampire. Blood sprayed from both of them. It was unclear what Sungwoo was planning as he watched the two tear each other apart. "Wait a second. This is the moment. If I time this perfectly, I can take out two targets with a single shot." He sought his chance to eliminate both obstacles at once. At that same instant, both the black bear and the vampire let out a final war cry. It seemed both had committed to a battle to the death. The vampire lunged forward, roaring, "Die, you damn monster." The black bear also charged with blinding speed, but suddenly, the vampire flinched. Something green was flying straight for him. The scene shifts. Hanho's parents have been moved to a separate, safer route. Two skeleton soldiers stood beside them, watching vigilantly, protecting them. The father worried. Haven't Hanho and his senior been gone for a long time? His mother was also anxious. But is this really okay? Finally, the father couldn't hold it in any longer. "If you just think about what those kids did, you'll see this is for the best. They killed those other guys, after all." But she couldn't shake the worry from her heart. "But they're still so young. It would be best if they could resolve this peacefully." Roy and Sungwoo's skeletons swiftly entered the fray, attacking both the black bear and the vampire. The chain that once bound the black bear whipped violently through the air, flying straight towards the vampire. The heavy chain smashed directly into his eye, causing the man to scream in agony. The black bear had successfully brought down the vampire. Model. It unleashed a devastating swing, sending the creature flying, but the chains were forged from some impossible material, refusing to break. Even with the black bear's monstrous strength, it couldn't escape its bonds. Sungwoo watched, his gaze sharpening. Chains, so it was captured. Seeing the piles of corpses, Sungwoo put the pieces together. It seemed this single beast had slaughtered all of those vampires by itself, but then it identified the werewolf disciples as a greater threat, shifting its focus from the vampires. The black bear charged, grabbing a werewolf in its crushing grip and letting out a primal roar. Sungwoo's face darkened at the sight. A chill ran down his spine. "Oh no, I was wrong. Unlike bears, wolves understand how to hunt in a pack." He thought the werewolf disciples would be overwhelmed, but no, they quickly gained the upper hand. Sungwoo shouted encouragement. "I will make it your new ally. Advance." The werewolf disciples wasted no time in taking down the black bear. The system's voice echoed. "You have acquired 3,500 gold from the bear fiend hunt." The massive beast collapsed in an instant. It had finally drawn its last breath, while Sungwoo simply stood there, without breaking a sweat. Sungwoo turned to his skeleton soldiers. We must eliminate that creature and make it your new servant. The system announced. You have controlled the dead. Sung Woo thought to himself, it's huge. Isn't the size of this summon supposed to be limited to medium? Suddenly, she screamed, Sunbae, this bus. It's one of our school's shuttles. I think this is the one Ji Ong-soo was driving. Jisoo knew with a single glance. Look, Ji Ong-soo took this bus. Sung Woo added his own thoughts. It seems he was attacked by a vampire. He remembered Ji Ong-soo's promise. I'll get everyone to the camp, I swear. With that many people, the number of enemies would have skyrocketed. Charging him blindly would have been a suicide mission. Sung Woo asked Tae-sung, so where's the store? He immediately pointed. Yes, this way. Then, without warning, a strange reaction took hold of Yujin. Her fingernails shot out like claws as another transformation began. Tae-sung desperately called out her name, Yujin, but it was as if someone else was now piloting her body. A wicked smile spread across her face. So that's this girl's name. Don't you worry about her. Because to me, every child is precious. The entity continued. But I'm very curious about the one who killed my little children. Let's see. This guy sounds like a real monster. Sung Woo analyzed the situation. The girl's body has been possessed. Is death this close? He then spoke up. I thought a lord would be a man of few words, but you seem to be quite the opposite. For Sung Woo, a skill like that would be incredibly draining. The creature gloated. Must I explain everything over and over for you deaf fools? Perhaps that's why they call me the professor. He then turned away. Let's see how you handle this. I only do what brings me joy. His voice then dripped with challenge. You insects are already dead. A system warning flashed. You have been afflicted by a low-grade curse. You need holy power to remove the curse. The professor shrieked with insane laughter. Die. All of you, just die. It's over for you. I'm going to eat all of your insides. Yes, you dogs just wait. I'll come tear you limb from limb. It'll be easier to eat you that way. Suddenly, appearing right before him, Sung Woo shot forward with unbelievable speed, stunning the professor for a split second. He wasn't just unaffected by the curse, he seemed even more powerful, flying through the air to deliver a devastating kick. The professor was sent flying. Sung Woo snarled, I've heard enough. Beside him, Han-ho could only stare in awe. Sunbae, are you even human? Sung Woo glanced at a red mark on his hand, guessing it was a symptom of the curse. But if that's the case, why don't I feel a thing? Han-ho's eyes sparkled. Hi, I can sense an unclean aura radiating from you. That's when it clicked for Sung Woo. He received the priest class card, hadn't he? As the boy began to heal him, Sung Woo had his doubts. If this kid is a priest, he thought, then this country is truly doomed. Han-ho continued, I can feel the sacrilege coming from you. But please, just wait a moment. A new system warning appeared. Unique skill of the Vampire Lord. You have been detected by Blood Chase. Your location will be revealed every 12 hours. You cannot remove this curse due to low holy power. A special challenge has appeared. The name of the challenge is A Haven for the Wicked. The condition is to eradicate the murderers targeting your life. The reward is 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket. You are now being hunted. This will only end when one side is annihilated. Sung Woo's mind raced. If that's the situation, there's no more time to waste. I have to strike first, before they grow any stronger. Sung Woo stepped forward and demanded, Hey, I asked you where the shop was, but the man simply ignored him. Losing his patience, Sung Woo's voice grew cold. Where's the vampire's nest? Just then, a new system notification flashed. Welcome to the D-rank shop. Jisoo eyed it cautiously. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a roulette game? This is a lucky ball draw. The D-rank shop only sells items up to platinum grade. Han-ho looked lost. We just pick a ball? Sung Woo immediately volunteered. I'll go first. A system window materialized before him. You possess one unlimited level ticket. He calmly pieced the situation together, recalling the reward he received after killing 100 enemies. A reward limited to just 100 people. And now, this new platinum prize costs a staggering 1 million gold. Isn't that 10 times the price? He quickly calculated. If the cost multiplies by 10 with each rank, then I should save my tickets for later. I'll just aim for gold this time. Staying alive is what matters. But then Sung Woo was surprised by another notification. You may add 1 to 3 additional balls. You can add up to 5 balls to the pool of 100 in exchange for one of your regular draws. He muttered in annoyance. Did the game developers sell their souls to the devil? But he remembered his last incredible prize. It's better to go for the top prize, no matter the cost. Jisoo panicked. There will be other good items later. Han-ho also chimed in urgently. Sunbae, my gut tells me this is a total trap. But defying all expectations, Sung Woo won the grand prize. He received a random professional skill. This skill automatically reaches the master level without any special training. Its name, Empty Sanctuary. At the artisan level, it creates a subdimension, a resting place for his followers. However, the space only accepts followers who are completely unharmed when summoning a large group at once. You will radiate a death curse throughout the area. Sungwoo was stunned by his incredible luck. He turned to the others. What's wrong? Hanho shouted. Sunbae, move aside. I want to try, too. Jisoo was just as eager. Without delay, Sungwoo tested his new power. He raised his hand, allowing his skeleton soldiers and followers to enter their new resting place. He smiled with satisfaction. This is incredible. Even if the capacity is limited now, it means I can expand it. This would grant him extra storage, teleportation, invisibility, and even allow him to expand his safe zone, especially when he found more survivors. Sungwoo turned to his friends with a grin. So, did you get anything good? They both looked crushed. A B-rank survival box, bandages, first aid spray, rope, an oil lamp, just common junk, and a set of bull trainer's armor. Sungwoo expertly ignored their misery. Well, shall we get a move on? Hanho roared in frustration. I'm definitely going first next time. Meanwhile, in a distant skyscraper, an unknown voice spoke. Don't expect much. Where did I go wrong with these slaves? Gyeongsu addressed his group. All survivors, get in the cars. He thought to himself, I completely underestimated this world. His mind wandered back to Sungwoo. I should have stayed with that man, shouldn't I? No, I definitely should have. He'd assumed the military camp would be a safe haven, but now everything was destroyed. It had been so difficult. They had to fight their way past wyverns and countless monsters just to get here. At the camp, fire and smoke filled the air. It was obvious this place was no longer safe. The person beside him whined endlessly. Gyeongsu, what are we going to do now? I only came here because you said it was safe, but there's nothing left, he screamed. If the military camp has fallen, we're all dead. What do we do now? Gyeongsu gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, but the man's panicked words echoed in his ears. Damn it, I'm just the driver. Why is all this pressure on me? Suddenly, a woman in the car held up her phone. She shouted, Gyeongsu, look, he read the screen. A safe zone? The woman nodded. That's right, in Suwon Hwaseon. Should we go there? The crowd behind them erupted. What's the plan? Please, choose our next destination, Gyeongsu. Their faith in him rekindled his spirit. That's right, I survived by creating the strategy to avoid the wyverns. These people risked their lives to follow me. I have to be more confident. Gyeongsu's voice rang out with new determination. All right, everyone, we're moving out. But now, looking back, he was filled with immense regret. That decision was too hasty. I should have been more careful. What was waiting for them? Gyeongsu gritted his teeth, forcing his head up. What waited for them were monsters in human skin. This place was a vampire's den, a trap designed to lure survivors to their doom, and one of them slammed a boot square into his back. Hurry it up, you pathetic fools. Seeing Gyeongsu's defiance, the vampire sneered, What's the matter? Is this too much for you? If you can't handle it, just say the word. You can be our chef in the kitchen instead. He then turned to his cronies. These slaves are painfully slow. Shouldn't we just find some replacements? His companion agreed. You're right. Some of them get defiant ideas when I level up. The vampire glanced back at Gyeongsu. We could just ambush them and steal their gold, then tear them to shreds to level up ourselves. Pretty creative way to get rich, huh? Gyeongsu felt his hope fading. Damn it, it's all useless. I'm going to die just like all my friends. Just then, the vampires roared at the prisoners. Move it, you dogs. Fall behind and you become my next meal. But suddenly, the vampire leading the way froze in his tracks. Gyeongsu crashed right into his back. Why did he stop? Standing before them was Rai. It seemed Sungwoo's party had finally arrived. Facing the enemy, Rai stood like an unbreakable warrior, his blade aimed squarely at the vampires. The two monsters were stunned. What is that thing? The other one guessed, a skeleton. Looks about the size of a goblin. But Gyeongsu knew better. A vampire looked Rai over with a sick grin. You've got to be kidding. I think it's some new type of monster. He then leaped forward, claws out and fangs bared, lunging straight for Rai. Die. But before he could land a blow, something sharp pierced through his back. The vampire had no time to react. The others were swiftly impaled by razor-sharp bone spears that erupted from the ground. They collapsed to the ground in pools of their own blood, snarling in disbelief. What the hell is this? Their eyes fell upon an army of skeletons and werewolf acolytes, a massive, ferocious force whose presence completely crushed the vampire's spirits. And from within the skeletal legion, Sungwoo calmly stepped forward, observing the demons disguised as men. For Gyeongsu, it was like seeing a lifeline in a storm. He cried out with joy, Sungwoo. Sungwoo approached him. Gyeongsu, I prayed you'd have good luck before sunset, but it seems my prayers didn't work. Seeing his friend was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Jiang-su immediately understood. The vampires must get stronger after sunset. We went to the same university, he thought. How did the gap between us get this massive? One of the surviving vampires struggled to its feet with a twisted grin. I'm going to kill you. Before Jiang-su could even process it, Sungwoo launched himself forward. To the absolute shock of everyone present, they never imagined he would charge into danger so fearlessly. Sungwoo's voice was ice cold. You look human, but you're monsters. For that, I'll only leave one of you breathing. The moment he spoke, a deadly aura erupted from him, sending a chill down the spine of everyone nearby. Jiang-su was stunned. It had been a while since he'd seen Sungwoo. He thought to himself, he's definitely gotten way stronger than I ever imagined. And it wasn't just Sungwoo. Jisoo and Hanho were getting stronger too. Is it really that easy for them? As the thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the kid bickering with Rai. One of the terrified vampires began to beg, spare me. Please, I'll tell you everything. Sungwoo cut straight to the chase. How many are inside that factory? I want exact numbers. Vampires, players, and their levels. The creature spilled everything. The vampire lord is in there. And right now, he's S rank. There are about 12 other players. The highest is probably level 4. Sungwoo nodded, satisfied. You're quite cooperative. But his inner thoughts were chillingly different. I never had any intention of letting you live. The vampire shivered in fear. Aren't you curious about the guards or what's happening inside? Like I said, your life will be. Before the vampire could finish his sentence, Jiang-su lunged forward, plunging a blade deep into its neck. The monster collapsed in a heap. Jiang-su's face was a mask of cold fury. I already know what it's like in there. We can't let a single one of them survive. All of my friends. They died because of them. Jiang-su trembled with rage. They might have been a little selfish and cowardly, but they didn't deserve to die like that. Painful memories flooded his mind. Flashes of happier times with his friends. There were so many things we still wanted to do together. Sungwoo stepped forward to comfort him. You mourn for others, but you're the one who was saved. You survived. Every night, these bastards took out their frustrations on your friends. They were just hiding, trying to get by. Not everyone can make the right call in a desperate situation. Adapting to survive is one thing. Being truly independent is another. Everyone listened in silence as Sungwoo continued. This world is spiraling toward its own doom. Regardless, we have to take down those monsters at the factory. The branch manager is working on something. We don't know what kind of scheme they're plotting. High above, 3 figures watched the workers below. One of them approached the director. What's on your mind? The vampire director's voice was grim. Our mission is to capture humans. But how much longer must we keep this up? Humans. They're just our secondary supply, the leader said with a chilling smirk. They're far easier to catch than the monsters out there. What we're doing here is called growth development. Our director must have his own vision, his own philosophy. Everyone is fighting for survival, and we have to become the leaders in this new industry. The henchman standing beside him grinned eagerly. I want to be a leader. 2. The vampire manager continued. Work hard, and you can become a full-time employee. Just like how he promoted me. While I was just wandering around this warehouse, the director promoted me. He can do the same for you. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space, startling the vampire. You're not full-time employees. You're just monsters. In the doorway stood a tall figure, his coat billowing in the wind. The vampire shouted, Who's there? The figure was Sungwoo. He shot back. Growth development? You've really found a way to make people give up on their own humanity. The vampire manager and his 2 lackeys instantly leaped from their perch. Their underlings surrounding them began to take defensive stances. The manager sneered. I asked, Who are you? But inside the iron cages, the prisoners' faces lit up with hope when they saw Sungwoo. That guy. Is that him? One person whispered. Yes, the one we saw at the school. Who is he? He's the one who saved all of us back then. Silence, you dogs. The vampire manager roared, glaring at the prisoners. Who gave you Fu the right to speak? He shot a threatening look at the caged humans. Sungwoo's voice was cold as steel. Didn't you get a message from your boss? Didn't your director tell you who I am? One of the vampires stammered. Are you the one who killed Manager Park? Sungwoo scoffed. Manager? He broke into a mocking laugh. What is this? Are you all playing office? You bunch of frauds. Enraged by the mockery, the vampire snarled. We knew you had to be crazy to just walk in here. But why the hell are you acting like this? Sungwoo simply replied, Why? Because I have the skills to back it up. As he spoke, a vicious, cold glint flared in his eyes, and a wave of fear washed over the vampires. What is this? The manager yelled. What is all this black smoke? A system notification rang out. Warning, the Fellblade will now affect the current area. This stunned him even more. What the hell is happening? The Fellblade had been summoned. Sungwoo stood like a demon king from the depths of hell, his overwhelming presence making the vampires feel utterly powerless. The system warned again, you are now under the effect of the death curse. All stats are severely decreased. They began to tremble. What the hell? What are these monstrous things? Just as the vampires thought to flee, an army of skeleton soldiers surged forward, blocking any chance of escape. Seeing his subordinates in a state of panic, the manager roared, "Get a grip. Everyone, hold your positions and face them calmly. All we have to do is kill the bastard controlling them." Instantly, the fallen turned into Sungwoo's disciples. The vampires squirmed in panic like a nest of worms. The vampire manager was shocked as the skeletons he'd just destroyed rose again. "You son of a bitch," he cursed as the tide of white bone charged relentlessly. No matter how many times they were struck down, they just got back up. The vampires were completely overwhelmed. The manager leaped off a skeleton soldier, vaulting directly towards Sungwoo. "I just need to kill you." But suddenly, a jar of slime acid flew out of nowhere, splashing right in his... He had laughed in triumph. Luckily, the ceiling was already broken. The vampire screamed in agony, "My face." The acid began to eat away at his features, smoke rising from his skin. He stood there, shrieking helplessly in pain. Jisoo moved in swiftly to rescue the hostages, then reported back to Sungwoo. The hostages are now free. People scrambled out like a broken beehive. Kim Oh-soo quickly drove a vehicle to the entrance. "We have to move, now. Get the injured on first," the manager screamed with rage, trying to pursue them. "Where do you think you're going? You're nothing but my food." Just then, a new set of roars echoed from the distance. A massive creature charged forward at incredible speed, slamming into the vampire manager and sending him flying. A system notification appeared. Nature's Wrath has been activated. For the next 10 minutes, attack power and attack speed will be increased. The manager knew he was in grave danger. He tried to dodge, but the death curse was still active. All his stats were crippled, and his vitality was draining away. The orc picked up a bracelet from the ground. Item effect. Attack speed increased by 20%. Then it charged. The branch manager steeled himself. "Yes, a mission is a mission. I will see it through." The vampires chose their battlefield poorly. A crumbling ceiling, flimsy walls. This abandoned factory was nothing more than a death trap for them. In a place like this, their defeat was guaranteed. Everything was proceeding exactly as Sungwoo had planned. The vampire manager grit his teeth. "What the hell? That brat is stronger than he looks. My head is spinning." One of his underlings rushed forward. "Branch manager, let me lend you my strength. You must crush them." A chill ran down Han-ho's spine as he watched the scene unfold, and he cried out in alarm. "Sunbae, he's getting bigger." The creature roared, "I can feel this power, the power of my master. Now, offer up your lives to him." As the transformation completed, a system window appeared. Warning: a high-tier vampire has entered a berserk state. His body had become a grotesque mutation, like a walking skeleton with razor-sharp fangs, but Sungwoo remained perfectly calm. So this is what he saw in his vision. It seems the vampire has abandoned its humanity completely. It no longer walked on 2 feet. The creature scrambled toward them on all fours, but Sungwoo's skeleton soldiers instantly formed a defensive wall to protect the group. This interference only enraged the vampire. It whipped around and shrieked, "All of you, silence!" The skeletons charged relentlessly, but the manager refused to yield, attempting to break the siege all by himself. A werewolf lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into him. The manager faltered for a moment but refused to go down so easily. With a furious roar, the vampire retaliated, swinging a devastating blow right at the werewolf. The strike sent the beast flying, but as soon as one was knocked back, another lunged to take its place. The manager unleashed his full speed, trying to force a breakthrough, but the werewolves were just as relentless. One leaped forward, raking its claws deep across the vampire's back and making the monster howl in pain. Jisoo watched the stalemate drag on, growing impatient as neither side gained an advantage. Finally, she couldn't wait any longer and shot forward, sword in hand. But surprisingly, she avoided a frontal assault. She vaulted cleanly over his head, landing silently behind him before bringing her blade down in a vicious arc. Bombarded from all sides, the vampire manager was losing his composure. He was truly enraged now. "You wretched pests." As it lunged to attack, Jisoo grabbed its arm and yanked it back. Her speed and power were so immense, the creature couldn't even react. It was sent spinning into the horde of skeletons, forced to fight against the entire undead swarm. But the beast showed no signs of tiring and was clearly underestimating its foes. Jisoo shouted a warning, "Don't look down on them." The words had barely left her lips when 2 skeletons broke through its guard, plunging their blades deep into the manager's chest. The system chimed instantly. "The deceased has become your follower." Han-ho stared in awe. "Jisoo Nuna, you're incredible." "So that's what they call a berserk state," Sungwoo mused, watching intently. "That's precisely why this isn't going to work." He could tell the creature was just burning through its remaining life force in a drug-fueled rage. It wouldn't last much longer, but its body would likely be destroyed in the process. It would be dangerous if his attacks broke their defensive line. But the real issue was that this monster was merely a follower of the vampire, Ross. A shiver went down Sung Yu's spine. If a mere follower is this powerful, then how terrifying is Ross himself? Suddenly, another system notification pulled him from his thoughts. The deceased has become your follower. Synergy effect. Undead Legion has been granted. A small smile played on his lips. What a shame. I was going to use a lot of power to capture him, but I'll have to make good use of this werewolf instead. It increases attack speed. Plus, its power and defense are boosted in narrow corridors. The vampire was stunned. The skeletons. They suddenly got stronger. Before it could process the change, Sung Yu gave his command. Werewolves, tear him apart. All three beasts lunged at the vampire manager at once. The relentless assault gave it no room to counterattack. The creature screamed in helpless fury. Damn you all to hell. And then, its body began to dissolve into dust. Sung Yu watched it fade and said coldly, "Go tell your master." His little business venture in the Weiso district is finished. A system window popped up. You have acquired 10,000 gold for eliminating a named player. Sung Yu's eyes widened. A player? Even though it looked like a monster, the system still considered it human. That means I might be able to raise it as my subordinate. Sung Yu stared at the massive corpse, calculating. He frowned. Because of a vampire's regeneration, I usually have to take the head to finish them for good. Since the heads are gone, I can't raise them as undead. But if it's this one, the system chimed once more. The deceased has become your follower. Sung Yu spoke to his new undead servant. From this moment on, you serve me, not your master. With the vampire manager now his subordinate, the system spoke. You may now access the memory fragment of the acolyte, Urkum San Lycos. Sung Wu's eyes widened. A memory fragment? What's that? Suddenly, visions of darkness flooded his mind. What is this? He never experienced anything like it before. Is this a power unique to a necromancer? Then, a voice echoed in the vision, and Sung Wu listened intently. That's exactly my point. You cunning bastard, Ross. Think it through. What is the true purpose of this game? Does anyone care to answer? Faced with this question, the vampires glanced at each other in silence. When no one dared to speak, the man took a slow sip of fresh blood. Is it possible that not a single one of you knows? To be honest, I don't know what's going on either. He continued, his voice resonating with power. But I know what must be done. We must evolve. Isn't that right, manager? As if mesmerized, the manager known as Kim replied with reverence. Yes, my lord. You are absolutely right. Ross's brainwashing continued without pause. Gods, cosmic entities, or some other universal being. It doesn't matter who they are. They have bestowed upon us a very special opportunity. We must cast off these frail, mortal shells. This failed race, called humanity, has reached its absolute limit. Even if this event hadn't started, some other cataclysm would have. Either way, their extinction was inevitable, he coaxed. He promised they would evolve into superior beings and usher in a new world. Sung Wu, witnessing it all, couldn't help but grit his teeth as he listened. So it was you, the vampire lord. The man went on. I have a mission, and all of you will help me complete it. Sung Wu thought to himself, a mission. They roared with absolute loyalty. Of course, sir. Just give the order. We will follow you to the very end, Ross. Sanju wondered, what is this bizarre level of enthusiasm? Does that stuff brainwash them or something? An almost unnatural instinct of loyalty. So, this is how their organization grew so powerful in just a matter of days. Raising his glass high, Ross declared, we shall celebrate with a grand feast. Hwaseong will be our first stage. A thrill of excitement shot through him. The name of this operation is the Grand Feast. Let's invite all our neighbors to the festivities. Manager Kim, you will handle the procurement of meat and harvest the necessary ingredients. Sung Wu was utterly disgusted by these people. He cursed under his breath. That absolute madman. Harvesting human flesh, creating combat slaves. A feast of pure carnage. They were concocting an insane plan, and the core of it was to use the safe zone as bait to lure people in. It was horrifyingly and chillingly effective. The system window appeared once more. You have been issued a hidden quest. Sung Wu was taken aback. This is the second time since the professor's death. What more do you want from me, system? The mission. Either prevent the coming massacre, or orchestrate it as the Reaper himself. You can save countless lives, or let them perish and raise them as your undead soldiers. The choice is yours, and it will drastically affect your future destiny. Jisu's voice cut in, stopping Hanho. Wait a second. She seemed to be hesitating. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on Hanho's head, making him jump. Sung Wu's face was dark with anger. What did you just eat? Hanho trembled, stammering, Sunbae, it's not what you think. Sung Wu's expression grew even colder. You said you'd do anything I asked, didn't you? His words made Hanho flinch with guilt. It was nothing, really. A sharp smile spread across Sungwoo's face. Good. You'll be completing this quest with me. Hanho's panic skyrocketed. What? What? The scene shifts to another location. A clawed hand clenched into a furious fist. The branch manager was killed? Huh? A woman named Yang gasped. What? How is that possible? He received power directly from the director and still died. Ross scratched his head. Seems this guy is stronger than I thought. He mused to himself. I have no idea how he managed to kill a branch manager with just a few measly skeletons. But it's definitely bothering me. Yang spoke up again. Won't this incident affect the director's plans? A savage grin spread across his face. Lady Yang, are you looking down on me? His tone was deceptively light, but it was dripping with menace. Ah, Yang flushed, stammering in a panic. Oh, my apologies. That was rude of me. It seems she'd forgotten just how ruthless her master truly was. He watched her reaction. No, Lady Yang, you're not wrong. It is rather irritating to be constantly interrupted when we should be focusing on the main quest. But as long as we can track him with the curse, once the grand feast is over, it'll be his turn. I'm dying to find out just what kind of man he is. Later that afternoon, at a factory complex, the area was eerily quiet, but the people within were a flurry of activity, some hauling supplies, others gathering weapons, preparing for war. The wounded were being patched up. A heavy sigh cut through the air. The cleanup seemed endless, and it was clear this had taken a toll on them. Hanho turned to Sungwoo. Sunbae, do we really have to do this? The question came out of nowhere. Sungwoo eyed him, slightly confused. What are you getting at? Jisoo cut in. If what you said is true, then the massacre will happen in Hwaseong, right? Sungwoo explained grimly. We can't stop it at the source. And it looks like we're out of time, so for now, we prepare for the worst. He noticed her searching. Looking for something, Jisoo found these vials in Manager Kim's things. Jisoo held them up. They looked like some kind of potion. Sungwoo's eyes widened with curiosity. He picked one up, a grin spreading on his face. Quite the medical stash, huh? Jisoo examined them closely. They hunted people, not monsters. That's why they had so many useful items. Suddenly, Hanho shouted with joy. I was so worried about what we were going to do, with the power out and all. But look at this. The item he found was a small power bank. It could provide power or charge batteries. Remaining capacity, 87%. Sungwoo immediately plugged his phone in. A system message popped up. Charging. 10 minutes remaining. He was amazed. This is perfect, and so simple to use. Jisoo then presented a white vial. Sungwoo, look at this. It's a mid-grade elixir. Cures various infectious diseases and soothes injuries. He leaned in for a closer look, a satisfied smile on his face. I think we'll have a use for this, too. As the group bustled with activity, dust began to settle over the sky. In these chaotic times, a terrifying silence hung in the air, day or night. Suddenly, Taesung and his group appeared before Sungwoo. In unison, they bowed their heads respectfully. Thank you so much, boss. The young man glanced happily toward his girlfriend. It couldn't have been easy to accept us. And you even gave us medicine. He felt a surge of relief, knowing the danger wasn't over. Even though she wasn't fully cured, the elixir had clearly worked. Sungwoo's expression remained neutral. If the vampire lord controls her again, and she attacks me, I won't hesitate to kill her, so watch her closely. Taesung flinched. Yes, I'll make sure that never happens. Sungwoo studied Taesung. Was this kid trying to defy me? He had the look of a street thug, but that's not what he was. Sungwoo's voice cut through the air again. This wasn't free. I'll have a job for you all later. Taesung responded without hesitation. Yes, sir, we'll do whatever you ask. No one could guess what Sungwoo was planning. After settling things with Taesung, Sungwoo turned to Hanho's father. Let's begin, sir. The older man beamed. All right, the man's eyes lit up with passion. Finally, a chance to use my mysterious power. Hanho stood beside him, dumbfounded. Mysterious power, Dad? In the next instant, the area transformed, becoming a pioneer camp guarded by a central shield. Within its barrier, health would be restored, and the manager could restrict entry and exit. Everyone stared in absolute wonder. It feels so warm. It's like stepping out of a sauna. To top it all off, Hanho's mother prepared a feast, leaving the survivors completely stunned. There's even hot food. We're starting to live like human beings again. Instantly, everyone's stamina began to rise. Thanks to the special meal she prepared, a stamina buff would activate for the next 20 minutes. A pang of sadness hit Jisoo. It was clear how much they had struggled just to adapt to this horrifying new reality. If only we can resolve this massacre, then. Sungwoo's voice broke her train of thought. Jisoo, did you receive some kind of special quest? She was quick to deny it. No, of course not. Sungwoo thought to himself. It seems Jisoo is obsessed with stopping this massacre even though she didn't receive a quest for it. No hidden objectives, nothing special. But even without a quest, me and that vampire lord, we already have a blood feud. This fight is unavoidable for me, but it's different for Jisoo. Sungwoo said it plainly. You know, stopping this massacre isn't your responsibility. Isn't that right? She shot back. That's true. But he cut her off, his gaze intense. But you're still trying to stop it anyway. Out of the goodness of your heart, faced with his unyielding stare, Jisoo looked down and bit her lip. No. Suddenly, her head snapped up, her eyes blazing with anger. If you try to avoid this fight, then someday, something else will kill you. It might not even be a vampire. This is me fighting to survive. Just then, a system window materialized before them, leaving them both completely stunned. Guide to starting a new trend. Chapter 1. The system does not care how a player does it, but they must become courageous enough to survive. Critical warning. This event will occur within 7 days, and all participants are forbidden from. Once you enter the battle zone, all gold acquired will be doubled. The second player to enter will receive a bonus reward. A boss monster will spawn in this area. Sungwoo thought to himself, Jisoo's prediction was the answer. If the system was right, this was just the beginning. But the system said they were locked out of the battle zone. So, how was this possible? That announcement only strengthened Jisoo's resolve to survive this insane game. But hearing Sungwoo's orders, Hanho couldn't accept it. Senior, isn't this going too far? You're forcing me into a dangerous mission, but letting Senior Jisoo just watch? Feeling the injustice, Hanho couldn't stop shouting. Sungwoo replied, ever since Jisoo became our ally, she has worked incredibly hard. He told Hanho with a hint of mockery in his voice. She's strong enough to survive on her own. You, on the other hand, would probably be dead in less than half a day. Hanho gritted his teeth. Senior, have you ever heard of the rule against slandering others? There are comments on your post, Sungwoo told him. We can't just sit back and let vampires trick people. That's why I wrote it. The post was a warning to everyone not to trust anyone offering unconditional help in times like these. Many people agreed, but some pushed back. Sungwoo didn't care either way. Even if that incident hadn't happened, I would have warned people anyway. He continued, though I was expecting to get some comments. But Jisoo cut in, Prosecutor Ion D. Poe commented too. Just what you'd expect from a celebrity. This many responses is no joke. That person made a post arguing they can't wait for the government's help. So, he created a self-reliant player community. Their goal is to protect the safe zone, rescue survivors, and defeat monsters. As Sungwoo read it, he instantly recognized the name. He didn't comment because he wants us to join. He's just trying to promote the idea that they aren't the bad guys. Hanho was surprised. Really? He was pulling the same stunt as the others before him. This guy is on a whole different level. Sungwoo knew all too well. The truly ambitious players were starting to reveal themselves. After saying that, he immediately changed the subject. But Senior, where are we going? Sungwoo replied, we need to level up. What level are you? After a moment of hesitation, Hanho answered, I'm level 5. The moment he heard that, Sungwoo thought, forget half a day, he'd be lucky to survive 2 hours. After talking for a while, it seemed they had finally arrived at their intended destination. The tires screeched to a halt as Gyeongsu cheerfully shouted, Sungwoo, we're here. We'll have to go on foot from now on. Hearing his words, everyone quickly jumped out of the car to prepare. Hanho looked ahead, clenching his jaw tightly. Senior, is this our destination? Sungwoo answered flatly, yes. The scene before them was one of utter devastation. Countless cars were scattered about, and from behind the wreckage, dozens of pairs of eyes watched Sungwoo's group. It was noon in front of the supermarket, and the glaring sun brightly illuminated the entire area. Suddenly, from out of the sky, a massive fireball appeared from nowhere and came hurtling down toward them. Hanho shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth and letting out a cry. As the fireball kept coming, Sungwoo swiftly pulled him behind a nearby car for cover. Hanho panicked. Senior, that attack. He knew at a glance they were monsters with fire-based skills. They looked incredibly bizarre. But before they could say more, a loud explosion echoed, startling the pack of monsters. For Sungwoo, these kinds of monsters weren't a major problem. His skeleton wolves had already hoisted one of them into the air. Jisoo charged forward, her sword swinging viciously toward another remaining monster. It gasped in shock right before it died. In its eyes, Jisoo looked like a grim reaper coming to claim its. They quickly wiped out the entire pack. Hanho said, I thought they would be like goblins. Jisoo wiped her sword clean. They aren't that dangerous, but they use magical attacks. Sungwoo thought to himself, the purpose of this hunt is to get Hanho to level up and find a new power. As for me, just using my skeletons has already increased my own strength considerably. He knew his skeleton wolves were strong enough to handle low-level vampires. But these kobolds, even though they could use magic, weren't powerful enough to become his subordinates. While he was lost in thought, Jisoo was already staring at the scene ahead. Sungwoo, Doesn't the scene at this supermarket look just like our old construction site? It was the same chaotic mess of overturned cars, with corpses and blood everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. Sungwoo began his assessment. It seemed a large group had gathered here. The tutorial must have taken place in this spot. Hearing him say that, Jisoo couldn't help but wonder. She gazed ahead. Think there are any survivors in the supermarket? Sungwoo replied. The more people, the higher the chance of monsters spawning. I wouldn't bet on it. Youngsu chimed in. So more isolated places are safer, like Jeju Island or somewhere similar. Both Sungwoo and Jisoo nodded in agreement. Sungwoo then remembered Jisoo's family was on Jeju. As if sensing his thoughts, she spoke up. Don't worry about it. We decided we wouldn't see each other again anyway. After she said that, a shadow seemed to fall over Jisoo's face. And I'm sure they're doing fine, she added. They've always been incredibly capable people. Sungwoo fell silent, thinking. Her family situation is that complicated? Prying any further wouldn't be right, but he had to admit. Not every family was like Hanho's. For now, they put Jisoo's family matters aside. The group moved forward, stepping into the supermarket's entrance. A system message appeared. You have entered the large-scale dungeon, Fortress of the Kobold Mage. The entrance has been sealed by a powerful magic. Find a way to escape. Sungwoo scanned his surroundings. So this entire place is a dungeon? Jisoo suddenly cried out in alarm. Sungwoo. They're standing on something purple. She gasped in shock. Is that a magic circle? From within the violet glow, something shimmering rapidly took form. It was a passageway, but darkness coiled around it, giving off a sinister and terrifying aura. The sight alone made Hanho's face drain of color. He couldn't stop himself from trembling as he let out a whimper. Suddenly, kobolds peeked out, their eyes glowing like owls in the dead of night. The sight nearly brought him to tears. Where am I? The creatures chattered slyly to one another. He's been caught. Another replied, Good. He stepped right into the trap, all alone and with nothing. Now, he just has to wait for death. Hearing their voices, Hanho was stunned. Are those monsters talking? Seeing how they looked down on him, Hanho just smirked smugly. You wretched kobolds. The weakest monsters in the world. Even if I'm by myself suddenly, he froze. By myself? It seemed he hadn't realized he'd fallen into their trap alone. There was no one else around him. Before Hanho could even process the situation, the kobolds let out a piercing shriek. A leader-type creature commanded, kill him. The others screeched with excitement, you're finished. In that instant, Hanho was thrown into a panic. He had never been forced to fight all by himself. The dagger slipped from his trembling hand. He screamed in pure desperation, Senior, save me. His pathetic cries only made them more excited. They jeered at him. Look at the shrimp. What a weakling. Tears streamed down his face as he thought, Mom, Dad, your beloved son is heading to the afterlife. I followed my senior into a dungeon and died a painful death. But before he could finish his tragic last words, he realized, wait, why doesn't it hurt? Two of their daggers were still lodged in his head. Then, a barrier materialized behind him. It was a skill that could only generate a shield after killing an enemy. Now it was the kobolds' turn to panic. What? I don't get it. Hanho regained his composure and stood up. A newfound confidence and aggression filled him. Now who's the shrimp, you pathetic weaklings? At the same time, Jisoo was frantic. Jeongsu, hurry. We have to find Hanho and Sungwoo. Jeongsu quickly agreed. She was worried sick. If those two are together, it's fine. But if they were separated? Before she could finish her sentence, Hanho's scream echoed through the air. Jisoo's heart felt like it was on fire as she dashed toward the sound. She yelled, Hanho, are you all right? Just then, Hanho emerged, daggers in both hands and a fierce look on his face. Senior Jisoo. Jisoo stared blankly at the scene around him. Don't tell me. You cleared this entire area by yourself. Hanho puffed out his chest with a huge grin. Did you see that, Senior? This is my new skill. Getting carried away, he began to brag. A true powerhouse just took care of a bunch of weaklings. And that powerhouse is me, Lee Hanho. Jeongsu was speechless. That's not exactly a virtue, you know. But Jisoo was still deeply worried. If we're here, then Sungwoo is still alone. Hanho replied calmly, if it's Senior Sungwoo, you don't need to worry. Luckily, Sungwoo had been trapped with his skeleton soldiers and dire wolves. They were already busy tearing through the kobolds. In just a short time, Sungwoo's side of the dungeon was clear. The corpses of kobolds littered the ground. With the immediate threat handled, he and his skeletons quickly set off to find the others. Sungwoo muttered to himself, I'm worried about Hanho. I really hope he's with Jisoo. They continued to press forward. This warehouse is bigger than I thought. Finding an exit is going to be tough. Suddenly, in a far corner, he spotted a dead body. But as he looked closer, Sungwoo realized the man was still alive. He was covered in blood, but his chest was still rising and falling. He quickly assessed the situation. Those wounds. It looks like even my divine potion might not be enough to save him. Seeing Sungwoo approach, the dying man trembled, his eyes struggling to open. Then, he weakly pointed towards something nearby. Sungwoo's gaze followed his hand to a box on a high shelf. It was clear what he wanted, for Sungwoo to bring it to him. Without hesitation, Sungwoo retrieved the container. This, he wondered, some kind of final message. As he opened it, a system window appeared. It was an unidentified egg. This was a unique item for a Dragon Knight. If this egg is successfully protected, your destiny will change. In that very instant, cracks appeared on its surface. Stunned, Sungwoo stammered, "What is this?" But before he could finish his question, the man coughed up a spray of crimson blood. With his last ounce of strength, he gasped. The boss monster took the ID code. Sungwoo was confused. An ID code? The knight's voice was a ragged whisper, the words barely forming. It identifies the owner. It was obvious from his state that he didn't have much time left. Sungwoo could only watch, powerless to help in any way. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn this world. This man was probably a 5-star Dragon Knight, and to think he met his end in a place like this. Sungwoo pieced it together. The knight must have been trapped. He'd been ambushed while searching the supermarket, and that's when the boss monster stole his ID code. What's more, Sungwoo thought, according to the item description, this class has explosive late-game potential, a future this knight would never get to see. Sungwoo carefully examined the egg. Despite being unidentified, he knew it was a dragon's egg. He felt a pang of sorrow for this fallen stranger. Even at death's door, his last act was to entrust this to me. In that case, I'll accept this, as your final plea to end this damned game. Just then, more kobolds spotted him. A human. Kill him. Get them. They're over there. But before they could even get close, a werewolf subordinate lunged forward, moving between them and Sungwoo. The kobolds were slaughtered in an instant. One only had time for a desperate cry. Help me. The last thing I ever saw was Sungwoo, standing there like the Grim Reaper himself, his resolve hardened. Besides avenging that nameless knight, we need to retrieve that so-called ID code. The remaining monsters were swiftly annihilated. He earned another 150 gold for the hunt, but as one wave fell, another charged forward. Their eyes locked onto Roy and the skeleton soldiers. There, Sungwoo found it strange. Don't they see what's happening? They're being massacred, but they refuse to back down. He analyzed the situation. Are they even a real fighting force? They can't even last a single second, and yet they just kept rushing forward like zombies. As the clash continued, a massive explosion suddenly erupted. The blast even made Roy flinch. A figure stood in the center of the mob, laughing. Isn't magic a beautiful thing? It was a kobold mage. It erected a magical barrier, blocking the skeleton soldiers' advance. A barrier like that can be shattered with a flick of the wrist. From the mage's body, a powerful blue aura began to radiate. This one was clearly the leader of the pack, but even it fell in a single strike. Sungwoo received 800 gold for defeating the kobold mage. He glared fiercely at the survivors. Now you're surrounded, front and back. Sungwoo was determined to leave none of them standing. The skeleton soldiers charged, wiping them out completely. Gold from the hunt poured in. And finally, a level up. Sungwoo's eyes widened. A skill selection? He hoped for something to boost his damage output. The new skill was named Corpse Explosion. Its purpose, to detonate a corpse, turning it into a living bomb. An explosion? He mused. He couldn't understand why these kobolds were as numerous as blades of grass. Just then, another wave charged mindlessly forward. Over there, stop them. No, kill them all. But this time, for some reason, Sungwoo held his minions back. With a simple gesture, he gave the order. Everyone, fall back. A cunning look crossed his face. The skill I just acquired. And now, some perfect test subjects have delivered themselves right to me. The kobolds had no idea what was happening. All they saw was a golden light suddenly enveloping one of their own. It was a brilliant, blinding flash. And then, its body detonated in a devastatingly powerful explosion. Deeper inside, a few more kobolds waited. Their leader was listening intently, trying to figure out what was happening outside. He had sent wave after wave of his soldiers to fight Sungwoo's group. An explosion? He wondered aloud. A subordinate chimed in, a magical misfire. Perhaps? The leader snapped back, annoyed. You coward. Go and see for yourself. But they never got the chance. Roy burst through the entrance, charging forward with his sword raised high. The kobolds could only scream as they were cut down. Blood sprayed everywhere. It was another one-sided slaughter. In a panic, one launched a fire attack at Roy, shrieking, "You monster!" But to them, Roy was an unstoppable force of destruction. Before it could even finish its attack, Roy was already behind it. His blade moved with the deadly precision of an assassin, relentlessly slashing at their foe. A satisfied smirk crossed Sungwoo's face. Just as he'd expected, Roy had completed his mission flawlessly. Earning his master's praise, the skeleton warrior seemed almost shy. Sung Woo then fell silent, observing. He sensed that something big was about to happen. His eyes focused on where the monsters were gathering. Were those tree roots? And standing there, a kobold with ferocious eyes. It was staring right at him. This was the boss monster, a high-level kobold mage, and it was protected by an incredibly strong barrier. Most attacks would be useless against it. Sung Woo wondered aloud. A barrier? So that must be the reason. Why you haven't charged us without your minions, isn't it? He glared, deliberately provoking the creature. You've been stalling for time, haven't you? The kobold lord stared back, its eyes filled with rage. A system warning flashed. The kobold mage is casting a basic instant death spell. Any player below level 10 within the dungeon will die instantly. The casting must be interrupted within the time limit. The countdown has begun. Sung Woo's blood ran cold. What? Instant death? If it kills everyone under level 10, that means his entire party will be wiped out. And the reason the kobolds kept attacking was to buy time for the spell to complete. He finally understood everything. He calculated his options. If he couldn't break the barrier with normal attacks, the kobold mage on the other side just laughed. It's useless. Just die. Sung Woo decided to use the time he had to prepare his most powerful attack. He ordered Roy to gather the skeleton soldiers and his acolytes. The kobold mage had no idea what Sung Woo was planning. It couldn't imagine he'd find a solution. Strange sounds began to echo from his side. The bodies of the fallen kobolds were piled high. Sung Woo had thrown every single one of them. He hurled the pile of kobold corpses directly in front of the mage, leaving the creature utterly bewildered. Finally, it couldn't hold back a scream. What in the world are you doing? Sung Woo grinned. Thanks for waiting. And now, goodbye. Just as the high-level kobold mage processed his words, the door to the room slammed shut. Sung Woo's voice was cold as ice. Explode. The kobold still didn't understand, but there was no one left to explain. A blinding, scorching yellow light erupted. The heat was so intense it made the creature's tongue hang out. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a sea of fire. The explosion was so massive it shook the entire area. The inside of the room was transformed into a desolate, smoldering ruin. Sung Woo peeked his head in to check. I think the distance was too great. This isn't good. The kobold mage was completely unaffected by the blast. But now, it was boiling with pure rage, letting out a series of unearthly screeches. The system chimed in again. The boss monster has sacrificed its life force to reduce the casting time. The timer had been cut by nearly half. Sung Woo gritted his teeth and cursed, that bastard. The casting time was already short enough. Seeing his panic, the mage smirked triumphantly. Tree roots began to snake out from everywhere, casting a dark, gloomy shadow over the dungeon. Sung Woo and his skeleton soldiers immediately started running. He urged them on, faster, run, he yelled. There must be a core nearby. Find it, now. Receiving their orders, his minions moved quickly. And just as he predicted, there it was. A dungeon core, wrapped in thick brown roots. Roy didn't even need a command. He rushed forward, slashing through the vines surrounding it. A system notification appeared. You have destroyed a dungeon core. The spell has been delayed, but they now had only 19 minutes left. Sung Woo clenched his jaw. The pressure was on. If we hurry, we can still make it. He reviewed his assets. He had set aside a few specific corpses, because they were all mages. It was a good thing he'd summoned them as acolytes. They were level 1 apprentice mages. Power combination. Minimum requirement, 3 mages. Effect. Increases casting speed by an additional 20%. And now, he could access a new skill, viewing the memories of the dead. Sung Woo thought, I thought this was only a dream, but it was real. We can now see the monster's memories. He pointed. It's a little blurry, but I've found the location of the next dungeon core. The next one is in the power control room on the first floor. That place was also swarming with roots. The bodies of kobolds were piled up everywhere in a chaotic mess. He took one look and guessed, was this Jisoo? Jisoo had already taken care of them. For the first time, he felt a wave of relief. Sung Woo looked ahead, his spirits lifting. The core. Excellent. Jisoo. The instant death warning must have been sent to everyone in the party. Suddenly, a kobold collapsed right in front of him. It let out agonizing screams of pain. The sight shocked Sung Woo. He yelled in a panic, Jisoo, find Han Ho and Jiang Su. I'll take care of the last core. But what he saw next was the complete opposite of what he'd imagined. Han Ho was cheerfully holding up a kobold by the neck. Sung Woo Sunbae, you're a little late. Staring at the scene before them, Sung Woo and Roy were completely dumbfounded. Blinking, Sung Woo tried to make sense of the chaos. His expression turned grim as Jisoo rushed forward. Sung Woo, I destroyed the core. But what in the world is this situation? The dungeon boss was planning something, but Han Ho cut in. We can worry about that later. What happened to you is more important. He then urged, there's no time. Let's take out the last core first. Surprised, Sungwoo still agreed. All right. The system's voice rang out. Neutralization must occur within the time limit. They only had a mere 13 minutes and 27 seconds left. Everyone launched a frantic assault. The kobold leader screamed, stop them. Sungwoo felt the pressure mounting. We're running out of time. Focus on destroying the final core instead of killing them. Jisoo charged toward the kobold and shouted, Sungwoo, over there. The creature looked terrified. Stay back. Don't you dare come any closer. As the bone soldiers surged forward, the kobolds swarmed them like moths to a flame. Sungwoo analyzed the situation. These kobolds were defending the core with their very lives. He crossed his arms, lowered his stance, and yelled, Roy, here. Hearing the signal, Roy needed no further instruction. He leaped high into the air, sword raised menacingly. Roy successfully shattered the final core. A system message appeared, you have destroyed the dungeon core, neutralizing the threat within the time limit. They completed the mission with 9 minutes and 8 seconds to spare. Sungwoo immediately commanded his bone soldiers, now, clean up the rest. The kobolds scattered in panic. Help us. What do we do? Another system notification chimed. With all cores destroyed, the barrier will now be lowered. Sungwoo let out a sigh of relief. Now we just have to stop that instant death magic. A vein throbbed on his forehead in frustration. We suffered all this because of that bastard. Just you wait, I'll make you pay. Hanno then chimed in, Sunbae, taking down the boss should be easy, right? I mean, you did get that corpse explosion skill. Sungwoo felt a wave of relief. He's back to normal. Hanno continued, that's right. The power of blowing something up should be way stronger than a normal corpse explosion. Just throw them at the entire building and boom, bury the boss. At Hanno's words, Sungwoo paused. The whole building? He then said, let's regroup and go face the boss. We don't have much time. They quickly returned to the mage boss's chamber, where the tree roots were now growing endlessly. The system alerted them. Sungwoo, only 2 minutes and 12 seconds remain. Seeing them return, the boss was stunned. How did you all? Sungwoo smirked. What's wrong? Looks like your little plan has crumbled. And unfortunately for you, you only have 2 minutes left. A bone soldier stood before it, bathed in a ghastly blue light, like a reaper from the underworld. A searing flash of light erupted in front of the kobold mage, and it was instantly obliterated before it could even react. All it could manage was a single, agonizing scream. The instant death magic had been successfully prevented. Sungwoo gritted his teeth. The spell you worked so hard to prepare was a failure. Do you have any other tricks? If not, then your life ends here. The boss roared, refusing to accept its fate, as blood poured from its eyes, nose, and mouth. The roots continued to grow at an alarming rate. Just as Sungwoo finished speaking, his eyes widened in horror, and Hanno screamed, You jinxed it, Sunbae. It's transforming. A system message flashed. The true boss, the fallen treant, has appeared. It charged at them with insane ferocity. They realized in shock that this was no longer a kobold. The true boss frantically pursued them, attacking Sungwoo's bone soldiers. It looked like a giant tree monster, its entire body woven from tangled roots. Only its eyes glowed with a brilliant gold light. It could no longer speak, only letting out terrifying roars. Faced with this sudden turn, Sungwoo was momentarily frozen. Jisoo stepped in front to protect him, but the monster brought down a devastating blow. Sungwoo screamed, Everyone, get back now. Jisoo, however, showed no fear. Instead, a fierce look crossed her face. If the enemy is made of wood, then I'll just burn you to ashes with my flame sword. Before the tiny girl, the boss loomed like a colossal monster, shocking her with its sheer size. Sungwoo shouted, Jisoo, get out of the way. He quickly ordered his lycanthrope follower to throw something. The boss seemed surprised as Sungwoo hurled the corpses of the dead kobolds right at its feet. For a moment, it stood still, watching to see what Sungwoo's next move could be. Then, boom. With a deafening sound, a massive explosion erupted, seemingly tearing the boss to pieces. Sungwoo watched intently, gritting his teeth. Did we get it? Hanho covered his ears tightly. Sunbae, you're its worst nightmare. The boss was clearly blown apart, but then, its body began to slowly pull itself back together. Sungwoo was shocked. Regeneration? In an instant, its body stood tall again, as if nothing had happened. It then charged straight for Sungwoo. But before it could even react, another devastating attack came slashing down upon it. Flames engulfed the boss's entire lower half. It let out an agonizing roar of pain. Its body was being torn apart by the inferno. Hanho screamed, That boss. Can we even take it down? It just keeps regenerating, Sungwoo cursed. Keep attacking it. Just then, the system announced, the enemy has depleted its mana, and is now consuming its life force instead. The beast seemed stunned. Sungwoo smirked, I've been using this from the very beginning. And now, its life force is finally draining away. Thank you. The skill he used was Blood Demon Art. Its user collects demonic attributes. Each attack leeches the target's mana. Once their mana is gone, it starts devouring their life force. The boss roared in pure frustration. Hanho cowered behind him, but Sungwoo, it hasn't stopped completely. Sungwoo's eyes widened at the scene before him, shouting, "That's the signal. Everyone, fall back." The werewolf followers scattered, and the boss blindly chased after its target. It moved slowly, with its heavy, broken body. As everyone else made a swift escape, it was left all alone, dragging its massive frame behind. Before leaving, Sungwoo glanced back with a triumphant smirk. "We left a little present for you on the first floor." Once the skeletons and everyone else were clear, Sungwoo gave a single, cold command. "Detonate." An inferno erupted instantly. A blinding explosion lit up the entire space, giving the boss no time to even react. At long last, it was completely annihilated. Sungwoo received 12,840 gold for hunting a true boss monster. His intelligence and stamina stats rapidly leveled up to 10. Sungwoo remarked, "I didn't expect to level up like this. That boss was worth that much EXP. He received a roulette ticket for leveling up, and was the 69th person in history to achieve this. Because of this, the ticket could be upgraded without limit. The maximum number of followers also increased for reaching a certain level. Sungwoo was pleased. Excellent, if I can get another skill. This was the basic skill, Call of the Dead. He could now summon 10 zombies from the underworld, and these zombies were not limited by the maximum size cap. They would turn to dust after 10 minutes. Zombies, and 10 of them at once. The system's notification felt sudden, almost too generous. He thought, I was hoping to increase the max size of my followers, to fight the vampires, but I never expected to summon 25 monsters at once, and even demonic warriors. As he spoke, he gently stroked the new sword he'd acquired from the battle. A determined look crossed Sungwoo's face. Finally, it's time to hunt those vampires. The sword he held was ownerless. This blade was the key to awakening an unknown egg. However, he didn't possess the right class to make that happen. And if he wanted to hatch the egg, he would have to wait 5,000 days. Sungwoo gritted his teeth. More than 13 years, Jisoo replied. It seems to be a penalty for not having the right class for it. Hanho sighed. By the time that thing hatches, we'll all be middle-aged. Sungwoo reluctantly spoke to the egg. It will recognize me if I defeat a powerful enemy, he mused. Never thought I'd need to be acknowledged by an egg. The more monsters he hunted, the shorter the hatching time would become. But he considered, a bonus of +6 strength isn't bad. This sword doesn't seem fragile, either. Looks like I've found a powerful item. Suddenly, Hanho spoke up. Sungwoo, your phone is lighting up. What could be happening now? It was a comment from Taesung. The kid had found the hidden comment function. They were at Haegang Square in Washington. About 100 to 200 people were gathered there. For now, they hadn't spotted a single vampire. And Taesung's message said, Sungwoo, get 300 gold ready for me. Reading the message, Sungwoo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good, they're safe. He then gave an order. All survivors will gather there. Infiltrate the safe zone and observe everyone. He remembered what he told Taesung. We can't let them do whatever they want. I created a hidden comment channel just in case something went wrong. The boy had been so determined. I've been with the vampires for days. I can at least handle a small task like that. Sungwoo sighed. That kid is such a handful. So, this is why the vampires haven't made a major move? As he pondered, a skeleton soldier gently tugged at his sleeve. He looked up, and the skeletons pointed towards the door. Sungwoo frowned. What did you find? On the other side, clusters of tree roots were spreading rapidly. Something was there, just as the skeletons had seen. There were 2 werewolf corpses. But the strangest part was the roots. Trees erupted from inside their stomachs, a gruesome sight. Sungwoo wondered, did the roots crush them to death? Sungwoo reached out his hand, and the dead now fell under his control. With these 2, he now commanded a pack of 5 werewolves. He reviewed his forces, werewolves, skeletons, bone soldiers, and a kobold sorcerer. In total, he now had 15 minions under his command. Time to head to Suwon Hwaseong and witness the fate of those damned vampires. Night fell once more, draping the city in a cold, ominous gloom. The scene shifts over to Taesung's group. He spoke to the others. Is this supposed to be a safe zone? Is no one in charge here? It seems like there are no monsters around. Let's just wait and see. They all looked up at the floors above. A group of figures stood on the upper level, looking down. They had been watching Taesung's party for a while. One of them sneered, when will the food arrive? Another pointed, you see that kid? He's mine. That brat's blood will be divine. Their leader bellowed, everyone, prepare to move out. Another vampire cheered with excitement, asking, is the feast about to begin? The leader shot him a vicious glare. No, We're going to capture the kid who attacked the factory first. One of them questioned the order. Didn't the agent say we would start after the feast? His comrade replied. He said we need to conserve our strength in case of major trouble. The leader's expression grew grim. The situation has changed. That guy is nearby. He then asked again, is that bastard an idiot? If he saw the posts, he should have known we control this entire area, right? The leader affirmed. Trust me. We have to hunt him down and kill him before he ruins our feast. He grinned menacingly. These are the boss's orders. Kill him, and don't leave a single bone intact. Tae-sung's group quickly grabbed their phones. They left hidden comments to relay the information to Sung-yu. The vampires were terrifyingly fast. They had already assembled on the lower level of the parking garage. The surroundings were deathly quiet as one of them spoke. The elementary school near the shopping center. They're hiding closer than we thought, the leader added. He probably doesn't even know there's a curse on him. That's why he's being so careless. Suddenly, a subordinate cried out in alarm at the sight before him. Boss, I've found the corpse of a dire wolf. The entire group was stunned. Such a massive, ferocious wolf. Now lay dead and stiff on top of a car, its blood almost completely drained. They moved in to investigate. The blood hasn't dried yet. These claw marks look like they're from a werewolf, but there are no bite marks. It must have become one of that guy's minions. The situation unfolding before him made the leader's face darken. He never thought his opponent would have this kind of power. He used his heightened senses to sniff the air, then declared, the scent of dire wolf blood is coming from that direction. They muttered amongst themselves, that dire wolf lost to a clumsy fool like him. Well, it wasn't one of ours anyway. If there's a blood trail, monsters will be drawn here soon. It seems this guy doesn't even know how to cover his tracks. The others followed the trail of blood. Boss, look, the blood leads right to the main hall. The vampires grinned wickedly. Don't let them escape. Everyone, charge. Their leader roared like a madman. Just as the Lord said, the minions he summons are just skeletons. We only need to be wary of the werewolf minions. It seemed this leader was fatally underestimating his foe. He was absolutely certain that his opponent's fighting force was, at most, 5 werewolves. If that was the case, his team could handle it with ease. The leader boasted smugly, I am a direct subordinate of the Lord himself, a master vampire. I have the power to defeat 2 werewolves at once. In a flash, they stormed into the great hall. Their blood-red eyes glowed with a terrifying light. One of the vampires kicked down the door and roared with glee. You dare challenge my lord? You fool, this place will be your grave. Seeing the people with Sung-yu, he questioned them. Is this all you've got? The boss said there were 10 of you. They grew even more ecstatic. Whatever, another one sneered. Brother, have you cleaned your neck yet? The blood of such filthy prey is disgusting. The whole pack broke out into wicked laughter. But I happen to like it that way. The leader savored the moment. Oh my, look at that young man running in fear. They swarmed forward, rushing towards Sung-yu. But for some reason, he darted out the door. The vampires howled, he's cornered. You moron! Sung-yu, who had been sprinting, came to a sudden halt. He turned back, his eyes blazing with fury. So, you finally found a place to die. For a moment, they didn't understand his words. The leader demanded, what was that? Sung-yu spoke again. You just couldn't sit still while I was nearby. Normally, when you feed dogs, they just get more sensitive and aggressive. He continued, glaring at the entire pack of vampires. So, you all came crawling here. I guess you still don't understand my power level, do you? Just as I predicted. Your eyes lit up seeing me, that arrogant vampire. Skill level? Are you talking about your bony little minions? How many do you have? A wicked smile spread across his face. They're not just skeletons, they're heavyweight champions. A system notification flashed into view. The fallen blade will now be cast. In that moment, Sung-woo was like a demon from the depths of hell, here to collect the vampire's souls. The system continued its announcements. Zombie call will now be cast. They never expected zombies. One of them screamed, damn it, I'm not ready for this. Sung-woo casually sat down, watching them struggle. You're all the same. I wonder who's really the hunter here. In an instant, the vampires fell. Sung-woo received a steady 2,000 gold, a reward for killing players. He provoked them again. Now, do you get it? Riding the wave of victory, Roy led the skeleton soldiers forward. Hidden hunting party organization initiated. Power classification combined with Phase 1 command conditions. With over 11 regular members, both their attack and defensive power surged. The vampires screamed in chaos. I can't see anything. Stop it. Another struggled. What is this smoke? My body. I can't move. Sung-woo explained with a ferocious grin. Death curse. Substitute curse. Demon bloodstone. All of them triggered the moment you fought Annette. The remaining female vampire charged forward with a vengeance. Brother, why are you in such a hurry? All I have to do is eliminate their summoner. But before she could even get close to Sung-woo, her entire body erupted in a violent explosion. Roy's sword slashed through the air. The vampire was blown to pieces, her entire body bursting into flames. But it didn't end there. To make absolutely sure, Roy carefully drove his sword through her remains a few more times. 2,000 gold for killing a player was instantly deposited. The battlefield was now a scene of utter chaos. Vampires clashed relentlessly with his undead minions. The vampire leader was now truly enraged. He roared, "You rotting piece of filth! You dare try to kill me?" He then charged furiously towards the zombie horde, breaking through their ranks all by himself. But these zombies were no pushovers. They let out a deafening roar. The vampire lashed out with his claws, tearing through the air. "Is that all you've got? Bring it on." "I said bring more, don't you hear me?" It was clear he'd been driven into a frenzy. But even in the face of his madness, Sungwoo remained completely unfazed. 2 zombies lunged at him, one from each side. They bit down hard on the vampire, startling him. The leader, now furious, unleashed all of his inner power. "Stop clinging to me so pathetically," he struggled desperately. Seeing Sungwoo sitting there so calmly only fueled his rage. "That's right. You, the one controlling these worthless pawns." The leader shot forward like he'd spotted his prey. "I just need to kill you, and this will all be over." But in the dead silence of the battlefield, Sungwoo's eyes began to glow. The vampire's scream echoed, a sound that would terrify anyone who heard it. "I will kill you." The vampire's mind was no longer clear. "You are the only true enemy of the Lord." Faced with such a ferocious opponent, Sungwoo simply sat there and held out a hand. "Don't just run around like that." The vampire glared, grinding his teeth, unable to understand. He shot back. "What?" The scene shifts back 2 hours before the battle. Sungwoo stood, giving orders. "You must wait for the vampires to arrive." Then, he pointed to another skeleton soldier. "First, you get over to the other side." It quickly obeyed, moving to the spot he indicated. Sungwoo nodded, satisfied. "Good." He continued. "Now, create an explosion." His words made the skeleton jump in shock. Seeing its reaction, he pressed on. "It's not working." It didn't answer. Its body just trembled. Then he remembered. "Ah, that's right. You're just a skeleton, not a walking bomb. Don't look at me like that." Then, another idea struck him. Zombie summoning will be activated in the area. From beneath the ground, horrifying living corpses began to claw their way up. What exactly was Sungwoo scheming? He looked toward the zombies with a dark expression. What about these corpses? It was impossible to know if the zombies understood his meaning. They just stared blankly, mumbling as if they wanted to say something. Back in the present, he spoke to the vampire leader. "The consequence is that the blast radius is determined by your movements." It was then revealed. Sungwoo had cast Corpse Explosion on the vampire leader himself, causing him to detonate from within. The searing heat of the flames caused him an agony so intense, he was trapped in a hell where he couldn't live, but wasn't allowed to die. He screamed endlessly before collapsing to the ground. Sungwoo watched with a cold calm as his target burned like a moth in a sea of fire. The man still had some fight in him. "You bastard. I will kill you." But Sungwoo wasn't about to grant him a quick death. His werewolf minion lunged forward, grabbing the vampire's leg and sinking its teeth in with brutal force. An unearthly shriek echoed as he trembled. "You think you can stop our lord? He is a transcendent being." Sungwoo was annoyed. To think their leader could brainwash someone so completely in just a few days. Even facing his end, the vampire screamed, "The Lord will kill you." This only fueled Sungwoo's fury. "That bastard. The vampire lord is a disgusting mutt." His repressed rage and hatred exploded, channeling directly into the dagger in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he plunged the blade down with brutal force. Just like that, he collected 20,000 gold. For killing a special player, a system message appeared. The egg will hatch in 4.949 days. He began to calculate. It was time to replenish his fallen minions. He would gather the corpses that were still in good condition. Soon after, a new army of minions was created. The system announced, "The dead have become your minions." The player has triggered a synergy effect. Notification, Bloodthirsty Ones, Stage 1. Synergy power. Condition, 5 vampires. Blood Siphon will increase attack power. All stats will increase by 10% in a final burst just before defeat. Sungwoo was satisfied. With this, his strongest possible lineup was finally complete. A hidden message popped up. It was from Jisoo. They've started moving to a new location. The managers, who had been lazing around, suddenly began confiscating weapons, claiming it was a condition for entering the safe zone. He had a feeling something big was about to happen. Seeing the message, Sungwoo knew Jisoo and Hanho had successfully infiltrated the enemy's base. He must have sensed his underlings were killed, Sungwoo thought. That's why he's in such a hurry. But now, they are my minions. Sungwoo's thoughts were absolute. The tables have turned. This will be your end. Meanwhile, a furious Wrath shattered his glass of blood and stormed away. As night fell, a grim atmosphere descended upon the city once more. People huddled together in nervous groups. One man looked up at the sky and screamed in terror, "Look, over there." Everyone's eyes followed his gaze, filled with dread. High in the distance, the corpses of werewolves were impaled on sharp pikes. Faces went pale with fear as a murmur spread through the crowd. Damn it, why would they display them like that? But to defeat all those werewolves, that's incredible. A single werewolf can kill an entire pack of normal wolves. So how did they manage to capture them? Hanho gritted his teeth. "Jisoo, our turn is coming soon." "I figured as much, but it looks like they're taking our weapons." One of the guards searching them spoke cheerfully. "We know some of you might be unhappy about this, but this is all for your own safety and order," he continued with a smirk. "We're the ones who caught those 4 werewolves, so it's not like we need your little toys." Jisoo clenched her jaw. "Vampire underlings. They don't want your weapons. They just want to make you easier to kill." Tae-sung yelled from behind Jisoo. The people nearby grumbled. "What are you doing? Don't cut in line." Tae-sung quickly ran up and whispered to her. "Your 2 swords. We hid them where you told us to," he added. Because in Seok's class is a 2-star thief, it went smoothly. No one even noticed. Hanho spoke up. "What about my stuff? Did you prepare what I asked for?" Tae-sung stammered. "Why, yes. We've prepared everything you told us to." The guard shouted again. "Next. If you're hiding any weapons, we'll find them anyway." The area quickly descended into chaos. Finally, it was Jisoo's group's turn to be searched. But because they had planned ahead, they weren't carrying any weapons on them. After the search, they passed through the gate without issue. At that moment, Roth roared, "This makes no sense. How is this even possible? I sent so many of my best fighters. How could they all lose to a single fool like him?" On their side, Hanho gritted his teeth. "Jisoo, it's definitely them. Those masks. They must be hiding their fangs." Jisoo calculated silently. "The swords are taken care of. Now, according to the plan, we just wait for Sungwoo, the vampire lord. He will pay for all of this." As she thought this, she shot a fierce glare in his direction. Roth had already begun his psychological manipulation of the crowd. He stood above them all with a majestic air and shouted, "Attention!" Hanho panicked. "Jisoo, we're surrounded." All around them were vampires wearing masks. The vampire lord let out a dramatic sigh. "Oh, dear me. Humanity has stopped evolving. What do you all think of this catastrophe? Are you asking yourselves, why did all of this have to happen?" he continued. "Does anyone want to answer? Anyone at all?" The crowd below buzzed with fear. "What's wrong with him? What is he talking about?" Roth sneered in disgust. "This is why you vermin will never amount to anything. You were born to be victims of evolution." At his command, his followers began slamming their weapons into the ground. A piercing noise echoed out. Strange objects were being planted all around the perimeter. He continued, "And as for those who have been chosen to evolve." Before he could finish, his followers ripped off their masks, tossing them into the air. Roth's voice was manic. "That's us. We are the ones who hold the future. Now, celebrate." At last, the vampires revealed their true forms. They bared their fangs, whispering, "I'm going to enjoy a delicious meal. We've been waiting for this for so long." But the crowd was still panicking, completely lost. "What's happening to those people?" Then a shout from the crowd. "Over there. That way is clear. Let's get out of here." But the posts they'd driven into the ground weren't just for show. It was a trap. A powerful electric current surged from the posts. One vampire laughed, satisfied. "Come on, come closer to me. I'll help you all find your eternal rest." The people screamed in terror. "What do we do? Don't push me." Jisoo yelled out, "Everyone, please get behind me. That fence is an electrified item. There's no escape." The vampire Roth tilted his head. "What's with that fool? Why is he holding a weapon?" Suddenly, a bus appeared from out of nowhere, driving at high speed. It was too far to see who was behind the wheel. The vampires were caught off guard. "A bus?" A voice from inside roared, "Aim for that crowd of them." And the bus charged forward. It smashed into the vicious vampires, sending them flying with agonizing screams. Then, the vehicle sped toward Jisoo's position. It screeched to a halt. Hanho pointed. "The electric fence has been disabled. Run for it." As if saved from death's door, everyone listened. The remaining vampires were furious. "Why is there a bus here?" "Because of that thing, our food is getting away." The bus engine idled as its doors hissed open. The person inside finally appeared. Roth trembled with rage, his teeth clenched. You bastard." Sungwoo, sword in hand, slowly descended with a smirk. "I'm not late for the party, am I? King of the bloodsuckers." Sungwoo mocked them. "Aren't you all in the middle of a celebration?" Roth stepped forward with a wide grin. "I thought I'd be late, but it seems I've arrived just in time. We haven't even started on the appetizers." His face suddenly darkened with rage. "Since everyone's here now, shall we begin the feast?" Roth continued. "But things are a bit of a mess right now, Lady Yang." Before he could finish, she already understood. Indeed, A party is nothing without food. The moment she spoke, Lady Yang shot forward like a blur. Yang commanded, "Apprentices, with me. We'll hunt down those who ran away. The rest of you, help the representative deal with him." Roth noticed Sungwoo hadn't moved and taunted him. "Shouldn't you be stopping them?" Sungwoo stood proud. "I already have reliable allies on that side." Jisoo and Hanho had received their orders. "Evacuate the people and get them to safety." Roth covered his face and laughed. "How amusing. Allies. If we hadn't met like this, they would have already been mine." Sungwoo was calm. "Don't worry. You've got a few friends to play with, too." The words had barely left his lips when a skeletal hand clawed its way out of the ground. The vampire lord recognized it instantly. From the rooftops, a colossal wolf lunged down. It hurtled toward Roth, jaws ready to snap him in two. But he and his minions simply stood there, watching with blank expressions. "Don't tell me you plan to fight me with these." He raised a hand and flicked his wrist. The dire wolf exploded into dust. Roth found the entire situation laughable. How could he be so underestimated? Another dire wolf charged, baring its fangs at Roth. But the vampire lord refused to be outdone. With razor-sharp claws, he lunged forward, sinking them deep into the wolf's skull to control it. As he fought, Sungwoo spoke casually. "As expected, a lavishly prepared party is always the best, isn't it?" Before Roth could regain his composure, a swarm of goblins appeared. The vampire was shocked. Goblin corpses? The corpses began to glow, and then detonated. The massive explosion shook the entire area. The vampires standing outside saw their master caught in the blast and screamed in terror. "Representative, Lord Roth." The vampire leader lay motionless on the ground. The remaining horde scattered like headless snakes. How could this possibly happen? One of them tried to rally the others. "Calm down. There's no way our representative fell that easily. I'll handle this. The rest of you, go kill those humans." Sungwoo had already dashed back to the bus. The vampires shouted to each other, "That guy, he's getting away in the bus." The vampires swarmed the vehicle, blocking the doors. "Don't let him escape. We'll end him right here." But when they looked inside, they froze. "What is this? Where did he go?" "There's nothing but monster corpses in here." Then, one of them looked up at the roof. "Damn it. All of you, get away from there." Sungwoo was already standing outside the vehicle. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. "You've all gathered in one spot. How convenient." Then, Sungwoo's expression twisted into a vicious snarl as he triggered the blast. The corpses inside the bus instantly ignited. The sheer number of bodies fueled a cataclysmic explosion. Outside, a lone survivor stared in disbelief at the inferno. "Impossible. Is this how we get wiped out?" The hand of the vampire lord twitched faintly. But amidst the chaos, no one noticed the subtle movement. Elsewhere, the group sent to hunt the humans heard the thunderous blast. They exchanged panicked glances. "That explosion just now. Something must have happened to the representative, right?" Yang glanced back over her shoulder. It was loud, but with his terrifying power, nothing could happen to him. Still, a seed of doubt grew in her heart. Going back there alone would be suicide, even for her. She spun around and roared at her underlings. "Stop worrying about pointless things and focus on chasing down the survivors." But her eyes widened in shock. Her entire squad was already lying dead on the ground. Not a single one was left standing. What happened here?" Yang stammered in horror. Behind her, a pair of fierce eyes locked onto her back. Yang sensed the danger instantly. She was no weakling. In a flash, she leaped away from the threat. Their powers collided in a blinding flash. It was Jisoo. With breathtaking speed, she unleashed a storm of slashes from her dual blades. "Who are you?" Yang snarled. Jisoo didn't answer, her gaze burning with intensity. "It's over for you. Vampire." A twisted smile formed on Yang's face. "You know who I am, and you still dare to challenge me. What an arrogant little girl." She looked Jisoo over with disdain. "You're not the representative's type. But if I toss you to my underlings, I'm sure they'll have a lot of fun with you." Jisoo's eyes blazed with fury. "Shut your mouth and fight me, you old hag." Yang's condescending smile vanished. "I will tear you into 100 pieces, you little brat." Meanwhile, Jisoo had entrusted the survivors' safety to Hanho. He directed the group. "It's safe inside this building. Everyone, hide in there." Taesung approached Hanho. "Everything is still going according to plan." The boy said cheerfully, "After this, by tomorrow night, the vampires won't even dare to come near us." Hanho added, as expected of Sungwoo's plan. Taesung held up a bag of weapons. "These are the daggers I brought with me." He grinned. "I don't think I'll even need to use them." Hanho hesitated. This part of the plan always causes trouble. A voice suddenly dripped with sarcasm from nearby. "His foresight is pretty impressive, I'll give him that. When the manager left our safe zone, I thought he was just being paranoid." The sudden appearance of this new figure startled them both. It was the vampire manager. He spoke with a bored drawl. "Fighting is such a hassle. Why didn't they just come capture me? Then, he bared 2 razor-sharp fangs. But, since they didn't, that works out for me. I'll help you guys level up. Taesung's face lit up. I knew it. A college student like you really is a man of character. I believe in you. Hanho froze in terror. It's really happening. What do we do now? But Taesung, completely off guard, charged forward. Let's get him. That vampire looks weak. Hanho gritted his teeth. It was too late to stop him. He could only shout, "Wait, stop, you idiot." The vampire lunged forward. You're underestimating me that much? I'm hurt. I may be weaker than the others, but I'm not so weak that I'd lose to insects like you. In that instant, his body twisted, fully transforming into a monstrous vampire. Taesung stopped dead in his tracks, his face pale with fear. But just in the nick of time, from behind the creature, a volley of daggers flew through the air, startling the manager with the unexpected attack. He cried out in pain. It was true. This one really was weaker than the other vampires. He just stood there, stunned, his face darkening with rage but unable to react. Seizing the opportunity, Taesung unleashed a powerful punch straight at the manager's face, but the creature leaped into the air, gracefully dodging the blow. Those daggers were Hanho's. Biting his lip, he launched himself into the sky. I just made myself the perfect target. The moment Hanho spoke, the vampire manager crashed hard onto the ground. Taesung cheered, "We got him." The kid beamed. "Hanho, we make a better team than I thought." Hanho was sweating bullets. Wait a second. Did I just capture a vampire? Impossible. But then, a thought sparked in his mind. Hold on. I haven't received any gold yet. Just as Hanho feared, the manager wasn't dead. The daggers lodged in his body shattered into pieces. A good effort. You wretched fools. He rose to his feet, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You've actually managed to scratch my handsome face. Meanwhile, on Sungwoo's end, every last one of the low-level vampires had been eliminated. The bus continued to burn like a furnace. Inside, the vampires shrieked in agony, trapped in the inferno with no hope of escape. Sungwoo watched from the outside, his expression calm and controlled. He thought to himself, it's beginning. Everything inside the vehicle was reduced to ash. Yet the flames showed no signs of dying down. Perched atop the burning wreckage, a hulking figure with massive, demonic wings stared down intently at Sungwoo. The creature spoke with pure aggression. I'll repeat what I said before. You are already dead. In response, Sungwoo transformed in a flash. He stood defiantly, unfurling 2 massive wings of his own, a perfect match for his demonic foe. This won't be an easy fight. With that, the 2 sides prepared for battle. Sungwoo issued a command to his skeleton army and his followers. Charge forward. The beast roared with fury. I'll crush these skeletons first. Sungwoo immediately countered with an order. Use your spears to defend yourselves. Instantly, a volley of sharp bone spears was unleashed, but the creature moved with unnatural agility. He folded his wings and shot straight into the sky, effortlessly dodging the attack. Then, he dove down with terrifying speed. Plunging into the skeletons, his sharp claws easily shattered their bones into dust. Sungwoo watched, gritting his teeth in frustration. His skeleton soldiers were no match for this monster. It was tearing them apart, one by one. The vampire launched himself upward again, stomping down hard on their rib cages, causing bones to explode into fragments. His work done, he landed back on the ground. But just as he did, the earth beneath him began to crack open. A system notification appeared. Call of the Dead has been activated in this area. From the fissures, countless zombies began to claw their way out. The vampire lord looked on, stunned. Zombies? He raised a clawed hand, his eyes narrowing. I see now. So this is what killed my underlings. He then let out a ferocious roar. But I am the vampire lord. His fury radiated outwards, but the zombies advanced slowly, undeterred. Before he could react, one of them lunged forward and sank its teeth deep into the vampire's arm. This only served to enrage him further. So this is a zombie? A creature that keeps biting even when it's nothing but a head. He brought his other hand up to inspect the wound. I'll give you credit for that. A mere scratch was enough to make me bleed. With a surge of dark energy, the vampire lord blasted the 2 zombies away from him. Sungwoo signaled his werewolves to get ready. He pointed forward and declared, now, corpse explosion. The vampire used his wings to shield himself from the blast. It seemed he'd managed to avoid the fatal blow. He then thrust his hand forward. Unleashing his own power, a barrage of projectiles erupted from his body. Sungwoo recognized it instantly, raising an arm to shield his face. Blood-bone spears, he thought, gritting his teeth. Is that his active skill? He's converting his own blood into bone and firing it under immense pressure. The attack power isn't high, but it was enough to counter my explosion. After analyzing the situation, Sungwoo had a plan. All right then, the werewolf's Severus synergy. Thanks to this power, my own physical stats are boosted enough to face him, but these monsters were on another level. Still, Sungwoo's attack sent the vampire flying. He was thrown a great distance, struggling just to regain his balance in midair. But even then, he looked smug as a wave of fury washed over him. Do you really think you can win with that pathetic level of power? He swung his arm with incredible force, and one of the werewolves was instantly torn to shreds by the blow. Sungwoo was horrified. All three werewolves. In a single blow, he yelled out, "Everyone, maintain your distance and attack with spears." Following his command, his forces retaliated. But the vampire lord seemed completely unfazed. "How boring," he sneered. "This is the limit of you unevolved humans." Sungwoo shot back. "Evolution? You call turning into a monster like that an evolution?" The vampire lord laughed at his question. "And what if it is? Isn't this form magnificent? We are far superior to you inferior humans." His red eyes blazed with a new intensity. "The superior beings are destined to conquer the weak," he continued. "Isn't that how human history has always progressed? But modern society, that cesspool of lies, it treated me like a common serial killer, an outcast. But then, the day of judgment arrived. Perhaps even the gods in heaven realized what a false, artificial world it had become. How utterly boring it was. This body I now possess is infinitely superior to your pathetic, fragile human forms." He recounted his vision, explaining further. Humanity needs to evolve to rule this new world. Now that they've received that card, it seemed Rose had truly transformed. Sungwoo sighed, utterly unimpressed. "I thought you had some grand reason, but it's just some idiotic eugenics theory." The Director General challenged him. "Do you really believe in something that was debunked over a decade ago?" But he remained stubborn. "That's a story from the past. Before the system existed," Rose continued, "our very existence is proof of evolution. We are supernatural beings, far beyond the old race." Sungwoo's expression darkened. "But it looks like this new race is about to be wiped out by the old one." Before his surprise could fade, he heard Lady Yang's voice. She was screaming desperately, "Boss, save us!" Over on Jisoo's side, her longsword had already pierced straight through Yang. Crimson blood poured from the wound. Yang's face contorted as she gritted her teeth, unable to believe what was happening. "No. Me, an evolved being, struck down by some little girl? She, who was so arrogant, was now being utterly destroyed. She just couldn't accept this reality. Impossible. This can't be." Ying began to swipe her claws frantically through the empty air. Of course, none of her attacks could reach Jisoo. The woman wondered, her strength and speed are far greater than a normal human's, but she's still slower and weaker than me. And didn't my attack already hit her? She couldn't comprehend what was unfolding before her. Jisoo just smiled. "Pretty surprising, isn't it? Why did an attack from an old hag like you have no effect on me?" Jisoo grit her teeth, reflecting on her own growth. "I may not be as strong as Sungwoo, but I've improved a lot by hunting constantly. Leveling up doesn't just raise your stats. The countless hours of combat experience also helped me grow. And that's how I knew. You were just playing around, old lady." Yang was struggling desperately to block the powerful blows, and they just kept coming from Jisoo. Jisoo analyzed her opponent internally. Unlike my raw power, her attacks are simple and predictable. She's just trying to intimidate her opponent. She deduced that Yang must have gained her experience while serving under the vampire lord. The moment that thought passed, Jisoo unleashed a ferocious slash that left the vampire completely. Yang was truly overwhelmed by the attack, unable to react at all. All she could do was stare at the sky and let out a pained cry. "Damn it." Jisoo walked over to the dying vampire. Tears and snot were streaming down the woman's face as Jisoo spoke in a low voice. "Hey, old lady, thanks for helping me prove that I'm not weak." As the words left her lips, she gripped her sword tightly and plunged it deep into Yang's chest. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the mountains. "Mr. Representative, please save." Before she could finish, fresh blood sprayed into the air. After it was over, Jisoo let out a long breath. She had finally taken down this cunning vampire. Jisoo began to assess the situation. Right now, Hanho is evacuating everyone. And this will all be over once Sungwoo defeats that vampire lord. Elsewhere, Taesung and Hanho were collapsed on the ground, trembling. The young man struggled to speak. "Hanho, bro, are you okay?" The vampire manager stepped forward. "I thought you were just a bunch of weaklings, but you're surprisingly durable." Hanho asked, "Can you still fight?" Both of them looked completely exhausted, but they were still trying to buy time. The manager smiled. "Just killing you would be such a waste. Why don't you two just become like us?" An opportunity like this is rare. Hanho faced the manager's tempting offer. He was stunned and asked again, "What? You want me to become a vampire? You chose a card during the tutorial round, didn't you? A class card. To survive in this chaotic world. For a moment, neither of them knew how to respond. The manager continued, honestly, instead of choosing a class to fight for survival. I think you should have made a different choice, one that would guarantee your survival. And the best method for that is to be a parasite. He remembered the world before the chaos and the people who had never fought before. Students, janitors, bartenders. What could they do when trapped in a world turned upside down? The best choice they have is to cling to the strong. So, join us. Survival is the top priority, isn't it? A strange light gleamed in the vampire manager's eyes. Hanho suddenly looked dazed. He bit his lip. You're right. Taesung, standing beside him, yelled in shock. Hanho continued. But it looks like our side is way stronger than yours. He pushed himself to his feet. It's not just the two of us fighting you. From the distance, a motorcycle roared toward the vampire manager. He scoffed in disbelief. A motorcycle. But as he glanced back, Hanho seized the opening, launching a dagger. You should never look away. The vampire dodged with a laugh. You fool. You just killed your own teammate. Since he dodged, the dagger was now hurtling straight for Taesung. But then, something happened that stunned the vampire. Taesung wasn't the one who took the hit. A goblin had been thrown in the way, acting as a living shield. The blade sank deep into its skull. Hanho smirked. I was never aiming for you. The goblin was my target all along. The vampire suddenly froze. What the? Are my eyes deceiving me, or did that kid just get bigger? Hanho declared, confidence is what makes a real man. The vampire's face twisted with rage. I don't care what kind of skill that is. You could grow 4 extra legs and it wouldn't change a thing. The vampire manager lunged forward, slamming his fist into Hanho's body. He recoiled in shock. What? Why did that sound like hitting solid metal? The towering Hanho declared, from the moment you aimed for my goblin, my body became invincible. You have 0 chance of winning. With those words, Hanho unleashed a chillingly fast flash strike, making the vampire's body erupt in pain. He howled in agony, but there was no escape. At that exact moment, Taesung's crew charged in, delivering devastating blows. A relentless barrage of steel fists hammered into him, leaving the vampire manager completely stunned. He roared, his claws extending as he glared murderously at the kid. You damn pests! Did you really think I wouldn't fight back? Faced with the vampire's ferocity, Taesung froze in terror for a second. But Hanho instantly moved to shield him. He growled, and where do you think you're going? Hanho glanced back. In a situation like this, I have to be incredibly fast to stop you. For some reason, this damn vampire won't be getting away. A quiet darkness fell over the city, centered on the towering skyscraper. Suddenly, a savage scream tore through the night, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who heard it. The vampire manager slashed wildly at Hanho. Why are you taking any damage? Die. Just die already. Taesung couldn't stand it anymore. Gritting his teeth, he charged. Let me help. Steel fist. A powerful wave of energy blasted from the boy's fist, sending the vampire flying. The creature thought to himself, their individual attacks are nothing. But their teamwork is perfect. I've already lost my footing, and I'm bleeding from their constant strikes. He glared at Hanho. And on top of it all, they have a giant living shield that moves with impossible speed. This is bad. But in the heat of battle, Hanho ran into a problem. Damn it, my power. It's fading. The vampire manager grinned, gritting his teeth. I knew it. There's no way a skill that broken wouldn't have a time limit. Now, it's over for you. And just like that, Hanho shrank back to his normal size. He hurled a dagger into the sky, but somehow it struck another goblin right in the head. He stared in shock. Another goblin? What's a goblin doing way up in the sky? A familiar voice called out. Nice shot, Hanho. I heard your mission was to get the goblins to a safe place. Come to think of it, my job was the toughest of all. Hanho's eyes widened. How many floors did you climb? In an instant, his body expanded once more. All I have to do is take out the goblin that just fell. And this power will never end. The manager seethed with frustration. Hanho continued, you said you'd hurt others just so you could live, right? His expression turned deadly serious. You're dead wrong. True survival is having friends you can trust with your life. He pictured all of their faces in his mind. It's about uniting to overcome any challenge. That's the world we're building. That's how we survive. Through love and peace. Hanho spoke, his mind flashing back to the better days, the times they shared before the world fell apart. The vampire manager couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stammered, impossible, that's just. But he shook it off, screaming, you're just a bunch of pathetic kids, you bastards. Taesung's crew charged forward, their eyes burning with fury. Let's finish him. Die. The vampire manager squeezed his eyes shut as the blows rained down. He was kicked and punched into submission, completely unable to resist. Seeing this pathetic display, the vampire lord roared in fury. "You fool! How could you lose to such inferior humans?" Sung Woo's expression darkened. The truth is, vampires aren't so impressive. In fact, they have far more weaknesses than humans. The vampire lord was quickly losing his patience. "I thought we might be able to talk. But so far, you've done nothing but bark nonsense." Sung Woo remained calm. A vampire's first weakness is their inability to wield any weapons. At his command, his skeleton soldiers raised their sharp spears, forming a deadly circle around Rose. He continued, "I used to think your long claws were a substitute for weapons, but now I see the truth. They're a death sentence. In terms of range and reach, a fighter with no weapon. A truly devastating penalty, isn't it?" Sung Yu held up a second finger. "Your second weakness is your regeneration. Because you can heal instantly, your defensive instincts are almost non-existent. You fight with reckless abandon, completely ignoring your surroundings." Just as he spoke, his skeleton soldier struck. The vampire lord was riddled with wounds, and he roared in frustration. "You fool! This is our true power." But Sung Yu's voice cut in again. "Third, vampires don't use mana. Every single one of your skills, including your regeneration, is fueled by blood." He raised a menacing orb. "You're still acting so high and mighty, without even realizing your power is being drained." In his hand was the Blood Fiend Orb, an artifact that consumes life force as fuel when an enemy has no mana. The truth finally hit the vampire lord as his strength abandoned him. He collapsed to one knee, sputtering, You monster." Sung Yu looked down on him. "Fourth, you talk way too much. If I were you, I would have ignored the taunts and gone straight for the necromancer from the start." That seemed to finally push the vampire lord over the edge. He threw his head back and screamed, "Crimson Domain." Then he lunged at Sung Yu with ravenous intent. But it was far too late for that. I just need to absorb the last bit of blood. But from out of nowhere, Roy dove from the sky, sword drawn. The vampire was stunned. "What the?" The vampire viciously swiped his razor-sharp claws at Roy. "You think that toy can stop me?" Sung Yu's voice calmly cut in. And fifth, a system notification appeared. One-handed warrior's assault. In a flash, Roy's blade sliced right through Roth. Sung Yu continued, "You judge things only by their appearance, which makes you incredibly careless." He was being toyed with at every turn. Roth struggled desperately, while Sung Yu remained completely untouched. The humiliation was infuriating. "You little punk." Suddenly, from within his own body, Roy launched a vial of green liquid, landing it perfectly in Roth's open mouth. The explosive fluid erupted outwards, searing the vampire lord's eyes with agonizing pain. He let out a blood-curdling scream. The green liquid dripped down, melting the very ground it touched with a sizzle. The vampire lord thrashed in agony, howling at the sky with furious regret. That demonic slime. It was a trick. From a safe distance, Sung Yu and his skeleton soldiers simply watched the scene unfold. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Roth's vision blurred, his eyes stinging horribly as he struggled to open them. But everything around him was a distorted haze. "My eyes. I can't see properly." He'd already lost too much blood, and his legendary regeneration couldn't heal his sight. The vampire leader trembled with fury as Sung Yu seized the opportunity, his voice booming. "Let's end this right here and now." But the vampire refused to accept his fate. With his sight gone, he focused on his hearing. Footsteps echoed from all directions. Panic set in. Am I going to die? But his panic quickly turned to rage. Die. Never. I am destined to rule over all. You think I'll fall in a place like this? Despite his injuries, the vampire attacked with wild ferocity, shattering the skeleton soldiers around him. Sung Yu watched with a flicker of surprise. Still thrashing about, are we? No matter. The outcome is already decided. At this point, Roth was completely unhinged. A single thought screamed through his mind. Blood. I need blood. Suddenly, the scent of fresh blood hit him, and a wave of euphoria washed over him. I can smell it. It's close. He smashed through the remaining skeletons and bolted from the encirclement. Out of my way, you trash. Sung Yu yelled. He's escaping. After him, we can't let him get away. This time, Sung Yu was determined to finish the hunt, but the vampire lord's speed was incredible. In an instant, his shadow was gone. Finally, he found it. The source of the scent he craved. The blood of werewolves. Like a man dying of thirst, the vampire lunged toward it. He thought, it's not fresh. It's been exposed to the air for too long, but it doesn't matter. Once my body is restored, I can slaughter an entire army for more. His blurry vision focused on 4 werewolves, impaled on stakes atop a roof. He reminded himself, no more letting my guard down. But suddenly, a sound made him freeze in his tracks. Sung Yu's voice echoed through the area. You absolute fool. I knew you were starving, but did you really think my skeletons were just for decoration? He gave a sharp command, and his skeleton soldiers moved to intercept the vampire, cutting off his path to the blood. The werewolf disciples advanced, forming a solid wall. Sung Yu declared, "There's not a single drop of blood here for you to drink." In an instant, Roth was impaled by a volley of long spears. His struggle was beyond pathetic. Then, a final, crushing blow came from above an attack his battered body could no longer withstand, and crashed violently to the ground. He coughed up another sickening mouthful of blood. Blood gushed endlessly from his wounds. Ross couldn't accept it. This wasn't possible. "I'm supposed to rule this new world." Sung Woo's expression hardened. The guy was as resilient as a cockroach. Finally, Ross shot him a furious glare. His body trembled uncontrollably. Sung Woo continued, "We started this party with a bang, so let's make the finale just as spectacular." The moment he finished speaking, his werewolf followers lunged forward, brandishing razor-sharp bone spears. They plunged their weapons into the vampire's body again and again. He thrashed violently, but he was too weak from blood loss to fight back. He could only lie there and take the punishment. A blood-curdling scream erupted, but Ross still wasn't dead. Just as Sung Woo said, the man refused to die. Ross gasped, struggling to breathe. Here, Sung Woo quickly dragged the other vampire corpses over to Ross's position. He was about to activate corpse explosion. A blinding, intense light began to burn brightly. Ross screamed, his voice filled with despair, "No, I don't want this." Sung Woo offered his final words, "Try to have a happy life." In hell, the moment he finished, the vampire exploded. A system notification popped up. "You have received 10,000 gold for killing a special player." Both the exclusive quest and the devotion quest were now complete. The total reward was 30,000 gold, and a C-rank item. On top of that, he also received an exclusive skill as a reward, and just like that, his destiny was rewritten. Sung Woo was pleased. This boss raid had paid off handsomely. Jisoo and her group quickly gathered around him. Everyone erupted in joyous cheers and shouts. "Sunbae, I knew you were the real deal." Sung Woo turned in surprise to face them. "Shouldn't you all be somewhere safe? Even though this world is dying," Sung Woo thought. Then he let out a small smile, breathing a sigh of relief that his teammates were unharmed. In that moment, Sung Woo vowed to himself that he would keep on living, no matter what. The people standing before him were like a second family to him now. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone down upon the entire city. The crowd erupted into cheers. Did those people really defeat the vampire lord? They murmured excitedly amongst themselves. "I don't know who they are, but they definitely saved us." "That's right, they saved all of us. I've told you about them before. That's the guy from room 157, the one who saved me and gave me food." Someone else recognized him. "Is that the young man from the Hwaseong apartments? Hooray." Hearing all the chatter, Jisoo couldn't help but smile. "Sunbae, it seems like a lot of people know who you are now." Sung Woo answered calmly. "This is a residential community. We had no choice but to save them." Suddenly, a citizen pointed into the distance. "What's going on with those people?" A girl in the crowd looked around. "What? Who?" A group of people dressed in military uniforms was running toward them. Everyone wondered what was going on. "The army, where were they when we were fighting the monsters?" Now that everything's settled, they finally decided to show up. But it didn't look like they held any goodwill towards Sung Woo's group. The residents muttered amongst themselves, "Why is the army here? Did they desert their posts?" One of them asked aloud. "How is everyone holding up?" The voice sounded familiar, startling Sung Woo and his companions. The man smiled. "I was curious to see who caused such a huge battle. I never expected we'd meet again." The whole group yelled out, "Sergeant Kim." Sung Woo stepped forward and shook his hand warmly. "It's a relief to see you're still doing well." The sergeant replied, "Yes, I'm still alive thanks to the medicine you gave me back then." Sung Woo was curious, "But isn't your timing a bit odd? Why have you come here now?" Sergeant Kim began to explain. "For the past few days, we've been monitoring the people who established the safe zone here. I couldn't have imagined something like this would happen. It seems the army has been moving a little too slowly." In any case, Sung Woo had already taken care of everything, but Sergeant Kim's words made him furrow his brow in thought. Monitoring, he thought, does that mean he knew something bad was about to happen? Looking at the situation now, it's probably best not to get involved with them. Sung Woo looked at the soldiers before him, a natural distrust welling up inside him. He was the type of person who preferred to avoid trouble. Sergeant Kim spoke again. "I'm sorry for springing this on you, but there's someone who wants to meet you." Sung Woo was stunned into silence for a moment. "Me? Who?" Sergeant Kim was being cryptic. This was now an official matter for the South Korean army. At a military compound, high up in a tall building, a man was standing by the window. From the look on his face, he was clearly not a good person. In another room, Sung Woo stood surrounded by piles of bones scattered across the floor. He was checking his information on the system. A smirk crossed Sung Woo's face as he saw he'd earned 150,000, out of a total 300,000 gold from the battle. This was on a completely different level from hunting monsters on the streets. And there was more. He'd acquired the bone armor, a reward granted by the system for slaying the vampire lord. It was a basic tier item, an armor crafted from the bones of the dead. Its durability would wear down with each use, and its effectiveness depended entirely on the quality of the materials. The higher the skill level, the more perfect the final product. He equipped it, and it molded perfectly to his body, denser than he'd imagined, yet it allowed for complete freedom of movement. Though the armor was forged from the dead, its defensive power would only grow stronger over time. Right, there were also the items from the quest rewards. He summoned one of them. It was a dwarven crossbow, complete with a magazine linked to a sub-dimensional armory space. This meant he could fire continuously without ever reloading. Sungwoo was satisfied. It was the perfect item for him. The long-range scope was a particularly nice touch. He was also given a greatsword, but it just didn't fit his combat style. He clenched his fists with newfound resolve. He had grown immensely today, and he would only get stronger. Strong enough to defeat any enemy that stood in his way. He wasn't the useless person he used to be. It was clear Sungwoo was determined to wipe out every last villain. But suddenly, from behind him, a familiar cry echoed. Sungwoo! The voice ripped him from his thoughts. The desperate screams made him whip around in shock. It's so hot. Sungwoo. The cries grew louder. Is anyone there? Please, help me. Save me. Sungwoo, please. In an instant, he found himself standing before a massive house engulfed in flames. Sungwoo stared in horror. Through the inferno, he could make out the silhouettes of a man and a woman trapped inside. The fire roared, consuming everything in its path. The image of his parents, screaming in agony, appeared with terrifying clarity. The man inside the blaze shouted, "You're strong now, son. Hurry up and save us." Sungwoo raised his hand to summon his fallen sword. But suddenly, his hand became tiny. He looked down, bewildered. It wasn't just his hand. His entire body had shrunk, reverting to that of a small child. Just then, the two figures crawled toward him, wailing, "Why aren't you saving us? Look at how much we're suffering." Overwhelmed with terror, Sungwoo screamed and turned to run. Their voices chased after him. "Don't go. Are you running away again? You coward. I thought you'd gotten stronger, but you're still." The small boy ran, crying in agony, completely lost. It was all just a dream. Hanho's worried voice cut through the nightmare. He'd seen Sungwoo drenched in sweat and shouted, "Sunbae." Sungwoo shot up, clutching his head. Hanho spoke again. "You've been asleep all day. You must have been exhausted, right?" His friend was clearly concerned. "I saw Sergeant Kim, talking with some other soldiers." Sungwoo remembered. Sergeant Kim had asked him to come with them to their unit. He'd said to find him if he ever needed anything. From outside, Sungwoo could hear voices. "There's no reason for us to visit him while he's this exhausted." After hearing Hanho, he quickly grabbed his jacket and stood up. "Wait here a moment." Hanho immediately replied, "Got it." The nightmare still haunted him, and a single thought echoed in his mind, stronger. "I need to become stronger, strong enough to save people, so that I never have to abandon anyone again." Outside, soldiers were pacing back and forth, clearly growing impatient. One of the men saw Hanho and approached him. "Is he here?" he demanded. Hanho was taken aback. "I'm sorry, but could you please wait a moment?" The man yelled in his face. "Wait, do you think this is some kind of child's game? Hurry up." Upon seeing Sungwoo, the man's expression turned stern. "I am Lieutenant Park Tae-yong of the 51st Infantry Division. You're the necromancer, correct?" Sungwoo was putting on his jacket when he heard the question. He turned to face the man, momentarily stunned. The lieutenant brazenly sat down. "You know, we don't have much time. We've traveled a long way to get here, don't you? So, I'll get straight to the point." Sungwoo quickly took a seat as well, his brow furrowing at the man's sheer audacity. But he replied calmly, "Okay." The lieutenant continued, "The group in Hwaseong, you were one of the ones who defeated them, correct? I need your testimony regarding that incident, and I want to discuss your future cooperation." Sungwoo answered coolly. "The testimony is fine, but what kind of cooperation are you talking about?" The lieutenant pointed a finger straight at his face. "Join the army." So that was their game. They were here to recruit him. The demand left both Sungwoo and Hanho completely stunned. Annoyed, Sungwoo rested his head in his hand. "Join the army? You've got to be kidding me. And what reason would I have to do that?" Clearly, he was not interested. The lieutenant began to explain. "Our country is in a state of emergency. To be more precise, we are in a desperate situation. Besides, with martial law in effect, asking you to join the military isn't against the rules. Of course, we're prepared to offer you special treatment." The man was now trying to sweet-talk him. Sungwoo thought to himself, not against the rules? In a situation where the country has fallen apart? A little too late for that, but he remained on guard. "What do you want from me?" The officer replied calmly, "Serve your country. Reclaim our territory. Protect the system. You just need to support those operations." Sungwoo buried his face in his hands, thinking grimly, In other words, you want me to be your slave. The officer's face hardened at his attitude. You've served before, so I trust you understand these matters better than anyone. The current situation is almost unimaginable. Even if we mobilize every citizen, it wouldn't be enough. But that man, that prosecutor, he betrayed our country. He decided to form his own puppet army. Sungwoo immediately knew who the officer was talking about. He silently recalled what the prosecutor had done, rescuing civilians in Yongdongpo, creating Korea's first guild, establishing a safe zone, ensuring security, and even taking down a boss monster. The man had truly led his people. The prosecutor's purpose seemed crystal clear. The lieutenant pressed on. This is no time for weakness. All citizens must unite under the military's command. The more severe the crisis, the more crucial it is to follow those who can see the bigger picture. Everyone should follow our lead, follow our orders, manage society systematically, become a soldier of Korea, and become a hero. We have so much to do right now. Sergeant Kim and his comrade listened silently, as did Sungwoo, but each of them held a different thought. As soon as the lieutenant finished, Sungwoo spoke up. "No, I disagree," he retorted. "The army has no right to say that." The officer's face twisted in anger. "What?" Sungwoo continued. "When all this happened, the government and the army did nothing. The people had to rely on each other to survive. And you call that a puppet army?" At his words, the lieutenant began to tremble with rage. But he couldn't get a word out as Sungwoo pressed him. "We just adapted to the new system better than you did. Monsters appeared, items were given out, and quests began. This isn't a problem the country or the army can take responsibility for." He then raised a hand. "You told me to become a hero, right? Well, I'd rather be a mercenary." "No," the lieutenant screamed. "Are you saying you want to stand against the nation?" Sungwoo was unfazed. "People are dying, and you can't do anything about it. The nation's purpose has already vanished." Every word Sungwoo spoke dripped with challenge and contempt for the military. The lieutenant completely lost his composure. He lunged forward, roaring, "Every single word you speak is an insult to us. How dare you deny the country that raised you?" Sungwoo didn't bother arguing. He simply shoved the man's hand away. The negotiation was over. He stood, turned his back, and began to walk away as the lieutenant shrieked behind him. "You'll regret this. How dare you insult us? Unity and discipline are the bedrock of humanity's strength. How can you possibly survive alone against an army?" Hearing this nonsense, he shot back a glare over his shoulder. "I'm more comfortable as a lone wolf." Back inside the military zone, soldiers were diligently performing their duties. Guards stood watch, and patrols moved with purpose. People murmured amongst themselves, "Now that the army is here, it feels different. Things will go back to normal soon." Hanho sighed, "We were the ones who saved them, not these soldiers who showed up late." Jisoo replied calmly, "It's understandable. People need someone to rely on, since none of us know what's happening to this world." She didn't need their gratitude. She just wanted the people to feel safe and happy. Hanho reconsidered. "Honestly, I feel a bit relieved too. After all, they have more combat experience than us." Jisoo thought, "That's true. They are professionals when it comes to battle. They're probably the most experienced and powerful group here. But their expressions don't look right. I wonder why." She carefully observed the soldiers' attitudes and expressions, making her own assessment. Hanho walked over to a group with a friendly smile. "Excuse me." A surprised soldier answered, "Yes, what is it?" "You're Sergeant Kim's subordinates, right?" Hanho asked casually. "We met someone else with the sergeant last time. I think his name was Private Kwan. Where is he now?" For some reason, this simple question sent a wave of fear through the soldiers. They all began to stammer nervously. It seems the morale of the soldiers handling security is a little shaky. Hanho muttered to himself, scratching his chin, and thought, "Is that so? I've never been in the military, so I wouldn't know." Jisoo, standing nearby, overheard their conversation. Her curiosity piqued. "Isn't he asking about the location of some private?" Hanho approached her and whispered, "Jisoo, doesn't the air feel strange?" Jisoo agreed, "I think so too. I have a bad feeling about this." The scene then shifts back to Sungwoo in the hallway. He and Roy had just stormed out of the lieutenant's office. His negotiation with the military was officially over. He had intended to maintain a good relationship with them, but the mere thought of that lieutenant made his blood boil. That man needs to learn some restraint when giving orders. To think he'd demand I enlist. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed down the hall, followed by a panicked voice. "Mr. Sungwoo." He turned his head, surprised to see Sergeant Kim rushing toward him, looking apologetic. "I'm so sorry for putting you in such an awkward position." Sungwoo offered a faint smile. "It's nothing. This is the military, after all. A soldier can't be held responsible for this. But you were the one who asked me to come here, weren't you?" Sergeant Kim scratched his head, stammering. "Well, about that." Sungwoo sighed. "It seems you all really do need me, huh?" The sergeant's expression turned serious. Yes, it's true that we desperately need you, Mr. Sungwoo, but I had no idea the commander would pull a stunt like that. Then, he leaned in close, whispering into Sungwoo's ear. That's why I think I need to show you something, even though it's a secret. As the sun began to set, the military complex grew eerily quiet. Sergeant Kim led the way, with Sungwoo and Roy following close behind. The surrounding roads were completely deserted. Sungwoo walked, his mind racing. A secret. Could it be about the information the military possesses? Finally, they arrived at their destination. Sergeant Kim turned to Sungwoo. Please, wait here for just a moment. If I get caught, I'll be shot on sight. But the soldiers are distracted right now, so I'll try to sneak it out. Sungwoo watched him go, his mind reeling. Shot. Whatever the reason, was this man really willing to risk his life just to show him something? Sergeant Kim was incredibly cautious. He glanced left and right before whispering urgently to Sungwoo. Someone's coming. Get in, quickly. Inside a long corridor, it seemed they were completely alone. Sungwoo stared at the object before him in utter shock. What is this? This, Sergeant Kim explained, is an item called the Oracle Stone. Sungwoo gazed at the transparent, crystalline rock. It pulsed with a soft inner light, sparking his curiosity. The sergeant continued his story. I heard these artifacts were scattered all across the world. They allow people to see events that will happen in the future. We don't see the exact scene, but the vision is frighteningly realistic. Whoever is lucky enough to find one of these gains a massive advantage. This whole game is just an unbalanced lottery of luck. As Sungwoo listened, he couldn't take his eyes off the object. He stared, captivated by the stone in Sergeant Kim's hands, as a single word echoed in his mind. Future. Then, as if guided by an unseen force, Sungwoo's hand reached out and touched the stone. A system window blazed to life. You have touched the Oracle Stone. Season 2. Sungwoo looked up, and a blinding blue light left him completely stunned. The sky, where am I? Sungwoo found himself floating high in the air. Suddenly, the massive skeletal skull of some creature loomed terrifyingly close. Its sheer proximity to him sent a jolt of shock through his body. A wyvern! That monster had been reduced to nothing but white bone. The scene before his eyes was one of utter ruin and desolation, and there were bodies. The entire city was overrun with the undead. Sungwoo floated through the air, taking in the apocalyptic landscape. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, Unbidden. This is a world that has completely fallen, Sungwoo thought grimly. Then he noticed someone standing atop the corpse of a giant wyvern. He looked closer. That's Jisoo. And me. We're positioned just like the 4 heavenly guardians, but a question nagged at him. Where's Hanho? Then, Sungwoo scanned the area and spotted him in the distance. Hanho looked like one of the undead himself, a lich commanding an army of skeletons. Sungwoo's eyes swept across the battlefield. He was searching for the one responsible for this catastrophe. And there, in the distance, he saw it, a skeletal figure with 3 horns on its head. A Lich King. The monster roared, unleashing a torrent of flames directly at him. Sungwoo thought to himself, if this is the kind of enemy we have to stop, this is an impossible fight. But then, something else caught his eye, jolting him with fear. A massive, flaming skull, burning with terrifying power. It let out a savage roar and unleashed a wave of hellfire. He saw himself engulfed by the Lich King's flames, his entire body burning away to ash. And just like that, he was back in reality. The block of ice fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. A final message appeared from the system. Season 2. Adventure in Hell. A great change will occur on January 1st. Sungwoo's hand began to tremble, forcing him to use his other arm just to keep it steady. Sergeant Kim grew worried. What is it you see? All I see is a world of skeletons and the dead. That's why you came to mind. The system announced, this is an exclusive quest titled, Who is the Master of Death? The objective is to claim the Death Scythe, and the rewards for this game are legendary. The location of the Death Scythe will be revealed upon reaching level 15. Sungwoo pressed a hand to his forehead. An incredible item. Now I finally have a clear goal. Sergeant Kim gasped in surprise. You're still haunted by that damn prophecy. Level 15? In just 2 months, before Season 2 even begins. Sungwoo calculated his options. If he failed to claim the Death Scythe, he was destined to become the very monster from his vision. I saw what was in it, but it won't come to pass. He then said, Sergeant Kim, let me ask you something. I know each region has a boss monster. Do you know where any of them are located? He quickly calculated. A boss monster has been in each region since the beginning, and their rewards are incredibly tempting. But the sheer danger made me hesitate. Now, I can't afford to wait any longer. Hunting them is the fastest path to leveling up. That was his final decision. Faced with Sungwoo's question, Sergeant Kim fell into deep thought. He then spoke, I only know of one place with a boss, and it happens to be the one giving the lieutenant the biggest headache. Eliminating that threat to the community and building our base is the lieutenant's #1 goal. But without a player like you, that goal is impossible to achieve, he said, his voice grave. Suddenly, Sungwoo spoke up. Go and tell him that you've convinced me to hunt the boss. At those words, Sergeant Kim couldn't hide his joy. He was so moved he called out the boy's name with sincere affection. As Sungwoo turned to leave, he added, but it won't be for free. Sergeant Kim followed after him. Huh? What do you mean? Sungwoo turned back, his expression unyielding. Gold, of course. Payment up front. Sergeant Kim quickly relayed the message to the lieutenant. Sungwoo demanded 100,000 gold to eliminate the boss, leaving the commander utterly stunned. A moment later, that shock turned to rage. Is he out of his mind? What did he just say? Another soldier spoke up. With all due respect, sir, there's no one more skilled than him. I've seen Sergeant Kim fight against vampires, but that kid's skills are on a completely different level, the soldier said, vividly recalling Sungwoo's battle against the vampire horde. The lieutenant was momentarily speechless, furiously weighing the costs and benefits. He's even better than Sergeant Kim, the soldier continued. There's a slight difference, sir. Sergeant Kim is a one-man army. That kid commands an actual army. The lieutenant grumbled in frustration. But we're an army, too, the soldier patiently explained. Even if Sergeant Kim led our player soldiers, we would stand no chance against that legion of skeletons. We have no way to counter him, do we? He continued. I'm not afraid of the skeletons he creates. I'm afraid of the soldiers we would lose. If we tried to undertake that mission, Commander, even with more troops and better supplies, I still believe he's stronger than an entire battalion. His reasoning was just too convincing. It gave the lieutenant a pounding headache. The main issue is that 100,000 gold is just, but Sergeant Kim, standing beside him, suddenly shouted. Cutting through the tension, he said, Commander, I have something to say. No matter what it takes, we must make Sungwoo our ally. Sergeant Kim's voice was filled with absolute certainty. He's incredibly skilled and even gave me information about the elixir. I guarantee Sungwoo is an exceptional man. He's a master of this world. I'm certain that price is just his mission fee. In his mind, he pleaded, we can't afford to sacrifice any more soldiers. The lieutenant was lost in his own calculations. The soldiers collect about 60,000 gold a day. His payment is almost 2 full days of their wages. But finally, he let out a long, heavy sigh. This is truly humiliating. But he's right. Our highest priority is to reclaim those key strategic zones. He knew this was a battle for their very survival. The most terrifying monster of all has taken control of the runway over there. We have to eliminate it. If we just sit here, we will never get out of this place. The regimental commander sent dozens of troops and players, but they were all wiped out within 10 minutes. They were forced to abandon the entire operation. He lamented. If only that damn wyvern wasn't there. The central district is our safest possible route. If we can secure that area, our next evaluation will see a massive upgrade. With no other options, the lieutenant slammed his fist on the chair. Damn it. Our hands are tied. Just give it to him. The company manager can deal with it. But the lieutenant's pride burned. He couldn't accept it. As for that greedy dog, one day, I'll take back everything I was forced to give you. Facing the lieutenant's tyrannical decision, Sergeant Kim could only bite his lip in silent protest. That afternoon, Sergeant Kim was sent to negotiate with Sungwoo, and 100,000 gold was exchanged. He spoke right after. We collected this from all the soldiers. Please cooperate with us in the near future. Sungwoo replied, but we still can't travel a distance like that in just 5 days. I only need to handle the things inside, correct? Sergeant Kim answered, the aircraft is still in danger, so we need to perform maintenance. Everything will be ready in 3 days. He continued, you'll be assigned to Sergeant Kang. He's one of the survivors from the runway attack. The man stepped forward, introducing himself. I'm Sergeant Kang Jin-guk, and unfortunately for you, it looks like you've become my new assistant. By the way, what level are you? If you're lower than me, you must be a nobody, right? Sungwoo sized up Sergeant Kang, taking in his clueless arrogance. A quiet frustration simmered within him, but he held it back. I'm level 10. His words sent a shockwave through the sergeant and everyone nearby. He grit his teeth. Damn it, how is that even possible? I've been killing orcs all day long and it's barely done anything. Is this some kind of joke? Sungwoo said with disdain. It would have been better if you killed a boss monster. Beside him, Hanho and Rai hid their scornful smirks. Veins bulged on the sergeant's forehead. Fine, you're right. But don't get cocky. That damn monster on the runway is on another level. But Sungwoo remained completely unfazed. He walked ahead, calling back over his shoulder, thanks for the advice. Try to level up before we meet in 3 days. As night began to fall, a murmur went through the camp. Where is Sungwoo? You mean he hasn't come back yet? He's a truly incredible person. I hope he continues to protect us. The survivors were all buzzing with conversation. Gyangsu smiled, looking at the number of people still alive in the factory. That's hard to say. Hanho's father spoke up. Mr. Gyangsu, we can create a safe zone when there's danger. right? Gyeongsu turned to face him. That's right. But we don't have to act now, since the army is still performing maintenance. Hanho's mother worried. So what should we do in the future? Hanho's father suggested. Food. We have to find food, of course. Gyeongsu said. Let's build a village for survivors. His face was filled with determination. To him, one way or another, all of us are survivors in this situation. There will be a lot of different jobs to do. People who specialize in crafting and production can develop the village. The army and those with combat-oriented classes will be responsible for hunting and protection. Gyeongsu looked to the sky. Our main goal is to constantly increase our gold and our forces. Hanho's parents applauded. That's a wonderful plan. We've always believed in you. Gyeongsu said shyly, no. To be honest, this was Sungwoo's idea. I'm not that talented. I was a failed leader before, the team I managed. And my friends, they lost their lives because of my foolish decisions, he said sadly. How can someone like me lead other people? Remembering the past brought a fresh wave of pain to Gyeongsu. Hanho's parents fell silent. The mother's eyes welled up with tears, and she began to sob. Hanho's father approached him. Leading others in this world is not something an ordinary person can do. Gyeongsu lowered his head. I know, he continued. It's a sad story, but when no one else would lead, you stepped up and made a decision. What's more, you did your absolute best. That in itself was a brave act. Be confident, you deserve it. His words brought tears to Gyeongsu's eyes. Hanho's father then said with conviction, Gyeongsu, please become our village chief. He was deeply moved. Thank you, sir. But the old man had ulterior motives, thinking, I don't want to carry a stressful position like that, so I'll just pass it on to you. Meanwhile, Sungwoo's group continued to hunt down massive orcs. Flames licked the ruins around them. Hanho spoke up, this almost feels like a joke. Sungwoo glanced back. At our level, this is just business as usual. You think just 3 of us and 1 skeleton wiped them all out? If they got lucky and brought more orcs, they would have just been cut down by the fallen sword anyway. Hanho was bursting with pride for himself and his teammates. His confidence was soaring. Sungwoo, however, was already planning his next move. If the numbers got too high, he'd just end it with a corpse explosion. No matter how massive the orc horde, they wouldn't survive. A devastating attack like that. As for the stragglers, Hanho thought back to the chaos of the fight. An orc had charged him with savage fury, but Sungwoo had calmly raised his crossbow and sent a bolt straight through its skull. With the monsters outside cleared, Sungwoo's party pushed their way inside. Hanho spoke up, Sunbae, there's a dungeon sign over there, but that's not it, right? Sungwoo went over to take a look. It was the shape of a hammer. A blacksmith's forge, maybe. Let's go in first. Following his lead, the team quickly entered. A system notification appeared. You can combine items here. The Tear of the Sea Spirit, the Demon's Bloodstone, and the Elder Slime's Core. The required fee is 100,000 gold. Sungwoo's mind raced. I can combine legendary items. What kind of incredible artifact is this going to create? Sungwoo mentally reviewed the items he possessed. He had the Tear of the Sea Spirit from the shop, the Demon's Bloodstone from the Orc Monster, plus the Elder Slime's Core. Sungwoo knew these items were crucial. Hanho piped up, Sunbae, the result is totally random. He grinned slyly. So you might get an item that's a perfect match for me. Something like a dagger, for instance. Sungwoo scoffed. Have you already forgotten about my luck? Besides, I have 2 orbs. How could it possibly turn into a dagger? Just then, Jisoo, who had been silent, caught Sungwoo's eye. She was deep in prayer. The system announced. The required cost is 100,000 gold, and the probability of the orbs shattering is 2%. Do you still wish to proceed? Sungwoo answered decisively. Are you kidding? Of course, I'll proceed. The system continued. The orbs are beginning to merge. Please step back from the table for your safety. Sungwoo thought with a sense of dread. Jisoo, Hanho, please tell me this is just a practical joke. But in the end, the fusion was a success. The item was named the Crystal of Chaos. This crystal would increase mana by 500 and boost the life-draining conduit for attacks by 3%. Sungwoo pondered. Chaos. How is that different from a demon? This seems like a concept that can't be easily understood. Unfortunately, there were no items above, legendary grade yet, but he knew he could upgrade it. All he needed was to absorb all the mana of his enemies and convert his physical strength into a continuous absorption ability. Sungwoo was already running the calculations. Hanho walked over cheerfully. Just as I expected, you got a really cool item. Jisoo was just as excited. Congratulations, Sungwoo. He returned their enthusiasm, thanking them both. A system message popped up. Jisoo can also combine items. This surprised her, and she immediately combined a flint stone with her sword. Instantly, the blade was able to increase its attack speed and add fire to every strike. Jisoo was thrilled. Hanho couldn't stand that his seniors were both upgrading their weapons, so he shouted, "Then what about me?" But in response to his question, the system remained silent before disappearing, which only made Hanho more frustrated. He pouted, on the verge of tears, "I'm the only one who gets nothing." Sungwoo smiled helplessly and comforted him. "It seems we'll just have to earn more gold. I'll buy you an item from the shop." Jisoo tried to change the subject. "That's a good idea. I'm sure there's something good in there." But that evening, the area in front of them was completely destroyed. Sungwoo was stunned. "What is this?" Jisoo looked up. "If it's like this, we can't use the shop, can we?" At that moment, Hanho's heart just stopped. Sungwoo looked at the cars blocking the entrance to stop monsters. "Looks like a pretty useless method, huh?" Hanho wailed. "Who destroyed the shop? Wasn't this the one place that that everyone needed?" Sungwoo picked up some debris to examine it more closely. "That's right. Monsters wouldn't do something like this." Jisoo saw some writing on the wall, cursing humanity. She guessed. It seems this was caused by some kind of intelligent creature. She ran her hand over the letters, confirming they were deliberately made. She couldn't have written a line as perfectly as this, Sungwoo guessed. But what if it's an animal that knows human language and can write? Unless it's a character from Disney, that's unlikely. But in the end, they couldn't find an answer. Sungwoo said, "Let's head back to the village first." His party walked through the dark night, and the surrounding landscape was eerily quiet. Ride was leading the way, when suddenly, someone appeared, as if they had been waiting all along. Rushing over to him, Sungwoo looked up in shock. "Sergeant Kim, what are you doing here?" The sergeant explained they were assigned to kill some monsters here, since they'd been on squad duty before. It felt like he'd been thrown back into the past. Sungwoo was stunned. "Squad duty?" "Yeah," Sergeant Kim clarified. "It's basically a daily mission. Every single day, we have to hunt monsters for the unit. If we succeed, we get a party reward." Sungwoo asked, surprised. "Are the rewards for soldiers any good?" Sergeant Kim glanced at a teammate bandaging a wound on the ground. His face tightened as he spoke. "If we complete the mission, I think we get a 10% buff for the next day, but I can definitely feel it. Orcs and goblins just keep pouring in from somewhere. I wonder if this is some kind of response." Hanho felt the sergeant had a point. "That makes sense, right? We have no idea where they're coming from." "I hope that's not the case," Sergeant Kim said, "but if it is..." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "It's meaningless if we all just die like this." Jisoo wondered, did no one try to desert? Surely some people stayed behind to find their families. "There were a lot. At first," Sergeant Kim recounted, "but we were crushed instantly. Without reinforcements, everything just fell apart. But there's no way the army would let soldiers just run away, right? They were punished severely afterward." He clenched his fists in anguish. "In this situation, the military, they can't come up with any strategy. We can only march onto the battlefield. Their assets were seized. All their gold and communication devices were confiscated. They were completely cut off from the community." Sungwoo felt a pang of sympathy. He figured the military would get used to losses eventually. "But I never thought they'd try to control the situation with such an iron fist. That's why guilds like Ion Tempo had the chance to grow as powerful as the army," Sergeant Kim announced. "Everyone, let's move out. We have many wounded. It's safer if we get to the nearby village." Elsewhere, a massive bear let out a ferocious roar. It brandished its razor-sharp claws. Its wild, savage attacks kept everyone at bay. People charged forward to stop it, only to be thrown aside. The crowd scattered in chaos. "We're doomed. Everyone, get inside," Gyunsu yelled. "Battle team, hold the line until everyone has escaped." He was so focused on evacuating the others, he didn't notice the bear closing in on him. Gyunsu's blood ran cold. He thought, does this always have to happen when Sungwoo isn't here? Is everything going to repeat itself? Gritting his teeth, Gyunsu charged forward defiantly. His allies watched in horror. The bear wasn't afraid. It let out a deafening roar, then swiped its claws, sending everyone flying backward. Suddenly, it froze. Its target had vanished. The bear stood there, confused, and in that moment of distraction, Gyunsu leaped high with his spear, teeth clenched. He thought, as long as there are people to protect, I will not give up. He viciously plunged the weapon in his hands, straight into the monster's eyes, causing the bear unbearable pain. Fresh blood poured from its wounds as it collapsed, covering its face with its front paws. Gyunsu was ecstatic. I did it, he thought to himself. If I can just keep buying more time like this. A sliver of hope began to flicker within him. But then, another bear charged forward, seeing its comrade fall. Panic seized Gyunsu. He had forgotten there were 3 of them. Tears of despair streamed down his face. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed. He looked up weakly. You're late, Sungwoo. Seeing his friend's desperate struggle, Sungwoo flew in like a blur, his sword flashing, slicing clean through the other bear's arm. It shrieked in agony. Gyunsu was finally free. the beast's severed hand still gripping his shoulder. Sung Yu quickly delivered the final blow, his sword piercing straight through the bear's skull. Jisoo approached with a look of relief. "You did well, Gai Yun-soo." With those words, she tightened her grip on her own sword. 2 bears were down, but one still remained. Just then, it lunged towards Jisoo. A voice cried out, "Get your filthy paws off me, you monster. I'm not in a good mood today." It was Hanho, his face streaked with tears for some reason, but he still swung fiercely, landing a painful blow on the black bear. Gi-Yun-soo stared blankly at the daggers that were now perfectly embedded in the bear's head. He was stunned. Since when? A familiar voice cut through the air. "I thought I'd have to save my strength for the upcoming raid, but I didn't expect you all to bring your sorry selves here." It was Sung Yu. He glared at the bears like a grim reaper from the depths of hell. "Prepare for your souls to be reaped." Sergeant Kim and his men could only stare, frozen in shock. What they saw defied all logic. Sanju summoned monstrous bears, merging them into a single berserker that tore through the remaining creatures. And it wasn't just Sanju. His entire squad was a force of nature, hunting with terrifying efficiency. The sergeant's hands trembled as he gripped his rifle. A bitter sense of unfairness washed over him. His men weren't like Sanju's team, but they were soldiers who deserved a chance to fight, a chance to live. They were just sent here to die, unable to fight back. He gritted his teeth, the injustice burning in his gut. But orders were orders. Was he truly doing the right thing? Just then, Sanju's team finished their sweep and approached him. He asked the sergeant to report back to command, to begin the hunt for the escapees. Sanju declared they were ready to move out. Inside the hall, chaos reigned. The wounded littered the floor, their groans mixing with the frantic shouts of medics. Figures darted through the dim light, a desperate scramble to save lives. Meanwhile, Jisoo and Hanho rushed over to Kyungsoo, buzzing with excitement and praising his performance. They couldn't believe he captured a rage bear single-handedly. Kyungsoo just lowered his head, modestly saying it was nothing. Besides, he didn't escape unscathed. Sanju appeared, adding that under the circumstances, Kyungsoo had done an incredible job protecting the village on his own, but their moment was shattered by an arrogant voice. "What's all the commotion about?" It was Sergeant Kang Jin-guk. He scanned the chaotic hall with a condescending sneer. "This village is a real mess," he commented, a cruel smirk on his face. "Looks like you had some casualties." Sanju's brow furrowed in disgust. Was that all he had to say about the dead? Sanju suppressed his anger and simply reported the facts. "We were ambushed by a pack of rage bears." Jin-guk just nodded dismissively. "Oh, those things? Yeah, I caught one myself." Sanju said nothing, his gaze sharp and analytical. According to the intel he received, Sergeant Kang was a 3-star martial artist, a master of unarmed combat, but hadn't he claimed he didn't know what class card he'd gotten? Before Sanju could press the issue, Sergeant Kim stepped in. He asked Jin-guk if his men were ready for the next operation. Sanju wants to move out as soon as possible, but this simple statement of facts sent Jin-guk into a rage. His eyes flashed with fury as he snarled at the bewildered soldier. "And since when," he growled, "did you become his personal messenger?" Sergeant Kim froze, completely caught off guard. Without another word, Jin-guk lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick to the sergeant's shin and sending him to the ground. "If Sanju has a plan, he should report it to me." Jin-guk roared. "What business is it of yours?" He hauled Sergeant Kim up by the collar, his face inches away. His voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "Are you even doing your job properly?" he spat. The sergeant, wincing in pain, stammered that he was. But Kang Jin-guk wasn't finished. "I don't think so," he hissed, his eyes blazing with contempt. "You think I don't hear you? Always whining about pointless deaths on every mission." He shot a glare at the other soldiers. "And it looks like your gold earnings are down because of your poor performance. You should know. Command tracks the precise location of every soldier." This new information made Sanju's eyes narrow. Precise locations. The military had a system like that. First gold collection, now this. These soldiers were being treated less like men and more like slaves. Suddenly, something inside Sergeant Kim snapped. He roared back, all fear forgotten. "We aren't doing our duty? Do you have any idea how many of my men have fallen? They die because of this unfair system, a system that benefits people like you." But Kang Jin-guk was shameless. His face darkened as he effortlessly lifted the sergeant into the air. As his comrades watched in horror, Jin-guk growled, "Have you lost your mind? Shut your mouth and get back to collecting gold. I'll go hunt the monsters. Your men died because you were weak," he sneered. "The man who chose to be a blacksmith, and now you dare blame me?" Kim Sang-gu squeezed his eyes shut, trembling with rage and humiliation. It was true. He had chosen to be a combat blacksmith, but he did it to forge weapons that could help his men survive. Just then, a hand clamped down on Kang's arm, stopping him cold. Sanju's calm voice cut through the tension. "It's time to go," he stated simply. Jin-guk knew they were on a tight schedule. He turned, his eyes burning with killing intent, and stared at Sanju for a long moment. Then he remembered. This man wasn't some grunt he could push around. He viciously threw Sergeant Kim to the floor, muttering, "I'll deal with this scum myself later." Sanju simply pressed the matter. "We're losing time, Kang Jin." Guk, having no other choice, turned and ordered the remaining soldiers to move into their battle positions with him. Soon, only the core members were left, and they quickly rushed forward. Some helped the pained Sergeant Kim to his feet, while others cursed out that worthless trash. Sanju quietly assessed the situation. It seemed the sergeant's relationships here were quite complicated. Sergeant Kim rubbed his battered neck, looking at Sanju with a hint of embarrassment. He was ashamed that Sanju had witnessed such a disgraceful scene. But Sanju just waved it off, tactfully saying, "It's fine. Corporal Kang is just a little too competitive. I can't believe he took his anger out on me, too," Sergeant Kim said with a forced smile, pushing away the furious soldiers. "You all need to go. You're helping with the raid, so go prepare Sanju's team now." He watched their retreating backs with a heavy heart. He must have it rough, Sanju thought. A moment later, armored military vehicles roared to life. They tore down the main road, and after a short drive, they arrived at the first monster zone. It was a once grand and sprawling airport, now reduced to nothing but desolate, crumbling ruins. Scrap metal was scattered everywhere, a truly terrifying and overwhelming sight. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Can a plane in that condition even take off? The team decided to venture deeper to investigate. Kang Jin-guk seized the chance to boast, quickly remarking, "Looks like the boss is rolling around in the mud. I had a little fun with it a few days ago. It puts up a good fight." Sanju and his teammates glanced at each other, cursing internally. Fun? What a load of crap. I heard he tucked his tail and ran. It was clear all the information he provided was completely useless. It was no help at all. Sanju knew the man didn't want them to fail the raid, but his jealousy and pettiness were just pathetic. Luckily, he'd already gotten some intel on the boss from Sergeant Kim, so this wasn't a huge deal. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from behind a building, its face a grotesque mask of terror. The giant troll, the boss of this zone, had officially appeared. Its sudden arrival caught Sanju, who was still lost in thought, completely by surprise, his jaw dropping unconsciously. "Damn it," he thought. "It's bigger than I imagined." Forget the plan to take it down with 4 dire bears. Watching the beast pick up the bears like they were children's toys was enough to know that. The commotion from their area quickly drew its attention. Its blazing red eyes and jagged fangs, locked onto the tiny humans below. It let out a heaven-shaking roar before leaping towards them. Despite its horrifying speed, Corporal Kang stood his ground, suppressing his fear as he turned to challenge Sanju. "Now that you've seen it, you can still back out. Run now, and you might get your 100,000 gold back." Contrary to the man's expectations, Sanju remained calm, beginning to cast a spell. After all, he never relied on just one plan. At Sanju's command, an army of the undead clawed their way out of the ground, ferociously charging forward. They swarmed the monster's legs, biting and tearing at its flesh to slow it down. The monster glanced down. It snorted in contempt, then lifted its massive foot and stomped down with incredible force, crushing the undead, like they were tiny insects. The impact of its stomp sent violent tremors through the ground, like a massive earthquake had just struck. Everyone scrambled, covering their heads and screaming warnings to be careful. Sergeant Kim ran forward worriedly. His face was pale as he asked, "The zombies are all dead. What do we do now?" But the young man, his back still turned, simply waved a hand, signaling for him to stay calm. "Now, I'll level up to match it." As the words left his lips, a blinding light flashed. Corpse explosion was activated. The zombies, still clinging to the monster's body, all detonated in unison, erupting like terrifying bombs. The monster, caught completely off guard, took the full brunt of the attack and roared in agony. Everyone had followed Sanju's order to take cover beforehand, successfully avoiding the massive blast as they watched from a safe distance. Through the thick smoke, they could clearly see one of its arms had been blown clean off. The creature was definitely wounded, but in the next instant, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The monster's bones and tissues began to reconnect on their own, and the flow of blood instantly stopped. That monster wasn't just huge, it also had an incredible defense mechanism it could regenerate. It should have been weakened by the curse and the continuous attacks, but it seemed completely unfazed. It didn't have special skills, like a slime, a vampire, or an earth spirit, but its physical power was on another level. This might just be Yu Sanju's most formidable opponent yet. Kang Jin-guk finally dared to look up, clicking his tongue in mock disappointment. "So your special attack had no effect. Even if we run now, some people are going to die." He heard everything, but remained silent. Run? There had to be another way. But the safest and most effective solution was for 2 figures to step forward from the ranks and carve a bloody path. At last, it was their turn. Jisoo and Hanho stepped into the spotlight. It was their time to shine. Not far from the battlefield was the command post. The commander's voice echoed over the comms, announcing that prosecutor John Deyoung Po had gathered a group of survivors, and their numbers were still growing. A guild named Hwarang had also surfaced in Busan. Before he could finish, the bald-headed Lieutenant Park Taeyong cut him off through clenched teeth. Those damn traitors just keep multiplying, as if they were waiting for this very moment. Just then, the commander, glancing over a national defense report, wondered aloud, why aren't they posting on the military community forums? Doesn't he realize that as the guilds grow stronger, public intelligence will only decrease? Lieutenant Park shook his head. As members of the military, they couldn't just rely on unverified intel. That stuff isn't even on our secure network. Information is critical. The moment the military or government's position is confirmed, won't the enemy pinpoint our location? They had no idea who created this program, and in a situation like this, both the military and the government had to be extremely cautious. The commander thought to himself, half convinced. But will this really be okay? Can I truly trust the orders from above? Even if he wasn't familiar with it, the influence of this system was far too great to simply ignore. This system had enough power to actually command soldiers. Deep in thought, the bald lieutenant suddenly remembered something. He turned and asked, "You've already relayed the message to the soldiers, correct? After we take down the boss, that bastard is the next target. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will be eliminated." The commander immediately nodded, confirming it was done. Sergeant Kang and 2 squads will be in charge. At that point, Sergeant Kim will have no choice but to cooperate. Still, the lieutenant wasn't completely at ease. His eyes narrowed suspiciously as he considered it. That bastard has allies. Does he have any weaknesses? The commander racked his limited memory, listing them off. One of them is a sword user, but she's a girl, so I doubt she's very strong. Another one is a pretty low-level kid. He uses daggers, though he has a pretty frail build. The kid always hides behind the necromancer and only attacks the weakest monsters. Hearing this, Park Taeyong let out a confident laugh. He ordered the commander to go check it out, but reminded him not to engage immediately. Get at least 100,000 gold. No, getting more than that is the true objective of this attack. The bizarre command made the man pause for a few seconds. He vaguely considered it. Doesn't this sound more like a robbery than a military operation? They were more concerned with stealing gold than eliminating potential threats, but he instantly told himself to drop it. As soldiers, they had no choice but to obey. Sergeant Kang would surely complete the mission. Back at the battle, the monster was now consumed by absolute fury, letting out a thunderous roar. It relentlessly swung a club the size of an ancient tree, trying to smash Hanho into the ground. But the kid crossed his arms, forming an unbreakable defense, taunting it non-stop. "That's pitifully weak. Give me more. Let's see if you have a stronger move, because this kid right here is basically royalty." After a long, fruitless assault, the beast stopped to catch its breath, seeing its opponent was completely unharmed. It had forgotten to guard its back, where a figure was ambushing it from the shadows. It was Jisoo. She decisively plunged her long, sharp blade deep into the monster's body. It hissed in pain through gritted teeth. Waves of cold sweat poured down its skin. She quickly leaped back, creating distance before the monster could even register what happened. It swung its hand back, trying to snatch its attacker. Jisoo landed gracefully a safe distance away, then looked up to analyze the boss monster. It's huge, but incredibly slow. They had a real chance to win this. There was no more time to waste. She quickly turned to Hanho, shouting that she had the rope ready. He could start now. Hanho nodded. He had already tied the other end of the rope to himself. This item Jisoo had acquired was a special mountain climbing rope. Unlike ordinary ropes, this one was completely unbreakable. They were going to use it to tie the monster's legs. In a flash, Hanho teleported around the beast, weaving the ropes all over its body. It couldn't keep up with his speed, and could only roar helplessly at the sky. Down below, Kang Jin-guk was completely frozen in disbelief. He thought the kid was just the necromancer's servant or something. He never imagined he was this powerful. It was like watching them toy with a giant opponent. Attacking its head wouldn't even be a problem. Did this guy steal their points just to boost his own reputation? Suddenly, a system warning flashed. 3 seconds remaining to create a barrier. Hanho felt a shift in the air and whipped his head around, screaming Sergeant Kim's name. Just in time, the sergeant grabbed a corner of the tangled net and lifted it high. Everything was in position. A single dagger. A flash of light pierced straight through the goblin's forehead, giving it no chance to resist. But its desperate struggle merely activated a defensive barrier. Seeing this, the other soldiers quickly moved on to the next goblins. Jin-guk frowned. Were they hunting goblins or fighting a boss? This skill had to be maintained just to kill one monster. He bet that woman had zero real combat experience or proper training. Fighting monsters and fighting people are two completely different things, but he never anticipated a situation like this. Shouldn't he just be focused on learning the necromancer's name? Instead, Sanju's attention was locked on the battle before him. Suddenly, his mind flashed back. recalling the memory of that day when Sanjiu's entire team was planning their battle strategy. He remembered his shock at Jisoo's idea to tie her leg to Hanho's, and he immediately shook his head in protest. He argued it was far too dangerous and that they should ask Andes to do it instead, but Jisoo refused to back down. She claimed that if the boss landed a single hit on them, it would all be over instantly. It was best left to the two of them. Their agility was already impressive. To fully convince him, she added one more point. With Hanho's shield skill, the boss's attacks would be completely useless. The boy reluctantly nodded, confirming her words. But Sanjiu had his own assessment. A shield. Wasn't it more like a transformation skill? After a moment's thought, he kept his theory to himself. He needed to ensure their safety. Jisoo, sensing his hesitation, quickly cut in, telling him they were not his wards. "Let us be your allies," she pleaded. "Please, trust in us more." And just like that, he snapped back to the present. The giant wooden club in the monster's hand had crashed to the ground. Hanho bit down on a rope, pulling it tight for the final time as the monster loomed behind him. It was bound completely, unable to move an inch. Jisoo seized the opening, using her sword to sweep the monster's legs into the air. Thrown off balance, the boss monster came crashing down onto the cold, hard ground. Witnessing this incredible success, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. But the finishing blow, of course, was reserved for the main character. Sanjiu stepped forward coolly. He loved watching his allies grow stronger, but it seemed his turn had finally come. He took the lead, his entire being radiating a murderous aura. Behind him, Andes and the cursed spirits blazed with a fearsome energy. Stunned by the necromancer's overwhelming power, Jin Guk cursed internally. Sanjiu's back was now completely protected. There was no way to launch a sneak attack. Just then, Andes respectfully presented Sanjiu with the crimson, unclaimed sword of the Dragon Knight. It's thirsty for some blood. Gripping the blade with both hands, he charged toward the fallen monster. "Attack!" he commanded. The Andes and the bear monsters swarmed the boss, hacking, tearing, and biting at its limbs. The boss monster roared in agony. Annoyed by the noise, one of the Andes delivered a powerful cyclone punch straight across its face. The blow brought tears to the monster's eyes, but it wasn't finished yet. The creature opened its massive jaws. Death itself snapped down on the Andes' arm. In that instant, Sanjiu reappeared, a cunning glint in his backlit eyes. "Was my Andes tasty?" he asked the beast. "Just in case you needed extra nutrients, I, your leader, was thoughtful enough to put something else inside." Hearing this, the boss panicked. The severed arm was still clamped in its mouth. Before it could process what was happening, a heaven-shaking corpse explosion detonated like a wartime nuke. The creature collapsed, its jaw hanging open as smoke and fire billowed from its throat. It trembled, tears streaming from its eyes, powerless to react. In most cases, a boss monster can't regenerate from that kind of damage. He was betting this one was no different. Without another word, Sanjiu plunged the sword straight through the creature, finishing it off. The boss monster was successfully slain. The giant Minotaur zone was cleared, rewarding him with another 220,000 gold. The system immediately flooded with notifications. He had received a special reward, and all of his stats had increased. He also received an item box and had leveled up. With today's hunt over, it was time to assert his authority. He now had 4,851 days remaining. This one hunt alone had cost him 98 days. He decided to select the bone crafting upgrade card. With this, Sanjiu could create a much wider variety of items. Meanwhile, Jin Guk was still reeling in a state of utter shock. He staggered back a few steps, unable to believe his eyes. Was it really over so easily? Sanjiu, however, remained oblivious to the military's sinister plan. He approached the soldiers, announcing that his contract with them was now officially concluded. He would be taking the boss monster's corpse. His only promise had been to defeat it. Seeing him about to leave, Sergeant Kang grew anxious. His mission was not yet complete. He glanced back at his men, calculating his next move. "Could we take him if we attack now?" he thought. "There are over 20 soldiers here. It should be possible." "All right." Approach slowly and strike the back of his neck. Confident in his scheme, he pretended to go along with Sanjiu's demands for now. "Do as you please," he thought. But Sanjiu's abilities were far beyond his expectations, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. A slight smirk played on Sanjiu's lips as he offered a chilling warning to Sergeant Kang. "It seems you've walked right into a trap. And now, it's too late." In stark contrast to the necromancer's calm, arrogant demeanor, Jin Guk roared with fury when he was exposed. He lunged forward, his fist wreathed in flames, aiming for a killing blow. A devastating punch slammed down, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. As the smoke began to clear, eerie, flickering blue lights, like phantom flames, appeared. This was the true power of Sanjiu. He had instantly summoned a massive shield to block the devastating attack. His body was completely unharmed. Back when Kang Jin Guk had thrown that punch, Sanju had commanded one of his Andes skeletons to take the hit. In a flash of blue light, he activated his bone weapon skill. The skeleton's bones separated and reformed, transforming into something entirely new. In an instant, the towering Andes became an incredibly sturdy shield made of bone. The attack was blocked. It all happened so fast the non-commissioned officer couldn't react. He gritted his teeth, furious to see his opponent was still untouched. His surprise attack had failed completely. He clicked his tongue in frustration and slammed his fists together, ordering his men, "Attack those summons now." He would kill the necromancer himself. Without those skeletons, the four of them would be nothing. Fueled by this arrogant thought, he charged in again. This time, he unleashed a flurry of powerful blows against Sanju's shield, causing it to crack and shatter. Sanju quickly drew his sword, preparing to counterattack. But Jin-guk was faster, kicking the weapon right out of his hand. Stunned, Sanju could only swing his other hand toward the attacker. Seeing that it was empty, Jin-guk sneered, seeing no threat. "You think that pathetic fist can?" Before he could finish his taunt, Sanju swiped his hand through the air. This time, Jin-guk felt a wave of danger and immediately leaped back. He tumbled several times to create distance, cursing that bastard under his breath. Just then, a cut appeared out of nowhere, slicing across Jin-guk's face. The stinging pain was undeniable. He stared in absolute shock. It turned out Sanju was holding a small dagger, but his hand was empty just a second ago. Where did it come from? Noticing his confusion, Sanju paused for a moment to explain. "The armor I'm wearing, it's crafted from bone. Therefore, it shares the properties of bone. Using my bone weapon skill, I can reshape it into anything I want." The more proficient he became, the more useful these two skills would be. Blood from the wound proved the weapon's sharpness as it began to stream down his face. Jin-guk screamed in a rage, "Stop acting so high and mighty." When it came to physical strength and close-quarters combat, he was still far superior. Suddenly, the broken bone fragments from the shattered shield began to move, gathering around Jin-guk's feet, startling him. Sanju stared back with a completely blank expression, adding another piece of information. "Of course, the bones of my skeletons can also be used to create weapons." As the skill activated, the fragments shot upwards, forming a cage of sky-piercing spears. They ruthlessly impaled Jin-guk from every direction. He was pinned like a specimen. He coughed up blood in agony, and the wounds unleashed the overwhelming stench of fresh blood. Sanju calmly walked forward to face him directly. "Physical strength and close combat, was it? Anything else you'd like to brag about?" Powerless, Jin-guk suddenly remembered his lackeys standing right behind him. He frantically turned his head and screamed, "What are you waiting for? Help me." But in contrast to Kang Jin-guk's panic, his subordinate soldiers and their Andes summons stood completely still. After a long moment, Sergeant Kim finally spoke up. Is he pretending or just that stupid? He shouldn't need them to spell it out for him. The sergeant had decided to save his own skin. He had no intention of dying a pointless death by following this madman. Hearing this, the veins on Jin-guk's forehead bulged with rage. He bellowed, "What do you mean? You want to live? You think I won't kill you right here? This is treason." They were nothing more than a bunch of grunts who only knew how to hunt. They never protected civilians, they only served them to extort money. Witnessing his tyranny, the remaining soldiers couldn't hold back any longer and erupted in protest. They refused to endure it anymore. But as fate would have it, the commander and his support team suddenly appeared. He saw the situation and cried out in shock, "What in the world is happening here?" He rushed toward the pinned, non-commissioned officer to help. Seeing his savior, Kang Jin-guk was filled with a mix of relief and rage. But why had he only shown up now, while the commander was personally busy removing bone fragments from Corporal Kang? That's when Sergeant Kim spoke softly from behind, explaining that soldiers from other platoons had already told them everything about that operation. But they were no longer qualified to be soldiers. The commander glanced back at him with a troubled look, signaling the guards to continue aiding the corporal while trying to persuade the crowd, pretending to understand Sergeant Kim's position. But should they really do this? He told them to look at this world. Outside of this military base, there was nowhere else for them to survive. As he spoke, the commander's eyes narrowed with threat, making sure his opponent understood exactly what he was saying. Sanju and Jisoo, standing aside, could only sigh. Those words were having the opposite effect. If he were in charge, his subordinates would suffer terribly. Another soldier on his side chimed in, yelling, "Did Sergeant Kim really think the commander would just turn a blind eye to this?" They all knew desertion came with a steep price, but he stood tall and fired back. That price is the fear that has kept us as slaves for so long. However, with these people here now, they would be victorious. Just then, Kang Jin-guk was finally freed. The man's body was a canvas of wounds and blood, but he charged forward, cursing the others, "You bunch of idiots." He demanded they hand over the gold, screaming that he handle it himself. rather than rely on a useless pack of cowards. Then, from out of nowhere, he produced a syringe filled with a strange liquid, trembling as he said, I wasn't going to use this. You all forced my hand. Seeing this, the commander's face went pale. He tried to shout to stop what was about to happen, but Jin Guk was consumed by a fire of hatred. He couldn't hear a thing as he plunged the needle deep into his own arm, emptying the entire vial into his body. He blamed the commander for having soldiers he couldn't even control. Sanju's brow furrowed in alarm. What was that? A syringe. That was definitely not medicine. And as if to answer his unspoken question, Jin Guk's body began to react instantly. He started swelling at a terrifying rate. His fingernails and toenails sharpened into vicious-looking claws. Panic erupted as everyone scrambled, tripping over each other to get away. While directing his soldiers, Sergeant Kim yelled back at Sanju to be careful, because that was a transition injection, a serum that could turn a human being into a monster. Yet the commander stubbornly stood his ground. He tried to reason with the mutating corporal, pleading, Kang, you shouldn't. But before he could finish, the half-human beast tore his head clean off. Kang Jin Guk was now a hulking monster covered in shaggy fur, as large as a pillar, with a maw of razor-sharp teeth. Someone screamed in terror. He's become a war tiger. I thought only people who didn't choose a card could become monsters. The creature's glowing eyes scanned the area, and in a heartbeat, it found its true target. With a deafening roar, it charged madly, intent on ripping him to shreds. But in that instant, Jisoo dashed forward to meet the beast head-on. The distance between them closed in a flash. Just as its claws were mere centimeters from her face, she expertly dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Awakening her super senses, Jisoo braced herself. Quicker than lightning, she unleashed a torrent of fiery sword strikes toward the war-tiger, forcing it to shield itself and stumble backward. For the finale, she swung her blade at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow, successfully piercing through its massive hand. But instead of weakening, the monster roared and violently swung its arm back, sending Jisoo flying along with it. Caught completely off guard, she was now at the monster's mercy. It brutally slammed Jisoo into the ground with incredible force. Her body flew through the air, tumbling towards her comrades. The fragile frame couldn't withstand the impact. She coughed up thick clumps of blood in agony as it streamed from her nose. In that moment, a pillar of blue fire erupted, summoning the three-headed hound. Sanju watched his comrade fall, and a storm of rage brewed within him. He had originally planned to spare the man, to interrogate him for military secrets, but he had just crossed the line. Now, there would be no escape. Amid the war-tiger's final, desperate screams, the spirit hounds moved as one, pouncing on his command. They tore into their enemy without mercy. Blood and chaos filled the air. After what felt like an eternity, the military's support vehicle finally returned to base. A soldier ran in to report to the lieutenant that the troops were back. The bald-headed officer beamed with joy, urging them to come inside. With his permission, Sergeant Kim led the way, his soldiers following close behind. Against all odds, they had actually made it back alive. Lieutenant Park couldn't wait another second, rushing forward to ask if the plan was a success. Sergeant Kim calmly replied that they had already defeated the boss. Overjoyed, the lieutenant grabbed the sergeant's arm, shaking it repeatedly. He offered praise, but a chilling realization hit him. Something was missing from the lineup. "Where's Sergeant Kang?" he demanded. "And the commander?" Sergeant Kim, his expression completely blank, replied coldly. "They're all dead." The man recoiled in terror and asked with suspicion. Then, "What about him?" As if on cue, a figure emerged. Sanju parted the crowd, his eyes locked on the lieutenant. He suggested they have a little chat about Sergeant Kang and the plot to have him killed. The dead silence of the military camp at night was shattered by the roar of approaching vehicle engines. Guards stormed out, furiously demanding to know which platoon dared to return without orders. It was Sergeant Kim from Platoon 1, but wasn't he with the air support unit? Suddenly, massive skeletal bears emerged from the trucks. A soldier instantly recognized the work of a necromancer and screamed, "It's a rebellion, they're traitors." But there was no escape. The bone fiends trampled them into the dirt, their screams echoing through the night. Another soldier, a close comrade, rushed to Sergeant Kim's side. "What in the hell is going on?" Sergeant Kim just turned and smiled. "From now on," he declared, "we are free." Miles away, at the main command base, Sanju was dragging the lieutenant by his collar. They reached the commander's office. Sanju kicked the door open without a second thought, brutally tossing the bald man back inside. The commander, however, remained perfectly calm on his chair. He lifted his teacup, feigning surprise. To think my own soldiers would resort to such violence. He acted disappointed and back. The signs of this rebellion must have been there all along. You should have stopped it then. Sanju cut in, his voice laced with ice. "I don't know why this happened, but is it really a rebellion? Or is it what happens when you send your own men to die and they simply refuse? The commander avoided the question. He took a slow sip of tea. So, you pushed him into a corner, did you? A well-executed strategy. He continued. They survived because they adapted quickly. But this is war. From the very beginning, these soldiers were meant to be monster-killing pawns, and I simply found a way to replace the ones whose spirits were breaking. Hearing that, Sanjiu let out a cold, mocking laugh. The way you're talking about, it's the system's synergy effect, isn't it? A force bond, and the searing pain they feel if they disobey your orders. Having hit a nerve, the commander's calm facade finally shattered. He slammed his cup on the table. But it's effective, he roared. It's the only way the core forces can survive. On day one, countless soldiers were sacrificed, just to handle the monsters. That's when a synergy power activated, forcing them to stick together. A mysterious bond, forged from the shared loss of the entire platoon. But lately, that bond has been failing, shattering completely. This is war. Ordering soldiers to charge into battle is perfectly normal. Sanjiu immediately shot back. War? You call this war? Against mindless monsters that don't even have strategic movement and possess zero intelligence. This is a survival game. And until we learn the true nature of this system, we are nothing more than pawns on a chessboard, moved by its whims. Now, let's get to the point. Why did you order your men to kill me? The commander hissed through clenched teeth. Because I knew. One day you would become a threat. Sanjiu offered a theory. Did you ever consider that your actions would just create independent factions? But the commander shot back instantly. If the people want stability, the military will be rebuilt. A massive national system like that needs people to run it. Powerful people who can connect with other talented individuals, like us. Scum like you will end up at the bottom, just waiting to be re-educated. Traitors who form their own little groups, like that bastard John Deung Po, must be purged. That is the only right path. Sanjiu stared back, completely unimpressed. You're saying all this directly to my face? You really think that little archer could have taken me down? Don't make me laugh. He sighed, then offered a deal. I've already given the soldiers the freedom they craved, so just give me the gold, and we will leave. The moment the main quest is over. But the commander was a stubborn old fool. He shrieked. The gold and the soldiers are national assets. That was the last straw. Sanjiu turned to leave, his voice dripping with menace. You will pay for this, he said. Hand it all over. If you don't want to die. Overwhelmed by the crushing pressure radiating from Sanjiu, the old man panicked. He clicked his tongue in frustration and reluctantly agreed, but added one condition. You must leave Weixiam and Suwon, just as you promised. But unwilling to give up, he pressed again. Couldn't Sanjiu just return the soldiers? He needed them to rebuild the nation. Remembering the cheerful faces of those men, Sanjiu shut him down instantly. He knew the commander would only enslave them, just to gain the combined power effect. With no other choice, the transaction was completed. Sanjiu successfully acquired the gold he wanted, but he was a bit surprised. Was that really all of it? He thought the commander would have earned a fortune from all those group missions. Then, remembering something important, he asked where the commander got the beastification serum. The man flinched, then snarled. Why should he tell him that? It wasn't part of their deal. With a cunning look of distress, Sanjiu played the victim card once more. He was thinking about staying here a little longer. After all, the thought of returning to a life on the run was already bringing him to tears, and the commander knew he shouldn't have transferred the money. Before getting a signed commitment, right? The act worked perfectly. The commander clutched his head in agony and confessed he didn't know who they were. They called themselves door-to-door salesmen, claiming they sold items that couldn't be found in the shop, so he bought a few things. It was definitely suspicious. Where were they now? The commander just shook his head again. They wouldn't answer any of his questions. All they said was, it all depends on the luck of the roulette, and that it was a foolish and useless endeavor. That was their catchphrase. After hearing that, he decided to buy the item. This suddenly reminded Sanjiu of a certain sentence. Fools who rely on luck should all die. A new era will begin soon. The line depends on luck. He was certain that was written on the wall of the shop. Were they the ones who destroyed it? He decided to leave, reminding the commander not to forget about the combined power bonus. He said he'd check in with Sergeant Kim later. Suddenly, the commander grabbed his bow and called out for him to wait. He'd forgotten something. Then, whirling around, he drew the bowstring again and again, unleashing a volley of attacks. The commander screamed that this was national punishment. From a nearby door, another raider charged out with the exact same weapon. He yelled, trying to hype himself up like his comrade. With a deafening boom, a storm of arrows flew straight at Sanjiu. As the dust and smoke cleared, the man and the bald lieutenant laughed victoriously. Was it finally over? But not yet. His phantom spirit wouldn't let them celebrate for long. At the most critical moment, it had manifested a powerful shield, blocking the entire barrage. Sanjiu's expression didn't change. He knew this was coming. A man who only gives orders would never let him walk away so easily. Seeing that his target was completely unharmed, the raider gasped in disbelief. Is he a vampire? But the commander was more clear-headed. He frantically urged his partner to shoot him down. Don't just stand there gawking. But the warning came too late. With a flick of his wrist, Sanjiu sent sharp bone fragments, flying like daggers. They instantly embedded themselves in the foreheads and throats of the two men. A clean finish. The system immediately rewarded him with a shower of gold. The commander finally realized how foolish he had been. He scrambled back against a wall, screaming in terror. Stay away from me. In a fit of desperation, he pulled out a remote control, claiming it was a bomb. Did Sanjiu really think he came unprepared? This was an item called Condensed Abyss Essence, which he had bought from those merchants. He even tested it on brain monsters. If it exploded, they would both die. But the threat backfired completely. Sanjiu didn't even flinch. He just told the man to do it. Stunned by this reaction, the commander's face went blank with disbelief. Sanjiu repeated his challenge with utter contempt. I said, do it. The bomb from the brain monster leader had barely tickled him, so he was eager to see what this one could do. The message was crystal clear this time. The commander's hands trembled in fear as he held them back, stammering, trying to warn the madman to stay away. You'll really die. In that instant, the window behind him shattered. Andre appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the commander's arm. Panicked, the man dropped the remote. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit tightened its grip, crushing his arm with ease, making him let out an agonizing scream. Sanjiu calmly walked closer, repeating the man's earlier words. He was all talk about rebuilding the nation, but never once mentioned saving its people. He wasn't a soldier. He was just a coward looking out for himself. With a swift motion, the traitor's head was taken. Sanjiu wiped a speck of blood from his cheek in disgust. To think a self-proclaimed commander was only level 3, it seemed he never even tried to level up. Just as he predicted, the man knew absolutely nothing about how this new world worked. He'd only focused on hoarding gold from the combined power effect. And even then, the amount of gold he had was pathetic. Sanjiu carefully scanned the room, and his eyes landed on a suspicious locker in the corner. He immediately ordered Andre to pry it open with brute force. The moment the door swung open, Sanjiu's eyes lit up with excitement. Inside were the secret serums the commander had spoken of. No wonder the gold cache was so small. It was all right here. He carefully picked up a vial, examining it closely. It was the wolf beastification serum. Back at the camp, Hanho was diligently using his recovery magic. While healing, he couldn't help but ask Jisoo, wouldn't using an elixir be much better than the basic recovery skill he just learned? She heard him and gently explained, there are still too many injured soldiers who haven't been treated. Besides, you need to improve that recovery skill. The effect is still lacking, but if you increase your proficiency, it'll be a huge help. Hanho reluctantly agreed, but his heart sank when he saw the weakened skeleton bears and the ailing undead. Suddenly, Roy came over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Hanho couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, hugging him tightly. He knew it. Roy was the only one who chose the right side. Just then, Sanjiu arrived. He walked over to Jisoo, asking if she had recovered at all. Seeing him, she looked downcast, admitting she felt ashamed of herself. She thought she could handle the savage tiger, but its sudden ambush proved she'd been delusional about her own strength. He just smiled. He reassured her, saying it was only because she hadn't mastered her class skills yet. But I think it's better to specialize in handling a specific type of monster for now. After all, very few monsters have the form or characteristics of a tiger. Sanjiu didn't forget to turn and praise Hanho. Learning the recovery skill was a good choice for a worst-case scenario. At least they could now deal with the liches, undead army. With the priest class, he could counter the undead. For close-quarters combat, he has recovery and shield skills. And for long-range fighting, he can also use daggers. The class combination was a bit strange, but if he could develop it properly, could he even be defeated? Despite his senior's rambling, Hanho's attention was fixed on the strange item Sanjiu was wearing. It was the first time he'd seen that cloak. He had one too, but why were the colors so different? Sanjiu explained that he received the King of the Night's cloak from a special item box after defeating the boss, but the drops were completely random. The kid completely broke down, cutting him off and throwing himself on the ground, wailing. I don't want to see or hear anything anymore. Why is it always you who gets the good stuff? Flustered, Sanjiu offered an idea. How about I let you borrow it? Sergeant Kim suddenly appeared, breaking the mood. He announced that their work here was done. Aside from those searching for their families, everyone else decided to join the village. Some people, however, stuck to their original plans. He figured they would have to find their own way to survive. They believed that the responsible and brave ones had all died. Right at the beginning, they had lost all hope in those who remained. Hearing this, Sanjiu cheerfully rallied everyone. All right, let's head back to the village. There's still so much to do. Only 3 days remain until this Main scenario quest ended. He had to keep hunting. A short while later, the sky began to bleed into shades of gray. The sounds of life below grew louder. One group chattered while cooking and sharing food, while another continued their heated debate and research. Another group was busy wiping out mobs of smaller monsters. People passed each other, not forgetting to wave. A quick hello. Even the kids eagerly joined in, grabbing goblins and making them scream for their lives. The familiar bone blade was continuously stained with the blood of boss monsters. The system announced it. Sanjiu had leveled up to level 12. Looking at the monster corpses scattered all around, he clicked his tongue, still unsatisfied. This is bad. At this rate, when will I ever reach level 15? The card in his hand began to glow fiercely. His strength was 13 plus 6. This was how he beat the orcs, but against that bastard, it would be useless. He had to reach level 15 as fast as possible to protect the Grim Reaper's scythe. Just then, another system notification appeared. Chapter 1 had ended. All gold earned during the event would be doubled, causing Hanho to gasp in astonishment. The guide for Chapter 2 was also revealed. A list of important notes appeared as Sanjiu and his team gathered to analyze it. It's starting again. He didn't think this game feature would be very useful. The most important thing was raiding the boss monster. That's what he needed to focus on, because it helped him level up incredibly fast. The second point was angels and demons. He had no idea what that would entail. While lost in thought, Hanho suddenly shouted his name urgently, snapping him back to reality and telling him to look at his phone screen. It turned out the rankings had just been updated. On the screen, the regional rankings for Korea slowly materialized, displaying a list of names. Looking at the rankings, Sanjiu stared in utter disbelief. Level 15? He'd been grinding nonstop and was still only level 12. How on earth did he do it? The guy wasn't even some seasoned online gamer. Was this for real? Beside him, Jisoo sensed something was wrong. She quickly added that the 4th and 5th ranked players were strange. Judging by their IDs, they seemed to be in the same party. And yet, both of them were top rankers. Hanho then shoved his phone back towards Sanjiu, practically screaming, "Look at the community page. Prosecutor John Dang Po, rank 2, is coming to meet you." Sure enough, a message glowed on the screen, a meeting request from the prosecutor. But Sanjiu's brow furrowed in suspicion. A public announcement on the community forum? What was their agenda? Civilization had crumbled, and this world was full of survivors who only looked out for themselves. Prosecutor John Deong Po definitely had a reason for approaching him. He knew they would cross paths one day, but it seemed trouble had found him sooner than expected. At that same time, in another city bathed in the crimson glow of fire, towering pillars of flame shot toward the sky, purging the world of its filth. 3 imposing figures stood there, watching the inferno. A man with an eye patch like a grim vigilante, Sung Manhwa, spoke up excitedly. He announced the prosecutor's movement restrictions were lifted, meaning now was the perfect time to expand his power. Standing beside them, sneered and pushed up his glasses, criticizing his words. What an ignorant thing to say. Between the boss raids and the appearance of angels and demons, our priority should be gathering more information. Manhwa, losing face, tried to argue back. He'll figure it out while he's hunting anyway. Sensing the tension, John Deong Po finally spoke in a calm, steady voice. Even if situations like that were to happen, our duty is to handle them. We will save people by eliminating monsters, preventing the world from returning to a primitive age. We must do everything we can. Hearing that, Manhwa's eyes lit up with understanding. That was their prosecutor John Deong Po. A warm heart, a selfless spirit, a natural-born charisma. This was the man who would save their nation. The very thought brought tears streaming down his face, earning him a judgmental glare from his teammate. Let's get back to work. His chief assistant checked her phone with a serious expression and reported, "Since you want to recruit strong players, I searched for the strongest one in the community, but there's no trace of him. It's like he's a ghost. So, I contacted the 3rd strongest player instead, the necromancer." Hearing this, Manhwa's jaw dropped, and he cut in. He thought that guy had saved a ton of people in Suwon, but he'd heard rumors that in this new world, he was only in it for the money. Is that true? S shook her head, denying it. He received no money for that, and even if he were paid, he only requested a reasonable amount. In a world like this, that's already considered honorable. The community might even praise this man more than prosecutor John Deong Po. The eye patch-wearing man jumped up, refusing to believe it. More than our prosecutor. According to the forums, he played a massive role in finishing off that vampire clan, and even now, the survivors continue to spread his tale. But it's only temporary. There's a huge gap in fame and player support between them. John Deong Po, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke. This is precisely why I need to learn more about him. According to our intel, the necromancer is only in a party of 3, and he's already reached level 12 with just those 2 allies. Besides the number 1 ranker, his leveling speed is nearly impossible to match. It's time to find out who he is, before he becomes a dangerous variable in the future. Suddenly, S's phone vibrated with a notification. With a hint of excitement, she said, "We've received a reply. Sanju is ready and waiting for you. Then we'd better hurry. Prepare to leave for Suwon." Time passed in a flash, and the day of the meeting finally arrived. Hanho, holding a goblin hostage in his arms, asked Sanju if he felt uneasy about meeting prosecutor John Deong-po. He just clicked his tongue and replied dismissively, "Either way, we have to meet him at least once. If I can get my hands on some classified information, it'll help me level up even faster." There's no way someone gets to level 15 just by hunting normally. All of a sudden, a gang of brutal-looking thugs on motorcycles came roaring towards them. The young man named Sung recognized them instantly and shouted a warning. "It's an attack." Sanju looked up, confused. An attack? The kid, his face burning with rage, confirmed what he'd said was true. He explained, "They're the same strange bastards who attacked us kids out of nowhere. They already took Yoon sick. It might be because of the golden deer. They're searching for it, but when I said I hadn't seen it, they attacked. Model, we didn't let them follow. But they'll get here soon enough." Jisu's eyes narrowed, assessing the grim situation. "It looks like they're from another territory. They even took a hostage to force them to reveal our location." Hearing this, Sanju's face turned to stone. Without wasting a breath, he ordered the kid to lead him to those bastards. Not far away, in a desolate alley, a lone figure was surrounded by a gang armed with heavy weapons. Hogtied on the grimy pavement, the kid refused to speak. His captors were growing bored with his silence. Any more of this, and he'd be dead. Young Sik's face was already a bruised pulp, but he bit his tongue, enduring the agony. He knew that if he revealed the village's location, they would kill him anyway. He just had to hold on until his comrades arrived. However, the gang's leader was out of patience. Tired of waiting, he decided to just end the kid's life and find that deer himself. The moment he raised the steel pipe high for the killing blow, Sanju's group arrived on the scene. Taesung roared Young Sik's name in desperation. Hearing the commotion, the leader froze his attack and slowly turned around. He recognized the punk who'd fled earlier. It looked like he'd come back and brought some friends. The leader tried a different tactic, his voice dripping with false promises. Just tell him where the golden deer went and he'd let them all walk away. Sanju remained calm, shaking his head. He claimed he hadn't seen it, all while wondering why this creature was so important. Hearing he had no leads, the leader's temper flared. They were wasting his time. But then, his eyes fell on the beautiful Jisu. With a sickening grin, he jeered that while the place was a dump, he would still love to take her out on a date. Disgust was written all over Jisu's face. Through gritted teeth, she made a promise. "I am going to kill you." Her words completely shattered his fragile ego. He charged forward, weapon raised, screaming that he shouldn't have been so polite. Suddenly, arcs of electricity erupted from his weapon. As it got closer to Jisu, the entire weapon burst into a raging inferno. If she hadn't dodged in a flash, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He swung like a complete madman, unleashing devastating power with every move, determined to make her regret ever crossing him. He arrogantly bellowed that she should have submitted when she had the chance, but she effortlessly dodged every single strike. At the crucial moment, he swung a vicious slash aimed for her neck, but Jisu ducked cleanly underneath. Now, it was her turn to counter. In a blur of motion, she drew her own trusty sword. From her advantageous position, Jisu unleashed a single, decisive upward slash, catching him completely off guard. His arm went flying as he collapsed, screaming in pure agony. His underlings stared in horror before rushing forward as one, desperate to avenge their boss. A figure in a dark cloak attacked first. He launched a massive fireball straight at her. Jisu didn't even flinch, meeting the blazing projectile with the flat of her blade. Then, with a simple flick of her wrist, she sent it hurtling back toward the fallen leader, incinerating him on the spot. She then plunged into the heart of their formation. A deadly aura surrounded her as she unleashed a storm of venom-laced, flaming sword strikes. Anyone who got close fell instantly. A nearby thug saw his turn was coming and frantically raised a crossbow to aim at her. But before he could fire, his throat was slit from behind. Hanho stood there, returned to his massive transformed state, his eyes glowing with a red warning. "You dare point a crossbow at a woman?" His voice boomed. "This silver armor of mine won't allow that to happen." Another thug, seeing the danger, quickly grabbed Young Sik, pressing a knife to his throat and screaming, "If you don't stop, I'll kill him." He frantically ordered everyone not to move, but completely forgot to watch his own back. A figure erupted from a hole in the ground. Who else could have that skill but Sanju? He plunged a knife cleanly through the man's neck. He died on the spot. With their last line of defense broken, the remaining lackeys knew the situation was hopeless. They scrambled onto their vehicle and fled for their lives, still trying to save face by shouting that they'd be back to wipe them out. Seeing them gone, Tae-sung immediately rushed to his friend's side, full of worry. The kid was tough. He managed a bruised, optimistic smile to reassure them. "I'm still alive." Hanho, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to comment, nodding sagely. "Your senior looks more like a bandit than this kid does." Sanjiu seemed a bit flustered. "That's why I lent you the cloak." But Hanho just switched to a whining tone. "It's ugly. I refuse your cheap pity," he declared, saying he wanted something else. Sanjiu panicked and immediately backed away, hugging himself protectively. "Get any closer and you'll get a punch." Hanho pouted in annoyance. "What's with the misunderstanding? I was talking about a good luck charm." Back with Tae-sung, he looked at his friend with sorrow. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Just how amazing could that golden deer be for Young-sik to endure such treatment? Could it really be that incredible? Suddenly, Jisoo noticed something in the distance. She pointed urgently, calling out to Sanjiu. "Look!" A shimmering creature stood silently at the end of the alley. It was the golden deer they had been searching for. At that moment, the system chimed in with a new quest notification to hunt the beast. Jisoo carefully read the information. It looked like they had to capture it. Beside her, Hanho nudged her shoulder. "I bet that thing brings good luck," he said. Without wasting a moment, a powerful energy began to swirl at the deer's feet. The intense violet-blue aura made it look around cautiously as a necromancer's undead horde clawed up from the ground, their grotesque forms intent on tearing the creature apart. It let out a terrified shriek, and holding nothing back, the golden deer charged. Using its two hard horns, it gored everything in its path, desperate to escape. Seeing his target get away faster than he expected, Sanjiu angrily ordered his dire wolf to give chase. At a small fork in the path, the deer suddenly changed direction, heading for the valley. The deer's speed was nothing to scoff at. Worried he'd lose the trail, Sanjiu cursed himself. Was he being too reckless? But as he reached the turn, he saw it standing completely still, looking hesitant and afraid. They froze in terror. Before them stood a real, colossal dire wolf, casually chewing on a goblin's arm, a fresh kill on the ground below it. Noticing the trespassers, the beast let out a furious roar, its eyes gleaming and its long, jagged teeth bared. Its razor-sharp fangs were enough to stop any faint heart. However, Sanjiu and his semi-spiritual dire wolves stood their ground calmly, ready for a fierce battle without a hint of fear. Suddenly, the massive dire wolf's expression changed. It stared at its opponents for a moment, then broke out in a cold sweat. After a few seconds of internal conflict, it let out a deafening howl and leaped onto the window frames, and then it fled. The golden deer, having escaped certain death, let out a soft sigh of relief, but its celebration was cut short. Sanjiu's semi-spiritual dire wolves hadn't forgotten their mission. They moved in and snatched the deer, which only had time to let out a single, pitiful cry. Hanho had witnessed the entire spectacle. Now, he cautiously stepped out and asked, "Wasn't that a little strange just now? Was it really scared enough to run away?" Sanjiu didn't answer, lost in thought. Did that wolf just make a strategic judgment on its own? The creatures they'd fought so far had always attacked relentlessly. But what if they retreat when they realize they're at a disadvantage? How could they ever defeat them? "This is trouble," he muttered. "But it's time to keep our promise. Let's head back to the village." That night, under a full moon, a large crowd gathered in the square, excitedly whispering about Prosecutor John Dangpo. Is he really coming, the master of the Freedom Guild? The person we're about to meet is incredible. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed to the sky and yelled, telling everyone to look up. Sanjiu's team followed their gaze. He couldn't help but be impressed. There's a wyvern in the sky, and they're still this loud? This is the power of Korea's top guild. Countless high-end aircraft roared toward them from the direction they were pointing. It was an overwhelming display of power. A moment later, the aircraft landed safely in the main hall. The prosecutor and his entourage stepped out with an air of authority. Jun Sang-yu stared intently at his counterpart. So this was the second boss. The prosecutor walked closer, elegantly extending a hand towards Sanjiu as he introduced himself. "My real name is Choi Jung-han. It's a pleasure to meet you." The moment their hands clasped, a brilliant light flashed. For a second, it seemed like a sign from the heavens, but it was just Minho, who was cleverly using a stolen camera with a flash to capture the historic moment. The story of Prosecutor John Dangpo. Suddenly, Sanjiu realized something was off. He knew what the guild members thought of their master. He said aloud, "He's actually quite charming." But he paused. Something felt very strange. The rest of his team was also in awe, praising the prosecutor endlessly, men and women alike, some with expressions of utter disbelief and adoration. This was the first time the villagers had ever met the man, and they were already like this. Praising his charm wouldn't make him work any harder. His eyes, they looked just like the vampire lord's. Even Hanho couldn't hide the admiration in his gaze. Or was Sanjiu just being too sensitive? As time passed, the two of them entered a private meeting room. Sanju politely led the way, inviting the prosecutor inside where beer and snacks had been meticulously prepared on the table. Sanju popped open a can of beer. The man settled into a chair, starting the conversation. These past few days, I've seen expressions I never thought I'd see again, the look of pure safety on people's faces, and it confirmed that coming here was the right decision. Hearing this, Sanju frowned as he sat down, taking a sip of his drink. He then asked about the safety of the Yeongdeong Post sector. The prosecutor paused, clicking his tongue. It's true, the survivors there. While Seoul's survivors gathered in Yeongdeongpo, many had already fallen, but since the others arrived, the place had become much more lively. The current population of that area now stands at 30,000 people. Sanju's eyes widened in shock at the staggering number. The prosecutor, however, calmly stated they would soon break 40,000. That's a massive force. Sanju nodded, then a thought struck him as he added, Isn't having that many people an advantage? Is that why you're operating this community? But the prosecutor's face hardened as he shot the idea down. That's a misunderstanding. I just want to save more people. And believe me, having this many survivors is not necessarily a good thing. We're talking about 30,000 people. How many of them do you think can truly adapt to this new reality? The passive ones and the elderly make up a quarter of our numbers. A chill ran down Sanju's spine. This man was truly the leader of 30,000 souls. He was incredible. A leader like that would need someone extremely capable by his side. And as it turns out, he'd been watching Sanju for a long time. To be honest, recruiting you wasn't my first priority. Sanju's mind immediately flashed to the ranking board. The prosecutor gave a grim nod. I am not one of the lucky ones, and my rank proves it. I'm not as strong as everyone thinks. He felt a deep anxiety, knowing the world had changed and so many people were depending on him. Sanju's heart softened at his words. He looked so vulnerable. But he thought to himself that this leader shouldn't be revealing such things to a stranger. The prosecutor ground his teeth slightly, admitting that while he may seem cold and decisive, he still needed to share his feelings. He had lost his entire family in this disaster. He was forced to survive and become stronger, and now he felt nothing but rage toward this twisted game. For now, I follow the rules, but one day I want to shatter them. Then, he pointed directly at Sanju. In conclusion, that's why I need someone I can trust by my side. Someone I can share my thoughts with. Someone with similar abilities, Sanju asked, his voice laced with doubt. Do you really see me that way? The prosecutor shook his head with a slight smile. I'm not sure. The only thing I know about you is your level, and that's why I came to see for myself. It finally dawned on Sanju that this was an invitation to join his guild. Seeing that Sanju understood his true intentions, he didn't deny it. But if it were only for that, I wouldn't have rushed here like this. The Yeongdeongpo prosecutor carefully opened the briefcase he always carried. Inside, the famous prophecy stone glowed with a brilliant light. This, he explained, is the real reason I came to find you so quickly. Place your hand on it. After observing it for a few seconds, Sanju finally decided to touch it. A blinding flash, like a leap through time itself, erupted before him. He had successfully entered the prophecy stone. In an instant, his entire being was transported, left floating high in the sky above Uedo. Fires raged below, a blazing, searing inferno. Then, something colossal erupted from the ground, with blinding speed, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. From his position not far away, Sanju realized with horror that it was a tree, growing at an impossible rate. In moments, the tree took its final, terrifying form, standing defiantly in the center of the vast city. His eyes twitched in terror. Don't tell me that's the world tree. As if to amplify his fears, a thunderous crack echoed from the tall buildings. The tree's roots shot out like massive tentacles, swiftly snatching people, coiling around them, or simply impaling them where they stood. The entire area was flooded with sorrow and despair. At that moment, Sanju pulled his hand away, and the prophetic vision shattered, returning him to reality. The system flickered, displaying a message. What he just saw was the future that would unfold if he failed to stop the regressor, because he will plant the seed of a corrupted world tree and sacrifice all of humanity. The prosecutor calmly closed his briefcase. He explained that you could only see a fragment of another's future. But it seems you and I witnessed the same thing. A world destroyed by the world tree. We must join forces to prevent this outcome. The place where the world tree is rooted is Uedo, where the boss raid team is. He had confirmed it the moment Chapter 2 began. Sanju's eyes flew open. He understood now. So, he was gathering forces to create a raid party. Seeing that his counterpart understood the situation, the prosecutor stood up excitedly, his voice rising. They were in a desperate race, requiring the combined strength of humanity to ensure the success of the boss raid. But Sanju wasn't completely convinced yet, stroking his chin as he weighed his options. It seemed he had no choice but to cooperate with this man. The world was on the brink of total extinction. Should I tell him about the future I saw too? No, that's a different situation entirely.
The appearance of the Lich monster will only happen if I fail to obtain the Death Scythe model.
If you fail this, the mission gets scrapped the moment he takes you out. Now, keep this a secret. After a tense moment of deliberation, Sanju finally agreed to join forces. The prosecutor's face lit up with relief, and he eagerly started to say more. But Sanju cut him off with a sharp condition. He would not be joining the man's guild. This would be a temporary alliance, and everything they acquired during the raid had to be split fairly. Sanju's firm stance was not what he expected, and a flicker of annoyance crossed the prosecutor's eyes. But with true professionalism, he quickly schooled his expression and offered a handshake. He accepted the terms, giving Sanju a 3-day window to contact him. Suddenly, the frantic sound of running echoed down the hall. Hanho burst through the door, panting as he delivered the urgent news. The bandits had reached the village. That ruthless gang had returned. The three of them rushed outside to join the others. The prosecutor drew his sword from his back, his voice tinged with arrogance, claiming this was a perfect opportunity. They would demonstrate their true power before the alliance even began. Prosecutor John Deong Po proudly led his troops forward, roaring out the name of his unit, the Punishment Squad. Minhwa Sung and her comrades answered with a thunderous cry, always ready to serve. Just then, the bandits arrived. Their leader was a brute with a face as square as a block of stone, a fat cigar clamped between his teeth. The man sneered as the prosecutor suddenly turned to Sanju, lowering his voice just before the clash. Your class is a necromancer, correct? Knowing each other's abilities could help us in the future, so I'll tell you mine. His class was Punishment Squad Commander. He could assign members to his unit, give them orders, and draw upon their combined strength. Across the field, the bandit leader squinted, asking his subordinate if their target was the man in the heavy armor. But the man shook his head, quickly pointing to the cloaked figure and the swordswoman beside him. Sanju's party. Being singled out left them completely stunned. Hanho was confused. Why didn't he recognize these thugs? It looked like they had transformed. Not wasting another second, the bandit leader smirked and spoke first. Sorry for the trouble, he drawled. I didn't know a village like this existed. I'm just looking for the ones who killed my brothers. But how much gold do you think I'd get for wiping out every last one of you? So that was his real motive. Faced with these threats, the prosecutor calmly replied, You all showed up, looking exactly like villains from a cheap movie. I've never seen criminals like you in the Seoul City Prosecutor's office. And judging by your behavior, you've never actually killed anyone. There's no need to hesitate. The prosecutor then raised his sword high and commanded, Punishment Squad, eliminate the enemy. The bandit leader merely sneered. We'll start with a ranged attack. You'll all be annihilated before you can even get close. With that, a devastating shower of ice arrows and fireballs rained down on the Punishment Squad. The prosecutor simply pointed his sword toward the sky, muttering the activation for Shield of Faith. Instantly, a shimmering golden barrier materialized, protecting the soldiers on his side. Sanju and Hanho watched from behind, completely mesmerized. A defensive skill? It nullified everything. But the square-faced leader was not fazed. He let out a grim laugh, calling it a child's trick. We are the predators who will devour every monster. And every player in this area. He roared, ordering his men to charge forward and destroy. A vicious thug sped forward on a motorcycle, raising an iron mace high above his head. He was certain it was the perfect weapon to crush anyone in armor. The mace crashed down with devastating force, but to his absolute shock, the soldier's helmet didn't have a single scratch. And in that moment of stunned disbelief, the soldier struck back. The gleaming blade flashed once, ending the bandit's life. The situation was just as dire for the other bandits. They fought fiercely, but all their attacks were completely useless. Pushed into a corner, they resorted to using their largest trucks as battering rams, screaming, Get out of the way if you want to live. The prosecutor narrowed his eyes. He didn't move an inch. Instead, he aimed his sword directly at the oncoming threat. Minhwa Sung immediately understood her leader's intention and quickly ordered the Punishment Squad to clear a path so he could use his skill. Cross Spear was activated. A brilliant, cross-shaped light erupted from his position, blindingly bright at its center. The intense skill tore across the battlefield, completely obliterating the massive trucks and anyone who stood in its way. The world itself seemed to buckle from the force of that explosion. It was as if Sanju's eyes were opened, allowing him to strike 2 targets at once. That recent victory ignited the spirits of the punitive squad warriors, and they charged forward in a renewed frenzy. The terrified bandits cried out, wondering what kind of combined power they were facing. Suddenly, a barrage of fireballs rained down from the sky with terrifying speed. Caught completely off guard, the punitive squad took the full brunt of the fiery assault. In an instant, the tables had turned. After impact, 2 of the fireballs revealed their true form, 2 colossal axes, driven so deep into the earth that the entire area cracked and splintered. As the dust settled, the punitive squad was left groaning on the ground. It turned out the bandits' savior was none other than their square-faced leader. He let out a booming shout, calling his twin axes back to him. As if drawn by a magnet, they obediently flew back into his powerful grasp. With his ultimate weapon in hand, he let out an arrogant, challenging laugh. There's no way we can block a metal weapon like that, Sanjiu and Jisoo thought, their faces grim. A weapon that could be wielded so freely with such immense power was definitely no ordinary item. Finally, Prosecutor John Daeungbo had seen enough. With a calm, unwavering gaze, he decided to step forward. An aura of pure righteousness radiated from him as he replied, "He looks like an interesting little toy." He would accept the challenge. For the leader of a bandit horde, being called a toy by some kid was the ultimate insult. Veins bulged on the leader's forehead as he roared with rage. "If you think I'm a toy, then try blocking the attack of a mythical-grade item." The twin axes launched from his hands, spinning like a deadly guillotine as they flew toward the prosecutor. In the next moment, an explosion as massive as an atomic bomb erupted, sending smoke and flames billowing into the sky. They had to wait for the thick smoke to clear before the outcome was revealed. The prosecutor was completely unharmed by the impact. In fact, he stood there arrogantly, his own sword blocking the two shattered. "Who cares about your so-called mythical item?" With those words, he twisted his sword. It flashed with light, destroying what little remained of the weapon. The bandit leader could only watch in agony, helpless as his precious item was obliterated right before his eyes. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ed pushed up her glasses with a smug look on her face. She said confidently, "Our punitive squad serves the prosecutor's knights. We're quite possibly the strongest team in the country, or maybe even the entire world." They truly looked like a moving fortress. Sanjiu had never seen a punitive squad like this before. His thoughts made him glance over at Hanho, who just stared back, completely clueless. Meanwhile, the prosecutor continued his work. He raised his sword high, chanting the incantation to activate the aura of the knightly order. A brilliant golden light poured out from his body, swiftly flying toward the warriors and seeping into their forms. In an instant, they could feel their stamina surging back, their vision clearer than ever before. It was a skill that could both heal and provide a powerful damage buff. With a swordsman like him tanking the damage, they were invincible. Now, let's crush the remaining bandits and end this battle. The bandit leader could only grit his teeth in frustration. The scene shifts to an underground room not far away. The injured and those with limited abilities had been taking shelter there for some time. Hanho's father couldn't hide his impatience any longer and demanded, "Are we really just going to hide in here?" Hearing this, Gyeong-soo scrambled to explain. "It's not hiding. We're just staying on high alert until the battle is over." Sergeant Kim, sitting in a corner, also chimed in, "None of us have ever fought before. We might just get in the way. The day might come when they have to fight other humans, but that day was not today." Realizing they had misunderstood him, Hanho's father quickly corrected them. "I don't mean that we should go out and fight. I'm talking about the guild's power. Aren't you the least bit curious?" He had hit a nerve. Gyeong-soo turned away, slightly embarrassed, trying to find a way to change the subject, but Mr. Lai knew he had him. He pressed on, tempting him further. "Let's just go take a peek. Don't fight the urge." He finally agreed to go outside with him, but only for a quick glance. The old man happily accepted the deal. Once outside, they pressed themselves against the wall, observing the chaotic battle from afar. The sight left them horrified. A thick, poisonous smog filled the air, and one by one, the soldiers of the punitive squad collapsed like straw dolls. White foam poured from the corners of their mouths. They trembled, trying to move, but their limbs were completely paralyzed. All they could do was lie there, moaning in agony. The bandit leader was truly devious. He had pulled out a vial filled with a horrifically foul-smelling liquid to create the poison gas. And of course, he had come prepared, wearing a gas mask to protect himself. He laughed maniacally. Did they really think that pathetic trick was his only weapon? The concentrated hell essence was an item sold by some very shady characters, but its effects were undeniably potent. Faced with this situation, Prosecutor John Daeungbo seemed to be at a disadvantage. He struggled, covering his mouth and nose with his cloak, desperately trying to wave the smoke away with his sword. This wasn't just poison, was it? This was trouble. This battle was meant to show that Necromancer, the guild's true power. And he had a way to handle this. But it was better to deal with this guy quickly. He would have to unleash more of his strength. However, as he readied his stance to fight again, a figure slowly tore through the toxic fog, grabbing the prosecutor's attention and making him freeze. That cool-headed individual was none other than Sanjiu, who casually pulled his hood up to cover his head. He signaled to the prosecutor that he'd seen the guild's power, and that he would take it from here. Sanjiu felt it was better if they teamed up to deal with this foe. The villain saw this newcomer not only remain fearless, but seemed to be looking down on his ability. His pride shattered, he screamed in a rage. "Do you have any idea how much this item is worth? Fine, then have a taste." Without another moment's hesitation, he hurled the last vial right at Sanjiu's feet. The moment the vial shattered, a terrifying cloud of toxic smoke erupted with savage intensity. The prosecutor backed away cautiously, but Sanjiu only grinned, reaching his hand closer to the vial as if savoring it. Suddenly, his entire body erupted in blue flames, and his glowing eyes instantly purified the toxic gas until nothing remained. Just as he'd said, they really were a good match. Sanjiu now looked as dangerous as a wild beast. He tilted his head to the sky, inhaling the deadly poison with an expression of pure satisfaction. It seemed it had been a while since he felt like this. This concentrated hell essence was weaker than an elder orc's skill, but it was more than enough. As for the subjugation team, he had to show Prosecutor John Dangbo how a true necromancer fights. The bandit leader and his nearby henchmen were stunned to see Sanjiu completely unharmed. Could it be a defective product? The henchman foolishly lifted his gas mask to check. Naturally, the price for his stupidity was to collapse on the ground, foaming violently at the mouth from the poison. Sanjiu looked on with disgust at the fool who had just ended his own life, then raised his hand to activate his next skill. If he was going to put on a show, he might as well do it right. The death curse immediately spread across the area, and hundreds of corpses clawed their way out of the ground. They charged towards the henchman's body, tearing it to shreds. The zombies didn't forget to take care of the other living bandits either. They screamed in terror. Now they remembered who they had dared to offend. He was the necromancer everyone whispered about. They were about to be overwhelmed by the sight before them. At Sanjiu's next command, a swarm of cursed spirits appeared to finish off the remaining villains. The bandits now scattered like a broken beehive, managing only to turn and scream to their leader that the situation was bad. They scrambled onto their vehicles and floored the gas. One rider was attacked from behind and fell, dead, but not a single one of them dared to stop for a second. The unlucky ones who couldn't escape were instantly blown to pieces by Sanjiu like holiday firecrackers. Seeing the tables turn, Ji, On-Soo, and On-Lee, who had been watching from behind a wall, shared in the triumphant feeling. Every time they saw Sanjiu fight, his methods were just so incredible. It always put their minds at ease. Suddenly, Mrs. Lee appeared out of nowhere, asking what they were doing. The two of them jumped in shock and stumbled out from their hiding spot. Just then, the bandit leader and his cronies arrived in their escape. Seeing the three of them, he had a wicked idea. He ordered his men to capture them as hostages. It was their only path to survival. If they resist, he snarled, leave only one alive. Gi On-Soo's face went pale, realizing his terrible mistake. He risked his life, yelling for Han-Ho's parents to run while he stood his ground to shield them. Driven by responsibility, he thought his life was over. When suddenly, a figure flashed past him. It was Jisoo. Seeing their new opponent was just a woman, the bandits sneered contemptuously. What's this? Take her hostage, too. But a bald man among them screamed a terrified warning. Don't move. She's not someone you can touch. And indeed, the moment she swung her sword, a ferocious wave of fire erupted from the blade, powerful enough to incinerate anyone with a death wish. Cornered, the ringleader's face turned ashen as he uttered, She's like a demon. He tried to say something else, but before he could finish, a dagger plunged through his stomach from behind. All he could manage was a choked grunt. He never imagined he would die in a place like this. The one who delivered the final blow was none other than Sanjiu, as a card suddenly flew out from his body. It glowed brilliantly as a system notification appeared. Just as he predicted, that bastard was the last one. The prosecutor cautiously approached, his cloak still hiding half his face. He demanded, what was that item? Sanjiu shook his head, clueless. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. It was a pass for a hidden stage, and it had already been activated. Sanjiu furrowed his brow, completely absorbed, failing to notice the shimmering rift forming behind him. A dimensional gate had materialized out of thin air. Instantly, it began to pull him into its vortex, giving him absolutely no chance to resist. It all happened in a flash, leaving everyone completely paralyzed. They could only watch in horror as the portal devoured Sanjiu whole. The prosecutor, John Deung-po, stepped forward. He reached out, as if to follow, but a sharp crackle of energy from the gate's edge zapped his hand. A system message appeared, entry denied. This is a single-player instance. The prosecutor stared at his hand, muttering to himself. Denied entry? Was it because of that item he held? Just where does this golden gate lead? As he was lost in thought, a blinding flash erupted from behind him. It was a reporter, ecstatically capturing the entire scene. He couldn't contain his excitement, praising the spectacle. This necromancer is in a league of his own. But the prosecutor's expression darkened instantly. With a slight tilt of his head, he ordered, stop filming. He closed the distance to the reporter, his overwhelming presence a silent, suffocating warning. You only record when I give you permission. But, being a master manipulator, the prosecutor realized his anger was too obvious. He quickly masked it with a disarmingly charming tone, saying he understood the man's job. After all, photos of a hero would surely bring hope to the people someday. However, he continued smoothly, the world is full of wicked people. We must completely control the flow of information. The naive reporter, believed this was for a noble cause. He nodded eagerly, promising he understood. I'll only film when you say so, sir. Nearby, Jisoo watched with clear disdain. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she stared at the gate, Hanho standing nervously beside her. Having finished his little lecture, John Dan Po strode towards them. He feigned concern, asking, "Where exactly did Sanju go?" Jisoo shot him a look laced with contempt. "I thought you'd know better than anyone." The prosecutor simply bowed his head slightly, a sickeningly charming smile playing on his lips. He projected the noble aura of a war hero, trying to charm the information out of her. "Please, tell me where Sanju has gone." After a brief pause, Jisoo just shrugged, clearly unwilling to cooperate. She had no idea if she could trust him, especially since she hadn't heard his earlier conversation with Sanju. It seemed his charming skill was useless on her. He realized instantly that she was suspicious. Such a cautious one, he thought. But she hasn't refused outright. There's still a chance. So the prosecutor tried a new tactic, explaining, "Sanju and I decided to work together. That's why. I'm so concerned about this situation, about what's happening to him and what my role in all this is." Hearing this, Hanho became agitated and was about to shout something important. But Jisoo quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Out of options, the prosecutor played his final card. He urged her to think about the bigger picture. "Can you guarantee he won't be in danger? Are you really just going to stand here, waiting like a helpless puppet while your teammate is at risk?" His words hit their mark, striking a nerve. Jisoo's brow tightened with worry. Her hand unconsciously tightened over Hanho's mouth, making the poor kid gasp for air. After weighing her options, she finally let go of the boy's reddened face. Staring at the portal, she spoke slowly. "The truth is, we don't know much more than you. He's gone to a place called the Hidden Stage. We never considered the possibility that something this serious could happen. We just have to trust and wait for him, because that's what teammates do." The prosecutor was partially satisfied with that answer. He nodded, thanking her for the information, and even added a word of encouragement. "If it's Sanju we're talking about, I'm sure he'll be fine." But in the middle of their conversation, he realized something. He still didn't know her name. She introduced herself simply as Jun Jisoo. A wide smile spread across his face. "Wonderful." He clarified, "I'm talking about your performance earlier. Your ability to stay calm and fight with such precision in that split second was truly impressive. As it happens, our guild is currently recruiting. We're preparing for what's to come in the future. We're looking for talented individuals just like you. We would offer our full support to help you grow even stronger." But before he could finish, Jisoo cut him off. She refused him flatly. She saw right through his scheme, and besides, she already had a teammate she could trust. With that final, cool remark, Jisoo grabbed Hanho by the collar and dragged him away, leaving the boy shouting protests back at the prosecutor. "Just you wait." The second they were out of earshot, Manhwa growled in frustration. "What is her deal, anyway? Are you saying you don't trust the prosecutor, or what?" Ed, beside him, thoughtfully pushed up his glasses and sighed. "It's a difficult situation." The prosecutor agreed with a sly smirk. "No one here is easy to trust." Meanwhile, Sanju was ripped from reality, pulled through a spatial gate by an overwhelming force. A moment later, he found himself in a completely alien dimension. As his feet hit the ground, Sanju stared in shock. He had entered the Golden Valley stage. At the same time, the system flashed with a notification. He scanned the rules for this place, his expression twitching. Unbelievable. Is this some kind of bonus stage? Suddenly, a high-pitched cackle echoed from right behind him. Whipping his head around, he saw it. A goblin. And not just any goblin, but a golden goblin. From the surrounding buildings, other golden goblins began to emerge, swarming like hungry ants that had just found their next meal, their numbers growing by the second. He observed their frenzy and smirked. "It's been a while since I've seen this kind of reaction. It seems they've identified me as their target. Perfect." Sanju waved his hand, tearing a hole in reality itself. From the void, Goblin Dry made its grand entrance. "Now, let's show these glittering trash mobs who's really being hunted here." Back outside the spatial gate, the others were still busy cleaning up the chaotic battlefield. After a careful survey, a scout reported to the prosecutor, "All of our injured members have recovered. The healing elixirs had no effect, but the antidotes worked." The prosecutor listened with a cold expression. "I see. It was more like a curse than a poison. But I'm surprised an antidote was effective at all. The condensed Hell Essence releases a debuff called Hell's Breath." "Ed, do you know anything about an item like that?" The woman in question paused to think for a moment before answering. "Judging by the name, it sounds like an item used by a warlock. Powerful items that can break curses like that have never appeared in the shop before. Did they get it from a special vendor, or some other way?" The prosecutor answered coolly, "Most likely. A special item obtained through a special method. But why didn't an incredibly powerful item like that have any effect on Sanju?" Ed then called out to Manhwa, purposely butchering his name and making the man jump. But Manhwa knew it was his turn to speak, adding that after checking with his special skill, the 3-star Dwarven Scouter, he discovered it wasn't ineffective. It was because he had already cast a buff on Sanju. His experience points must have skyrocketed, awakening new effects, even boosting his vitality and mana pools. It seemed the dungeon and the condensed hell essence held far more secrets than they realized. Ed suddenly remembered another critical matter. She quickly changed the subject. Prosecutor, is it true you're splitting the boss raid rewards with that necromancer? He confirmed it, looking troubled. We had no other choice. Otherwise, Sanju wouldn't have joined us. You all saw his power, didn't you? Losing a warrior like him would be a devastating blow. Hearing this, Ed smiled with utter confidence. Then please, leave the contract negotiations to me. He still hasn't experienced the true nature of this world, so I believe I can draft a contract that's very beneficial for us. You know as well as I do just how critical those boss raid rewards are. Think of the 30,000 people our guild is responsible for. Faced with her powerful logic and intense aura, Prosecutor John D. Umpa and Manhwa couldn't help but shiver. She's terrifying. Her true colors are finally showing. Weighing the pros and cons, the prosecutor gave his approval. Proceed, but make sure you don't turn him into our enemy. She accepted the condition. Besides, I despise becoming a villainous recruiter. Suddenly, the prosecutor stopped in his tracks. Without turning back, he asked quietly, regarding the Prophet's Stone. What are your thoughts on it? Manhwa and Ed, who had been bickering intensely, froze and stared in shock. Isn't that the artifact that gave you all those damn missions and prophecies? At first, I was skeptical, but after touching it, the feeling was truly terrifying. The prosecutor grew quiet, lost in memory. That's right, doubt and fear. That is the normal reaction for anyone who first forms a contract with the Prophet's Stone. But Sanju, he just seemed to simply accept the entire situation. With that, he gave the two of them a new mission. Perhaps I'm overthinking this, but I want you to find out if he has ever laid his hands on that stone before. Meanwhile, inside the other world, an intense, fiery battle between Sanju and the horde of monsters raged on. Corpse explosions ripped through the air, detonating everywhere like a volley of cannon fire. Flames and flesh became one. Even the golden goblins and orcs began to hesitate. This was the power of his necromancy. For every enemy that fell, he simply raised it from the dead, adding another golden soldier to his ever-growing army. They were strong, but against him, it was utterly pointless. Nothing was ever this easy. He decided not to overthink it. Keep it simple. Just kill, and kill again. He didn't need to care about anything else, not what others thought, and certainly not about his comrades. Even alone, this necromancer was a one-man army. No, it was easier this way, fighting all alone. The very idea of teammates, of needing anyone else, was drowned out by the intoxicating thrill of victory. Arrogance was setting in, but then, a voice seemed to echo in his mind, calling Sanju's name. He turned his head out of instinct, but there was nothing there, just his cursed spirits, giant bears, and lanky goblins. A strange feeling. Was it loneliness? A short time later, after wiping the area clean of monsters, Sanju led his shambling horde to a new location. They marched onward relentlessly, until they finally reached a fork in the road. An arrow suddenly materialized before him, presenting two distinct choices, a box to the left and a box to the right, each a different size. Sanju smirked, already calculating the odds. The larger box on the left would undoubtedly hold a greater danger, but with greater risk comes a greater reward. With his mind made up, he led his army down the left path. After just a few steps, they saw it, a colossal wooden box, hovering silently in the distance. Sanju cautiously approached, but nothing happened. He was growing impatient. With a soft sigh, he ordered his cursed spirits to attack. On his command, they unleashed a torrent of lightning bolts at the box. The assault finally provoked the beast within. The lid flew open, revealing a maw bristling with razor-sharp fangs and a single, bulging yellow eye right in its center. The event boss had appeared. Its eye darted around madly, searching for the unfortunate soul who dared disturb its slumber. Sanju, however, was at a perfect distance. He calmly observed the beast, then muttered, "Those teeth are huge." He bet they were sharp, but his army's total power was still higher. The creature's weakness was obvious, too. It had no limbs. He knew it could still move, but its mobility had to be limited. He'd use his bear spirits and dire wolves for defense. The rest of his forces would be on the attack. A perfect strategy. Until the monster suddenly recoiled, its entire body trembling. A pained groan escaped its throat. Seeing this bizarre behavior, Sanju frowned, forgetting his plan as he cautiously moved closer. He crept forward to investigate. In that instant, the cunning beast saw its prey take the bait and swelled to a monstrous size. With a single lunge, it scattered his dire bears and wolf spirits like bowling pins, as if taunting them. "If you can, then run. let's start the chase. The momentum sent the giant, boulder-like bears flying backward, crashing right into their own master. The impact was devastating, and Sanjiu's body couldn't withstand the force. He immediately coughed up a spray of crimson blood. At the sight of it, the boss's eyes lit up as it shrieked, opening its cavernous, deathly maw. It lunged with lightning speed, eager to devour its fresh, dying meal, forcing Roy to desperately try and hold it back. But the monster was too powerful. In a flash, the distance between them vanished. Despite Roy's desperate struggle, Sanjiu felt the chilling numbness of fear creeping up his spine. He was wrong. He'd assumed that even as a boss monster, its movement would be restricted. When had he started underestimating his enemies? When had he become so arrogant? Was this the lingering effect of his Hell Force awakening? Or was it because everything had been going too smoothly? The dead never disobeyed him. Even the one he trusted most only followed his will. Images of Jisoo and Hanho flashed through his mind. He couldn't believe he dared to think that he didn't need comrades. How unbelievably arrogant. If he survived this, he swore he would change. He had to be more careful. Just then, the monster lunged, appearing right behind him, leaving no time to react. With a sickening crunch, Sanjiu froze. The gates of death were wide open before him, but it wasn't a fatal blow. His dire bears and wolf spirits were holding the monster back with every last ounce of their strength. Sanjiu snapped back to his senses. That's right. Before anything else, he had to kill it. Sanjiu strained, using his sword to pry open the monster's jaws. He forced its mouth open just enough, then hastily summoned his zombies, ordering them to crawl inside. The moment the last zombie was inside, he yanked his sword free and leaped backward, creating as much distance as possible. Roy and the others understood his plan instantly. They swarmed the monster, forcing its jaws shut. Roy looked back at him one last time, a gentle smile on his face. Filled with regret, Sanjiu could only apologize. This battle was a grave miscalculation. He had no choice but to trigger the corpse explosion. A massive blast rocked the very foundations of the area, devastating everything in its path. It even ripped a gaping hole in the concrete ceiling above. Tensely, Sanjiu raised his shield for cover, scanning the aftermath. Just then, a system window flashed before his eyes. He had successfully defeated the boss and cleared the final stage. But it came at a cost. His cursed spirits had been sacrificed in the blast. Wasn't this a total ripoff? He cautiously approached the monster's corpse to investigate, tapping gently against its outer shell. It seemed the creature was completely unharmed by any external attacks. Without striking from the inside, killing it would have been impossible. Covered in blood and utterly exhausted, Sanjiu was at his limit. He pulled out an antidote potion, drinking it down as he muttered to himself. So that's why he couldn't recover from that last attack. He had to be much more careful from now on. One mistake like that was more than enough. Just because the world had become like a game didn't mean death was just as meaningless. There were no respawns here. You only get one life. No matter what happened, he had to survive until the very end. That was the least he could do, especially since he'd left his family behind to make it this far. His resolve hardened. With his strength and spirit restored, Sanjiu strode directly toward the reward room. He cautiously pushed the door open and scanned his surroundings, an old classroom. Was this really the reward room? But then he noticed the lockers lining the far wall. Each one had a distinct, glowing lock. The system immediately displayed information about the items contained within. Sanjiu studied the list intently, his mind racing. These were not items you could get from the regular system shop. These were far more valuable. Skill enhancers, experience boosters, and something called a wish parchment. He had no idea what that was used for. Curious, he selected it for more details. A new system window popped up with a detailed description. The parchment could be used to create a binding contract with another player based on self-imposed conditions, but failure to fulfill the contract meant certain death. Sanjiu's brow furrowed. He could see how that might be incredibly useful, but he didn't have enough points to claim everything here. He would have to choose wisely. He selected a few key items, making sure to include the wish parchment. But was this truly the best choice he could make? As he was second-guessing himself, another notification appeared. He had officially been promoted to level 13. For clearing the hidden stage, his doubts from moments ago vanished, replaced by a wide grin. He was more than satisfied, even his stats had increased. Now that was a real reward. He decided to use his points on an agility card, raising it by 3. If he'd been just a bit faster, he could have avoided that last hit. But it wasn't too late to fix that. With all the stages complete, the system began a countdown for his return. It was time for Sanjiu to teleport back to the real world through the gate. Once again, he had obtained everything he needed. It was time to get back to his team. The scene shifts back to the real world. Beneath a full moon hanging high in the night sky, Sanjiu returned. Prosecutor John Dengpo rushed out to greet him warmly. He expressed surprise at Sanjiu's disappearance, adding that he was relieved he had safely completed the raid. Sanjiu just smiled evasively. I didn't expect it either. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The prosecutor waved it off generously, explaining they would have been waiting that long regardless. Since I couldn't come empty-handed, I brought a small gift. He then added, also, would it be possible to post our contract and a photo of your team to the community? Confused, Sangju glanced at Jisoo for help. A photo? The community has a function like that? The prosecutor quickly jumped in, pointing to a reporter behind him. It's because of his unique class, photographer. He possesses an item that allows him to upload images. To give the public hope, don't we need to show them something tangible? It might be embarrassing, but people are calling you heroes. Sanju fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. They might be targeted by opportunists, but this would also help maintain a positive public image. All right, he finally agreed. We'll do it. With the agreement settled, the prosecutor and his team boarded their aircraft, leaving the three of them standing there as it flew away. Meanwhile, Hanho had been examining the prosecutor's gift. Suddenly, he shouted with glee, "Whoa! These are all elixirs." Prosecutor John Diempo is an amazing guy, but Sanju's expression remained neutral. He just told the kid to inspect them carefully, just in case. Jisoo seemed more at ease, asking cheerfully, "So, the next raid is officially set. All we have to do now is prepare, right?" Sanju nodded in agreement. "To get stronger, we need to hunt. Let's get ready for the raid." A few days later, in a desolate, ruined corner of the city, a pack of goblins swarmed around a fresh corpse, when suddenly, a sweet, alluring scent drifted through the air. The scent instantly drew the orcs in, turning them into a ravenous pack. They stampeded toward the aroma coming from a box in the center, tearing into each other with savage fury just for a taste. Suddenly, a nearby goblin corpse began to glow, and before they could even react, a world-shattering explosion erupted from that very spot. Not a single one escaped the blast. From their hiding spot, the heroic trio emerged, with Sanju calmly noting, "That makes 5. This was his chance to finally activate the warrior's sword. Beside him, Hanho could only stare in absolute awe, but Jisoo's face darkened with disapproval. Is this really how he's going to hunt? Hanho walked over and picked up the item. The kid had carefully sealed it, yet the scent was still overwhelmingly alluring. They needed to use these items immediately. It was just like fishing. The box contained bait designed to lure any nearby monsters, but for humans, its stench was enough to make you sick. When the boy brought it closer to show off, Sanju, Jisoo, and Dry instantly recoiled, pinching their noses in disgust. They told him to get rid of it, shocked that the smell could leak through such careful wrapping. Hanho's face fell, his voice dropping with hurt. "My mom made this." Hearing that, the two felt a pang of guilt and quickly tried to change their tune. They stammered praises about how perfect the item was, but their hands never left their noses. Jisoo decided to back away before calmly sharing an idea. "Isn't this item just made from your spoiled food?" She realized. She had just discovered a new way to level up beyond just hunting. Mr. Lai, Hanho's father, was the one who had set up the security for their safe zone. His unique skill was called Korean Rooftop. Thanks to him, their village was secure. But just as they thought they were safe, a gang of young punks on motorcycles roared onto the scene, kicking up a storm of dust. It was Tae-sung and his rowdy crew. The boy shouted that he came with news. They had found a new shop to the north, but someone had already completely cleaned it out. "We have no idea which bastard did it," he said. Sanju's expression grew serious. This was a grave problem. Someone was using gold to manipulate the economy, bypassing the energy system entirely. It was like they were stealing all the essential supplies from every hunt. At this rate, they couldn't even dream of harvesting crops. But then, an idea struck him. He turned to Tae-sung. "If you find another shop, contact Kyung-soo immediately. If we don't send people, every survivor out there will be in danger." Receiving his orders, the boy grinned and eagerly accepted. But then, Sanju noticed something odd. He squinted at a group of girls gathered in the distance. They had been staring at him this whole time, whispering amongst themselves with tense expressions. What's up with them? Following his gaze, Tae-sung understood and explained awkwardly. "You did beat up Jujin before, right? Well, a rumor started that you're violent towards women." He leaned in and whispered a few more words. The truth made his face go dark. To the wider community, he was a hero. But here, he was seen as a total monster. After a bit more chaos, the biker kids finally took off, leaving them in peace once again. Sanju quickly shook it off, announcing, "Let's get back to the hunt." But Jisoo suddenly turned away. Her eyes shot wide open. A chilling premonition, the feeling of being watched, flashed through her mind. She frantically tightened her grip on her flame sword, taking a defensive stance and shouting a warning to Sanju. "Someone's here." Instantly, a massive, furry shadow shattered the glass of a nearby building, bursting out from right behind them. Another, similar shadow, drool dripping from its jaws, charged at them with brutal intent. But the ghost bears that always follow them were ready. His spectral guardians swiftly intercepted the attack, blocking the creatures. Now, he could see them clearly. They were dire wolves. Sanju tensed, raising his crossbow and aiming to take down one of the giant beasts. But then, a third dire wolf appeared on a wall. It leaped down with incredible speed, screaming in terror, "Don't shoot!" Sanju froze, his head snapping up in shock. Did that dire wolf just speak? This was something he had never imagined possible. Despite the warning, the battle raged on. One of the dire wolves broke past the ghost bear's defense. It reached out with a massive arm, grabbing for the food pouch Hanho wore around his neck, and the boy screamed in panic. He thought he was about to be killed, but with a single swipe, the beast simply ripped the fabric pouch containing the bait box. They quickly tore the box open and began to devour its contents, completely forgetting about the humans they were just attacking. But as they enjoyed their delicious meal, they slowly realized that something was terribly wrong. They looked up only to find themselves completely surrounded, trapped in a circle with no escape. Sanju aimed his crossbow straight at them, his voice laced with fury. "You said don't shoot. Start explaining why, right now." Trapped in the circle, the two smaller dire wolves panikedly asked their leader what to do. The larger wolf told them to stay calm. "We may be surrounded, but we still have a chance." Sanju's brow furrowed in confusion. A chance? In response, the large dire wolf let out a fearsome roar. With a desperate roar, it charged forward to carve a path of blood. It savagely slammed one wolf aside, believing it could shatter their encirclement. Its goal was to let the younger ones escape. Sanju finally understood its plan and, gritting his teeth, gave the order. Tighten the circle on the weakened wolves. In his hands, the crossbow hummed with power. Sanju loosed his shot. 2 arrows sank deep into the beast's back, making blood spray like fresh crimson before it collapsed. It struggled to its feet, knocking aside more wolves at the edge, and with its last breath, screamed for the other dire wolves to run. The young ones fled in a panic, their cries echoing behind them. "We're sorry. Elder, we will never forget this day." At last, the massive dire wolf could endure no more. It fell to the ground, letting out a final, agonizing howl. Watching from a distance, Sanju scoffed. Such incredible teamwork. They were the ones who attacked us first. Still, its sacrifice was almost touching. Lying on the ground, it spat out accusations, blaming everything on the food they carried. "If it wasn't for that, we never would have lost control and attacked you." Hearing this, Sanju's voice turned to ice. "Is that so? Then have you regained your senses now?" Without warning, Sanju drove a knife deep into the creature's cheek as a threat. Terrified, the dire wolf spilled everything. It was all part of a mission. Even after being turned into monsters, they weren't free. Instead, they were forced to accept quests regularly. They didn't understand the situation, they just followed their monstrous instincts. Sanju's eyes narrowed. And what was the mission's objective? The dire wolf gulped. It was simple. Eat humans. Devour 10 people, and you get your body back. Hearing this earth-shattering truth, Hanho whispered to the young man, "I thought monsters attack people on instinct, but it turns out there's a reason behind it all." Sanju pressed for more information. "Are there many others like you?" Clutching its wounded cheek, the wolf nodded in agony. "Of course, there are so many. Countless players were turned into monsters with no other choice." Realizing it had misunderstood, Sanju quickly corrected it. "I mean in this area. Are there more of you here?" But this time, the creature just squeezed its eyes shut in silence. Sanju's face hardened. "So there are. Were they the ones who destroyed that store and left the message about a new species?" At this question, the dire wolf violently denied it. The phantom bears had to help hold it down. "If we had a choice, we wouldn't want to meet humans after regaining our senses. We just want to live in peace." But not all of us feel that way. There's a group that actively hunts players to satisfy their own hatred. They must be the ones behind everything. Unsure, Jisoo had to ask again, "Are you talking about a group of monsters that despises humans?" Hearing that, the dire wolf gave a bitter laugh. "Humans are involved too, those damn scientists. They're the real masterminds, but they always pin the blame on monsters while creating dangerous items of their own." Sanju's mind immediately flashed back to that item. Tensely, he confirmed his suspicion. "You mean the monsterification syringe from those black market dealers?" His question was met with a deep, endless silence. Sanju's expression soured, thinking it was stalling for its reinforcements to return. But the dire wolf just shook its head, defeated. "I told them to run far away and never look back." In response, Sanju drew his longsword. "So, you think I'm going to spare you?" The monster didn't even bother to move anymore. It just lay there, completely still. It was denying his accusation, waiting for the end to come. Even when he had been allowed to choose a class, out of fear and suspicion, he had chosen nothing. What's more, he even stopped his family from choosing. But his clever son had secretly chosen a class, probably because he loved playing games. As it spoke, tears of crushing regret streamed from the dire wolf's eyes. How could Sanju know who the first person it had devoured was? It was only still alive because it lacked the courage to end its own life. At this point, everything was crystal clear. Sangju decisively raised his sword high, his voice as cold as the grave. I cannot forgive what you've done. Don't blame me for this. In its final moments, the monster broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't accept this. This isn't fair at all. I chose to survive, and everything failed. Don't say that. May you have better luck in the next life. A sickening thud echoed through the clearing. A moment later, the heroic trio continued on their journey. Hanho grumbled, I'm just a wreck. The kid felt deeply unsettled. After all, the dire wolf had its reasons, and he even knew how to protect his comrades. Sanju explained seriously, don't hesitate like that. The moment you let your guard down is the moment you're in danger. The predator you just killed had a family, too. I'm going to track the monsters that ran away. Jisoo tilted her head, curious. And what will you do when you find them? From what he said, I think they're still just kids. Sanju gritted his teeth, conflicted. I haven't thought that far ahead. Right now, I'm trying to find their territory. Or worse, the nest of those monstrous humanoids. The very thought fueled his anger, causing Sanju to clench his fists. System. Just how far are you going to push humanity? These monsters began wreaking havoc the instant they regained consciousness. Some people might even sympathize with their plight. But the truth was, that thing from before was undeniably a monster. The system had programmed them this way, using the bait to drive them into a mindless rage. They even received missions to kill humans. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. Their growth patterns were identical, and so were their methods of hunting players. Unfortunately, coexistence was impossible. As they walked and talked, the three of them soon reached a part of the city completely devoid of human life. They brazenly walked around, surveying the area. Hanho, growing impatient, started to complain. Just how far did those bastards go? Sanju calmly reassured him. Once they get a whiff of this bait, they'll come running for sure. As they reached a turn, Jisoo suddenly grabbed both men by the collar. Get down. They were completely stunned, with no idea what was happening. It turned out the enemy was right in front of them. The two young dire wolves from before were dangling from spider silk, strung up like smoked meat. They had been caught in a trap and were howling for help. A pack of small kobolds approached, cackling at their fresh catch. But their leader held up a hand, stopping them. He explained this was a tribute for their queen. With that said, he stepped forward, plunging two spearheads directly into the necks of his prey. The dire wolves immediately felt their bodies go numb. Helplessly, they collapsed. They were left at the mercy of the kobolds, who dragged them away toward their lair. The leader carefully scanned the area one last time, only leaving after confirming the coast was clear. Once they were gone, the trio cautiously emerged from their hiding spot. They discussed what they'd seen. Those were just kobolds, yet they captured dire wolves, even knowing how to coat their spears in poison. How did they even come up with a strategy like that? And look, a store sign. And a dungeon sign. This subway station has both a shop and a dungeon. That's actually a good thing. The dungeon's presence will keep the store safe. Let's go then. Protecting that store was now essential for their survival. And so, they entered the massive dungeon, the poison spider queen's bedchamber, and strode down the endless corridor. After a moment, Hanho stammered fearfully. I didn't bring the goblin pouch today. I thought we were just hunting with bait. Sanju took the chance to warn his comrades. Be careful. These monsters might have the terrain advantage. At the end of the path, a horrifying scene appeared, a web-filled battlefield, with countless humans strung up upside down. Seeing Sanju's team, they desperately cried for help. Jisoo didn't hesitate at the heart-wrenching sight. Ignoring Sanju's warning, she immediately used her flame sword to slash through the webs. The freed survivors poured out their thanks, but before they could finish, a giant spider dropped from the ceiling. Following it, hundreds, even thousands more spiders descended, turning Hanho's face pale with terror. Sanju yelled for everyone to run. He quickly activated Corpse Explosion, hoping to hold them back. These spiders were actually laying eggs on living humans. They had to watch the ceilings. There was no telling where the monsters would appear from next. But he forgot one crucial detail. The explosion had drawn their attention. From the darkness, kobolds and poison spiders swarmed out. There were countless of them. So many spiders. Could they have a symbiotic relationship with the kobolds? Suddenly, the closest kobold took a dagger straight to the eye. A figure struck a prideful pose, claiming ownership of the throw. When it came to numbers, he was confident he could take them all on himself. After diving into the fray, the monsters were quickly torn to shreds. In his massive variant form, Hanho became a whirlwind of slaughter, a self-satisfied grin plastered on his face. So this is all they were. Nothing but pathetic trash. The remaining kobolds and spiders trembled in fear. In their eyes, he was the true monster. His methods were just too brutal. But Hanho didn't care. His entire body was overflowing with power. Had Hanho ever felt this liberated before? He taunted the monsters. Don't stop. Keep attacking. There was no need to think. Everything was crystal clear. All he had to do was kill. Kill, and kill again. He didn't need to think about anything else. He didn't need teammates to help him, not to kill goblins and kobolds. Fighting alone was so much easier. He was now a powerful warrior, a thief, and completely on his own. The enraged kobolds shrieked, ordering the spiders to shoot their webs and bind him. Hanho's eyebrow twitched in amusement as a storm of silk flew toward him, swarming the young warrior in an instant. Seeing this, Sanju gritted his teeth, finally understanding. This was a trap designed to ensnare werewolves, binding them from head to toe. But Hanho wasn't fazed in the slightest. He just lowered his head and scoffed. With these flimsy little threads, then, with a powerful flex, he shattered the webbing completely. Did they really think they could stop him? But they refused to give up, ordering the spiders to launch another volley of silk. Lost in his own sense of victory, Hanho let out a contemptuous laugh, taunting the foolish monsters. It didn't matter how many of them there were, it was all useless. A moment later, however, something changed. This time, an overwhelming amount of silk shot out, successfully binding the boy so tightly he couldn't even twitch, let alone break free. The creatures roared in triumph. We finally got you. With no other choice, the boy finally remembered his senior and turned his head, his face streaked with tears as he begged for help. Sanju had to activate his corpse explosion to save him, and a massive fireball instantly consumed the horde of minions. His life saved, Hanho collapsed, blaming himself for his own arrogance. Having felt that way before, Sanju generously explained, "It's only natural to fall into danger when your emotions cloud your judgment. But still, this time, you were way too reckless." Jisoo calmly observed the situation from behind, murmuring in awe, "There are still so many of them." The necromancer raised his hand to summon the dead. "Let's just finish this quickly and get out of here." For the remaining time, the tunnels echoed with deafening explosions as thick, choking smoke filled the air, along with the ever-growing mountains of corpses. At this rate, they would wipe out every monster in this entire subway station. They had already cleared out all the train platforms. It seemed the next tunnel was completely blocked off. "Hey everyone, you think that's the boss room?" Sanju looked up, carefully studying the ceiling. "This subway connects to the department store, right? This must be his own dungeon. Let's go through there." The team moved on, leaving behind the chaotic ruins of a brutal battle. After fumbling through the thick dust and smoke for a moment, they finally found it. Sanju stared doubtfully. Is this the boss room? But the very moment he was about to open the door, a system warning suddenly appeared. This boss room had already claimed the lives of 124 players. Hanho and Jisoo hesitated, a little unnerved. A message like that must mean it's incredibly difficult, right? Should they really be going in? Sanju ignored their concerns, yanking the door open and stepping inside. They had prepared for a raid, far more difficult than this. Just as we thought, he was definitely going in. The group followed him one by one, filing into the enormous chamber. As they entered, a weasel mage appeared to greet them with a cunning look on its face. Waving a feather fan, it sent a warm welcome to the lovely players. Sanju was a bit confused by the creature before him. He had assumed the boss would be the Spider Queen. From behind, Hanho chimed in with amazement. "That thing is totally different from a normal weasel. It's speaking so clearly." But those careless words were taken as a grave insult. The creature heard him and roared in fury. "How dare you compare a great mage like me to those mindless beasts?" Then, it smugly pointed to its own head and explained. Its brain was the crystallization of human intellect, thanks to the 20 brains it had consumed. Sanju suddenly understood. It ate brains to gain intelligence. So, just as he suspected, the evolution of monsters was directly linked to the deaths of humans. The more it spoke, the more excited it became, licking its lips and drooling. Now that they were here, they weren't getting out. Which means it was about to have 23 human brains. Just as it finished speaking, the entire area began to shake violently, like an earthquake. At that moment, the true boss, the Spider Queen, finally appeared. It was the largest spider they had ever seen, and its colossal web was adorned with the cocooned bodies of its victims. Are you kidding me? There are two boss monsters at the same time. And before they could react, the two began to combine their powers. The weasel mage leaped onto the Spider Queen's back. The queen used its silk to wrap the mage's hands and feet, securing him so he could easily control her movements. Once their union was complete, they let out a barbaric laugh. "How do you like this, humans? Is this terrifying enough for you?" Sanju immediately began awakening the corpses in the area. His plan was to use the undead to trigger a corpse explosion like always, and then use his skeleton soldiers to finish the job. But to his surprise, the weasel mage ordered the Spider Queen to use her iron spider web, launching a preemptive strike. Tough, durable strands of silk immediately shot out, ensnaring his army of the dead. The queen spun her body, ensuring no target was missed. Her iron spiderweb shot out like a hail of giant, menacing bullets. His skeleton soldiers and cursed spirits were also bound tight, completely unable to move. The weasel mage cackled with glee, Were you planning to use those things for an explosion? I saw through your entire plan. Sanju gritted his teeth in fury. The creature had achieved a certain level of language. It possessed an intelligence equal to that of a human. Beside him, Hanho recklessly flung his daggers, making the first impulsive move. But tragically, those blades were swatted away by a single, contemptuous kick from the queen, never even getting close. She was the brawn, and the weasel mage was the brains. The queen would always shield her partner, and together, they were invincible. So just be good little humans and become our sustenance. The next wave of spiders self-descended upon them. But just in time, Jisoo made her move. She swung her flame sword in a fiery arc, incinerating the webbing. The mage could only stare, his jaw dropping in disbelief. So much for invincible. It turned out the queen's silk burned, just as easily as any other spiders. Pressing her advantage, Jisoo fearlessly unleashed a blazing inferno with her sword. The spider queen fell back in confusion. But the mage had a solution, spewing torrents of water from its maw to douse the flames. It was water-based elemental magic. Suddenly, fire was no longer their weakness. Sanju immediately commanded his skeleton soldiers to surround and intercept the two boss monsters. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Hanho asked worriedly, "What do I do now?" It was clear they couldn't last much longer. Sanju roared his command, telling the kid to get to Jisoo. He had a plan in motion. His skeleton legion struggled against the relentless assault from the two bosses. The weasel mage attacked, radiating pure bloodlust. It dreamed of total annihilation, a goal that required it to feast on more human minds. But Sanju shattered its twisted fantasy, raising his hand to cast a spell. If the mage wanted to destroy everything, it would have to get through him first. The corpses, the spider queen, always dragged along now, answered to a new master, the necromancer. They rose as grotesque zombies, their numbers and bizarre forms far exceeding the mage's darkest nightmares. You should really clean up after your meals. It seemed the queen's own lair was the perfect battlefield for a necromancer. With a fresh supply of undead, Sanju's army swelled in numbers. The enraged spider queen lashed out with a razor-sharp leg. Its power was immense, carving a path of destruction through the ranks of skeletons and zombies alike. But Sanju had plenty more where that came from. "Watch yourself, queen." And as the words left his lips, one of her massive legs suddenly snapped. She shrieked in a panicked frenzy as the mage struggled to calm his partner. Once she regained her composure, the queen unleashed a vile, green liquid from her fangs, spraying the ghost bears with an acrid stench. Poison, perhaps, but it had absolutely no effect on them. The ghost bears and the skeleton legion surged forward, undaunted, crashing against the queen. Perched on her back, the weasel mage desperately warned her not to waste her strength. "They're just rotting corpses. Poison is useless." Observing from a distance, Sanju let out a cold smirk. "Clever creature, so you finally get it." The spider queen spun around, her colossal legs sweeping away the dot, surrounding skeletons. But at the same time, Sanju was already casting his magic on the bodies hanging from the ceiling. Under his command, a new wave was preparing to descend. He wasn't sure they could win. The queen was a discerning predator of the direwolf race, so she only kept the most powerful monsters as trophies. Mindless beasts eventually tire and fall in battle, but if these two started using their intellect, even slightly, the odds would drastically change. A brilliant column of energy crashed down into the center of his undead, blasting them to pieces. The mage and the queen had changed their strategy. Their new target, kill the necromancer first. Sanju instantly realized he was their primary target. Closing the distance, she brought two colossal legs down in a devastating strike aimed right at him. He slid back from the sheer force, having barely summoned a barrier in time. His own physical power now far surpassed the mage's, but would it be enough against a true boss? If he could withstand this assault, he might have a chance to win. Just then, the two bosses lunged forward with even greater ferocity, intent on ending the one who stood in their way. Another blinding flash of light erupted, as the spider's legs slammed right into his center. Sanju's eyes flew open in shock as a deafening screech of impact echoed through the cave. A cloud of dust exploded outwards. Was that it? Of course, it's never that simple. From the heart of the dust cloud, a violet light began to glow, emanating from the gem on his chest. The gem had absorbed the fatal blow for the necromancer. His own barrier had shattered under the immense pressure. Dropping to one knee, he gasped for air, his mind reeling. He thought he could block it. He had to survive, no matter what. Now, he would have to use the Chaos Crystal. The summoning raid was draining his mana reserves dry. The weasel mage was losing its patience, roaring and hurling insults, calling him a disgusting bastard. Sanju paid it no mind, continuing to fight through the agony. He just had to endure this until the very end. If it weren't for Jisoo's shield, Hanho wouldn't have survived. He wasn't a tank, after all. After a moment, the Spider Queen suddenly realized his attacks felt like nothing more than a mild itch. "What's wrong? Are you exhausted already?" the enemy taunted cheerfully. "I can still fight all day long." The weasel mage cackled wildly, I'm not a brainless fool like you. It had no intention of continuing this fight. A meaningless battle like this served no purpose. It had already thought things through and found its answer. And so, at the Weasel Mage's command, the Spider Queen used her tail to drag over the spider corpses, gathering all the web-covered bodies into one massive pile. Sanjiu's face darkened as a terrible premonition washed over him. The Weasel Mage suddenly opened its maw. From it, a torrent of molten fireballs erupted. It dared to use fire to eliminate his summoning ability first, to stop him from summoning reinforcements. Sanjiu's brow furrowed with stress. Was it going to incinerate her entire family? This monster was far smarter than he'd imagined. While it was busy spewing flames, the ghost bears and their whips snuck in for an attack. They desperately launched air bombs from behind, hoping to intercept the fireballs. They tried to burn more, but it was too late. He swatted them all down like baseballs. The Weasel Mage let out a deeply satisfied roar. You've reached your limit. You can't summon anything else. You're finished, you lowly human. But at this critical moment, just like in every superhero story, the heroine, the incredible Jisoo, appeared in a flash. She swung her flame sword and dove in, shouting, "You're the one who's finished." Catching it completely off guard, she brought her blade straight down on the Spider Queen, effortlessly severing two of her massive legs. The Weasel Mage's plan was ruined. It lost its composure. It finally saw her. They had it forgotten she was preparing a surprise attack. Then it scanned the rest of their party. Come to think of it, wasn't there one more? As if on cue, the missing member appeared. It was Hanho. The young boy cautiously approached from behind with a horde of zombies. "Thanks for waiting," he grinned. "This is the secret weapon that Jisoo and I have prepared." Seeing the approaching army, the Weasel Mage couldn't help but ask with utter contempt, "Is your brain completely smooth? Are you not even evolved? These pathetic things won't even get near me before I destroy them all." But before it could finish its sentence, it felt the Spider Queen's body begin to tremble uncontrollably. Hanho then triumphantly held up a bag of bait, revealing his trick. "I added a special kind of sauce to it, you see. Do you see it? I bet she won't be able to resist and will eat it right up." The stinking wolf monster's culinary effect had been activated. The moment they saw the bait, not just the Spider Queen, but the Weasel Mage itself became incredibly agitated. They were practically drooling. This was a delicacy. Seeing things progress exactly as he'd hoped from a distance, Sanjiu finally relaxed a bit. So, while he created a diversion, Jisoo and Hanho released the zombies and planted the bait. This was an item that even a conscious dire wolf couldn't resist. As long as they were monsters, they couldn't control their own primal instincts. Snatching the bait, the two bosses began to devour it with a feral hunger, unable to stop. The Weasel Mage, even as it ate, fought to stay lucid, urging the queen to stop. "We have to run. If we keep this up, we're going to die." But Sanjiu's face grew cold. "It's far too late for that. You ate our food. Now you have to pay the price." The zombies had already burrowed into the Spider Queen's stomach. Their true purpose was about to be revealed. A spectacular, self-destruct explosion erupted, a move they never could have seen coming. The scene changes to another city, where a giant bat was struggling to escape the iron chains, hooked into its body. A crimson blade flashed, and the man-eating bat boss was instantly split in two like firewood. It crashed to the ground, dead on impact. This was the achievement of the subjugation team. They gathered around Prosecutor Jang Deok-woo, cheering wildly. "We did it! Thank you, everyone." This was a truly perfect battle, Manhwa thought. The commander's leadership is still the best of the best. However, the prosecutor's expression remained as cold as ice. He was thinking of someone else, calculating something. Overwhelming power, an incredible hunt, and the experience gained as a team member, even though he was ranked number 1. "But I'll become stronger soon," he thought. That number 1 ranked player. That CEO Han Kang. Who was he? And where could he be? How could he possibly be leveling up faster? His guild was the most powerful in all of Korea. No player should be able to model. In the world of monster hunting, many outranked him. But one name remained a mystery. The number 1 ranker, Han Kang Seo. This was the terrifying unknown that haunted him. If that mysterious top player decided to form their own guild, it would become the most powerful guild overnight, crushing anyone who stood in their way, including him. As he was lost in these dark thoughts, Mina's voice suddenly shattered the silence. She urged Kang to come see the shocking news. The rankings had just been updated. Was it a new player? But when he looked closer, he swallowed hard. That fake hunter, Sanju, had surpassed him, stealing the number 2 spot, and he had been knocked down the ladder. Rage boiled over as Kang unconsciously crushed his phone in his grip. How was that even possible? Meanwhile, deep within a cave, the smoke from a massive corpse explosion began to clear. A battered Weasel Mage lay sprawled on the ground, covered in grievous wounds, yet its foul mouth wouldn't quit. With its last breath, it cursed, "You filthy human. Annoyed, Hanho simply swung his dagger, plunging it straight through the creature's skull, a clean, simple end to its miserable life. The boy looked at himself with pride. He was finally acting like a real rogue. He wasn't just some meat shield anymore. Just then, his body began to shrink, returning to its original size. But suddenly, the Spider Queen, who he thought was dead, shot up beside him with a horrifying shriek. The boy's face went pale with terror. Just then, Roy lunged out of nowhere. He drove a sharp object straight into her eye, finishing her off for good. System messages began to flood the screen. Gold rewards and level-ups appeared one after another. Since Roy landed the final blow on the boss, he absorbed the Queen's power. His attack stats increased dramatically, though his other traits remained the same. Sanju pulled out an observation card. With this many summons, their raid preparations would be over in no time. The Reaper's scythe would soon be theirs, no matter where it was hidden. His first awakening was just around the corner. Just then, Jisoo excitedly chimed in. If they could just find a shop, they could finally achieve their main goal for coming here. The decision was made. They began searching the area, and after a long while, they finally found one. The trio approached the C-rank shop. Inside, a machine displayed a lucky wheel, its screen flashing with tantalizing cash prizes. Sanju frowned as he read through the rules, a question forming in his mind. Don't the D-rank or platinum shops cost 100,000 gold? Jisoo wondered aloud, hand on her chin. This shop must be different somehow. Just then, a system notification popped up, updating the rules for these gacha machines. The new rules quickly tested their patience. Just give us the prize already. This wasn't some simple coin exchange game. It was a game of pure chance. A gamble. If we fail, we lose the coin, right? Sanju walked over to calculate their odds. Jisoo and Hanho had around 300,000 gold, while he had 1.6 million. He could increase their odds by using more coins. Hanho eagerly volunteered to go first, explaining that since Sanju always went first, he was sure to get lucky if he followed suit. Jisoo's face darkened at his logic. And what about me? Their other leader could only sigh, amused and exasperated. He offered a simple solution for the three of them. There are 3 machines, right? We can all try our first spin at the same time. All 3 machines immediately lit up with one word: failure. The next few rounds ended the exact same way. Our heroes were beyond frustrated. Chaos erupted as they started bickering amongst themselves. Everyone, calm down. Are we even sure this is the right path? But it felt like it was already too late to turn back. Seeing them fail over and over again, the system mercifully offered them a bonus chance. Hanho's face twisted in rage. This whole thing was just driving him insane. Yet, they dove right back in. And of course, no matter how awesome or useful the prize, they were met with constant failure. But it wasn't over yet. They had to keep going until they received 10 tickets. Suddenly, Hanho shot up and yelled, "I got it." He'd actually won a bizarre-looking item. It was a magic scroll that granted a random skill upon use. As for Jisoo and Sanju, Jisoo had officially given up, slumping in defeat. "This is going to kill me," she muttered. Only Sanju was left, frantically playing the odds. "I'm using all 10 of my coins." And on his very last one, a miracle occurred. He had won the grand prize. Did it actually work? The item Sanju received was the Ring of Shadows. It allowed him to summon a shadow self that would fight alongside him in the darkness. Right after that, a new quest notification appeared. It was an item collection quest. If only we could just buy this set in the shop. But there was no time to worry about that now. He rushed over to Jisoo, telling her he was going to give her a hero-grade bracelet. But there was one condition. She wasn't allowed to smash the machine. Jisoo was still gripping her flaming sword, ready to unleash her fiery judgment. Her expression instantly flipped to a brilliant smile. She happily accepted the deal and thanked him, leaving Hanho completely baffled. Her ability to switch moods was next level. Any slower, and that machine would have been toast. With that matter settled, Sanju decided they had to return to the village. He needed to establish a protective barrier for the area first. And just like that, the trio made their triumphant return, welcomed by everyone in the village. Sanju and the other high-ranking members dove into a strategy session, analyzing the battle terrain. The guard patrol system also saw significant improvements. Everyone in the village was busy with their assigned roles. Before long, the sky began to darken. Jisoo, shouldering a massive backpack, went to double-check everything one last time. The moment of the raid had finally arrived. Sanju rallied his team, boosting their morale. She was sure they'd get good results after all their hard work. But suddenly, Hanho came rushing in with an urgent report. Sanju caught on immediately and asked, "Something on the community boards?" A list of the day's trending topics instantly appeared. The excited young man pointed him toward item number 7, the live broadcast section. There was only a single live stream available. Jisoo calmly leaned in to analyze it. All they could see was the inside of an office. Are they just testing the camera? but Sanju immediately sensed something was wrong. He thought grimly, are they planning to record the attack? Is this a plan from the system? No, from the Gwangbok Guild. Personal live streaming should be impossible. He didn't know if their intentions were hostile, but this was the perfect way to control the public narrative. Ever since he claimed the number 2 rank, the community had been in an uproar. There's no way that man would ignore something like this. Based on his actions and goals, the prosecutor wasn't an evil person, but greed can always lead to disastrous decisions. If Prosecutor John Diungpo is that kind of man, he's bound to be blinded by it sooner or later. Maybe he's trying to keep me in check. For example, by limiting the raid rewards I receive as much as possible, but in this situation, that would be impossible. During the hidden quest, The Vow, he had a realization that it would become critically important one day, and this might be that very moment. Just then, a helicopter sliced through the clouds, rapidly approaching their position. They were here. The aircraft landed boldly, right next to where Sanju's team stood. A man named Manhwa appeared, flashing a smile as he opened the door and introduced himself. As a support member of the expedition team, he was here for the number 2 ranker. Please, prepare to board. With everyone settled, they departed. Jisoo and Hanho sat in nervous silence. Sanju peered out the window to survey the area, wondering about the wyverns still circling the sky. Is flying a helicopter right now really safe? The man seemed a bit cocky, flashing a wide grin. For our guild, he boasted, nothing is impossible. Their members were stationed all across Seoul. They already knew the wyverns' current locations and their flight paths. The 2 pilots chime in confidently. We can't guarantee 100% safety, but we can't ignore a priority mission, either. Hearing this, Sanju fell silent. It was clear their guild operated so efficiently because of its vast manpower. This was something Sanju's small survival group could never hope to accomplish. Traveling by air is one method. But weren't there other options? Then, from this moment on, the group raid will commence. A new mission suddenly appeared in the system window. When Manhwa saw that Sanju could also read it, he scratched his head in utter confusion. But this wasn't part of the plan. Damn it. Whatever. The prosecutor or someone else will handle it. Beside him, Hanho watched the hyperactive man and thought, this guy seems a lot like me. But then, a horrifying realization struck Sanju. He covered his face, trying to suppress the dread flooding his mind. The monster raids he knew involved many people fighting side by side to take down a single, enormous beast. The most crucial part was always teamwork. The very concept of a raid existed because no one could solo a boss monster. But attacking as a group would now trigger a 90% debuff. It was provoking them to fight the boss alone and take all the rewards for themselves. Someone was watching this place. He'd invested too much time and effort to get to this point. There was no turning back now. The news flashed across everyone's phones, sparking a wave of excitement. Just as predicted, the prosecutor was set to lead the nation's strongest guild. They were even preparing a live broadcast for the entire raid. Public hype for this event was off the charts, especially since the system itself had designated it as an official quest. But down in the comment sections, a different opinion was catching fire. Many believed the necromancer should be the one leading this assault. A buzz of debate erupted. Adding fuel to the fire, the legendary necromancer himself was confirmed to be participating. High above the guild's headquarters, the thundering sound of helicopter blades sliced through the air. The warriors below glanced up with smirks on their faces. Looks like he's finally here. I wonder what he's really like in person. The anticipation for Sanju's arrival was electric as the chopper descended, preparing for landing. 3 figures emerged from the aircraft. Sanju led the way, flanked by Hanho and Jisoo, while 2 summoned beasts followed, carrying their gear. The prosecutor himself stepped forward to greet them. Welcome to the Liberty Guild. You've traveled a long way. Sanju replied coolly. I only saw it from the sky, but it seems your preparations in the area are flawless. You've clearly planned meticulously for this raid. Noticing the cameras, he thought to himself, I knew it. The entire live broadcast was nothing more than a publicity stunt for the Liberty Guild. Were they trying to put on a show of overwhelming power? Just then, a man named Kanghun stepped forward, a magic wand held casually in his hand. He eyed Sanju's small group with blatant skepticism. So, you're the famous necromancer everyone's whispering about, and you only brought 3 survivors? He arrogantly ran a hand through his hair and continued. I heard there was a massive group of survivors in Suwon. This alliance seems a bit lopsided, doesn't it? Sanju remained perfectly still, his sharp gaze sizing the man up, trying to read his true intentions. Twirling the wand in his hand, Kanghun kept talking. Our side has 31 elite players. And what about the 102 powerhouses from Gangnam? Weren't they supposed to be here? Sanju was taken aback. What is this? We haven't even finalized the contract terms, and they're already trying to pressure me. Are they working with the prosecutor? Sanju cut him off. I'm sorry, but could you introduce yourself first? As the blue-haired mage continued his posturing, Jung-hun, The prosecutor subtly intervened. "This is Lee Kang-hun, leader of the survivor group from DH2. Sanju instantly recalled the rumors about the infamous fire mage Kang-hun. The man's name was notorious in the community. Feigning disinterest, Sanju closed his eyes and asked, "Is he from the dispatched forces?" His gaze swept over his own teammates as he spoke. "We have always operated as a three-person team. What's the point of simply padding our numbers with other dispatched teams?" he asked the entire group. "We didn't gather here to fight amongst ourselves. We came here to raid a boss. Isn't that right?" Kang-hun's face flushed with anger, but the prosecutor held up a hand to stop him. Now, Kang-hun, you need to consider Sanju's abilities. He isn't alone. He commands an entire army of summons. That is precisely why I invited him, despite the distance. Jung-hun stepped forward again. "His ranking is all the proof we need. We don't have time to waste, so let's begin the meeting." And with that, the leaders proceeded into the conference room. Outside, the remaining team members were left to wait. The prosecutor and his inner circle took their seats at the center of the room. They were surrounded by the familiar faces of leaders from various other regions. A woman holding a tablet stood to speak. She began her introduction. "Hello, everyone. I am Sung-en, the chief aide for this expeditionary force." She dove straight into the plan. "We've confirmed all the details, but there is a special quest tied to this particular raid. The difficulty has been increased, so the rewards will be greater. I can't say for sure what items might drop, but their total gold value will be divided into 12 equal shares." Upon hearing the plan to evenly divide the rewards, Sanju froze for a moment. The others seemed completely unfazed, as if they had already agreed to this arrangement in private. He looked at their faces and thought, they're all in this together. But splitting the rewards this way is completely unfair. At the table, besides himself and the prosecutor, sat 10 other team captains, yet not a single one of them protested. Although they were from different teams, they were all fundamentally members of the Liberty Guild, which meant if the loot was divided into 12 shares, the Liberty Guild would take a staggering 11 portions, while his own team would be left with only one. Sung-en asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" A single, familiar hand shot into the air. Sanju spoke with unshakable resolve. "I do." A smirk played on the woman's lips. "Please, share your thoughts." She thought he was walking right into her trap, but Sanju was brutally direct. Why should we split the rewards? When a boss battle is essentially a one-on-one fight, shouldn't the prize go to the victor who put their life on the line? Hearing this, Sun-en's condescending smile vanished. "A quest of this magnitude, and only one has appeared," she stated flatly. "For an equal split of the reward, we cannot possibly agree." He instantly shot back. "This isn't about being equal, it's about being fair. Everyone's contribution will be different. Our power levels are worlds apart, yet you talk about an even split. Did you all call me here just to carry the entire team?" His words hit them where it hurt, silencing the room. Sanju drove the point home. "So everyone here just plans on leeching off my efforts. Is that it?" Their pride wounded, the room exploded in a storm of angry accusations. "What the hell is that bastard talking about? Carry the team? What kind of nonsense is that? Did he just say we're going to leech off of him?" A hulking, furious man shot to his feet, challenging him directly. "You, necromancer, let's see if you can back up that talk with your fists." This was the man who proclaimed himself the first king of Incheon and Seok. He was ranked 11th overall, famous for brawling with giant monsters in brutal, close-quarters combat. He tilted his head back in provocation. "Why aren't you answering?" Sanju's voice dropped to an icy whisper. "Sit down. It seems I've struck a nerve. The truth must hurt, doesn't it? So I'll say it again. Sit down." A menacing blue light flared deep within his eyes, and Seok's face turned crimson with rage as he roared, "You son of a bitch." A thunderous slam from the prosecutor's seat cracked the heavy table in two. The prosecutor spoke up. "In that case, how about we handle this another way?" His brow furrowed in thought. Yes, this idea has potential. Meanwhile, on the outer fringes of the raid zone, lizard monsters were charging forward in a relentless wave. With a sharp weapon gripped tight, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, cursing, "You bastards." He vented all his rage on the horde of lizards, sending them flying. And Seok was taking out his frustration and cursing that damn necromancer. That arrogant son of a bitch. He should have just shut his mouth and listened to us from the start. Who does he even have backing him up? His hands were now caked in lizard blood as system notifications pinged, announcing the gold from his kills. Staring at the glowing eyes before him, Ansok sneered, "My apologies for taking my anger out on you, but is this pathetic display all you've got? Is that really it?" The words had barely left his mouth when a fresh swarm of lizards erupted from the darkness. From out of nowhere, a massive torrent of fire roared toward them, swallowing the horde and incinerating them instantly. The dying shrieks of the lizards filled the air. Kang-ho jumped into view, shouting, "Boss, be careful. If you go down, we're all in serious trouble." Scanning the area, he continued, So this must be the lizard's nest. If these things keep multiplying like this, it's going to be a huge problem. And Seok proudly jabbed a thumb in his own chest. And isn't that exactly why we're here to intervene? We have to slaughter every last one of these monsters and stop the world from falling into ruin. Kang Hun added, and the fallen ones, too. You remember the bad ending, don't you, boss? If we can't stop them. If we fail to prevent their rise. This version of Korea is finished. They will plant the seed of the world tree, and through the sacrifice of all humankind, that tree will grow. And Seok turned to him. But do we even know who the fallen ones are? That's not how it works, Kang Hun explained. A fallen one isn't a monster or a player. It's just a title. That's why our only choice is to defend this ground. Protect the place where the world tree grows, right here in Uedo. And Seok smiled. The prosecutor will handle all the complicated stuff. He's a man of his word. Unlike a certain someone who's all talk. The thumping sound of an approaching helicopter filled the sky, and he glanced up. Looks like the camera crew has started the live broadcast. Huh. But wait. Shouldn't the prosecutor be on the other side of the field? Kang Han stared intently at his phone screen. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, boss. It's the necromancer. And Seok looked horrified. What? Is he dead? He sighed, pointing a finger dismissively. I knew this would happen. But the answer he received was, they've already reached the park, boss, and Seok was stunned. The park? Isn't that where the raid boss is? Kang Hun's voice was heavy with dread. Yes, it is. He might actually reach the boss's chamber before Dong Hun does. That damn necromancer. On the other side of the field, Sanjiu and his legion of summoned soldiers were advancing silently into the boss's lair. Among his archer squad, one man stood out with a smug look on his face. This was the level 11 iron-armored archer, Myung-sul. He mused to himself, I've been a genius since I was a child, even before the world collapsed like this. Past experience has taught me that true success has nothing to do with ability, connections, and political skill. That's what's truly needed. A person's physical skills can fade, but in the end, I'll be able to control people with just my words. Isn't it strange how this society judges people purely by their skills? That's right, you need a silver tongue and the ability to flatter. He was also part of the raid team, following just behind Sanjiu. And thanks to this new equipment, I've received the opportunity of a lifetime. He recalled a secret meeting with an assistant named Ed and the specific instructions she had given him. Let's not make a scene today, all right? He mused. Just as predicted, the guild master was testing that necromancer. Besides, this was a battle the necromancer was fated to lose. All the captains from the 11 major guilds were part of this raid. He smirked. The only thing he needed to do was sit back and wait. Then, the road to success would pave itself. At least, that's what he thought. But what in the hell was happening now? What was this? He was completely stunned, watching Jisoo carve a path straight to the boss's lair with her flaming sword. Myung-soo stared at her and wondered, what's wrong with that woman? What kind of ridiculous game is this? Why did she suddenly charge ahead? And that monster with her? It was Hanho, transformed and enjoying the hunt. Did he tame a new species of monster? How can a person change so drastically? The final problem, of course, was the necromancer himself. And what were those armored monsters? The Ironclad Knight Brigade's synergy required 40 or more high-level armored monsters. It boosts armor, efficiency, and defensive barriers. Myung-soo was floored. This was the synergy effect of a true conquest party. Was their combined power really this overwhelming? Suddenly, Sung-jin glanced back, and the look in his eyes made him flinch. Sung-jin smiled and asked, want some armor like them? Don't worry, they're all archers. As soon as he finished speaking, skeletons immediately swarmed the archer squad. They cried out in a panic. The skeletons are surrounding me. In a flash, the bones formed perfect suits of armor around them. The archers looked at each other, saying, this armor is lighter than I thought. It's unbelievable. Myung-soo thought, just let this damn game end already. This is getting on my nerves. Sung-jin looked at the group behind him. He mused, in a situation like this, I'm basically their guiding star. Myung-soo scurried forward obsequiously, calling out, Mr. Necromancer, I saw something earlier at the Jellyudong station. If you go through there, you'll see a park. That's the boss room. He pointed toward the ominously glowing chamber. While wading through the water, an archer complained, this place is a little creepy. The further we go, the higher the water gets. He continued to grumble. There are probably more lizardmen up ahead. Our visibility is pretty limited, and the space is tight, so you should probably join a different squad. He thought to himself, this must be a difficult situation, even for a necromancer. Sung-jin shouted for Hanho and Jisoo to fall back. His summoned bear was gathering the lizardmen corpses and piling them up. Their bodies, floating on the water's surface, were dragged into a single massive heap. Then, Sung-jin unleashed his skill. Corpse explosion, creating an immense blast. The archers were left completely speechless. Notifications for gold acquisition flooded the screen, while nearby lizardmen were obliterated by the explosion, their bodies erupting in a shower of blood and gore. Looking at the ruined landscape before him, Sungjin said, "We're finished here." Ma Young-soo was dumbfounded. An opening. He desperately needed a clear line of sight to survey the area. High in the sky, a helicopter was approaching. Hanho pointed upward. "There's a chopper. Think they're filming us?" But the helicopter's purpose seemed to be showcasing a master's skills. On board, the cameraman shouted with excitement, "This is amazing. Armored skeletons and explosions. I have to get this on film." This was the kind of scene that could give hope to all the survivors. The director himself was probably going crazy over a shot like this. He was originally assigned to film the other teams, but he never expected to stumble upon such an incredible moment. The audience's reaction was off the charts. Engagement was through the roof, and a constant stream of praise poured in for Sungjin. An assistant held up a phone to report, "Sir, the main conquest team is on the line." He held out his hand. "Give me the phone. Now." Before he could even put it to his ear, a furious voice exploded from the other side. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Turn that chopper around and get back here." The cameraman tried to give his reason. "You told us to film the other teams." The voice on the other end roared back, "Are you really that dense? I told you to do that to check on the status of those teams. Now get back here immediately. If you want to live, you'll do as I say." Hearing that, the cameraman apologized and promised he'd return at once. And just like that, the helicopter banked and turned around. Sungjin wondered, "Are they not filming anymore?" Hanho answered, "It seems like another team must have made some progress." Pushing the broadcast from their minds, Sungjin's party continued to advance silently through the water. At last, they entered the boss room, with Rou leading the charge on his bear. Jisoo turned to speak. "This area used to be Uedo Park, but now it's nothing more than a wild jungle." Suddenly, a noise erupted, sending a flock of birds scattering from the bushes as the ground began to shake. Sanju warned everyone to be careful. Jisoo cried out in alarm, "Look over there." To the north, a pillar of light shot up, as if to pierce the very heavens. A notification appeared. A raid boss, the lizard warrior chief, has appeared. It is seeking a worthy opponent. Defeating it will grant a special title. Hanho pointed excitedly towards the light. "That has to be it. Let's go, senior." Several helicopters were already speeding toward the column of light. Hanho looked confused. "What is that? Isn't that the punishment squad?" "The nerve of those guys. We just found the boss's location and they show up instantly." Sanju thought, "Are they trying to monopolize all the items from this boss? I can't believe they're using helicopters, just flying straight here without a care for their surroundings." He's more competitive than I imagined. Standing before Sanju's team now was a horde of lizard monsters. Aboard one helicopter, Jung-hoon looked down. Sanju mused, "There's nothing in our contract that says we have to stay on the ground. But trusting them is another story." Hanho turned back. "Senior, what should we do?" Sanju sighed. "What else can we do?" Then, a slight smile appeared on his face. "We can't exactly fly, so we'll just have to keep moving forward. I should probably find us some faster transportation, though." As they moved, they continuously earned gold for hunting monsters. After each fight, a soul summon would gather the lizard corpses into a pile. Suddenly, a light flared up from Sanju's hip, surprising everyone. Hanho turned and pointed. "That's it. The experience card." A window appeared. Item information, C-rank experience card. Using it grants a massive amount of experience. When enough EXP is stored to level up, it glows with a blue light. He remembered getting this item from the gold dungeon. Its glow meant he could finally reach level 15. "If I can obtain the Reaper's Scythe at this level, I'll unlock my first awakening." Notification. "You have acquired the necessary experience to level up. Would you like to use the card?" He grinned widely. Of course. The moment he used it, the faces of Hanho and Jisoo filled with utter shock, and a brilliant blue light erupted from Sanju. Sanju opened his eyes, but his friends were gone. Instead, he was in a void with a single speck of light floating above him. Sanju wondered, "What is this? A prophecy? No. This feels different." It was as if his body was truly floating in the vastness of space. And from that speck of light, a figure began to form, a blue silhouette materializing from the glow. The phantom spoke through a notification screen. "So, you have arrived. Sanju, the one who holds the reins of death." It continued, "Seek the Reaper's Scythe. Exclusive quest. Who is the Lord of Death? Objective. Obtain the Reaper's Scythe. The reward would be his first awakening with an exclusive skill. But if his strength was insufficient, he would be assimilated by the Lich monster." Before him stood the phantom and the system window. A sound accompanied the notification. He realized there had to be a real entity behind all of this. Looking at the phantom, he felt it was trying to tell him something. But he couldn't understand. Is that why it's using the system to communicate? As he stared at the floating entity, a strange feeling washed over him. He was facing an unknown being, and yet he felt an overwhelming sense of peace, For some reason, he knew it meant him no harm. It felt familiar. Sanjiu. As his name appeared in the system window, he responded without thinking. Yes. The phantom spoke again. Pay closer attention to death. It was a cryptic message. He lunged forward, reaching out. Wait, what does that mean? But before he could make contact, the blue phantom vanished. Sanjiu slowly opened his eyes. Hanho and Jisoo were calling his name, their faces etched with worry. They rushed to his side. You disappeared for about 10 seconds. Are you okay? He simply smiled. My body was actually transported to another space, which means the quest from that nameless entity was real. Looking at his two teammates, he wondered, pay closer attention to death. It doesn't mean I'll be killed by one of my comrades, does it? A massive explosion ripped through the heart of the forest. Kane's party stirred. An explosion? Is that smoke? Did that helicopter finally go down? He pulled his hood low, determination hardening his gaze. This is no time to hesitate. My other mission can wait for now. Let's focus on taking down this boss first. With his mind made up, he pointed toward the blast, looking to Leo and Jasmine. From this moment on, we're heading straight for the boss's location. Sanjiu turned back to the group. Myong-soo, if you feel like you can't keep up, then join another team and try to catch us. Without another word, the three of them charged forward with the beasts. Sanjiu's summons raced towards the heart of the explosion. Over there, the flames raged with terrifying intensity. What in the world is going on? Looking at the inferno ahead, he thought. The helicopter was attacked. How could they possibly hit the chopper after it was already airborne? A spear was lodged right in the cockpit's windshield. That must have been what brought it down. Amidst the smoke and fire, the prosecutor emerged from the wreckage. He was carrying someone over his shoulder, yelling to the others, snap out of it. All eyes turned toward the prosecutor. It was the domain of trust. He had successfully activated his skill in a split second. I see, so the prosecutor's long-range skill is how everyone survived. Manhwa clenched her fists in excitement. That's our prosecutor for you. But Jung-hoon's expression was grim as he lowered his head. There was one more. I couldn't save the pilot. He looked at the horde of lizardmen before them. They decided, we'll unleash our fury on these monsters instead. Another helicopter soared overhead. It was the livestream crew. The commentator announced, we currently have 17,555 people watching live. Is that necromancer really getting that much attention? Ed, standing beside him, replied, at this point, it's impossible for him not to be the center of attention. She beamed with pride, knowing he was the nation's new hope. A fierce battle between humans and monsters raged on, filled with the shrieks of the lizardmen. Curses from the subjugation team echoed through the chaos. These bastards are tougher than they look. Hold them back. Manhwa turned and shouted, move the helicopter and wipe them out. She saw the prosecutor raising his sword. He was preparing his ultimate skill, Spear of 10, conjuring a brilliant halo of light. The Spear of Justice shot directly toward the lizardmen, shattering their ranks like glass. On the helicopter, Ed smiled in admiration. Did you all see that? That was the one and only prosecutor, Jung Dyungbo. Jung-hoon turned back to his team. Prepare for a second wave and get ready for the boss to appear. The squad immediately followed his orders, bracing for what was next. From deep within the forest, a massive explosion erupted. Ed and the others on the chopper saw it and whispered, there it is. It's finally shown itself. The lizard man chieftain had arrived, a hideous, crimson monster with small horns sprouting from its head. It wielded a massive greatsword. The prosecutor commanded the archers, we'll start with long-range attacks. A system window appeared. The lizardman chieftain has received the swordsman's blessing, a damage reduction effect. A 90% damage reduction from all attacks will be applied. The arrows striking the chieftain's body bounced all harmlessly. Seeing this, he immediately ordered them to cease fire. Jung-hoon thought, I knew we wouldn't deal much damage, but I never expected it to be completely immune. Its regeneration ability made all their efforts meaningless. The boss monster simply offered them a calm, chilling smile. Stomping its foot, the lizard man chieftain charged toward the front line. It crashed into the vanguard, shattering their sturdy shields with a single swing. Agonizing screams and splatters of blood filled the air. It raised its massive blade high, preparing for another devastating strike. Suddenly, something flew toward it with incredible force, forcing it to halt. A powerful attack. It barely managed to dodge by tilting its head aside. The prosecutor stepped forward and declared, everyone, fall back. The subjugation team will handle the mobs. I will deal with this bastard myself. He strode confidently to face the monster. Your opponent is me. The lizardman chieftain glared at the prosecutor and snarled, its eyes filled with killing intent. Not keeping anyone waiting, it instantly lunged forward. It swung its greatsword directly at the prosecutor. He quickly raised his own blade to parry the blow. The initial clash suggested their power was evenly matched, but when it comes to range, Jung-hoon thought, it has the advantage with that enormous sword. Its attack radius is far greater than mine. However, The prosecutor had speed and agility on his side. While he was analyzing, the chieftain closed the distance in a flash. It prepared for its next attack, but the prosecutor seemed unfazed, a confident smile playing on his lips, certain of his victory. In a one-on-one fight, I can definitely win this. He swung his sword in a counterattack, expertly deflecting the lizard's slashes, while simultaneously striking back. The sound of steel clashing against steel rang out, high above in the helicopter. Ed couldn't stop praising Jung-hoon. Incredible. That monster is being completely overwhelmed by a single man. You all see this, right? Just as he was fighting the Lizard Lord one-on-one, his backup finally arrived. Kang Hun and Enso cried out, "Captain Jung-hun, we're here to help." They were the squad leaders of the Allied Guild. But far in the distance, glowing blue eyes pierced the darkness between the trees. Jung-hun wondered, is that the Bone Necromancer? He's a little early. Afraid someone might steal his kill, the prosecutor immediately unleashed his cross spear once more. He aimed directly for the boss monster. But even after landing a devastating blow, he felt a deep sense of unease. Something's not right. I don't understand why it won't wipe that twisted smile off its face. Even though it's being overpowered, it actually seems to be enjoying this fight, Jung-hun muttered. It makes me want to rip that grin right off its face. Suddenly, the Lizard Lord's body began to change. A massive lump bulged from its back as if something was clawing its way out. It gathered energy and unleashed a massive torrent of fire. The blast shot toward the prosecutor, who instantly erected a mana shield to block it. The other guild members raised their shields to advance, but the prosecutor held up a hand, warning them to stay back. Staring at his own trembling hands, Jung-hun grew anxious. My shield and my defensive power, they're both at their limit. He shouted, "If you get any closer, you'll all be killed." Manhwa pointed ahead. Look at the boss monster. After breathing fire, it was shedding its skin, evolving into a much more terrifying beast. The true boss, the war dragon, had appeared. It was a colossal fire dragon hidden inside the lizard's body. Phase 2 had begun. The monster's blazing eyes glared down at Prosecutor Jung-hun's forces. Completely shocked by the appearance of the war dragon, he grimaced, staring up at its massive body. He gritted his teeth, realizing he'd been tricked this whole time. A dragon? So you were hiding your true form all along. The war dragon attacked, forcing the prosecutor to raise his sword to defend. He cried out, struggling against the immense force. Jung-hun used all his strength to withstand its overwhelming power. He thought, just blocking this attack feels like my bones are about to shatter. I'm no match for this thing. The force of the attack sent him staggering backward. The boss monster prepared to strike Jung-hun again as he raised his guard. It's attacking with its tail. He was stunned to see a razor-sharp blade attached to its tip, catching him completely by surprise. A blade? With such a massive difference in power between them, Jung-hun knew he couldn't block it. As the blade swung toward him, he bit his lip so hard it started to bleed. He was slammed to the ground. To the absolute shock of everyone watching, they feared the worst for Jung-hun's condition. They screamed, "Prosecutor Jung-hun." The monster's attack had left him critically injured. It was impossible to tell if he was dead or alive. The man in the helicopter stared down, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. No, this can't be happening. The Phase 2 war dragon growled, slowly stalking toward the fallen prosecutor. Tears streamed down his face. Jung-hun whispered in despair, "It's over." Ed bit her lip, trying to hold back her own sorrow, but the tears just kept flowing. This raid is a failure. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm truly sorry. Amidst the sea of fire, the boss monster opened its jaws to deliver the killing blow. But from behind, another lizard monster was suddenly hurled right at it. The impact created a massive explosion. Even the war dragon was sent reeling from the blast, letting out a roar of agony. Out of nowhere, massive rage bears leaped onto the war dragon, attacking it and making it bellow in fury. The rage bears clung to its body, throwing the boss into chaos. It screamed as the creatures attacked relentlessly. The war dragon thrashed its body, trying to fling them off. And in that moment, radiating pure killing intent, Sung-yu appeared. He decisively plunged his sword straight into the war dragon's head, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The three people in the helicopter were completely stunned by his sudden appearance. Ed gasped, "The necromancer?" The cameraman confirmed it. That's right. People watching the live broadcast on their phones also exploded with joy at Sung-yu's timely arrival. Gyeong-su began to cheer. Sung-yu has appeared. He's really here. He's here. Elsewhere, Tae-sung was also watching and praising his timing. A true leader. Showing up at the critical moment, just like the main character in a movie. Ed saw Sung-yu arrive in this dire moment. She thought, I didn't expect the necromancer to appear so quickly, but thank goodness he's here. She screamed from the helicopter. I don't care what the hell the reward is. Just end this raid and save everyone. Bellowing in agony from Sung-woo's strike, the beast shrieked one last time, then crashed to the ground, silent and still. But as Sung-woo watched it fall, his brow furrowed in confusion. Nearby, Kang, Hun, and An Seok were cleaning up the lesser lizard monsters, their eyes still glued to Sung Woo's main battle. And Sa couldn't help but marvel. So that was his plan. Use the tree as a weapon, then tear it apart with his sword. He responded in agreement. We can finally win this. The necromancer is victorious. Aboard the circling helicopter, a subordinate gave an urgent report to the female commander. Ma'am, Sagang Station is completely overrun with lizard. Her eyes widened in horror. Commander Ed gritted her teeth in a fury. She cursed inwardly, those damn bastards. A one-on-one boss battle was supposed to be a choice given to the players. There was never any mention of other monsters. If this is how they operate, why even call it a challenge? Wasting no time, she barked out an order. Contact all units and tell them to protect the necromancer at all costs. Instantly, the soldiers of the subjugation team raised their shields, forming a defensive line in front of Insuk and Kang Hun. They formed a protective arc around them. You shall not pass. Watching from afar, Hanho let out a cunning grin. Heh, looks like they finally figured out whose side to be on. The colossal ogre bear then charged forward, smashing its hammer down on the boss's head. This time, the beast seemed truly finished. Manhwa, watching from the outside, cheered with joy. We finally did it. We took down the boss. Sung Woo stared at the monster submerged in the water, his heart filled with doubt. Could it really be that easy? Impossible. A sudden voice cried out as the war dragon's tail twitched. The dragon. Is it moving? No way. Everyone stared in utter disbelief. Hanho insisted, but I'm sure it stopped breathing. But Jisoo shared Sung Woo's uneasy feeling, sensing the monster was still a threat. Something's not right, she replied. As if on cue, the fallen boss rose to its feet, looking as healthy as ever. In that moment, Sung Woo realized it had entered its third phase. A system window blared to life. Hidden boss raid. The sprout that swallows the seed has appeared. Team quest. What do a hero and a star have in common? Has been completed. Until the boss is defeated, all exits from Jalido will be sealed. The Phase 3 War Dragon growled, locking its eyes on Sung Woo's party. Reading the system notification, Sung Woo's face twisted with rage. This system window is always full of tricks and exceptions. It's just toying with us. All around them, people screamed in terror at the boss's new form. Whoa, what are those things? Stop them from getting over here. It wasn't just the Phase 3 War Dragon anymore. Hordes of blue lizards were swarming into the area, catching everyone completely by surprise. They're just like zombies. We have to kill every last one of them. He noticed that their movements seemed far more frenzied than before. He could only guess. Have the monsters gone berserk? With Hanho and Jisoo taking command of the battle against the lizard horde, Sung Woo felt a small measure of relief. I have faith in Hanho and Jisoo. They can hold back those frenzied lizards. This is the real problem. Now, he and his ogre bear had to face the Phase 3 War Dragon, an opponent whose power could not be underestimated. It unleashed a torrent of fire with incredible force, forcing Sung Woo to shout a warning, incoming fire breath. Everyone, get back. This attack was 1,000 times more powerful than its Phase 2 version. The blast was so overwhelming that no one could dodge in time, and cries for help filled the air. Even its minions were terrifying beyond words. The attack didn't just hit the subjugation soldiers, even the dragon's own lizard minions were incinerated by the flames. Faced with such devastating power, Sung Woo didn't know how to react. What am I supposed to do? The giant boss monster didn't immediately press its attack. He used Corpse Explosion, creating a massive blast that filled the area with thick, blinding smoke. But as the smoke slowly cleared, the creature emerged from the haze, looking terrifying and completely unharmed. Its face was filled with a ravenous desire to hunt. Useless. The war dragon responded with a massive barrage of fire. The ogre bear struggled to raise its arms, desperately trying to block the attack. Then, another system message appeared. Andres has returned to eternal death. The ogre bears were charred black from the attack. Sung Woo worried that just one more hit would be the end of them. My ogre bears. They returned to ash. Just like that. I can't think of any plan in a situation like this. I have to distract it with an attack that drains its power. Just then, another notification chimed. The corpse is now under your control. He turned towards Hanho and Jisoo, who were still fighting, and gave his command. Hanho, Jisoo, retreat. There's no way we can hunt lizardmen and fight the boss at the same time. We need to fall back and come up with a new plan. We'll deal with the lizardmen later. As he spoke, his gaze was locked on the colossal monster's furious rampage. Jisoo looked toward the raid party and asked, what about the others? Sung Woo watched them and replied calmly, split up and retreat before more of them arrive. Monsters are always drawn to large crowds. Sung Woo advised them seriously. Even though we're all in danger, everyone should prioritize their own safety first. Jisoo heard him but didn't reply. Only young Hanho answered politely, yes, senior. With that, Sung-woo sent the two on their way. "Get out of here," he yelled, running toward the raid party. "Everyone, retreat." The soldiers in the party had no choice but to obey. The raid failed. Run. While escaping, Hanho spotted a familiar figure standing motionless nearby. As he got closer, the boy recognized the man's identity, crying out in shock. "Prosecutor Yoon Jung-bo." Hanho rushed over to shake him awake, glancing around nervously. "What are you doing here?" he rambled. "We can't just sit here like this, we have to run." Suddenly, the monster let out a terrifying roar. It appeared right behind the boy, causing Hanho to whip around in pure fear. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He cried out for Sung-woo in desperation. "Senior." His senior's words echoed in his mind. "When everyone is in danger, your own survival is the most important thing." The Phase 3 War Dragon opened its grotesque maw, looming closer. Though terrified and crying, Hanho still held on to Prosecutor Yoon Jung-bo, trying to shield him. Luckily, Roy lunged forward, striking the beast with a powerful blow, saving Hanho and the prosecutor from certain death. Seeing the giant monster get hit, the boy gasped. What was that? Roy had used its nether fang skill. Roy's agile body easily dodged the monster's counterattack. Hanho looked towards it and yelled, "Ah, over there is." Before the boy could finish his sentence, Sung-woo, who was on the dragon's head, drove a blade into it, complaining, "Oh, come on. You were supposed to be looking out for yourself." Stabbing the war dragon's left eye had successfully enraged it. Immediately, its bladed tail whipped through the air, severing Sung-woo's arm. Hanho watched in utter shock, and even Sung-woo himself, terrified by the sight, the boy screamed, "Senior." As Sung-woo's arm was cut off by the war dragon's tail, he vanished just as the beast let out a roar of triumph. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Hanho's collar and yanked him back. He turned to see it was the real Sung-woo. Confused, the boy asked, "Senior, what was that just now?" He answered quickly, "That was my alter ego." Just then, a system notification appeared. The item's information popped up. Name, Ring of the Black King. Grade, Legendary. Classification, Ring. Effects. Agility increased by +3, stamina increased by +2. When attacking from the shadows, an alter ego will be summoned to fight alongside you. The alter ego has 50% of your attack power. Sung-woo looked at the ring and thought to himself, "I can't deal damage, but this is enough to blind it." He remembered the earlier attack. He had used up all his strength and energy. But the alter ego, with only 50% of his attack power, had struck its eye. This blow was far more effective. The war dragon was furious, snorting and growling before letting out a massive roar. It was a display of pure, unrestrained rage. Hanho, terrified, warned him, "It's coming this way, Senior." Sung-woo gritted his teeth, watching its frenzy with a grimace. "Did I make it that mad? It's targeting us." Suddenly, a blast of firepower slammed into the beast. This attack carried some serious weight behind it. It was enough to make the war dragon stumble back. The one responsible was Jisoo. She had returned. Seeing Jisoo's arrival, Sung-woo yelled in shock. "Jisoo, I told you we had to split up." She replied with determination, "I'm fighting with you. The three of us always have to stick together." Everyone was thrilled by her decision. Hanho was so moved he was speechless. "Jisoo." Sung-woo didn't object, and a proud smile even crossed his face. "I'm sure you have a lot to say, but we're a little busy right now." The group quickly steeled their nerves, ready to face the terrifying threat before them. As he spoke, he summoned his minions. "We can talk after we defeat this boss." A system message appeared. "Death's call is initiating in this area." The war dragon roared, attacking wildly. Sung-woo answered in kind. The corpse explosion created a massive shockwave, and he watched as a horde of skeletons charged toward the monster. "We have to kill this boss, but the situation looks hopeless." Even the corpse explosion barely scratched it, and whether it was intentional or not, the beast hadn't consumed a single zombie. This Phase 3 war dragon was terrifyingly intelligent, using only its powerful tail to fight the skeletons. It smashed them to pieces. The skeleton's true power is only unleashed when they're eaten, a fact the dragon seemed to know. This made Kane even more anxious, so if there's no way to detonate it from the inside, endlessly summoning skeletons is useless. On another front, Leo and Jasmine were fighting with everything they had, battling hordes of lizardmen. But the dragon was destroying skeletons faster than they could fight. A ball of fire formed in its razor-toothed maw, shocking Kane. Fire breath? He glanced back over his shoulder. Seeing Jasmine and Leo still bogged down with the lizardmen, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, they're right behind me." The fire breath erupted, a torrent of flames surging right for them. Kane struggled, raising his iron gauntlet to block the inferno. Leo and Jasmine saw the danger, fearing for his life as he faced it alone. They screamed, "Senior Kane." He gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught until the very end. When the thick smoke cleared, Kane collapsed to his knees, exhausted. "I barely managed to block that attack." His skeletons were all gone, and he felt like he had no strength left to continue. He looked up to see the war dragon charging at him again. My energy's completely drained. The boss monster swung its bladed tail. It was a killing blow. Just when it seemed Kane was finished, Leo appeared. He shielded Kane, blocking the attack and shouting, "I'll protect you, Senior." A system notification rang out, stunning Leo. Your holy armor has been shattered. With his armor gone, death was just a breath away. Powerless as the tail swung around for another strike, Roy charged forward. Roy met the attack with his own sword, which shattered into pieces. He used his small frame with incredible agility to dodge the boss monster's counterattack. Roy then used the blade, the one embedded in the dragon's own tail, to sever it completely. Everyone watched in shock. Did he just cut off the monster's tail? The war dragon roared in agony from its wound. Sensing the immense danger, Roy quickly pushed Leo out of the way. Roy collapsed, his strength completely spent. The boss monster turned its claws on him, growling menacingly. Thrown aside, Leo reached out, screaming in horror, "No, you idiot." The little skeleton used its last ounce of strength to raise a hand as if waving a final goodbye. The inevitable came. The war dragon stomped down, crushing Roy into dust. Leo's eyes widened at the horrific sight, tears streaming down his face. Another system message appeared. Your loyal skeleton has returned to eternal death. Roy's sacrifice sent the young man into a frenzy. Crying and screaming, he charged forward to avenge his friend. My right arm. Senior Kane, Jasmine, get back. Leo had lost all reason, ignoring Jasmine's desperate pleas. Leo, calm down. Suddenly, a giant dire bear materialized, lifting both Leo and Jasmine into the air, stunning them. Kane patted the boy's head, trying to console him. Just try to survive. He turned to face the war dragon alone to buy them time. The dire bear, following his command, carried the two of them away to safety. They panicked, shouting, "Senior Kane, what are you doing?" Kane's mind raced. The situation was dire. I've barely recovered from that last attack. That monster is unbelievably powerful. As things stood now, besides Kane, there were no other signs of life on the battlefield. Its strength was far beyond what he had anticipated. It always hit harder than he expected and never gave up on its target. It wasn't chasing the dire bear. It was staying here for him. He commanded the scattered bone fragments, making a decision. I need to buy as much time as possible. From those bone fragments, Kane began to forge a gruesome shield to block the boss's next attack. The beast lunged, striking with its foreleg, but luckily, the bone shield held firm. High above, those in the helicopter watched in terror. A man despaired, even the necromancer is going to fall. But X's shout cut him off. No, it's not over yet. The necromancer is fighting until the very last second. Never give up hope. It was as if she placed all her faith in Sungwoo down below. The power of the war dragon was immense. It shattered his shield in two, wounding him in the process. Shards of bone flew everywhere, forcing Sungwoo to grit his teeth and endure. The tail severed by Roy slammed into his leg, sending him flying. On the helicopter, a worried voice cried out, "His leg." He got hit in the leg. The man beside her trembled, saying, "I don't think he can fight back from that." The war dragon loomed over Sungyu's trembling body, preparing to unleash its fire. This was it. All hope was gone. He had truly failed. He had fought so hard to survive until now. Was he really going to die, just like his parents? In these final moments, Sungyu's mind drifted to his dear comrades, Han-ho and Jisoo. Yet, a small smile of contentment graced his lips. At least, it wasn't a complete failure. The boss monster, the war dragon, unleashed a breath of immense, overwhelming power. Sungyu was completely engulfed in flames, making no attempt to resist. He had no strength left to fight back. Far away, Han-ho and Jisoo heard the massive explosion. They knew instantly that something terrible had happened. They cried out, screaming Sungyu's name in worry. When Sungyu opened his eyes again, he was in a strange, empty void. What is this place? Am I dead? He looked around in awe. After that brutal battle with the war dragon, honestly, he only survived through sheer luck, along with his fortune and his teammates. Gazing into the empty sky, Sungyu thought he could see the faces of Han-ho and Jisoo. He wasn't afraid of death, but he worried for others. Now that I'm gone, what about my skeleton soldiers? Are they still active? Suddenly, a blue light appeared, calling his name. Sungyu. Startled, he asked, "Who are you?" A mysterious figure in a black, hooded robe appeared before him, making Sungyu wonder. The Grim Reaper, is he here because I've finally died? Are you here to take me away? He asked aloud, then continued. Heaven, hell. I don't know and I don't care. Let's just go. I'm tired. I just want to rest now. Sungyu confessed to the dark figure. The being just chuckled. Not even 30 years old, and already so exhausted with life, Sungyu eyed the figure with suspicion. Why does the Grim Reaper act like some condescending old man? I didn't come all this way to see you like this, son. The man's voice stunned Sung Yu. He gasped, Dad? The man lowered his hood. The person Sung Yu thought was the Grim Reaper was actually his father, who had long since passed. Sung Yu called out with a voice full of affection, Dad, is it really you? But even now, his heart was a storm of confusion. His father just offered a gentle smile and said, Who knows, really? But that doesn't matter right now, does it? Sung Yu turned his head away and sighed. You're right. It's all over anyway. Thinking back, this is the most fitting end for me. Remembering the flames, he felt an overwhelming wave of sadness. Death is a terrifying thing. An unknown fear. The fear that everything you are will simply turn to nothing. The image of a fire consuming a person, like a deep gash, appeared vividly in his mind. He thought to himself, if an afterlife truly exists, maybe it helps us not be so afraid, because we'd still have to face the sins we committed. Just then, Sung Yu noticed a flicker of sadness on his father's face. He immediately asked, Are you angry with me? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. When our house was on fire, I abandoned our family. I ran away by myself just to survive. As he spoke, his eyes filled with an endless ocean of pain. Sung Yu pressed on, I ran because I was scared of dying. But in the end, all I could do was watch as you were swallowed by that horrifying sea of fire. Remembering how hard he had worked just to get by, he couldn't stop himself from pouring his heart out. I lived my life with everything I had. He remembered the heat of battle, always pushing himself to become stronger. The terrified, innocent people. The hordes of terrifying vampires that just kept growing. Sung Yu spoke in a sorrowful tone. I tried my best not to cause trouble I couldn't handle. I thought I had overcome my past and grown into a good person. He paused, looking toward his father. But in the end, I failed, and now I'm here with you. Suddenly, he noticed his father's body was shaking uncontrollably, though he couldn't tell why. His father then looked up, bursting into laughter. All this time, you've been worrying about something so pointless? Sung Yu asked, stunned. What do you mean? His father put on a teasing face and continued. I thought you were all grown up, but it turns out you're still just a little kid. You ran away because you didn't want to get scolded by your dad, right? Hearing this, Sung Yu was at a loss for words. Is this really my father? Then, his father's tone became serious. How old were you back then? What did you think you could possibly do in such a desperate situation? The words left Sung Yu unable to argue back. His father just smiled gently. Besides, you didn't run away. You were just listening to what I told you to do. Try to remember. Instantly, the image of a house appeared in his mind. His father said, We were together. A massive fire had already engulfed the entire house. Sung Yu thought to himself, it was just an accident. The whole family had been asleep when a fire somehow broke out inside. Sung Yu's father stood in front of him, trying to protect him. He yelled, Damn it, your mother is still in her room. At that moment, he patted Sung Yu's head and ordered him, Sung Yu, get out of here first. And don't you dare look back. The boy tried to resist, clinging tightly to his father's leg. His father smiled and reassured him, I'll find your mother and be right back with you, I promise. Hearing those words, Sung Yu was suddenly struck by a powerful realization. It seemed he had lived with so much regret over the years that this was his only possible reaction now. Just then, his father smiled, his voice filled with pride. We are your parents. We would never let you rush headfirst into danger. Sung Wu stood there, stunned, thinking to himself, so that's how it was. I had completely forgotten that memory. My parents were good people. Sung Wu calmly searched his past. The accident happened because of a faulty circuit breaker. Our house was so old back then. His father continued gently. You've always had a strong sense of responsibility, but you were never required to save our family. That was my job, the pillar of the family. Sung Wu looked at his father and replied, but you couldn't save Mom, either. You failed, just like me. Hearing this, his father seemed surprised. Me? A failure? Then he continued, that wasn't a failure. I was able to save you. At that, Sung Wu was completely speechless, thinking back on images of his own son from over the years. His father added, and you are not a failure, either. At that moment, Sung Wu finally understood. He clenched his fists and answered, I get it now. I didn't fail. He continued, his voice now full of confidence. So from now on. His father suddenly cut him off with a question. Have you considered fighting me? Do you want to go back? Sung Wu answered immediately. Yes. I don't think I can be defeated anymore. Suddenly, his father pointed straight ahead. Sung Wu quickly turned his head. Following his father's hand, he saw a bright green light. The way back is over there, he said. Sung Wu turned to leave, but his eyes lingered on his father, full of reluctance. He smiled and said, I'm so happy I got to see you again after all this time. His father urged him on. All right, that's enough. Hurry up and go. Someone is waiting for you. Suddenly, he raised a hand to his head and said, Ah, I almost forgot. Sungwoo, who had just turned to leave, stopped in his tracks. His father tossed him the wooden stick he'd been holding and said, "This is yours." The system immediately announced a special quest. Who is the Master of Death has been issued. You will be rewarded. Upon completion, your fate will undergo a slight change. The scene shifts back to the real world. A furious roar echoed as something slammed into the ground, kicking up sand and dust. Hanho was still crying his eyes out, wailing desperately. No way. The senior couldn't have died here. As for Jisoo, she was too shocked to even speak. Sungwoo. Jung-hun struggled to his feet and said, "We failed." Even Sungwoo. He then glanced over at Jisoo and Hanho, who were giving him a very strange look. He thought, is that an expression of resentment? I see. He clutched his shoulder in pain. This is my punishment. A punishment meant for me. Thinking for a moment, he continued, I vaguely remember Hanho saving me. His passive skill is no joke. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Skill name, Hero's Aura. Rank, high. Type, passive. Cost, none. You have received a high-level aura. Those around you will become agitated and suddenly feel a sense of guilt towards you. The lower the opponent's level, the stronger the effect. His will instantly returned as he thought of his 3 teammates with awe. This raid was to capture the boss monster, but our strongest member is now dead. Jung-hun clenched his fists tightly. I was too hasty. Blinded by the reward, my inability to adapt to this battle led to our failure. He unconsciously frowned. I have to fix this. The world is about to end, and I'm just going to stay frozen here. Suddenly, Manhwa ran over, shouting urgently, Commander, calm down. Jung-hun shot him a look of disgust. Hanho saved me. So does that mean this guy, Manhwa, abandoned me? Looking toward the beast, Manhwa continued. Commander, we're retreating first. Jung-hun replied, I knew it. As he left, Jung-hun glanced at his injured comrades. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, Sungwoo. But I swear I will protect Hanho and Jisoo. The 4 of them began to leave that horrific place together. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather from out of nowhere. Catching their attention, Jisoo shouted, Why is the sky turning dark? When Jung-hun saw the black smoke appearing, his face tensed up. Just then, the system alert appeared. Warning, the program has begun in this area. At this, Jisoo and Hanho became terrified. The monster continued to roar in fury, as the helicopter provided support from above. Just then, Jung-hun's team seemed to see something. She screamed, her face grim with terror. Look over there, that brilliant blue light. Deep inside its core, a figure is fighting for their life. Could that be the necromancer, she wondered. Turns out, Sungwoo had returned, but in a powerful new form. The man behind her went pale. Damn it. Is that really the necromancer? No way. That's a monster. Meanwhile, Sungwoo was completely bewildered. Something's wrong with my senses. No, I can't feel a thing. Am I even alive? Just then, a system window appeared. Thanks to the title Necromancer, you have been resurrected. Cooldown, 21 days. The notification left him baffled. Resurrection? You call this resurrection? The system chimed in again. First Awakening has been activated. You can now summon the Death Scythe. You can now summon giant monsters to build your army. As the first player in history to awaken, you have received a secret shop coupon, limited to 50 uses. The coupon materialized in Sungwoo's hand as a skill window popped up, revealing the name Death Scythe. Level: First Awakening. Status: Active. Cost: None. Once per day, you may summon the Grim Reaper's Scythe for 1 hour and transform into a Lich. A smirk crossed his face. A Lich? Huh. Not bad. Just then, the War Dragon let out a furious, deafening roar. Sungwoo spoke calmly. So, that dragon wants to be my new toy? He raised his hand with a flourish. Now, it's my turn. Sungwoo soared into the air. With a single movement, intense blue energy exploded from his body. Phase 2 had begun. Footsteps raced across the water's surface at incredible speed. Hanho shouted with excitement. Look over there. Senior's skill must have activated. Jisoo responded in disbelief. You mean Sungwoo is still alive? But Jung-hun and Manhwa were visibly stunned. The necromancer is alive? But how could he have survived? After taking a direct, fatal hit like that? As soon as Jisoo saw him, she cried out, Sungwoo, is he really okay? With tears streaming down his face, Hanho yelled back, Senior, we're on our way. But as he got a closer look at his new form, Hanho screamed in terror, Ah! Senior's turned into a demon. Jisoo quickly pulled him back. That's not it. Look at the scythe. He's completed his awakening quest. Facing the colossal beast, Sungwoo's power was now on a completely different level. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by the sickening sound of snapping bones and a furious roar. A moment later, a new system message appeared. Your defeated party member has been revived. The reporters erupted in cheers. The skeletons, they just keep coming back to life. Did you all see that? The necromancer's summons are immortal. But then, high above the battlefield, something else began to appear. Flames rained down from the sky. And then, with a massive boom, it exploded. Down below, Sungwoo's body began to glow. He uttered 2 words, iron armor crafting. The resulting inferno was so immense, Hanho screamed in panic. The dragon's breath is spreading this way. Junghan quickly gave the signal. Everyone, fall back. In a flash, a new weapon materialized in Sungwoo's hands. With his new weapon in hand, Sungwoo charged straight towards the monstrous beast. Suddenly, Hanho rushed forward and grabbed Sungwoo, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't leave us behind again. We fight and fall together. From behind, Manhwa stammered awkwardly. I believe in you. Sungwoo immediately turned back to the fight. He coldly taunted the beast. What's wrong? Can't muster any more strength? Are you getting tired? He then aimed his scythe directly at it. He continued, sorry to disappoint you, but I possess infinite life and power. Instantly, his skeletons were enveloped in a brilliant light. A wave of blue energy surged toward the war dragon as the skeletons launched a relentless assault with their weapons. The beast shrieked in agony from the endless barrage. He roared, iron armor crafting, and behind him, a colossal golem materialized. Filled with righteous fury, Sungwoo commanded it, tear it to pieces. The beast was now completely defenseless. Its body was savaged by the attack, blood spraying everywhere. From a helicopter overhead, a commentator reported, it's still not dead. A warning to our viewers, if you are weak of heart, stay away and watch the broadcast. The beast let out a few weak growls, its breathing ragged and trembling. Seeing this, Sungwoo pressed his advantage. That's it. Now finish it. A spectral version of Sungwoo then appeared, sword in hand, charging the war dragon. The moment the specter made contact, a part of the beast's head was instantly sliced clean off. Just then, a system notification appeared. Time remaining before confirmation, 4,335 days. Just as the specter's sword plunged deep into the dragon's body, the system updated with another message. You have obtained 1,115,556 gold for your victory. The swamp lizard of Yahello province was finally defeated. Lying motionless beneath a pile of skeletal remains, a system window flashed into view. You have acquired the title Amateur Dragon Slayer. Strength has increased by 2. Fire resistance has increased by 30%. The survivors erupted in cheers of pure relief. It's over. I knew you could do it. Even Junghan couldn't hide his emotions, screaming along with the crowd. What was that? What in the world did I just witness? But Sungwoo simply stared at the corpse, his thoughts racing. I did it. I finally defeated the boss. I actually succeeded. Suddenly, an ethereal blue flame engulfed his hand. Sungwoo spoke softly, come to me. Smoke coiled from the remains, and a dragon's skull materialized. A system notification appeared. Andes is now under your command. It had become a new undead familiar in his growing legion. Down below, Junghan watched in disbelief, his mind reeling. Is that a bone dragon? Manhwa cried out in utter shock. This is insane. How is that even possible? He can control it? At this rate, the gap between us is only going to grow wider. Just then, Sungwoo appeared directly in front of Jisoo. Seeing him, Hanho cried out, his voice filled with relief. Sunbae, I knew you were still alive. Sungwoo just whispered back, I've already died once. Jisoo was in complete shock, covering her mouth with her hand. That form. You can change back to normal, right? Meanwhile, the recovery team cautiously approached the dragon's body. A system window immediately popped up. Item name, Dragon Can Hide. Grade, Heroic. Type, Crafting Material. Details, the incredibly durable hide of a juvenile black dragon. Though not yet fully developed due to its young age, it is considered one of the most powerful leathers in existence. Just then, his new familiar presented a glowing purple item to Sungwoo. The system instantly analyzed it. Name, Dragon's Heart. Grade, Legendary. Type, Crafting Material. Details. This heart is fundamentally different from those of lesser species. This is an item of immense value. Therefore, you must preserve it with extreme care. After reading the description, Sungwoo understood. Ah, so this is the kind of material used to create legendary gear. But there was one more item. Name, Seed of Life. Grade, Epic. Type, Unidentifiable. Effect, Unknown. Details. An incredibly strange energy emanates from it. This seed, he thought. It's directly connected to the horrible ending I saw in the prophecy. As he pondered this, Sungwoo reverted back to his normal human form. He thought to himself, after this item, will everything be erased? A young cameraman rushed forward, holding out a microphone. Sir Necromancer, just one comment, please. What do you have to say to the viewers watching? Sung Yu turned, his gaze as cold as ice. Those people who swore they would protect you. Don't put too much faith in them. Hearing his stark warning, the young reporter was completely stunned, at a loss for words. The so-called heroes who were celebrated for saving the survivors turned out to be nothing more than self-serving frauds. The system had evaluated many of these groups before. A large number of them were deemed unfit for survival. Sung Yu looked down, his voice filled with grim determination. If we don't have the strength to leap into a sea of fire, it means we also lack the power. To escape it, we must become stronger. At that very moment, the ground began to tremble violently. The shockwave forced everyone to brace themselves to stay standing. Panic erupted as people began to shout and point. Behind them, the distant volcano was now erupting in a massive explosion. What's going on? Why did it just blow up? That's the direction of Yongdang Outpost Station. The frog team suddenly sprinted toward them, their faces pale with terror. "Commander," their leader yelled. "We just got a report. The station is under attack." Jung Han immediately demanded, "By who?" Overhearing them, Sung Yu's mind raced. The Enbok Guild. Attacking the station at a time like this? At the same time, evacuation helicopters began to lift off. All personnel, evacuate the area immediately. That's right, expedition teams, get everyone onto the choppers, now. The flames from the volcano raged, climbing higher into the sky. But something was wrong. The smoke billowing out was pitch black. A chill went down Sung Yu's spine. That's definitely the mark of Abyss. It can't be. Does that group really possess a calamity bomb? The scene shifts to one of the speeding helicopters. They were trying to escape at full speed. Suddenly, Jung Han dropped to one knee before Sung Yu, his voice echoing in the cabin. "Sung Yu, please, I'm begging you, help us." His voice dropped to a desperate whisper. "There are still so many civilians at the station. In my current condition, I'm powerless to do anything." Despair filled Jung Han's thoughts. "I can't just sit here and do nothing. I have to act." Seeing his desperation, Sung Yu leaned down as if to help him up. He spoke quietly. "There's a lot I need to say to you, but this isn't the right time." Jung Han was already badly wounded, but he endured the pain, simply replying, "I'm sorry." A voice crackled over the helicopter's radio. "We are approaching the destination point, but due to the smoke, we're landing on the outskirts. Everyone, prepare for touchdown. Move out." Below them, the ground teams were already in motion, getting the survivors out of the station. Jin-guk spun around in a panic, looked at his assistant Ed and yelled, "It's them again. The prisoners. They're the ones behind this raid." Ed shot back in a frantic voice. "What? The prisoners? You say? Who gave you that intel?" Jin-guk confirmed, "I saw them myself. They were exchanging signals from the rear." Sungwoo, having heard everything, pieced it all together. So, even Enbok's guild knew about this. This was a grim gathering of society's worst. Scientists, merchants, their vile sponsors, and other scum. A sinister aura hung heavy in the air, with tendrils of black smoke coiling around everything. Sungwoo reached out, thinking, "It's a shade lighter than the abyss itself." This miasma was clearly designed to spread corruption. The situation was dire, but the expeditionary force was completely powerless against it. With his mind made up, he turned to his team. "I'm going in. Protect everyone out here." Just then, Hanho stepped forward, whispering urgently, "Sunbae, this is their doing, isn't it?" Jisu's voice was grim. "It's the Beast Alliance. They despise humankind." Hearing this, Sungwoo's hands ready for battle. If our sponsor confirmed it, then the Alliance has just become a plague we must eradicate. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Targeting Yongdeong Post Station like this means Suwon Village is vulnerable while we're away. They could be attacking the civilians right now. As he pondered, a skeletal hand began to materialize from thin air. His resolve hardened. "I have to capture one of them and force the truth out myself." Behind him, a colossal dragon skeleton materialized from the shadows. Sungwoo's voice was low. "It's time for your grand entrance. Long Kot." In an instant, the sky above the train station plunged into darkness as vile, black energy swirled on the wind. A hulking wild boar spoke to a wolf. "There are still stragglers resisting? If so, crushing them should be simple enough." The wolf snarled in response. "Most of our forces are exhausted after the main assault." Its frustration was palpable. "Are you saying those human filth think we're done attacking? Fools." The wild boar replied sheepishly. "A new species like us can never coexist with those pathetic humans. They can't adapt to this new era. They'll never understand." The boar then frowned, changing the subject. "And another thing, how long will this ritual take?" The wolf scoffed. "You know the insurgents, don't you? Our mages are handling them. It's a rare delicacy to feast on a mage's brain." The boar grunted. "Is that so? I've only managed to devour the brains of archers. Still, I got to use my new claws." The wolf just laughed. "How utterly ignorant. At least you're better than those wretched scientists." The wolf glanced over its shoulder. When we die, they plan to use our corpses to craft some kind of elixir. The boar's eyes lit up. An elixir, you say? I want some of that. Suddenly, Long Cot lunged from the shadows, swallowing the dire wolf whole. A system window flashed into view. You have acquired 3,000 gold for slaying the dire wolf. From beneath the massive dragon, Sungwoo emerged, his pace quickening with every step. Stepping inside, he was surprised. I thought the prisoners would be scattered everywhere, but I can't believe it. They've gathered them all in one spot. With his recon complete, he gave his command. Long Cot, fall back. He scanned the area, his mind racing. A ritual. I have no idea what they're planning, but it's clear they're keeping these people alive for it. Not just killing them off. A grim smile touched his lips. Which means I can hunt these beasts down myself. And I'll take them out, one by one. Meanwhile, on the rooftop shrouded in black mist, a level 2 wild minotaur stood guard. 2 unconscious human figures were slung carelessly over its powerful shoulders. The minotaur and its crew were busy collecting corpses. Damn it, it growled. How many more do we need? The order was for 200. A nearby rat fiend consulted a ledger. The orders say to capture as many players as possible. There are plenty more on the other floors. The rat fiend then crouched down, bagging another body. It then asked, all of these are for the experiments, right? The minotaur replied instantly. How should I know what the mages are planning? The minotaur struck a thoughtful pose, resting its chin on its fist. The rumor is, they're trying to extract experience from them. The rat fiend flinched. Extract experience? Is that even possible? The minotaur snorted. We were turned into beasts. After that, is anything really impossible? The rat fiend clicked its tongue. Humph. Sometimes I feel like I was born a rat. But I have to admit, this new life isn't all that bad. Suddenly, a system alert blared. Warning. The Fallen Knight's sword has been activated in this zone. The Minotaur's eyes widened in shock as it quickly pulled up its status window. The rat fiend shouted, Boss, look out. But before it could finish, a massive skeletal claw, Long Cots, snatched the rat fiend and slammed it into the concrete. Blood splattered everywhere, right before the Minotaur's eyes. It roared in fury. Who the hell are you? Its gaze shot upwards, finally noticing the colossal form materializing above it. It was the bone dragon, Long Cot. A skeletal claw raked across the Minotaur's face before it could even react, landing a devastating blow. The beast instantly launched a counterattack. It charged headfirst at Long Cot, ramming it relentlessly. What kind of abomination is this? It bellowed. Then, coming to a halt, it glared at the figure standing opposite the dragon. The Minotaur was suddenly startled. The bones on its two-toed feet instantly ignited, engulfing its legs in flames. The Minotaur charged forward, roaring. Iron Horn. It unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, giving Dragonbone no room to defend. Before he could even process what happened, a system window appeared. Your party member has returned to the Eternal Abyss. At that, he tilted his head to the sky and let out a furious scream. Where are you? I know who you are. Come out, you old necromancer. In that instant, a blade sliced through the air at incredible speed, piercing the Minotaur from behind. Caught completely off guard, blood erupted from its wound like a geyser as it roared in mindless agony. It stammered, You dishonorable bastard. Sungwoo coolly charged forward and retorted, and you think releasing poison gas is honorable. With that, his sword plunged straight through the Minotaur's chest, ending its life right there. A system notification followed. You have acquired 30,000 gold for hunting a wild level 2 Minotaur. Reading the message, Sungwoo looked visibly surprised. Level 2? The amount of gold I received doubled. The growth rate of these things is on a completely different level. A moment later, Sungwoo began to summon the creature he just slew, saying, Thanks to you, I've now acquired an even stronger skeleton monster. The system announced, the dead is now under your control. Just then, sensing a presence nearby, he frowned and thought to himself, he's still alive. But if he keeps breathing this poison, he'll die eventually. With that thought, he quickly summoned his skeleton warriors and shouted, Move out. We have to get everyone outside. Check every single floor and evacuate them now. The poisonous miasma in here is getting thicker. The sky around the station showed no signs of clearing up. Inside, Sungwoo and his skeleton army were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a golden circle materialized as the system warned. Caution. A terrifying summoning spell is being cast in this area. Seeing this, Sungwoo's face hardened with irritation. A summoning? What the hell is it now? What else are you planning? I don't have time to waste. He immediately led his skeletons away, moving as fast as he could. In a flash, he and his troops reached the front of the building. But suddenly, he froze, a look of pure confusion on his face. It turned out another monster had already appeared. From within the circle, a voice called out, Who are you? Looking at the rift spewing out clouds of poison, Sungwoo thought, Stay calm. Find the culprit first. but this smoke is already spreading everywhere. The dire wolf pointed at Sungwoo and snarled, "Damn it." "A necromancer," another wolf replied. "What's going on with him? Why isn't the power of hell affecting him?" The dire wolf then roared, "Don't let him escape. Capture him. We can always conduct the experiment later." Just then, Sungwoo noticed what the dire wolf was doing. He narrowed his eyes. "A magic circle? It's a summoning spell." At that moment, Sungwoo held his staff forward and declared, "I don't have time to play games with you." Hearing this, they were baffled. They glanced at each other, completely confused. The sky that night was incredibly dark, but the moon was at its absolute fullest. Down below, Sungwoo was battling the beasts, protecting the survivors. He spoke softly. "Good thing, it's already dark." Then, he transformed into the Grim Reaper, wielding the Death Scythe itself. The system announced, "You have summoned the Grim Reaper's Death Scythe. Time limit, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. You are now wielding the power of a lich. Maximum number of summons has been increased by 50. Sungwoo glared at them and continued, "Turns out I can use this scythe for 1 hour each day, but for you guys, 5 minutes will be more than enough." Countless skeletons burst forth from the ground. The werewolves began to back away in a panic. The dire wolf screamed, "Damn it, that head. Just destroy its skull. If it's just skeletons, we can easily defeat them." In the heart of the blazing battlefield, the system chimed again and again. "Your defeated skeleton is being resurrected." Seeing this, Sungwoo praised them with a smirk. "You're pretty good. But in this situation, you have no choice but to surrender, little wolves." The pack began to howl in terror. "Save me." The dire wolf's face was a mask of pure fear. But even so, a single thought echoed in his mind. Incredible. If the researchers saw this, they would be drooling. He then sat down, placing his hand on the circle and whispering, "You're too late, necromancer." From that magic circle, a dark smoke began to swirl upwards. The system announced, "Warning, a terrifying summoning magic is manifesting in this area." He then rose, spreading his arms wide and declaring, "You fools. You knew we existed, and yet you still chose to broadcast everything. I have no idea why you went live, but it was amusing watching you all waste your strength at that guild." With that, he extended a hand forward and continued, "From now on, this world will be." But before he could finish, a massive explosion erupted right before his eyes, catching him completely off guard. An unseen force slammed into him, sending him flying backward as if he'd just been punched. Another blast, as bright as day, tore through the area. The very space around them seemed to shatter. Just then, Sungwoo gave the order, "Fall back for now." As for the dire wolf, he lay motionless amidst the rubble, completely incapacitated. Sungwoo slowly approached him. "What did you summon?" The dire wolf, ever defiant, answered with a boastful sneer, "Humanity is finished." At that moment, the entire building began to collapse, and as Sungwoo looked over, someone shouted a warning. "Be careful. A terrifying monster is about to appear." The system immediately issued an alert. "The raid boss is approaching this area." Elsewhere, a figure held an empty water bottle. Slumping to the ground, it was clear Jung-hoon's body had taken heavy damage. He thought to himself, "Even after drinking a strength elixir, my condition has barely improved. Am I standing at death's door?" He frowned in frustration, recalling the image of Sungwoo, who had died and still managed to resurrect. The thought only soured his expression. The Korean Peninsula. The one place he was so sure was the safest. But now, it had fallen into such a critical state. The scene shifts to Hanho and Jisoo, who were watching with excitement. Their eyes were fixed on Sungwoo's skeletons as they said, "Look, those are the monsters our senior summoned. They're saving the civilians and getting everyone out." The necromancer saved them all. Jung-hoon instinctively looked at the celebrating crowd, filled with regret. "I was wrong. My way of developing the guild was all wrong." He bit his lip, annoyed at his flawed logic. He thought he had to go it alone to get stronger, but he hadn't grown at all. In reality, the opposite was true. This was the consequence of his arrogance. The system then displayed a notification. "Terrifying summoning magic is beginning in this area." The words startled Jung-hoon, who quickly looked up. Meanwhile, Jisoo was observing. The life signs from hell are finally fading. After that, Jisoo and Hanho led their team, rushing toward the station, where the skeleton monsters were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "The necromancer is over there. Yongding Post Station is collapsing." Just then, from beneath the earth, a colossal hand erupted and reached for the sky. Moments later, its entire body emerged from the ground. The system announced, "The ogre warrior boss monster has appeared." The dire wolf grinned from ear to ear. Though his body was broken, he managed to ramble on. "Do you really think you can defeat it? Even if you manage that, your plans will never truly be complete." As he glanced over, he saw Sungwoo staring daggers at him, which made him cry out, "What the hell are you looking at?" Sungwoo just smirked. "You must have been too busy drawing your magic circle to watch the broadcast until the very end. right? The bone dragon appeared as he continued. We have a pretty incredible monster on our side, too. Sungwoo's wyvern shot forward, clamping its jaws on the dire wolf's snout. He was completely drained of strength, able to do nothing but lie there and take the punishment. The wolf was physically overwhelmed. Blood gushed from his mouth, but all he could do was lie there and growl. Behind them, the crowd erupted in cheers. Smiles lit up everyone's faces. But suddenly, another wolf pointed forward and shouted, "What is that?" The source of his shock was, of course, the bone dragon. Sungwoo simply said, "An incredible monster." Hanho cheered excitedly. "That's right. Finish him." Jisoo just marveled at the battle. Incredible. Watching this scene, Jung-hoon made a new resolve. I have to get stronger. He looked towards Sungwoo, who was fighting so valiantly, a single thought consuming his mind. Stronger than that, necromancer. That way, I won't have to depend on anyone else. Not even the Crusader team. At that moment, the ogre went completely berserk. Model. Sungwoo gave the command to attack, and in an instant, his skeleton warriors charged forward. They fought relentlessly, but the beast was too powerful, casually crushing his warriors with its bare hands. In a flash, a system message appeared. Your summoned creature has vanished. Hearing this, Sungwoo was stunned. Vanished? His skeletons were supposed to have endless resurrection. How could they disappear without a trace? So this was the true power of a boss monster. Sungwoo watched its lightning-fast movements, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. It was a shame the bone dragon couldn't use its breath attack, but as long as it was still under his control. The bone dragon lunged at the ogre, only for the massive beast to casually catch its head, stopping it cold. The bone dragon retaliated, tearing into the ogre's flesh before it could react. Sungwoo was determined to seize the upper hand, but the ogre's massive hand clamped down on the bone dragon's shoulder, halting its ferocious assault. It slammed the bone dragon to the ground, pinning it beneath its colossal frame with a murderous glare. Just then, Sungwoo's other skeletons swarmed in to help, swiftly driving a sword straight through the ogre's eye, making it roar in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the other skeletons surged forward to turn the tide. As the beast staggered, the bone dragon scrambled on top, pinning the ogre down. The tables had turned completely, and a torrent of spectral blue flames erupted. The ogre shrieked in pain. A system notification rang out. You have acquired 705,000 gold. For defeating the invincible dungeon ogre. With the battle won, Sungwoo stepped onto the back of his bone dragon. His legion of skeletons gathered below. Another message flashed. You have reached level 16. Then a new window appeared before him. Choose a card. Strength, skill, item, and Call of the Damned. The system chimed in again. Your skill proficiency has improved, from basic to intermediate. Name, Call of the Damned. Rank, intermediate. Type, active. Mana cost, 100. Summon and control 15 masterless zombies from the underworld. No limit on total summons. They turn to dust after 20 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Reading this, Sungwoo smirked. His zombie strategy had just received a massive upgrade. But the greatest prize for defeating the boss was this. The ogre was rising once more. A new message appeared. The corpse under your control has become a subordinate. Class family. Immediately after, another information panel popped up. Item, Blessing of the Thunder God. Grade, Hero. Type, Bracelet. Description, consumes all mana to unleash a powerful lightning strike. Cooldown is 5 minutes. If the user has no mana, the cooldown becomes 24 hours. Sungwoo noticed the bracelet on the ogre's wrist. After reading the details, a thought crossed his mind. Consumes all mana, huh? Then this guy is the perfect one to use it. Suddenly, he saw the ogre and the bone dragon high-five each other. Sungwoo was taken aback. You two got friendly during that fight. Seeing this, Dire Wolf's pride was wounded, and he roared, "This makes no sense. What did you do, you old necromancer?" Sungwoo just smirked back at him. See for yourself. Befriending monsters is my specialty. The taunt sent him into a rage. Don't mess with me. Out of nowhere, a spectral blade sliced through his body, cutting off his scream. He was completely at the mercy of Sungwoo's scythe, pinned in place. All right, playtime's over, Sungwoo said coolly. Let's get down to business. Dire Wolf trembled. Wait, okay, I get it. But before he could finish, his face was covered in blood. Sungwoo had ended him without hesitation. A system notification appeared. You have acquired 30,000 gold for hunting a level 2 Dire Wolf. When Ki Hanho arrived, he saw Dire Wolf's lifeless body and exclaimed, Why did he just drop dead like that? Jisoo replied, He probably died of shock, afraid of being interrogated. All the blood must have rushed to his head. Behind them, Jung-hoon whispered with a hint of confusion. What a waste of a good information source. But a different thought echoed in his mind. It's not over yet. I'm not certain, but there might be another way. Meanwhile, Sungwoo was already getting to work. A familiar system window popped up. The corpse under your control has become a subordinate. Class. Family. You can now view the memory fragments of Annette. Instantly, Dire Wolf's eyes began to glow with an eerie blue light. Seizing the moment, he dove deep into the core of the man's memories. As he began, a brilliant flash of light erupted before his eyes. A lone figure appeared within the memory scape, their purpose a complete mystery. Suspended in the void was Sungwoo, carefully observing every detail of the train station materializing around him. He thought to himself, I don't recognize this architecture, but it seems the system created it this way. This place feels completely constructed. To take on a major target like the Vampire Lord, monstrous beasts finally emerged from the shadows. They appeared to be hauling something deep into the train station. Suddenly, Bull's voice cut through the silence, warning Wolf. Kill the phones, we're entering their territory now. Wolf just smirked in response. Things are finally getting interesting. Looks like the expeditionary force was wiped out. At that moment, everything clicked for Sungwoo. So that's why you couldn't watch the broadcast until the end. Wolf then turned back with a playful grin. What do you think, my handsome Alpha Wolf? The Alpha Wolf's face hardened with annoyance. I told you not to call me that. His tone instantly shifted back to business. Forget it, boss. I heard that Geojeto team didn't just break the Freedom Guild's rules. Hearing this, the Alpha Wolf answered calmly. I know nothing about that. Savage Wolf held out his hand, smiling with a grating voice. What's wrong with you? Even I heard the rumors. The Alpha Wolf clenched his fist tightly, his voice swelling with pride as he spoke. The leader said that one day we would have to join the Freedom Guild, which means now is the perfect time. Let's draw up a plan. Suddenly, a dangerous expression twisted Savage Wolf's features. He hissed, Geojeto. I heard that mad scientists threatened them and plans to build his research center right there. Sungwoo's brow furrowed at the name. Geojeto, Korea is in serious danger. The Alpha Wolf shot back. Where are you hearing this nonsense? Savage Wolf immediately retorted. Nonsense? Isn't our leader the one heading that organization? Savage Wolf's voice was a low growl. My head's been a little twisted since I joined that science team. But I have to admit, it's fun. I mean, those guys are hilarious. And they are absolutely obsessed with Geojeto. At this, the Alpha Wolf finally lost his composure and roared, Shut your mouth. And just like that, the memory ended. Hanho's worried voice called out, Senior. Jisoo looked at him with concern. Sungwoo, did you find something? He answered softly, I did. With his task complete, he recalled his skeleton soldiers, his mind racing. Was the reason they attacked Yeongdeungpo really to secure Geojeto? And Cinderim Station 2. I've finally found their trail. With that thought, he walked straight past Hanho and Jisoo. He ignored their frowning faces, his mind already on the next move. I have to figure out the next step in their plan. The scene shifts to Cinderim Station, the central hub where lines 1 and 2 intersect. Because of this, it was a place that teemed with people, always bustling, no matter the time of day. The director stood before his machine, his voice filled with excitement. So many delicious test subjects here. He then let out a sharp laugh. The research center wasn't built here just because it's near Yeongdeungpo Station. We're surrounded by an endless supply of specimens. This is our paradise. Hearing this, Rat, who was standing on a research tank, spoke up hesitantly, Director, can we perhaps lower the temperature? The stench of rotting corpses is getting strong. The director shot back, my patience is wearing thin. Get used to it. Once you're accustomed to the smell, you can adjust your own senses. Rat stepped down calmly and continued. Ah, but mutants like me are very sensitive to smells, so. The director cut him off without a shred of concern. These animal types are so troublesome, he continued. I can't even tell what a person smells like anymore. You said you want to become human again, didn't you? Rat clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with determination. Of course, I didn't ask to be mutated like this. And I hate being a rat. The director turned his back, looking over his chemical supplies. He replied nonchalantly, They say headquarters is starting a new study. You should volunteer for the experiment. Rat's face went pale with shock. Volunteer. For an experiment? The director smiled, a chilling sight to behold. That's right. Experiments always start with a rat as the test subject, don't they? Rat stumbled back a few steps in panic. You're joking, right? The director burst into a fit of gleeful laughter. Of course I'm joking. Are you scared? He then picked up 2 vials, as if weighing them. He looked between Rat and the other animal specimens. You should really consider it, though. What's the point of living in that mutated form? After all, rats are the most despised creatures on Earth. He then pulled out a single pill and continued. Even if a cure is successfully developed, by the time it gets to you, it's going to take a considerable amount of time, and a rat's lifespan isn't very long. Hearing this, the man bowed his head and replied, Yes, thank you for your concern, sir. Suddenly, the guard, dog, slammed the door open, his expression frantic. "Director, there's a riot outside." He looked at the old man and yelled, "A dinosaur has appeared and is tearing down the buildings." The director, however, remained perfectly calm. He turned to Rat and asked, "Did you steal my drugs behind my back? Or perhaps a Tyrannosaurus just happened to evolve from your species?" With that, he turned away, warning Rat, "The situation looks dire. Alert everyone immediately." Dog, Rat, and the director all rushed out of the room. Their minds were focused on one thing: combat. Just then, a system window appeared. Phase 2 Medicinal Replica. Classification. Strength Enhancement. Condition: administer stimulant to over 10 individuals. Frequent use will cause the body to develop a resistance. At that moment, Dog turned back to the director. "I just received word. The operation in Yeomdangpo has failed." The director's face twisted in shock as Dog continued, his voice grim. This situation might be connected to it, but he failed to notice the director and his comrades were paralyzed with absolute terror. It's gigantic. Fall back." Outside, the bone dragon was simply taking a casual stroll, but that sight alone was enough to leave everyone inside too terrified to move an inch. The director's face contorted. "Damn it, what is that thing? Is that monster a real dinosaur?" Meanwhile, outside, Jisoo and Han-ho were coordinating with the bone dragon to shatter their entire front line. They charged straight inside to take care of the grunts. The director's eyes widened. "Skeletons? Don't tell me that's the dragon from Jeluito." The realization hit him. "Run," he screamed. "You can't fight them." He turned to flee, barking one last order. "Hold them off for a moment. We need to gather our things." He and Rat scrambled towards the staircase. They rushed up the steps. Suddenly, a strange flash of light made Rat glance over his shoulder. The director roared, "What the hell are you doing, you damn rat?" He immediately answered, "I just smelled something. Pungent." But doubt crept into his mind. Was I just imagining it? Back in the room, he and Rat frantically tore the place apart. "Hurry, we have a lot to carry." "Yes, director." The old man kept muttering as he packed, "We have to take this. And this too." Rat caught that strange scent again, and for a second, his focus was broken. Suddenly, something shot out of the shadows, kicking a supply crate into the air. Rat lunged, grabbing the director. Leaping backward, Rat spun to face the intruder and demanded, "Who are you?" The bewildered director asked, "When did he get in here?" Sungwoo stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. "You sent your package to the wrong address. I'm here to settle the score." The director scrambled to his feet. "Settle the score? What score?" Sungwoo shot back instantly. "Didn't you send a monster after me?" Standing before them, Sungwoo didn't hesitate for a second, immediately summoning more of his undead soldiers. The ogre, Sungwoo's loyal partner, appeared in a flash, its signature bracelet glowing on its wrist. The director stammered, unable to form words. Sungwoo asked quietly, "Now do you recognize him?" Staring at the massive ogre, Sungwoo repeated, "You sent him to the wrong address." Just then, he noticed a pile of corpses in the back of the room. Is this their research facility? On the ground were bizarre skeletons that made Sungwoo's curiosity stir. It wasn't just human corpses, but horribly mutated bodies. My suspicions were right when I read the details of that transformation essence. The sight of shattered androids and humanoid machines sent a wave of pure fury through him. These damn bastards. They treat human lives like nothing more than toys for their experiments. It's a good thing Jisoo and Han-ho can't see this. At that very moment, his two allies were fighting for their lives outside. The old director stammered, "What? I never imagined this would happen." Sungwoo replied softly, "Are you ashamed that your evil deeds have been exposed?" The director scowled, enraged by his words. "Evil deeds?" He pointed toward the figures floating in giant glass vats. "How dare you say such shameless things? The work I'm doing is elevating science to an entirely new level. You simple-minded fools could never understand." He shrieked, his voice filled with madness. This experiment is the key to humanity's immortality. But his rant was cut short as Sungwoo silenced him with 3 swift arrows. A panicked mouse rushed to his side. "What the hell was that?" Sungwoo scoffed. "I can't stand to listen to your insane ramblings any longer." The director lost all composure, screaming and clawing at the air as if he wanted to tear Sungwoo to shreds. Only Mouse tried to restrain him, utterly bewildered and unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the director pulled out a strange vial. "You've served your purpose well until now," he hissed. "Allow me to make you more useful." And just like that, he forced Mouse to transform into a hulking monster. The beast let out a roar of agony and rage. "You bastard, director." Without a moment's hesitation, Sungwoo launched his attack as a system notification flashed before his eyes. Item name: Ring of the Night King. Rank: Mythical. When fighting in darkness, the user can summon an alter ego to fight alongside them. The monstrous mouse threw up its massive arms to block the incoming attack. Its face was a twisted mask of pure fury. But in the blink of an eye, while the beast was distracted, Sungwoo teleported directly behind it. From this new angle, Sungwoo paused for a split second, realizing his attack power had been massively amplified. But as he gazed upon the transformed mouse, something about its expression gave him a strange feeling of unease. Before another moment could pass, his summon, Og, brought its foot down, crushing the smaller mouse creature. A thought entered Sungwoo's mind. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Right on cue, the system announced, "You have received 13,000 gold for hunting a mutated mouse." The director shrieked in absolute fury. "I was just promoted to director. I can't die here." Unmoved by his pleas, Sungwoo stepped forward and cleanly severed the man's left arm. He stared coldly into the director's eyes and said, "Your lower half is next, unless you want to share the same fate as your test subjects." Did he take poison? Sungwoo confronted him with the question. Foaming at the mouth, the director could only lie there, stammering, "Yes." He then looked up at Sungwoo. "I used that rat to buy myself time. Enough time to take the poison. You old fool. My colleagues will give a test subject like you the special treatment you deserve." Sungwoo stared back, his expression like ice. "Even better. That means I won't have to get my hands dirty." The poison began to take full effect as the director coughed up blood, but he still managed to choke out. What? What do you mean by that?" Sungwoo simply raised his hand and began an incantation. "You will never find out," he said, activating his resurrection skill. "I will raise you as my loyal skeleton and read the fragments of your memories." Suddenly, the system chimed in. "A living creature cannot be turned into a loyal skeleton." The message caught him off guard for a second, but what needed to be done was clear. He delivered a brutal kick to the director's groin. Tears of pure rage streamed down the director's face as he whimpered. That was a dirty move. He then saw Sungwoo draw his sword and declare, "You don't deserve to live." The words struck terror into the man's heart, and he scrambled backward in a desperate attempt to flee. "Wait, I'll cooperate. I'll give you my inventions." But it was far too late for regrets. Sungwoo ended his life with a single thrust through the chest. Immediately, the system announced, "The deceased has become your loyal skeleton. You can now check the memory fragments of the deceased." That familiar light flashed again, pulling Sungwoo's consciousness into the void. He saw the image of the director, trembling in his chair as he uttered, "I'm being appointed the director of the research center." A voice from across the table replied, "That is correct. As soon as you officially become a doctor, you will be in charge of this center." Sungwoo's eyes widened in realization. So this man was the linchpin connecting everything. The ringleader of the smugglers, the mysterious doctor continued, "And when you get there, make sure to produce as many pressure valves as possible." Sungwoo was shocked. "As many pressure valves as possible?" "Correct." "Can you handle that?" the other man asked. The director shouted with glee, "Yes, that's my specialty. I'd say 80% of the items produced there are my own creations." He was overjoyed. "I only assist with the other items, but this particular one is my masterpiece, my pride and joy." "There. How would you like it? Should I just manufacture them and then release them at John Deere?" The doctor's plan was to create enough to capture those insects. He added, "Leave the rest to those monster mages. They will use their teleportation skills to transport the imprisoned boss monster to John Deere. Release all three of them, one by one." This revelation stunned both Sungwoo and the director in the memory. Sungwoo's mind was racing. 3 of them. They're holding 3 boss monsters captive. The director himself was panicked. Those mages? A task this important. Can we really entrust it to them? The doctor's tone sharpened. "Watch your mouth. If it weren't for them, then our plan is doomed to fail, especially since those 4 mage beasts are stronger than the top 3 players. We have to borrow their power." Hearing this, Sungwoo bit his lip, thinking, how can we just assume that those 4 monsters are stronger than high-level rankers? Those beasts are the ones who refuse to choose cards, and they're always trying to figure out the reason for things. In my experience, there's no way they're stronger than a ranker. But as Sungwoo considered it, a new thought sparked in his mind, his experience. Just because they didn't choose cards doesn't mean they can't evolve. At that thought, Sungwoo's expression tensed. And another thing, those monsters must have been given their own special quests. Just like those scientists. These exclusive missions are a chance for them to become more powerful. His own growth was proof of that. Knowing they're even stronger than Cairo only makes me want to hunt them down and turn their corpses into powerful elixirs. After the director finished, the doctor chimed in. "By the way," he said grimly, "our main goal isn't to kill the players. So after we capture them, we shouldn't torture them." The director shot up from his seat, ecstatic. "I knew it. Our true purpose is to create a new race for Jelloito. I believe humanity is capable of a grand evolution. That's why I'm working so hard now." Sungwoo was stunned by the revelation. A new race? I have to remember that. That phrase might be part of their exclusive quest. As they were talking, the alpha wolf entered and asked, "It seems you two are discussing something important." Sungwoo looked at the white-furred wolf, I've seen this one before, which means he's a key figure. The moment he saw it, the director stood respectfully. You've arrived, Great Mage, number 3. But the creature seemed displeased with the title. Wrong. I am no mage. The director noticed its ears were glowing faintly. It continued aggressively. You must assume I'm a mage because of my appearance, don't you? But I am just like you, Quentin. The director was horrified. How do you know my name? The wolf peeled off its glove, revealing a set of razor-sharp claws. The pretense was over. In truth, I'm just another type of human. It spoke while placing its hand on the director's stomach. The man jolted in shock. The director clutched his stomach in panic. What did you just do to me? The alpha wolf casually pulled its glove back on. Think of it as insurance. You and I will be working together for a long time. We should at least have a safety device. It will protect both of us, Quentin. If danger arises, you can send a message through this device. At that moment, something blue began to rapidly spread through the director's every cell. A system alert flashed. Warning, you have been drained while examining a memory fragment. Sung Woo panicked. What's happening? The alpha wolf had finally noticed him. It gritted its teeth. So it was you. Necromancer Sung Woo. It continued, I can't believe you made it to Cinderim so quickly after we just dealt with the situation in Yongdengpo. Sung Woo was shocked. Is this one of its skills? The alpha wolf pieced everything together, then asked aggressively. So, you can use this trick to read the memories of the dead? Yes. Sung Woo no longer bothered to hide. Cinderim is more empty than I expected. Your real body must be somewhere else, right? His question infuriated the alpha wolf, its piercing blue eyes glaring at Sung Woo. Furious, the alpha wolf issued a threat. Necromancer, stay out of our way. No matter how long this war drags on, victory will be ours. Don't think you're so great just because of your high rank. To us, you are nothing. As soon as it finished speaking, it lunged forward. Faced with such a massive and aggressive beast, Sung Woo simply stood his ground and asked calmly, And who is us? The alpha wolf no longer felt the need to hide it. It opened its mouth and declared, The Evolution Society. Remember that name, because we are the ones who will end human history. With that final word, it unleashed a devastating attack right at Sung Woo. It sent him flying. He let out a pained grunt. That thing even has a mind-probing skill. This won't be an easy fight. He quickly calculated that the enemy had planned to summon 3 boss monsters in a row. Since the first boss failed, it's highly likely their entire plan has now changed. I can't help but worry. Just then, Dry quickly approached. Sung Woo struggled to his feet and asked, That's right, you found something, didn't you? It turned out to be a map. With a single glance, he knew it was a map of central Jeoludo, marked as Point A. Point B was located around the Sosa district of Bucheon, and Point C was Byongji Station in Anyang. Sung Woo calculated inwardly. All the arrows were pointing toward Jeoludo. That's it. These are the locations of the boss monsters. We took down one of the 3 beasts before the dragon appeared. And the ogre warrior is now on my side. Sung Woo calculated inwardly. That means the last one must be with that so-called Evolution Guild. Dawn was breaking fast. Inside a dilapidated building, survivors were working tirelessly. When they saw Sung Woo, they immediately waved with cheerful greetings. Standing nearby, Hanho puffed out his chest with pride. Ed noticed him at once and rushed over. You made it back so quickly. Was the outcome a good one? But Sung Woo ignored her question and got straight to business. I need you on the community forums. Find any information you can on Bucheon and Anyang for me. Focus on any posts about boss monsters. I need to speak with Jung-hoon alone. So everyone, please give us a moment. Ed nodded in understanding and quickly left. Sung Woo stepped inside. You look busy. His sudden appearance startled Jung-hoon. The man's face was gaunt with exhaustion as Sung Woo spoke. An event this huge means there's a mountain of things to deal with. Have you discovered anything? Sung Woo, what did you need to talk to me about? Sung Woo immediately pulled up a chair. A massive attack is coming, and it's aimed at Yongdengpo. Jung-hoon was stunned. Who told you that? Sung Woo explained that the attackers, who call themselves the Evolution Guild, weren't actually targeting the Freedom Guild. Jung-hoon's eyes widened. The Evolution Guild? Why have I never heard of them before? Why would they attack us? Sung Woo's voice was calm, as always, when he spoke one word, Gelito. Even in this critical situation, he remained composed. But the name sent Jung-hoon into a frenzy, and he shot to his feet. No way. I thought that was already taken care of. Seeing his panic, Sung Woo stepped in to reassure him. There's no definite news yet. It's just my theory. Jung-hoon slammed his hand on the table. Their existence alone is a bombshell. We have to stop them, no matter what it takes. Jung-hoon lowered his head in despair. Sung Woo, can you please help me? Sung Woo was surprised. Why so suddenly? Jung-hoon pressed on. Please, you have to protect Yongdengpo. As of right now, you're the only one capable of fighting back against that hellish power. I'll give you 1 million gold. I can't offer any more than that. Yes, please, just help me. Jung-hoon's desperation was palpable. Sungwoo was at a loss for words. Is he trying to use me? He wondered. But turning down a sum that large would be a real waste. Even if he is using me, Choi Jung-hoon isn't my enemy. So this could be fine. Besides, our main goal right now is to deal with the Evolution Guild. He then extended his hand with a smile. All right, we have a deal. Cutting to the scene outside, everyone was chatting happily with one another, when all of a sudden, Hanno saw him walk out. Hanno and Roy quickly ran over. Senior Sungwoo, are you all done? It seemed they'd been waiting for him. Seeing them all getting along so well, he started to tease them. You all seem to be getting along incredibly well. Already made friends with them, have you? Hanno shot back. Should I mention I befriended someone who once fought you? And Jisoo's popularity is on another level. Sungwoo scowled. They were all praising how great she looked in that red outfit, and said her hair looked like flower petals when she swung her sword. This seemed to annoy Sungwoo even more. Is that right? You were so busy talking nonsense you forgot the important stuff. Hanho then reached into his pocket. There's a new announcement on the community page. He held his phone out to Sungwoo. Senior, the rankings have changed again. The Yeongdi Ungpo prosecutor dropped to number 3, right behind a level 15 Dr. Yu. Sungwoo was shocked as he processed the news. This doctor is not someone we can afford to underestimate. This was an opponent that made even Sungwoo feel a bit uneasy. He wondered, is he also a member of the Evolution Guild? Sungwoo considered this. Level 15 is the highest level an awakened player can reach, at least for the first time. I don't know if only 5-star players can reach it, or if anyone can break through to level 15. But in any case, that Dr. Yu has already reached it. He began making his calculations. If we don't do something before he grows even more powerful. Just then, Jisoo finally finished her conversation. Hanho stepped forward and announced, Jisoo, you're finally out. Sungwoo covered his mouth, faking a few coughs. Did you manage to get anything useful from the Freedom Guild? Jisoo replied immediately, no, nothing at all. They just made me feel extremely uncomfortable. Hanho became indignant. What? Senior, don't tell me you actually thought Jisoo would abandon us. He kept talking. Do you have any idea how shocked and how much Jisoo cried when you died? Jisoo grew furious. Hanho, stop spouting nonsense. It was clear she had a fiery temper. The words had barely left her mouth when she thrust her sword in front of Hanho's face, making him go pale. I was only telling the truth. Elsewhere, Minho was completely lost. All he could see was his comrade, trembling violently on the cold ground. Sungwoo rushed over in a panic. What happened? Hanho moved in quickly to support the collapsing man. Minho's voice was faint, almost a whisper. I was just checking. Those suspicious vials. By the way, what were those vials you brought back from Shindoram? They're pure hell's breath. The moment you open one, the gas escapes. If you've been wronged in detail, place this open jar where your target lives. Sungwoo stepped forward and seized the jars. Hey, that's my prized possession. Keep your hands off. Minhwan protested, offended. Who would even want that? Just make sure you seal it tight. The man was brimming with confidence. In any case, I, the assistant of the Liberty Guild, will be your personal messenger. Sungwoo, Jisoo, and Hanho all shared the exact same thought. He definitely got demoted. Minhwan continued. The information you're looking for was investigated by a guild member. You should head there now. As the other two started to leave, Sungwoo quickly called out, but was she really that shocked when I died? Hanho was taken aback. Are you asking about Jisoo? He whispered. She didn't scream, but she definitely cried. She probably hates me now for revealing a secret like that. Sungwoo grew curious. Jisoo really cried? Are you sure it wasn't you? Hanho boasted proudly. Well, yeah, but I only cried because Roy died. I'm a cool guy, you know, senior. If you plan on dying again, make sure Roy is safe first. As soon as he finished, he lunged forward to hug Roy tightly. My love, Sungwoo thought to himself. For sure, if both of us fell into the water, he would save Roy first. Elsewhere, a hand, trembling with frustration, slammed repeatedly against a desk. It was Jung-hoon. He couldn't accept it. Recruiting me is one thing, but remember, you still owe me. Don't think I'll just hand over 1 million gold to you, especially not to someone who disappointed me so completely. That boss raid was a tactical disaster. We charged straight for the boss, without any regard for the other monsters, and the public has been ripping us apart for it. In terms of power and reputation right now, I've completely lost to Sungwoo. The people are all on his and Roy's side. More importantly, the heads of the giant club are all powerful players. I have to proceed with caution. Jung-hoon quickly reviewed his system status. His current objective was to train 30 members of the Conquest team to level 10. The reward, a first awakening. This victory must belong to a hero of overwhelming strength. and the player must complete this challenge before the world tree appears on Earth. Jung-hoon analyzed the situation. A personal quest, just for the captain of the conquest team. From what I've gathered, awakening quests are only given to 4 or 5-star players. That's why I have to clear this as quickly as possible. It's the only way I can challenge the other 5-star players. But of the required 30 members, 6 are already dead. I'm left with only 14. How in the world am I supposed to train 16 more people to level 10? Jung-hoon's head throbbed as he thought. This is impossible. But he knew. If it were Sungwoo, he could do it. It seemed he was plotting to use Sungwoo to train his own forces. The more Jung-hoon worried, the more determined he became. I must do something. I have to succeed. That single thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. For some reason, an uncontrollable rage began to well up inside Jung-hoon. It was clear he harbored a desperate ambition to defeat Sungwoo. Outside, his people had quickly assembled. Standing before Jung-hoon, Edith spoke loudly. You summoned us, Commander. Jung-hoon's face was grim. Edith, as of tomorrow, we resume the hunts. Select the members for the hunting party. Edith was shocked. What? But Commander, we need more time to restore this station. If we go hunting now. But before she could finish, Jung-hoon cut her off with a sharp tone. While we're busy rebuilding this station, others will surpass us. Then, if we're attacked, once more, the damage will be even more devastating. He went on, Sungwoo will handle that evolved boss soon enough. That will become our greatest threat. But in his mind, he was thinking, you must become the guard dog for the Liberty Guild. Then, Jung-hoon roared, we are the strongest guild in Korea. We will never taste defeat again. We will be the ones who emerge victorious. The scene shifts to a control room, where Sungwoo stood, observing everyone at work. He seemed to be looking for something. Minwon broke the silence. Sungwoo, my contact found the information you needed. The man reported. You wanted us to investigate the Sosa area, in Buchen and the Biolgio station in Anyang, correct? In Sosa. Sungwoo impatiently cut in. Did the civilians see any ogres there? The man quickly answered. Ah, yes, they did. It was the boss monster summoned during that raid. He then added, but they didn't just see them. This wasn't the first or second time. Someone was definitely suppressing this information. As for Byongai Station, Sungwoo cut in. It's filled with black smoke and hordes of zombies, right? The man was stunned. Yes, exactly. But how do you know that? He glanced helplessly over his shoulder, where a brilliant golden light suddenly flared, capturing everyone's attention. It was Han Ho. He was like a living information terminal. One look was all it took to realize he was the source of all this data. Minhoa's friend scowled. Looks like we found the last smartphone addict on Earth. Sungwoo just sighed in resignation. No, there's never been anyone like him. Han Ho immediately gave his report. Sunbae, the town is still secure. I've already contacted Tae-sum and told him to hold his position in a safe zone. He won't make a move. Sungwoo quickly processed the situation in his mind. The town was secure, and the boss fights at Jeluido and Sosa were already handled. That left only one location, Bo-engai. All the intel on the Bo-engai station forums warned players to stay far away. The entire area was flooded with a toxic gas and crawling with aimless zombies. He was certain that the gas was Hell's Breath, which meant one thing. The Evolution Society or another research facility had to be based there. Sungwoo turned to Minhwa. Assistant, I have a favor to ask. Minhwa answered immediately. What is it? A faint smile touched Sungwoo's lips as he said, let me borrow your knife. No one knew what he was planning. As night fell, dark clouds consumed the city, casting a grim and horrifying shadow over everything. On a deserted street, 2 figures sprinted for their lives. It was clear they were running from something truly terrifying. Soon, they were part of a larger crowd, all fleeing in terror. Faster. We have to run faster. The air filled with panicked gasps for breath. One of them cursed. Damn it. I don't think we can stop them this time. From a high vantage point, a lookout yelled down. The demolition squad is here. Take out that horde, he roared to his comrades. Light them up, now. If we can't hold the line here, the entire shelter is compromised. The zombies were closing in fast, swarming towards the desperate runners below. But the team above provided cover fire just in time. A rain of rocks and explosives crashed down on the horde, slowing their relentless advance. Survivors at the gate yelled, get inside, now. This was a grimly familiar scene for everyone here. The zombies charged with insane fury, desperate to tear them all to shreds. More terrifying than their rage was their sheer numbers. It was a sea of undead, an entire small town's worth. Inside the surveillance room, the operators trembled, some breaking down in tears. They were all struck speechless by the horrifying sight. The horde was too fast. There was no way everyone would make it out alive. One of the runners finally spoke, his voice grim. We have to make a stand here. If we don't, they'll breach the gate. We need to draw their attention. The rest of you, go. Find cover. A desperate plan was hatched in an instant. We'll split up, go in different directions. We have to lead them away from the shelter. One man tossed his supply pack to a young woman. Take this. Get it to your family. Then, he and his partner steeled themselves, gritting their teeth. Over here, you freaks, they roared. They had already accepted their fate. This was a suicide mission. The horde turned, charging them with renewed fury. Just as the lead monster raised its claws for the kill, something shot across the sky in a blinding blur of motion. Instantly, the attention of every single zombie snapped upwards, their mindless hunger replaced by a flicker of confusion. They stared, jaws agape, as a massive fireball erupted in the sky, painting the entire area in a brilliant, terrifying crimson. The blast was so powerful, it incinerated a huge chunk of the horde in an instant. The two would-be sacrifices could only stare in utter disbelief as the long-haired man turned to his friend. Who was that? Suddenly, his partner screamed, "It's a summon." A massive cloud of blue smoke materialized before them, making them jump back in shock. And from the smoke emerged Sung Yu. "Jisoo," he said calmly, "I'm using the skill. Get clear." Sung Yu activated, Blessing of the Thunder God, consuming his entire mana pool to generate unimaginable power. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Jisoo instantly shot away from her position. The moment she was clear, Sung Yu unleashed his power again, detonating the very ground the zombies stood on. Once more, the horde was consumed by a raging sea of flames, the air filled with the sound of sizzling flesh and the dying screams of the undead. But he wasn't finished yet. Sung Yu's massive summon moved in, bringing its giant foot down to crush the bones of any surviving zombies. He was planning to wipe every last one of these abominations off the face of the earth. Inside the shelter, a survivor stared out in absolute shock, stammering, "What in the world is that? A skeleton?" The two onlookers shouted in disbelief, "It's him, the man from the live broadcast. The one who single-handedly defeated two boss monsters. The necromancer." To everyone else, he looked like an envoy from the underworld. Sung Woo's expression was grim, his entire body radiating an icy cold aura. As night fell, a lone helicopter circled in the sky above. They had no idea who was inside. Down below, Hanho's parents and the other survivors were holding up a banner, waiting for Sung Woo. When Sung Yu's group returned, everyone was stunned into silence. Hanho beamed, puffing out his chest. "Your heroes have returned. You must have been worried sick, but thankfully my senior and I handled everything." Hanho's father's face fell. "Is it just you? Where are the others who went with you?" Hanho looked serious. "We were worried some dangerous force might attack the village, so we decided someone important needed to stay here." Hanho's mother thought to herself, "He definitely got kicked out." The other two shared her grim expression, thinking the exact same thing. But Hanho remained cheerful. "To maintain this safe zone, we're going to need gold." His father covered his mouth and whispered. So in the end, he just did a bunch of odd jobs. His mother quickly defended him. "Our son earned a lot of gold catching goblins and kobolds." Hanho forced a smile. "I really thought I was being abandoned, but my senior showed me his true sincerity." Then he opened a case and pulled out Rai, the senior's true right-hand man. This time, he entrusted him to me. Hanho's father's eyes lit up. "If it's Rai, then we can trust him." Gi Hong-soo added, "You'll be a great help to us." Sergeant Kim walked over and started untying him, whispering, "Were you kidnapped?" Then he stared in shock. Rai had vanished in an instant. It seems Sergeant Kim's guess was right on the money. Hanho screamed, "Catch him. Don't let him get away." Sergeant Kim's face went pale as he broke into a cold sweat. "What do you mean by that?" After wiping out the zombies, the surrounding landscape had become eerily quiet. For a moment, it seemed like everything was safe. But just outside the room, someone was listening in on their conversation. A few small hands and heads peeked over the edge. It was a necromancer. A necromancer is really here, the symbol of justice and faith, the necromancer himself. It turns out they were just kids from who knows where. But one look was enough to tell they were Sung Yu's biggest fans. He heard everything they were saying, feeling helpless. A necromancer of justice and faith? What is this strange combination? Jisoo was impressed. "I can't believe there are so many children here. If we hadn't come back when we did, they might have been in real danger." But suddenly, a panicked voice cried out, "Miss Jisoo, your chin. And your neck. There's so much blood on you." A dazed Jisoo quickly wiped it away with her hand. "It's not like before. I'm used to the smell of blood now." Sung Yu thought to himself, "Not like before." He fell into a deep thought. Looking back, we spent a long time together, haven't we? But I still don't know that much about her, from what I remember. His thoughts prompted a question. "You said you lived on Jeju Island, right?" Jisoo answered briskly, "That's right." He asked curiously, "Do you think you'll ever go back?" It seemed Jisoo didn't want to talk about her family. Her voice turned cold. "Who knows, whether I can or not. I have no idea what will happen, but I'm sure my parents are still alive and well." It was clear that whenever her family came up, Jisoo adopted an icy demeanor. She spoke of them without a trace of emotion. They were horrifying people, so horrifying that I just wanted to run as far away as possible. Sung Yu wondered, what kind of family is that? She continued, by the time I was finally free from that place, the world had already become like this. He listened in silence, realizing just how deep the rift with her family was. Is it selfish of me to be happy that she won't be leaving us? Just as he was lost in thought, someone approached. The door opened, and the strange noise made Sung Yu spin around defensively. A man in a white lab coat walked in cheerfully. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. My name is Min Sok. Seeing him, Sung Yu figured this must be the leader here, but he quickly stood up. I'm Du Sung Yu. The man replied instantly, I'm well aware of your esteemed name, Necromancer, and the fire devil beside you as well. Jisoo pointed to herself in astonishment, completely shocked to hear she had a nickname like that. Jisoo let out a laugh. You don't know our real names, so you're just calling us by the nicknames everyone else made up. Min Sok smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Well, seeing you dressed in red, fighting among all those monsters, you really do look like a devil. I'm sorry if I made you angry. Jisoo's smile was stiff. No, it's fine. In fact, now I really want to meet the person who came up with that name. Min Sok replied innocently. You think it's a cool name too, right? Sung Yu fooned. You should run away now, you big-mouthed old man. Min Sok recounted. We all watched the video of your raid. You were both amazing. To all the kids here, you're both heroes. And you're the Gossip Dagger. Jisoo covered her mouth, shaking with laughter. The Gossip Dagger? There are even more nicknames like this. Min Seok continued. They were all created by the same person. Sung Ho's face darkened with irritation. Seriously, old man, that's enough. Just then, Min Seok finally got to the point. By the way, his hesitant words caught the young man slightly off guard. He continued, I am incredibly grateful that you saved us, but please, I must ask you to leave this place. For some reason, Min Seok was urging them to go. What? Jisoo and Sung Woo were both stunned. Min Seok explained, for the past 3 days, this place has been under a relentless zombie assault. We've been barely holding on. Jisoo asked urgently, but why didn't you try to escape or ask for our help? Min Seok gritted his teeth. Because of that bastard's damn quest. Sung Woo's mind raced. Is it the same thing again? Min Seok clarified, this is a regional quest. Anyone within this zone is forced to accept it. The moment we step outside this building, that horde of zombies will hunt us down instantly. As time passed, more and more monsters appeared. Half of our people are elderly and children, so we couldn't possibly abandon them. Other outsiders were given the same choice, but after hearing our situation, they hesitated. As he spoke, Min Seok couldn't help but clench his fists. He was trembling, the pain of his memories clear on his face. Sung Woo thought grimly, this group's situation was anything but simple. They were the most vulnerable members of society, utterly powerless. In a crisis, the strong sometimes sacrifice themselves for the weak. If they succeed, it's a heroic tale. But if they fail, our overall strength just gets weaker and weaker. We no longer have the power to fight the monsters, nor can we survive this quest. Before he could finish his thought, Min Seok spoke again. I'll be direct with you too. If you don't want to get involved in this quest, please leave before midnight. Faced with this ultimatum, Sung Woo thought carefully. It was all a lie. His words told them to go, but his eyes were screaming for salvation. Still, Sung Woo couldn't just ignore their plea. Sung Woo made his decision. No, we came here to save Beolgeo Station. Min Seok and his wife were overjoyed. They grabbed his hands tightly, repeating over and over, Thank you. Thank you so much. Finally, there's hope that my family can be saved. Min Seok then added, It's getting late. I suppose I should stop bothering you two now. His wife chimed in, We've prepared this room for you. At her words, Jisoo looked like she was about to explode. The room had only one bed, and it was a double bed. Both of them blushed beet red and refused. No, if it's possible. Could we have 2 rooms? The kids outside stifled their laughter as Min Seok smiled warmly. Of course. I'll get it ready for you. After the adults left, one of the boys bravely approached them. Excuse us, but can we come in? Jisoo smiled at the children. She always had a soft spot for kids. Of course you can. Come on in. The moment the kids stepped inside, the two were swarmed by innocent, excited cheers. Wow, it's the real necromancer. And the flame sorceress is so cool. One of the kids shouted boldly. Sir, could you please show us a skeleton? Sung Woo was taken aback. A skeleton? But he couldn't bring himself to refuse them. I guess I can show them this one. He then gave the command, come forth. Roy was swiftly summoned. It struck a cool pose, looking every bit like a true ancient warrior. The second the kids saw Roy, their eyes lit up with excitement. It's a skeleton, they yelled. He's so cute. Sung Woo thought with a sigh of resignation. The more it looks like a real skeleton, the more the kids are going to torment it. You'll have to endure it for me, Roy. Soon, dawn was approaching, and a thick fog had enveloped the city. The atmosphere itself felt heavy with death. Sungwoo tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep with so many thoughts racing through his mind. The smiles on those kids' faces are still so bright. It's incredible that a place like this still exists. I'm glad it does. Suddenly, a system notification. Regional quest. Title: City of the Dead. Objective: eliminate, purify, or conquer. The goal is to escape the area or conquer the zombie horde. The reward will depend on your choice. Sungwoo sat bolt upright. A quest notification in the middle of the night. Then, a system warning blared. Mission difficulty will be reset due to a player above level 15 in the area. He panicked. Reset? Level 15. That means it's my fault. Hurried footsteps echoed down the hall. It was probably Jisoo and Roy. She threw the door open, screaming, Sungwoo. The entire city is engulfed in flames. His blood ran cold. Can you feel anything? He asked. Jisoo closed her eyes, concentrating. Sungwoo's mind raced. The sensations flooding her senses were almost too much to put into words. She spoke in a rush. I can feel tremors everywhere, and there are countless footsteps surrounding this building. A system alert rang out. Zombies were now hunting survivors both inside the building and out. Sungwoo's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone, to the roof. Now, the children, terrified, cried out for their mothers. Minsuk's wife tried to soothe them. Hush now, run upstairs. Quickly. In moments, everyone had gathered together. One of the survivors turned to him. Sungwoo, Jisoo, we're in big trouble. Normally, the zombies can't get us in here, but now. Before the man could finish, Sungwoo cut him off. The difficulties increased because a powerful player is here. A cold fury ignited in Sungwoo's eyes. Why do they treat us like lab rats? It's time we showed them things won't go their way. Outside the hospital, a wave of ferocious zombies was closing in. It was clear the building wouldn't hold for long. Minsuk shouted, anyone who can't fight, get to the rooftop. If those zombies team up with ghouls, it's over for us. Sungwoo's mind raced. He knew ghouls were a different breed of flesh eater. In fantasy lore, they were a higher tier undead, even more dangerous than zombies. And in this twisted game, you had to play by the rules of fantasy. Suddenly, Minsuk's child broke his train of thought, calling out in fear, Dad. Minsuk's voice softened. Son, daughter, how are you two holding up? Should we head to the roof, just like we practiced? The two children, fighting back tears, replied, Are there zombies? Are we in big trouble? Like Hyunjin said. Seeing their terror, Minsuk spoke gently. Don't worry, Daddy will save you. And the necromancer uncles are here too. The little boy's eyes welled up. Daddy, uncles, please be careful. His sister, finding her courage, yelled, You can do it. After a quick farewell, the children were guided safely, up to the roof. It wasn't a moment too soon. The main doors began to splinter and buckle. A survivor screamed in panic. Minsuk, they're right outside. Minsuk roared back. Are all the windows barricaded? Block the doors with anything you can find. But the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. They crashed against the defenses in a frenzy. The makeshift barriers wouldn't last much longer. Minsuk gritted his teeth. There must be at least 200 of them. Sungwoo calculated grimly. If they got pinned down in here, he couldn't even summon his skeletons properly. A plan suddenly formed in his mind. He turned to the others and declared, We're going outside. Minsuk stared in disbelief. What? Sungwoo explained. Fighting in a confined space like this gives us no advantage. The battle will drag on, and we'll all be exhausted. We're going to break their siege and take the fight to them. Minsuk nodded, his decision made in an instant. In this death game, standing still was a death sentence. I'm with you. Sungwoo thought to himself. Unfortunately, corpse explosion is useless against zombies, but against those ghouls. As the plan solidified, he summoned his bone armor, encasing his body in an instant. Then, Sungwoo narrowed his eyes. I'll show you what an unbreakable wall looks like. He equipped the beetle shield, a synergy-type weapon. Attacking with this shield would boost his physical power and deflection rate. The moment the zombies saw him, they surged forward like starving wolves. A system notification appeared. Low-tier undead, faced with overwhelming deathly power. All stats have been reduced by 30%. Sungwoo's undead mount let out a terrifying roar, sending a shockwave that blasted the closest zombies back. If a zombie injures you, Sungwoo recalled, the infection spreads. Minsuk had once told him he had to kill his own comrades after they turned. However, his skeletons had no such weakness. Sungwoo roared, Let them come. Minsuk let out a battle cry, swinging his blade with ferocious power. Courageous pressure. He followed up with another skill, Whirlwind Blade. The attack tore through the horde, ripping zombies to shreds. Sungwoo watched in awe. He really is a captain. His combat power is insane, He must have a related class. Isn't that skill a tier 3 or 4 ability? Sungwoo signaled his skeleton soldiers to fall back into a defensive line. The zombies scrambled forward, climbing over each other in a frenzy. They were relentless, a grotesque tide of bodies trampling over their own kind. Despite the resistance, they showed no signs of stopping. Sungwoo held out his hand, muttering to himself, "I know it's ridiculous to say this to a zombie, but let's see if this skill still works after you're dead." With that, his eyes locked onto the horde with deadly intent. He unleashed his ultimate skill once more, Corpse Explosion. A deafening blast echoed through the street, wiping out dozens of zombies in a single, devastating attack. Minseok's group watched in stunned silence. My god, their firepower is on a whole other level. With just one attack, he completely obliterated their only escape route. Sungwoo continued to calculate his next move. I have to use Corpse Explosion carefully, he thought. There are children in here. It won't just destroy the building. The sound it makes will be massive. A shout came from outside. Look, more zombies are coming. Damn it. We've killed so many, and there's still an endless horde. Minseok saw him emerge and yelled, Sungwoo, but he simply replied with unnerving calm. We'll take this outside, where there's more room. A system alert chimed. Warning, this area is now beginning the grand plan. In an instant, Sungwoo summoned a massive dragon made of bone. Everyone who saw it froze in absolute shock. What is that thing? The girl beside him exclaimed with joy. It's a drake. Immediately, a flood of rewards appeared. Gold for hunting low-level zombies, which meant the drake was already slaughtering the undead by the hundreds. The summoning left everyone utterly speechless. They simply could not believe their eyes. Incredible. He's tearing right through them like they're nothing. Minseok turned back to Sungwoo. Please, save the people on the rooftop. I've prepared a bus in the underground parking lot for a worst-case scenario. Then, another system alert suddenly flashed. A teammate's power has returned to eternal death. The message startled Sungwoo. One after another, then another. They kept charging forward in a mindless frenzy, a tide that had no source. Sungwoo was confident in a war of attrition, but even he felt the pressure. This was too many. Still, he knew he needed to conserve Death Response and Necromancer's Call. He thought to himself, I don't know what other horrors today might hold. He turned to Jisoo and said, let's go. Jisoo raised a hand to her face. Right. I've been ready for a while. She was equipping the Purification Fashion Mask, an item that provided poison resistance. It was crafted by Old Man Kim of Gaebyong Station from a cloth soaked in a detoxification solution. The horde of corpses continued their relentless charge. By now, the bodies of the dead were piled into mountains. Jisoo unleashed a ferocious flurry of slashes, cutting through the air. Her sword strikes seemed to weave a protective barrier. Sungwoo watched, impressed. She's fast, precise, and incredibly powerful. She's easily more skilled than anyone I've ever seen in combat. Just then, Minseok's bus arrived. There were 2 of them, enough for everyone. He quickly ran down to Sungwoo. The bus is ready. We've done our best to stop the zombies here. Now go get the others. His wife urged the people inside. Buckle your safety restraints and don't make a sound. Are we really leaving like this? A terrified boy asked his sister. How much longer will the zombies chase us? She looked at him gently. Everything will be okay, as long as we can escape this nightmare. The system chimed again. Warning, ghouls have smelled living flesh and are approaching. Sungwoo stiffened. Ghouls? He cursed under his breath. Damn it. How are those kids supposed to fight off zombies? Minseok shouted, Sungwoo, we have to keep them away from the children. They're fast, and they specifically target the kids. Minseok's voice cracked with trauma. Those bastards. They smashed my car window. Hyeon and I, they took our youngest son. I couldn't even react. Minseok broke down, his body trembling with grief. If that happens again, Sungwoo stepped forward to reassure him. I will do everything in my power to stop that. But he cursed himself internally. He was furious with himself, because besides offering words, there was nothing else he could do. Minseok wiped his tears, moved by the promise. Thank you. I'll give it my all. This time, I swear I will protect my family. The Bone Dragon took the lead, carving a path, while the 2 buses were flanked by an escort of skeleton soldiers. Sungwoo mapped out their strategy. Escorting these buses means our movement will be slow, but it was the best way to get to Gaebyong Station with everyone who wanted to escape this damn game. They had to break the encirclement and escape the tide of zombies. If the mission ended by destroying the mastermind, all the better. Someone spoke up. Why did it suddenly get so quiet? The person behind him hit him in frustration. Ghouls don't make a sound when they're feasting. A wave of pure horror washed over the group. This place has been overrun, too. But it was safe when we had lunch here yesterday. Jisoo leaned in and whispered into Sungwoo's ear. Something's getting closer. Panic filled the air. They're here. Those things are back again. The ghouls. The words "stay quiet" had barely left his lips when blood splattered. In a flash, the ghouls descended upon them. Sungwoo screamed in shock, "This is insane. Everyone, stay sharp." He never imagined they could be this fast. Jisoo yelled out to Minsuk, "You're left." But the sudden warning caught him off guard, leaving no time to react. A ghoul moved with blinding speed, trampling right over Minsuk as it vaulted into the air. It landed directly in front of the two children. No one could react in time. They could only scream in helpless despair. But wait, Jisoo was faster, her sword already swinging with deadly force. She slashed towards the ghoul. She was fighting desperately to protect Minsuk's family. Sungwoo gritted his teeth. "It's too fast. Much faster than I anticipated." Only Jisoo even managed to react. Suddenly, terrified screams erupted from the crowd. "They're coming. The ghouls are here." They were leading a frenzied zombie horde, charging straight ahead. Minsuk's group began to tremble with fear. There were just too many zombies and ghouls. Out of nowhere, as if struck by a thought, Minsuk turned and spoke to Sungwoo with a wavering voice. "When someone becomes a skeleton, are they still aware of anything?" As for this question, Sungwoo was taken aback. He thought to himself, "What is this guy talking about?" He turned back and stated firmly, "Definitely not. As long as I'm around, that will never happen." Minsuk pressed on, "Sungwoo, can I ask you for a favor? If I die." A sudden shout cut through the air. "They're coming. Protect the children." A skeleton soldier immediately charged forward, but the ghouls were even faster, leaping onto the skeleton soldier's head and continuing their frenzied charge. The move left everyone completely stunned. Sungwoo clenched his jaw, his entire body going rigid. So fast, and their movements. These monsters moved in such bizarre, unnatural ways. He focused all his senses on observing these creatures, trying to find a weakness. "There's a ghoul on the bus roof, and another one behind us." They were attacking with savage fury, targeting the children. It seemed this was their favorite kind of meal. Sungwoo roared at his skeleton soldier, "Stop them." The skeleton obeyed, slamming a ghoul to the ground. But for every one that fell, another charged forward with even more insanity. It was like they were on some kind of super steroid, impossibly powerful. Just then, a system notification appeared. "One of your soldiers has returned to eternal death." A skeleton had actually been taken down by a ghoul. The creature looked at Sungwoo and smirked. It was as if it believed he was powerless against them. Enraged, Minsuk lunged forward, roaring, "You monster!" before unleashing a critical strike against it. Sungwoo screamed, "Minsuk, behind you." But this time, it seemed he wasn't fast enough to react. Luckily, Minsuk managed to raise his shield just in the nick of time, successfully blocking the ghoul's fatal blow. The battle was now a scene of utter chaos. Minsuk relentlessly cut down the ghouls, slicing them in two, but their numbers were still overwhelming. He pushed forward, only to look back at the horde in complete horror. Are they regenerating that quickly? Seeing Minsuk start to lose his cool, Sungwoo stepped forward. "Don't worry. I'll take control of the situation from now on," the system announced. "You have summoned the Green Reaper. Duration, 1 hour." In that moment, Sungwoo gained the power of the leech, increasing each legion's unit count by 50 and all stats by 10. He could now resurrect the surrounding undead infinitely until his legion's limit was met. He stared out at the wasteland before him. He thought grimly, "I was hoping to salvage this, but the situation is too far gone." The system chimed in again. "You can now absorb deceased monsters into your legion. These are the corpses of monsters that previously had a master. Their contract was nullified upon death, so they will now become your subordinates." Sungwoo decided to absorb all the fallen ghouls into his army. Using ghouls to fight ghouls was the only way to turn this desperate situation around. It seemed the new strategy was working. The enemy ghouls were being killed one by one, and gold from the hunts flowed directly to Sungwoo. Minsuk also activated his wall of courage and charged in with his sword swinging. His aim was flawless, striking precisely at their joints. Sungwoo was satisfied. Minsuk ferociously carved through the ghouls, with every slash hitting a critical point, each blow sending them to their doom. Sungwoo thought, "His movements are so fluid, but if I were to compare him to the others, not including skills, he's on the same level as Jung-hoon." Minsuk let out a furious battle cry. "This time, I will never let you take them from me." Images of his family and his young children flashed through his mind, along with his poor, ill-fated youngest son. Sungwoo's soldiers were providing cover, allowing everyone to advance. One of them shouted, "Close in on the ghouls." Sungwoo considered the situation. "This might take a while, but if we continue like this, we can defeat all the ghouls. But we won't be able to save every single person. Only myself, Jisoo, and Minsuk can actually fight them," he calculated. "The rankers and oxers are already tied up with the zombies. They don't have the time or the strength to fight the ghouls." He thought, "The reason I don't want to go all out is because these people are risking their lives to save their own families. Just because I had my first awakening doesn't mean I can solve everything on my own. I have to become stronger. That one thought echoed endlessly in his mind. In a flash, a ghoul's savage hand punched straight through the side of the bus. With a sickening crunch, the bus door burst open. Minsok's wife clutched their children, her voice trembling with terror. "Honey, a ghoul. It's inside." A man charged forward, roaring, "You bastard! Don't you dare touch my kid." But his bravery was met with a swift, brutal strike from the ghoul. A sickening tear pierced through his stomach as his child watched their father die right before their eyes. The girl was frozen in pure terror, unable to even scream. Minsok's eyes widened in horror, but just then, the system chimed in. Skill unusable. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. A wave of desperation washed over Minsok. With a desperate roar, he lunged forward, tackling the ghoul head-on. "I won't let you take anyone else." It was clear Minsok was prepared to sacrifice everything for his family. His wife and children screamed his name, their voices filled with anguish. Sungwoo watched in dismay. Damn it, he went down with the ghoul. The boy cried out, "Mr. Necromancer, please save my dad." Sungwoo immediately rushed down to help Minsok, but by the time he got there, he saw the ghoul was already dead, impaled on Minsok's weapon. But the victory came at a heavy price, as Minsok coughed up a fatal amount of blood. Sungwoo's heart sank, watching his comrade fall. Then he immediately turned away. "I'll get you a potion." But Minsok's weakening voice called after him. It's too late. He stared at the blood coating his trembling hands. "You know it won't work." Minsok continued, "I have to protect my family. I know you haven't answered me yet, but please, Sungwoo, my family. Even if it costs me everything, I'm begging you." With his dying breath, Minsok made his final, desperate plea to Sungwoo, and with that, his strength gave out, and he collapsed, lifeless, before Sungwoo's very eye. The image was like a mortal begging the god of death himself. Just then, the system flashed. "You have met the conditions to activate a personal quest. The objective, turn the night into an undead night." Now, Sungwoo had to make a choice. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "It's another forced quest. This damn system." Sungwoo glared down at Minsok's body on the ground. Fresh blood still pooled around him. He thought to himself, "I'll accept your request. I don't know how I'll face your family, but this is the only way for me to survive." A flash of eerie green light erupted, and Minsok awoke. He felt as if he were floating in an endless void. "I'm dead. Is this the afterlife?" A white skeleton standing before him calmly replied, "Not yet." Minsok was stunned. The Grim Reaper? He looked at himself. "This isn't the afterlife, but I'm definitely dead. I'll never see my family again." His thoughts drifted to happier times. "I wanted to be a good husband, a good father, but this world took everything from me." Suddenly, a strange transformation began to overtake his body. Minsok gasped. "My whole body?" The skeleton explained. "The necromancer is turning you into an undead." Minsok's eyes widened. "Sungwoo." The Grim Reaper continued, "Entrust your family to him. You will forget everything and return to the realm of the dead. You no longer need to fear or worry." For a moment, Minsok felt at peace. "That's right. Sungwoo will protect my family. I'll forget it all. Forget these burning tears." The tears of a man worried for his family streamed down his face. Minsok cried out in anguish, "Don't take them away. My memories of my family. I have to protect them." The Grim Reaper scoffed. "How foolish. Someone stronger than you is protecting them now. Why can't you just cast aside those damned emotions?" Racked with pain, Minsok trembled as he bit down hard. "Because I'm the head of my family. I must protect them." The Grim Reaper pointed a bony finger at his chest. "Is that so? Then let's see if you can continue to protect them." Another surge of green light flared, and Minsok's spirit was flung into the air. His form began to fade away. When he opened his eyes again, Sungwoo was standing there, watching him silently. The system chimed. "You have formed a pact with the undead knight. His memories from this life have been preserved due to special conditions being met. He can now be added to your legion." Minsok stared at his own body in disbelief. "An undead knight?" Even Sungwoo was shocked. "You can speak? You can now fulfill your own dying wish." Sungwoo couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? He's the strangest undead I've ever encountered. Sungwoo thought to himself, watching Minsok's figure. "Minsok, I have so many questions, but we're still surrounded by ghouls." Sungwoo then gave his command. "Go up there and take care of them first. It's time for the knight to return to the battlefield." Meanwhile, outside, Jisoo was still locked in a desperate fight. The sword in her hand was a blur of motion, cutting down the red ghouls before her. Every single strike was a killing blow. Elsewhere, her battle companion was struggling. He grimaced and muttered, "It looks like we have to get back to the bus." Hearing this, Jisoo's brow furrowed. She pushed too far ahead. With a firm nod, she replied, "On my way." With that, she turned her gaze to the remaining red devils. A cold fire in her eyes, she declared, "I'm about to roast you all alive." Meanwhile, back at the bus, the others were desperately defending the vehicle from a horde of red devils. Someone yelled out in desperation, "Forget roasting them, protect the bus." But even so, a few of the red devils managed to slip through. One charged at Min Sok's family, causing his wife to scream in terror, "Darling, somebody, please help." In that split second, as fate hung by a thread, a flash of light cut through the air, cleaving the crimson ghoul in two. It was Min Sok's new form, and he had arrived just in time. Seeing who it was, Min Sok's wife's eyes filled with tears, and the two children reacted the same way. At that very moment, Min Sok found himself surrounded by crimson ghouls, but this new state felt incredible. He could sense the undead even after their demise. The Death Knight was the strongest among them, which is why they were paralyzed with fear and tension. This was the pressure of a higher-ranked being. Just then, a crimson ghoul lunged aggressively toward Min Sok, but he felt no fear, his grip tightening on his blade. Immediately after, he began a one-sided slaughter of the ghouls before him, felling them one by one. A moment later, he sheathed his sword, sneering inwardly at the vile creatures. Over on the other side, the people struggling against the ghouls suddenly saw Min Sok's display of power, their eyes widening in utter shock. What is that? That Death Knight that just appeared? The other monsters can't even touch it. Not only that, but the surviving ghouls turned to flee in terror, but Min Sok wasn't about to give them that chance. He raised a hand, summoning violet iron chains that instantly wrapped around the escaping ghouls. In the next moment, Min Sok lifted them into the air, relentlessly burning them with searing flames. Just then, Sung Woo approached from behind, nodding in satisfaction, trusting the Dragon Slayer was the right call. Min Sok, however, seemed a bit regretful. It was a little tricky. That's because I lost the shield I always carry. Jisoo also walked over from a distance, announcing, "Sung Woo, we've wiped out all the crimson ghouls." As she spoke, she glanced toward Min Sok, an unspoken question in her eyes. Sung Woo knew what she wanted to ask. "I'll explain later," he said calmly. Elsewhere, another team began to pack up and leave. They had to get to Bio Station immediately because it was their turn to attack. A few hours later, in a certain town, Sung Woo's group had arrived after leaving the previous area. Sung Woo sighed with some frustration. "This took longer than I wanted, but it's time to go. Still, the mission is finished." Min Sok scanned her surroundings and said in a low voice, "The black smoke here is thicker than in other places." Sung Woo looked at him, hesitating, unsure if he should say anything. After a moment, he spoke up. "Aren't you going to say something to your family?" Min Sok shook his head slightly. "I'm dead now. Aren't there more important things to do?" He would tell them, but not until this was all over. "The kids are strong," he added. "They can handle it." Sung Woo frowned at his words. "You're not wrong, but being dead and becoming a Death Knight are two completely different things. I think your wife is bound to find out, but let's drop it." They advanced deeper into the area, which was quieter than Sung Woo expected. No guards. But then, a thought struck him. They could have built a safe zone inside. They probably used the smoke to keep enemies away. But if that's the case, how could they possibly contain the boss? In here, when they entered the quest zone, the boss was still alive, along with zombies and ghouls. It wasn't killed by magic or anything like that. The more he thought, the more confusing it became. He had to investigate. Just then, Min Sok suddenly spoke. "Sung Woo, you seem a bit too calm. I think we need to complete this mission as soon as possible." Sung Woo looked at him, asking suspiciously, "Are you worried about your family?" He reassured him Jisoo will protect them. She killed most of the ghouls and zombies on the way here. Besides, at midnight, the Lich's rest period will be over. The key to the Evolution Society is the boss. It would be great if we didn't run into them, but that's not going to happen. They quickly followed a path that led to a basement. Soon, they saw a white curtain hanging in front of them, with several pieces of paper tacked onto it, bearing text and an official seal. Min Sok frowned after reading it. Is this a government seal? Does the Evolution Society have government officials on their side? Sung Woo couldn't help but be surprised. He thought they were just a massive group that had shaken all of Korea, but whatever they were no longer a trustworthy organization. After a moment, they pushed through the curtain and entered. Immediately, a system notification announced that the Ghoul King boss monster had appeared. Startled, everyone looked inside and, sure enough, saw the creature. But something was strange about its arms and legs. Sung Woo cried out in alarm. Its condition is critical. Not only that, but an abyssal crack had appeared on its stomach, so this was the reason for the constant flood of zombies. By now, they had spread everywhere. Min Sok's brow furrowed angrily. Who in the world did this? While they were still reeling from the sight, a voice echoed from behind them. So it is you, Necromancer. They whipped their heads around in shock. Just then, Dr. 000's people approached, and a woman trailing behind them spoke in a low, chilling tone. The upgrade quest is releasing more black smoke. and the very test subject I desired has delivered itself to me. Dr. 000 narrowed his eyes at Sung Woo. Let's not be hasty and start a fight. You may not be aware, but I have a proposition for you. You've chosen a profession that deals with death while I research it. However, we are entirely different. Sung Woo's brow furrowed in suspicion. You research death? The man slowly began to explain his philosophy. I researched the energy of the abyss, a power that stands in opposition to all life. He said his colleagues believed. This was a test for humanity's evolution, a trial they had to overcome, and they had already found the method to do so, by casting away the cells of the human body and achieving transcendence. In that instant, it all clicked for Sung Woo. The newly transcendent. It all pointed to this one twisted idea, Dr. 000 continued. And by using this system, such a thing is entirely possible. The woman beside him added, even King Gao from this new quest will be useful for our research. And to think, the necromancer himself is here. It's as if someone is guiding our path. Dr. 000 nodded slightly, continuing. This game may seem random, but it's all controlled by a single artificial intelligence. You and I met because of this very quest. You are getting closer to the real answer. He then claimed they were the good ending to the game Sung Woo had foreseen. Sung Woo's brow knitted in thought. He's seen the end of this game? Does the Evolution Society have a prophecy stone of their own? Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Dr. 000 pressed his advantage. Let us work together. Join us in our grand design. It will benefit you greatly. He raised an eyebrow, looking down at Sung Woo. So, will you join our noble cause? At those words, Sung Woo let out a cold, contemptuous scoff. And become just another pawn in your twisted game? You're no different from the rest of these scumbags, releasing poison gas and experimenting on living people. No society that preaches about a noble mission is ever on the level, and I don't care about the motives of people who sacrifice others to save their own skin. Hearing this response, Dr. 000 let out a long, theatrical sigh. If these were more peaceful times, I might have taken the time to persuade you with proper academic theory. What a true shame. Sung Woo nodded in mock agreement. Yeah, makes me miss my school days. We had a special ethics education program for students. You know, you should have taken it. It might have made you a bit more persuasive. A flash of anger crossed Dr. 000's face. He then spoke, his voice cold. I suppose negotiations have failed. Seongguk. At his call, a blonde-haired man stepped forward. The seal on the Night Lich King will be broken in just a few minutes. Don't even think about it. Sung Woo snarled, then gave the order. Take them down. In a flash, Min Seok and Choi charged forward, but Seongguk didn't even flinch. He calmly activated his skill, Perfect Dance. Instantly, a debuff washed over Sung Woo's forces. Their physical resistance was slashed by a devastating 60%. Sung Woo bit his lip in frustration. That skill. It's just like Han Ho's. They're healers. With that realization, he roared his command. Healer abilities don't work on the undead. Target them first. He gambled that they didn't have a shielding skill, like the one Han Ho possessed. Immediately, a volley of arrows rained down on Seongguk, but just as the arrows were about to find their mark, the woman behind him scoffed. How crude. Have them back. As she spoke, a wave of energy pulsed from her hand, and every single arrow reversed course, flying right back at them. Sung Woo scrambled to raise his shield, shocked that she could telekinetically move objects. Is she a psychic? While Sung Woo was pinned down by his own arrows, Min Seok broke through and charged at Seongguk. But the dancer met his charge with a blast of divine power, sending Min Seok flying. Seeing this, Sung Woo cried out in alarm, Min Seok. All the while, Seongguk continued his unnerving dance, muttering to himself. A powerful physique and a healthy form forge an unyielding will. The psychic woman glared at him, clearly annoyed. Enough with the dancing, she snapped. Then, she pointed towards the chaos and gave a chilling command. The specimen tank. My treasure is in that room. Guard it well. At those words, Min Seok's head snapped around. And just as the man said, a group of creatures were trapped inside an energy field. Next to them lay a single, strange shoe. But Xiangjuke wasn't finished. With a triumphant smirk, he declared, We're attacking again. Break formation. A mere necromancer is nothing to us in the middle of our grand performance. But the moment the words left his lips, chains erupted from the shadows, instantly wrapping around the neck of one of his clones. More chains followed in a flash, binding its arms and legs completely. In the blink of an eye, the clone burst into a pool of blood. A figure stepped through the crimson puddle, and Min Seok stared coldly at Seongguk. I will never forgive you. You don't deserve to live. Hearing this, Seongguk scoffed in contempt, trying to act tough. Are you? You're nothing but an overgrown corpse. Obliterate them with the holy power of light. The words had barely escaped his mouth, when the magic circle before him began to whirl, unleashing a torrent of sacred energy. Sung Woo screamed a desperate warning, Min Seok, use a protective spell. But Min Sok had already activated his berserker skill. He instantly shattered Zeongguk's holy power. Staring at the scene, the man panicked. What kind of sorcery is this? Change formation. We're starting over. Meanwhile, Min Sok was just as surprised. He could feel the damage searing his body, but it was manageable. The holy light was gone. This isn't enough, I have to overwhelm them. With that thought, he unleashed a wave of suppressing light. Instantly, Zeongguk's clones dissolved into pools of blood, their very essence absorbed by Min Sok. Just then, the horde of zombies began to stir. Zeongguk desperately called for protection, but it was already too late. The living dead swarmed his men. Watching the chaos, the woman behind him cried out in disbelief, "Impossible. Feta was supposed to win this battle." Just then, Min Sok appeared right before her. He asked coldly, "It was you, wasn't it? The master of that experiment tank?" She flinched, firing off a desperate energy blast. She shrieked, "Get away from me. Stay back." But the blast barely fazed Min Sok. In a low voice, he continued, "From a simple experiment, you twisted it into a depraved project to serve your own selfish desires." With every word, her panic grew. She screamed hysterically, "Get away. Don't you dare come near me, you monster." Min Seok let out a cold snort and cut her down with a single, brutal slash. "You people are the real monsters." And just like that, her life was over. That's when the sound of slow clapping echoed through the room. Dr. Zero appeared with a chilling smile. "Excellent." Then something materialized in his hand as he spoke coldly. "I truly hoped it wouldn't come to this. I always have difficulty in battle because I lack any real combat skills." With that, he hurled the object to the ground. A powerful wave of energy erupted into the air. Seeing this, Sung Woo's brow furrowed. An attack item? Is his class a crafter? As he watched with suspicion, the strange energy expanded, filling the air. And in the next moment, vicious vines shot up from the floor, wrapping tightly around Min Sok. At the same time, an enraged Sung Woo charged forward, his sword flashing. He sliced through the vines in his path, then rushed furiously towards Dr. Zero. "This old man is far too cunning. I have to use everything I have." He immediately activated his lich skills. Dr. Zero sensed the shift in power. A smirk crossed his lips. It seems a tactical retreat is the optimal choice right now. With that, he threw another object down. A deafening explosion rocked the room. Using the blast as cover, the doctor turned and fled. The grenade's magic and lightning were designed to temporarily stun any opponent. But the doctor hadn't even taken a few steps when a sight made his eyes widen in pure terror, because Sung Woo was already standing right in front of him. Sung Woo spoke, his voice ice cold. "As you wish. You'll never have to see the light of day again." Without hesitation, he plunged his blade into the doctor. The man coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Biting back the pain, he spat with resentment. "You chose a good card. There's no better class for self-preservation than a summoner." He then gave a mysterious, bloody smile. "But how will you protect everyone else? You see, we've already summoned countless zombies and ghouls outside." Before Sung Woo could react, Min Seok furiously demanded, "How could you do this? You're still human." The doctor just laughed. "In this world of chaos, who can live without craving power? Humanity is always creating new weapons, aren't they? And once a new weapon is successfully created, it must be tested. The battlefield is the simplest proving ground. We even tried to control the Night Ghoul King, but it seems that was a bit too difficult." Dr. 000 let out a triumphant laugh. "You can fight for humanity all you want. Time is on my side, just you wait and see." Sung Woo's rage boiled over. With ice in his voice, he commanded, "Min Sok, finish him." He nodded, his voice filled with grim satisfaction. "I've been waiting for this moment." With that, he struck a devastating blow. But before his life faded, the doctor uttered one last phrase, "See you later." Sure enough, the system announced a player kill, but it was only a clone. A horrifying realization hit Sung Woo, that old man. He wasn't the real doctor. No. Still, a name on the list had vanished. Dr. 002 was gone, but there were still 5 more doctors left. They were all clones of a single person. So this was the source of their guild's terrifying power. He scatters countless copies everywhere, achieving his goals without any risk. But just then, Min Seok's urgent voice cut in. "This is no time to think. The Night King is on the move." Meanwhile, on another front, Jisoo was holding the line. She was relentlessly cutting down monsters. After a moment, she let out a sigh of relief. "We're safe, for now." The survivors behind her asked nervously, "Is it over?" She shook her head grimly. "I doubt it. They'll be back." Hearing this, the people behind her erupted in frustration. "Damn it. Where are they all coming from? I killed so many on my way here." As if on cue, a new horde of monsters with glowing red eyes appeared in the distance. Jisoo bit her lip with fierce resolve. She couldn't let a single person die. Sung Woo was counting on her. They'd always been like rivals, but now, he had grown so much stronger. She was improving, too. But the problem was, he never stopped growing. To stand as his equal, she had to push herself even harder. With renewed determination, she charged forward, meeting the wave of monsters head-on. But they quickly noticed another critical problem. The skeletons. Their numbers were dwindling because the necromancer wasn't there. The remaining skeletons fought valiantly against the endless tide. Suddenly, the battlefield was engulfed in brilliant flames, trapping the monsters in a fiery prison. It was Jisu's magic. She knew Sung Woo's summoning skills would handle this easily. She had to use this chance to create a breakthrough. She had to get stronger. She had to end this now. With that thought, her sword became a blur, unleashing a storm of slashes that tore through the monster ranks. From the outside, the survivors watched in awe. She's got to be the necromancer's girlfriend. Look at how fast she fights. Jisu overheard their chatter from within the inferno, her brow furrowing. What are these people talking about? But she had no time to dwell on it, focusing all her energy on the battle. The intense flames kept the others from entering the fray, forcing them to watch from the sidelines. They couldn't help but wonder, is this really her power? Is she planning to fight them all by herself? But at that moment, the monsters suddenly changed direction, rushing towards the bus. Jisu realized their target was the survivors. She had to protect the children at all costs. She raced from her position to intercept them, but 3 monsters attacked at once, pushing her to her limit. Before long, a night demon broke past her defenses, lunging straight for the bus. But a powerful slash of energy flew from the distance, slicing it in two. On another side of the battle, other night demons had reached the elderly and the children who couldn't fight. Just as one was about to strike, an iron chain shot out, wrapping tightly around its neck. Not only that, but the rest of the demons were ensnared by the chains and thrown into the distance. In the next instant, they were torn to shreds. Minsok appeared, turning to the children. "Are you kids all right?" His 2 children instantly recognized his voice. They cried out in joy, "It's Dad's voice." But when they saw his new form was a skeleton, he froze, completely unsure how to explain. He could only stand there motionless. The children quickly ran to his side, looking up at him. "Dad, did you transform? Did you become a skeleton?" Their innocent questions left Min Sok speechless. After a long pause, he finally patted their heads with a gentle smile. "That's right. The necromancer helped me transform into a skeleton." In an instant, the naive kids, unaware of the grim reality, began asking if they could become skeletons too, giving Min Sok a whole new headache. Across the battlefield, Jisu's eyes lit up with relief as she saw Sung Woo approaching. He gave her a slight nod, his voice apologetic. "I wasn't too worried since you were here, Jisu, but it must have been tough." Jisu just smiled calmly. "I'm sure you had it much harder, Sung Woo." She looked at him with a concerned frown, continuing, "Just the 2 of you fighting the Night King. It must have been a brutal battle, right?" He hesitated for a long moment. He then brought her up to speed. Just a few hours before, the Night Fiend King had finally made its grand appearance. Sung Woo's party had engaged it in battle. But something felt terribly wrong. In the blink of an eye, the Night Fiend King let out a deafening roar before violently collapsing to the ground. Min Sok's brow furrowed. "It's almost like it wanted to die, isn't it?" Sung Woo nodded grimly in agreement. "I think it was experimented on, to the point where even death is a luxury." Hearing this, Min Seok fell silent, lost in thought. A moment later, he finally proposed. "So, we take it down now?" He let out a resigned sigh. Just as he'd feared, humans were the most terrifying monsters of all. Back in the present, Jisu was left speechless after hearing Sung Woo's tale. A long moment passed before he sighed again, muttering something no one else could grasp. That was a hell of a fight. Just then, a system notification flared to life. The main quest was officially complete. But the sudden announcement left everyone confused. Meanwhile, Jung Hoon's party had just slain the final beast. Seeing the quest completion window, they finally let out a collective sigh of relief. But even though the mission was over, Taesung couldn't shake his anxiety, wondering what new trial awaited them. Could things possibly get any harder? South Korea had just emerged as a top-ranking nation, its achievements echoing across the globe. Their tireless efforts had paid off, but it was a victory paid for in sacrifice. Just then, the system chimed again with a new alert. Commander-class monsters, leading massive armies, had appeared all across South Korea. Jisu's brow furrowed at the terrifying sight. His face grim, Min Sok spoke in a low tone. "Is this why the quest ended so abruptly?" Sung Woo didn't answer directly. Instead, he declared, "We need to move. There has to be a conclusion to this quest. Even a tragic ending can be rewritten into a happy one. So what kind of finale would this new event bring?" The variables were impossible to predict, but the rewards would be greater than ever. A massive battle was brewing for the necromancer and the hunters of Korea. He was determined to see it through. With that thought, he turned with a smile to the 2 people behind him. He suggested, This quest is done, let's get out of here. Elsewhere, in a small, unsuspecting town, a horde of goblins had overrun the town's square, swarming a single, desperate figure. Agonized screams echoed through the air. Then, a moment later, a powerful wave of energy erupted from nowhere. It sent the goblins flying. Hanho bit his lip, glaring at the creatures before him. Then he turned and bolted. The young hunter grumbled in frustration. I can't believe I'm running from a pack of goblins. He wasn't alone. Sungwoo and the boy's father were right there with him, running for their lives. Soon, they spotted Elder G's group up ahead. The elder was already forming a protective barrier. They scrambled inside the glowing shield, finally letting out a breath they didn't know they were holding. They were finally safe. The goblin horde arrived moments later, only to be stopped cold by the impenetrable shield. Hanho's father helped him up, smirking. I heard you could take on 100. No, 1,000 goblins by yourself. The boy gritted his teeth. I only fell back to protect the others. Besides, their stench was about to make me pass out. Meanwhile, the goblins relentlessly hacked at the barrier with their crude blades. From the back, Elder G issued his command. We must prepare for battle. Spears and shields, front line. Archers and mages, to the rear. They couldn't just rely on Sungwoo anymore. They'd fought plenty of monsters, but never a horde of goblins this massive. Before long, deep cracks began to form in the shield. Seeing this, Hanho suddenly turned to his father. Dad, thanks for raising me. His father frowned, annoyed. What's that nonsense you're spouting? Even if we all die here today, we'll go down fighting our hardest. Hanho pouted. Shouldn't you be wishing for me to live a long life? His father snapped back in anger. You little brat. I was just trying to motivate you. And I'm going to live a long life, just so I can watch my amazing son. The moment the words left his mouth, Hanho hurled a dagger straight into a goblin's skull, killing it instantly. Then, he charged forward with ferocious intensity. He roared, right here, right now, I will become a legend. And just like that, Hanho became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down goblin after goblin. One by one, they fell before his overwhelming might. Looking at the mountain of goblin corpses, Hanho felt a surge of satisfaction. He was stronger now. He could even take on goblin warriors by himself. I am the strongest hunter in Korea. With that thought, he roared at the remaining horde. Come on. You will all become glorious milestones on my path to greatness. But in that moment of glory, a lone goblin crept up behind him, its dagger raised for a sneak attack. But of course, he sensed it. A flicker of contempt crossed his face as Hanho spoke with icy calm. You should be ashamed of yourself. A pathetic trick like that is nothing to me. The words barely left his lips before he exploded into motion like a hurricane, sending the entire goblin squad flying. Watching from the sidelines, Sungwoo couldn't help but be impressed. Your son is really something else. Hearing the praise, Hanho's father didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just yelled, he's an ugly brat, too. But he's my son, so what can I do? Just look at him. What's with that expression? 3 different faces. Does he think he's an Asura or something? Hanho's father was clearly not a fan of his son's battle-crazed appearance. But just then, a strange voice echoed across the battlefield. I hate goblins. It'd be better if they all just died. Without thinking, Hanho replied, I know, right? Only then did he realize that voice wasn't his own. The young man spotted Roy appearing out of nowhere. He asked suspiciously, what are you doing here? And it wasn't just Roy. Sungwoo's creature, Scotland, also emerged and began annihilating the goblins. With that, Sungwoo's party finally returned to town. Hanho's face lit up when he saw them. Sunbae, Jisoo Nuna, he cried out. But when his eyes landed on Minseok, standing right beside Sungwoo, his expression soured. Hey, who are you? That's my spot. Moments later, with Sungwoo's party on the scene, the goblin horde was driven back. They were finally able to enter the safety of the base. Inside, they began to strategize. Gi-eun-soo spoke, his expression grave. A new phenomenon has emerged. It's thrown everything into chaos. Massive monster hordes are attacking locations all across the country. It seems the safe zones are no longer as reliable. The rules that once protected the weak have been altered. Everything has changed now. Hanho, glued to the news feed, suddenly shouted. Right now, in Yeongdangpo, they're getting overrun by thousands of orcs. It says here they're looking for you, Sungwoo Sunbae. Sungwoo's head snapped up at the news. Frowning, he declared, all right. If they're in trouble, we'll help them. We already made a deal. But in this situation, we'd be acting as their allies. It'll get complicated if the Evolution Guild decides to make a move now, though. Still, as long as they aren't sided with the monsters, they're going to have a tough time. Just then, Sungwoo pushed the door open and announced, we've located the goblin base. It's on Mount Pandan. Judging by their movements, it has to be up there. Luckily, the local lords are all goblins. They're a much easier target than the red orcs in Yeongdangpo. I didn't get a perfect count, Sungwoo added, but there have to be over 3,000 of them, and they have mages backing them up. Hearing this news, Gi Un-soo's expression turned grim. Goblins might be the weakest monsters, he said gravely, but we're seriously lacking in manpower. Sungwoo knew he had a point. In that case, we can't be reckless. We need to proceed with caution. But then, Sungwoo spoke up again. Our goal isn't just victory, he stated. It's to rake in as much gold and experience as we possibly can. At his words, Gi Un-soo couldn't help but marvel. Sungwoo, you truly are on another level. To think you've already devised a plan. Not just to fight them, but to hunt them. But Sungwoo just shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, I'm not the one doing the hunting, you are. This is a golden opportunity for you too, and for the rest of the villagers as well. Gi Un-soo, San-woo. I wonder if you two are up to the task. Despite their doubts, they followed his orders. High atop Mount Pandan, goblins were swarming everywhere. They had a fortified base deep within the mountain, guarded by countless sentries. But for Sungwoo, this was hardly an obstacle. He slipped past their defenses without a sound. Gazing at the structure ahead, he let out a cold smirk. An abandoned factory. So this is where the goblin commanders gather. This makes things much easier. He had been wondering how to take out the high-ranking goblins one by one. Even a small group of goblins can be terrifying when they coordinate with their lord. But, he mused, can a lord still lead after its skull has been crushed? With that thought, he gave the command. His giant ogre surged forward. In the next instant, outside the goblin base, a massive shadow fell over the entrance. A fist like a battering ram smashed through the gates, sending scores of goblins flying. Gold acquisition notifications flooded Sungwoo's vision. A few minutes later, he stood before the goblin lord itself. At this point, the creature was like a cornered rat, with absolutely no escape from Sungwoo's wrath. From behind, Min Sok let out a cold sneer. Finally, the goblin lord. Shall we give it our regards? Sungwoo's eyes narrowed as he gave the order. Finish it. As quickly as possible. The moment he gave the word, he surged forward in a blur of motion. His blade flashed, severing the goblin lord's head from its shoulders. He sheathed his sword, satisfied. A smirk played on his lips. Now, let the real hunt begin. A few minutes later, at the foot of the mountain, the goblin horde, thrown into chaos by Sungwoo, swarmed down from their destroyed base. Gi Un-soo, having already erected a defensive barrier, calmly gave the order. Here they come. Ready yourselves. They're nothing but a leaderless mob now. Hunt them down with precision. On his command, a volley of arrows rained down from the rear, wiping out countless goblins. Seeing the devastation, the villagers' morale soared. So this is all it takes to kill goblins. It's this easy. With the death of the goblin lord, the stats of the entire horde plummeted, and because of that, they were easily slaughtered by the town's defenders. Sungwoo let out a surprised smirk. I can't believe hunting is this easy. Gi Un-soo, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. It's all thanks to you, Sungwoo. From his high vantage point, Sungwoo silently observed the battlefield. The average level of the villagers was 4, and the gaps between each person were starting to widen. Those with absolutely no power are forced to band together, relying on others to survive. But they quickly become a burden on the other survivors. Cooks, scouts, and other non-combat roles have their place, but the difficulty of this world is rising at an insane pace. He had been worried when Hanho was the first to arrive at the village, but this was a problem they could overcome. Even the weak and sick could grow stronger. It was a harsh truth, but that's how this system worked. Just as he thought, the experienced fighters were already training the elderly and the children how to hunt goblins. In fact, one young boy had just slain a goblin by himself, reaching level 2, causing him to cry tears of pure joy. Under Sungwoo's leadership, they had secured a true victory. A wave of excitement washed over the survivors. They had leveled up and earned gold. As Sungwoo watched this scene, a complex feeling stirred within him. He spoke reluctantly. I'm still more comfortable working alone, but he had to admit this wasn't so bad. At dawn the next day, Sungwoo gathered everyone to issue his orders. Kyung-soo listened, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Level 8, Sungwoo gave a simple nod, focused on reaching level 8. With the local monster lord and its forces wiped out, the hunting grounds were now far safer. That's why they had to raise their average level to 8 before he returned. It might have sounded cruel, but he had no obligation to carry the weak. If they wanted to stagnate, they could stay behind in the village's false safety. Every single person had to learn how to protect themselves. Hearing this, the expressions on Kyung-soo and Sungwoo's faces turned grim. After a moment, Kyung-soo nodded firmly. I will not forget that. He still remembered the feeling of being weak, always hoping someone else would come to save him. Just then, Hanho suddenly shouted, Sunbae, the helicopter is here. They've been complaining non-stop. We need to go. Hearing this, Sungwoo let out a heavy sigh. A deal was a deal. They had to protect each other from mutual enemies for a certain period of time, which meant it was time to help the Liberation Guild. Meanwhile, in the town of Yeongdangpo, two buses moved like ghosts through the streets. This was Jung-hoon's squad, and they had suffered heavy casualties. The weight of exhaustion was crushing them all. Jung-hoon sat in the command seat, his brow furrowed as he asked, "What's the situation with the newly appeared commander?" At his question, a soldier replied instantly, "Just a moment, sir. You'll be able to see the northern border shortly." A moment later, a magical drone launched into the sky above Yeongdangpo to survey the situation. Soon enough, they spotted a massive horde approaching from the north, about 200 monsters, and they were heading right for them. But at that very moment, the drone's operator flinched in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "It looks like it's been shot down." Ed's face grew dark as he spoke. "Commander, we have to get off this bridge. Thousands of red snails are also advancing from the Gimpo direction. Splitting our forces to deal with both fronts at once is going to be incredibly difficult." Jung-hoon frowned, speaking in a low, tense voice. "What if we focus all our power to crush the Minotaurs first and then move our entire force to face the snails?" Ed immediately shot down the idea. The Minotaurs are no pushovers, with their massive bodies and powerful regeneration. If we're short on time and forced into an all-out war, our losses will be catastrophic. Jung-hoon knew this was true, but his forces were still far too inexperienced. Their primary quest was to raise their crusaders to level 10 or higher. To let his guild members die because of a reckless decision would be completely counterproductive. But if he was ever going to close the gap between himself and that man, he couldn't keep playing it safe in low-level hunting zones. As he wrestled with the decision, Ed spoke again. "Right now, even the Yeongdangpo security unit will have to concentrate the majority of its forces, leaving only a minimum defense behind." After thinking for a long moment, Jung-hoon nodded in agreement. Just then, Minna came running in from outside shouting, "I got a call from the helicopter that was sent to pick up the necromancer. They're arriving soon." Hearing this news, Ed's face lit up with relief. "With the necromancer here, we can join forces to annihilate the Minotaurs and then take care of those snails." But Mina just scratched her head awkwardly and said, "Well, the necromancer said that we have to deal with the snails first." The words hung in the air. Ed was completely stunned. He said, "What? Did you accurately report our current situation to him?" Mina nodded. "He said he'll rendezvous with us after he collects some bones from over there." Ed was even more confused. What bones? A few moments later, a helicopter appeared in the sky over Yeongdangpo. Jung-hoon looked up at it, asking with a hint of suspicion, "Is that the chopper carrying the necromancer?" An's expression turned grim as she cried out, "Don't tell me that." While they were still hesitating, massive giants suddenly appeared on the scene. They began to encircle the herd of bull-like monsters. Witnessing this, Manhwa shouted in disbelief, "What is that? Why is another type of giant monster appearing here?" Jung-hoon's face changed instantly. Sure, the orcs were massive, but compared to these things, they looked like mere children. In the blink of an eye, they were completely devoured. Now that Sungwoo wielded the authority of the Grim Reaper, annihilating the orcs was no challenge at all. The more Manhwa watched, the more she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He was already powerful, but now, it's like he's a fish back in water. Jung-hoon seriously doubted if a basic awakening could ever let him surpass that man. After this battle, the gap between them would become so vast, he might never catch up. Because the Grim Reaper is the necromancer's greatest asset. At the same time, in a nearby building, 3 people were watching the situation through binoculars. Standing by the window, An frowned, "A necromancer. Did the Liberty Guild ask for his help?" Her assistant quickly replied, "Definitely. As of last night, they were still talking about Sungwoo. And they aren't just some small or mid-sized guilds either. But now, the entire Crusader army is nowhere to be seen. The 2 forces providing support from the flanks have also fallen into chaos because of the situation we stirred up in the community." Back on Sungwoo's battlefield, he had just finished wiping out the regular trolls. Immediately after, a troll wielding a massive axe appeared. It was the commander-class monster, the Troll Chieftain. It charged forward, savagely swinging its axe towards Sungwoo. Through the binoculars, An's face filled with shock. That's a boss monster, and it looks incredibly tough. Wherever its axe swung, vines erupted from the ground, entangling Sungwoo's army. An's assistant watched in fear, saying, "Dealing with that thing is not going to be easy." An asked doubtfully, could this be where the necromancer finally meets his match? But her worries were completely unfounded. Sungwoo's sword flashed, striking the monster's axe-wielding arm and shattering its weapon. What followed was a one-sided beatdown where the beast couldn't land a single blow. Before long, it was knocked to the ground. Sungwoo, of course, showed no mercy, beating it into a pulp. A moment later, he spoke with a cold voice. You attack without knowing your place or your own strength. Getting destroyed is the only possible outcome. Just then, Min Sok finished it off with a final blow. The battle ended just like that. It was far too simple because their coordination was absolutely flawless. Sungwoo spoke calmly. The Liberty Guild is probably waiting. Let's go. Over at the bridge, spanning Yeongdeungpo, Jung-hoon was waiting for Sungwoo's arrival. Glad I'm not late. Jung-hoon gave a slight nod. Thank you. Looking at the man before him, Jung-hoon let out a helpless sigh. He had planned to use the necromancer to buy himself more time and grow stronger. But in that same time, Sungwoo had also become far more powerful. Pushing the thought aside, he briefed him on the situation. A massive orc army is swarming in from the west. Unless they plan on swimming, they have to cross this bridge. He explained they had used countless other methods to block off every other route. I'm doing everything I can to avoid another defeat. All of Korea is watching. If I lose again, my position is finished. I have to prove myself to them. I will take control of this battle. Inside a skyscraper in Yeongdeungpo, the two groups had arrived. Someone came forward to report, acting commander. Since the news broke that the necromancer would join the fight, countless people have turned to support us. He wasn't wrong. A wave of public support was rising for Sungwoo. The more An watched, the darker her expression became. Maintaining control over the community is getting harder. Those who saw the necromancer in action, or the smaller guilds, are leaking information. Just then, another person reported. It seems the survivor group from Ulsan is also joining the fray. Their numbers are at 200. Also, he just got a call from Nam-gu. 5 buses are on their way here now. After hearing this, Manhwa looked at An. What's your plan? An thought for a moment before speaking. We have no choice but to accept them. She planned to welcome them in, then slowly pull them over to her side. Even the Red Orc army that appeared in Gimpo is proving impossible to control. That horde is marching east, and survivors have already reported that they are getting very close. They would have to persuade each faction through a face-to-face meeting. She had to win over these commanders to make them cooperate with the Liberty Guild. Stealing her resolve, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, where everyone was already waiting. Jung-hoon and Sungwoo sat at opposite ends of the long table, a clear show of power. As she entered, Jung-hoon broke the silence. We will now begin the commander's meeting. Miss An, please give us the briefing. An's voice was all business. The Liberty Guild has secured most of the bridges. We have also deployed guard units to every crossing. Furthermore, we are using drones to analyze the enemy's movements. The moment she uttered those words, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Every commander's face hardened, and all eyes immediately turned to Sungwoo. He could feel their heavy gaze. It was an uncomfortable level of attention. Seeing this, a shadow crossed Jung-hoon's face. He hated this power dynamic. Sungwoo was just a single individual, yet he was the strongest force in the room. Everyone looked to him for answers. Jung-hoon knew he had to shatter that influence. Just then, the door burst open and a man rushed in, his voice filled with panic. Apologies, Commander, he gasped. A survivor. They flew here from the west. Jung-hoon's brow furrowed. Flew here. Murmurs spread through the room as the man continued. The method the survivor used to get here was unusual. Even Sungwoo's interest was piqued. With those dragon monsters grounding even the Liberty Guild's helicopters, what could have possibly made it through? What was this special vehicle? After a moment of hesitation, Jung-hoon spoke. It seems everyone is curious. Let's meet this person first. We'll hear what they have to say directly. A few moments later, they were all gathered outside the building. The sight that greeted them left everyone stunned into silence. Someone shouted a warning. Don't get too close. One peck from that thing and you're finished. Sungwoo stared, his eyes wide, completely speechless. So, this was the special vehicle. A griffin? That's right. A massive, living griffin stood before them. Beside the beast, a young woman held tightly to its reins. She spoke cautiously. He's gentle, he won't attack people. Unless you attack him first. At that moment, one of Jung-hoon's men leaned in. Commander, that girl is the survivor. Seeing Jung-hoon, the girl's expression became desperate. Her voice was filled with anguish. Please, you have to help me. Sungwoo watched her quietly from the side. A suspicion rose in his mind. Is this the group that was isolated by the Red Skull commander? But the girl gave him no time to think. She began her frantic story. A few hours ago, a massive number of Chinese players landed in Gangwon County. Please, help us. At those words, Sungwoo's expression turned grim. Everyone gathered back in the camp, their eyes fixed on a map of Gyeodong Island, a small island connected to Gangwon Island by a bridge. The survivor, Hezon, explained to Jung-hoon. The players on Gangwon Island had established a safe zone on Gyeodong. It should have been easy to secure. Just block the bridge and clear the monsters on the island. After all, the island itself is quite small. Worry was etched on her face as she sighed. We knew there were strong forces, like the Liberty Guild on the mainland, but we chose to handle things on our own. Sung-woo thought back to the chaos he'd seen, with monsters and raiders running rampant inland. Surviving on Ganghwa Island, so close to Seoul, must have been a nightmare. And yet, he glanced at Hezon, thinking, since they were all gathered in such a confined area, they should have coordinated their defenses much better. But that path was no longer an option. That was, of course, before they were ambushed by an overwhelming enemy. Hezon continued her report. A few hours ago, pirates arrived at Ganghwa Island. The sea was swarming with their ships. She spoke slowly. Dozens of them, all fishing boats. The situation spiraled out of control instantly. We fought as hard as we could to stop them, but it was useless. Even our only escape route, the bridge, has been captured. Jung-hoon interrupted. How many of them are there? These pirates? Hezon paused. Around 1,000. Judging by the number of ships, maybe even more. A ripple of shock went through the room. China's massive population meant they had an astronomical number of players. The commanders looked at each other with dread. If they decide to attack us, we'll be in serious trouble, won't we? Ek asked, searching for a sliver of hope. That won't happen. Player hunting is extremely rare, right? Those pirates are probably just ordinary people. But Sung-woo raised a hand. In our current state, people like that are the most dangerous. They will actively hunt us for our lives and our gold, striking when we are at our absolute weakest. His grim assessment seemed to steal everyone's resolve. That's right, we have to deal with this. It was clear Edgar's resolve was absolute. He's right. But the red demons alone are trouble enough, and we still don't know who the other attackers are. Are they Chinese commanders or just common bandits? They were facing one impossible dilemma after another. But what if they come at us from upstream, while we wait on the high banks of the Han River? We'd be ambushed from the rear, while we're clashing with demons, no less. So, what's the plan? Jung-hoon made the call. For now, we focus solely on the demons. He calmly laid out their next move. It's unavoidable. The Demon Legion has taken Kimpo and Gangseo-gu, which means the pirates can't push inland either. We'll scout the lower Han River with a recon team. Jung-hoon's words made Hezon's face fall. So now we can't even get to Ganghwa Island. She sank to the ground in despair. Suddenly, Sung-woo raised his hand. I have another proposal. We can send a detached unit to crush the pirates and then strike the demons from the opposite side. We'll join forces with the survivors on Ganghwa Island. Kang Hun was stunned. A pincer attack? And Seo countered. I agree with attacking them, but as a swordsman, I have to say, we don't have the numbers. He continued. Even if we sent a chopper to that small island, the noise would make a stealth attack impossible. But then, a thought flashed through his mind. No way. And Seo suddenly remembered the terrifying power Sung-woo unleashed when transformed. The solitary necromancer. Jung-hoon's eyes also turned towards Sung-woo. Is it possible? A brilliant light began to gather in the palm of Sung-woo's hand. In any case, my skills aren't suited for fighting alongside a large group. He coolly calculated his next move. Death, Curse, and Abyss Breath are both off the table. Sung-woo recalled the powerful army elsewhere. I also need intel on the Chinese player. Since he's appeared once, we're bound to cross paths again. Just then, system messages began to flood his vision. Warning. Adverse effect detected. Movement progress reduced by 30%. Attack speed reduced by 20%. Who dares to inflict an attribute penalty? Elimination condition. Kill the commander-level officer. Consequence. Communication severed. Loss of direction and guidance within the unit. Sung-woo immediately devised a counterplan. Against the demons, we can use a decapitation strike. We'll sever the head of the snake first. Just like when we fought those commander-class monsters. The demon lord will command them from the rear, so I need to get to Ganghwa Island, behind their lines. He looked at Hezon. If it's just me, I could ride. The griffin for a stealth attack, right? Her eyes lit up with hope. Of course. After a moment of thought, Jung-hoon gave his consent. All right, let's do it. The sky was bleeding into a deep orange. Hezon was already mounted on a massive griffin. Hanho looked betrayed. Senior, you're abandoning us again? Just don't take Rai with you this time. But Jisoo only smiled. Be careful. Sung-woo looked at them both. The griffin can't carry more than 2, so this is the only way. The next time we meet, it'll be on the battlefield. He didn't seem to have much faith in Hanho. Jisoo will take good care of her. But Hanho, don't let your protective instincts get you in over your head. The young man pouted and mumbled, yes. She's a rogue, not a frontline tank. Hezon adjusted the goggles on her head. If you're ready. Shall we go? Sung-woo nodded. Yes. I'm ready, Miss Hezon. As the griffin took flight, they felt a powerful lurch. Let's fly. The wind is so strong. The griffin soared into the sky, and the world below shrank away. Just then, Hezon remembered something. Ah, Sorry for not saying this earlier, but we'll have to wait nearby until nightfall before we can approach the coast. She clearly knew this area well. The pirates raise huge wyvern-like monsters. Those birds are constantly patrolling the island. A thick fog shrouded an island in the distance. Dozens of ships were moored at the docks, and figures inside were fiddling with a lamp. All right, the light's on. 3 men sat together in the gloom, illuminated only by the lamp's faint glow. Did you finish installing the battery? The flame flickered weakly, as if the lamp itself was ancient. One of the men grumbled, "The atmosphere here is just incredible. If only they didn't stop us from playing with the prisoners." They were clearly drunk. "The expedition team near the island has it made. Look at us. It's because they have more prisoners." He let out a vile laugh. "We'll get our chance once we reach the golden lands of Korea. All the women will be ours." Another man sighed, "Ugh, if only we had some strong liquor. Even I couldn't stomach those monster centipede eggs from Hangzhou." But the man beside him seemed far more intrigued. The captain could command them, sending a crow soaring with just a thought. "If you get caught, that old drunk will probably snatch all your gear and make a run for it." In a corner, bathed in the glow of a single lamp, the others kept drinking and talking. To be honest, leaving the mainland was the best choice we ever made. Way more peaceful than fighting those powerful fools for scraps. Being pirates, plundering weaker nations. Now that's how you really fill your coffers with gold. He drained the last of his drink. "Captain, do you think the situation?" But just then, one of the men realized something was terribly wrong. Through the swirling dust, an unsettling presence emerged. The pirate's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Something's here." "What are you talking about?" "I don't see a thing." They cautiously raised their weapons. "My purpose is to hunt men." A sudden, chilling tension gripped the entire crew. "I feel it too." Beads of cold sweat trickled down the captain's face. "My enhanced senses are screaming, telling me there's something right here." They all felt a shiver crawl up the back of their necks. The ambush was so sudden, it threw everyone into a state of pure panic. "Enemy!" But before he could shout another word, an iron chain, glowing with a sinister purple energy, snapped tight around his throat. Choking him into silence, the chain dragged his body across the dirt. Min Seok held the glowing chain firmly in his grasp. "There's more prey to hunt. I can't have you making a scene." Just before he blacked out, he saw the blurry silhouette of another person watching. "Keep him alive. I have a few things I want to know." After the area was cleared, everything faded to pitch black. He slowly woke up. Where am I?" Suddenly, Griffin's monstrous face loomed over him, making his blood run cold. "Ah, a monster." Haezong quickly tried to calm Griffin down. It's okay. I'll let you have him later." The pirate's heart stopped. "Later?" Songwoo stepped forward with another threat. "It seems the system allows us to communicate. So let me be clear. I have a skill that lets me read a portion of a dead person's memories." The pirate's fear intensified. "You read the memories of the dead?" he growled, pointing a finger right in the man's face. "So, make your choice. You can live and tell us every single detail, or you can die right here and now." Meanwhile, at a nearby port, the sound of a shattering bottle was followed by a man's furious roar. "Impossible!" The pirate captain screamed. 90 men have vanished. 90 of my soldiers, gone in just a few hours." He roared at the men around him. "Check if any prisoners escaped and pull up all the anchors. Scour the entire area. See if any outside ships have approached." His men scrambled to follow his orders. The captain's face was a mask of pure rage. "I don't know who the hell you are, but do you really think you can hide on my island?" The captain gave the order. "Find them." In the sky, the crows suddenly went wild, as if controlled by a magic circle. His voice echoed with power. "Find the attackers and bring them to me." A sinister red aura exploded from the captain's body. The crows flying in the sky seemed to be directly controlled by that crimson energy. He let out an arrogant laugh. "I don't know who they are, but they really thought they could hide on this island from me?" Just then, a crewmate ran in with a report. "Captain, we found the missing men." The captain was taken aback. "What? How did you find them faster than my own magic?" The pirate pointed to the bodies, which had been arranged neatly on their own ship's deck. They were even respectfully covered with blankets. They were all dead. Every last one, laid out in perfect order. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. Why would he secretly bring the bodies back to his enemy's ship? Is he insane? He remembered all the corpses he'd seen floating at sea. He could have just thrown them into the ocean. Is he trying to provoke us? But this didn't feel like a simple provocation. Another pirate's report snapped him out of his thoughts, forcing him to move again. "It's not just this ship, Captain. The others are the same." The pirate pointed to another vessel nearby. "Every single one of our ships is filled with bodies, starting from that one in the corner." Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the air. The captain threw up an arm to shield himself from flying debris. What was that? A pirate, soaking wet from the blast, pointed toward the flames. The ships. All of them are exploding. This just made the captain even more furious. I know that, you idiot. I'm asking why they're exploding. Then a strange hissing sound filled the air, and a new wave of fear washed over them. We need to run, now. The captain saw streams of a thick, purple gas spreading through the air. What in the world is happening here? The pirates stumbled, helping each other stand. Captain, it's gas. It's coming from those strange canisters. He looked up toward the window of a tall building. A black gas. In seconds, everything was covered by a dark screen of smoke, sending everyone into a deeper panic. It's the breath from hell, created by a dark sorcerer. If you breathe it in, nothing can save you. We have to get out of here. There are still some bombs left. Headlights sliced through the grim night as the cars sped onward. The captain gritted his teeth, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. This entire island was swarming with birds. Our enemies are everywhere. He was on edge, realizing this was an all-out assault. Someone is trying to isolate and annihilate us. The long, straight bridge ahead felt like his last glimmer of hope. There's the bridge. Get to the bridge, now. It's the only way out besides the boats. The captain clutched his head in fury. Cowards. Those despicable cowards are using biological and chemical weapons. If we're trapped here, we'll be wiped out before reinforcements arrive. He pictured his mighty army. He had to escape and find a safe port. But as they approached the bridge, ready to greet the admiral, a blinding light erupted before them. That's the bridge. Go faster. We have to get off this rock at any cost and reach the larger island. The cars roared onward, pushing their engines to the limit, but the light ahead only grew clearer. The undead were already there, waiting. The world around them was engulfed in a sea of fire. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. This attack was beyond monstrous. What in the hell happened to this island? It was as if Sungwoo was a messenger from hell itself. These were the soldiers defeated on China's second server. Didn't he say China had 3 servers in total? He glanced down at the convoy of cars below. I'm guessing that's an entire continent's worth of forces. Based on the soldiers' memories, they must have formed a massive pirate coalition. Sungwoo then recalled what the 3 men had told him earlier. They were a recon team. Their mission was to secure a path through Gangwedo Island and prepare a beachhead for the main army. The captain quickly jumped out of the car. All of you, get out. Prepare for battle. Sungwoo stared down at them intently. Ethereal blue flames began to burn brighter within his very soul. I won't let you. All of you will die right here. System messages began flashing in a brilliant crimson. Warning. A large-scale enemy landing is about to commence in this area. Warning. The Reaper's response will now begin. The pirates suddenly found themselves inhaling clouds of black smoke. What is this smoke? My entire body aches. Wait, look ahead. They were plunged into despair at the sight of an army. In front of them, skeletons. A legion of skeletons. An army that looked ready to devour them whole. They're behind us. They're behind us, too. And in front. Hearing his men's screams, the captain's face twisted with fury. They're coming from every direction. What the hell is that giant monster? Damn it. He grabbed one of the pirates. Retreat. I'd rather face that island again than fight this horde. But the tide of skeletons surged toward them without pause. It's too late. We can't turn back. The captain unleashed his magic, taking control of the black crows. You useless fools. Do I have to do everything myself? The crows obeyed his command, diving toward the skeleton army. The remaining pirates weren't exactly pushovers either. The captain's monster birds are handling the zombies. They're actually pushing them back. But Sungwoo remained utterly unfazed. Is that the bird Hezon mentioned? A single skeletal hand shot out, instantly snatching a black crow by its neck. One after another, the rest of the crows were swiftly eliminated. Sungwoo's eyes lit up. Well, it doesn't seem very effective. My zombies are more than enough to handle it. The skeleton army fought like an immortal legion. The captain's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. Damn it all. My monster birds are being sacrificed for nothing at this rate. The pirates were terrified. The monster bird? It came back to life. Captain, what should we do? The captain scrambled onto the bridge's railing. Go on. I have to escape. I'm the only one who can leave this area and contact the main fleet. As he leaped into the air, a black crow immediately swooped beneath him, becoming his foothold. It carried him skyward. Hope surged within him. Fly. I just have to escape first. The captain tried to get as far away as possible, but he failed to notice another bird shadowing him from behind. The blue bird instantly reduced the black crow to a bloody mist in the sky. The captain plummeted toward the earth, his body shattering on direct impact with the ground. He was coughing up blood, but the captain still clung to a sliver of hope. Damn it. I have to get out of here. I can't move. But Hezon's face lit up with relief. The necromancer. Everyone's safe now. We're getting our weapons back and fighting off the pirates. Sungwoo praised him. Good work. Hezon landed his griffin, saying, It's all thanks to you, necromancer. Thank you so much. The captain froze, his entire body trembling at the scene before him. What was this? He was drowning in a sea of blood. Just what kind of monster are you? Sungwoo, however, was completely unfazed. You don't have the right to ask me anything. His scythe began its descent. So, your admiral's name is Jong-gun? I wonder if that name will appear inside your memories. As the scythe connected, a new notification flashed. You have reached level 17. You can now read a fragment of the deceased's memories. Following the message, countless faint lights began to flood Sungwoo's mind. He now saw a swirling circle filled with memories. Sungwoo felt himself floating in a void, witnessing the captain's past play out before him. It was a colossal ship packed with people standing below on the deck. Sungwoo noted their traditional-looking attire. At the bow of the ship, one man stood apart from the rest. Gazing out at the endless ocean, he asked, "Where should we go from here?" Sungwoo thought to himself, could that be Jong-gun? He didn't seem like a lunatic, not like the vampire or the mad scientist. Two distinct events then surfaced in his mind. Our second server has been handed over to the Soul Witch. And on the first server, there is a self-proclaimed emperor whose power grows by the day, a man who intends to unify the world under his rule. Jong-gun clenched his fist tightly. To him, the third server was nothing but trash. So then, what is our next move? One of his ministers spoke up. It would be a grave mistake to ask for outside help. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jong-gun sliced his head clean off. You fool. With blood still dripping from his hands, he roared, "Why do you think we are stuck floating out at sea? It is because we lack power and military might." A crazed look filled his eyes. If we don't have enough, we will simply take it. A savage grin spread across Jong-gun's face, like a ravenous demon poised to devour an entire continent. Watching this, Sungwoo's own hand tightened into a fist. Teask, just as I suspected. There's no reasoning with those who covet what belongs to others. Jong-gun continued to stare out at the immense ocean. Whatever we lack, we will seize for ourselves. But the problem is, there's no unclaimed territory left for us to take. The others couldn't help but tremble at his sheer madness. General, what about attacking the nearby islands then? By doing so, we can blockade these waters and push into the mainland through the Korean peninsula. Jong-gun's eyes lit up as he grabbed the speaker's arm. That's exactly what I was thinking. The man was startled, but quickly bowed. My thanks. Jong-gun then turned to his soldiers. General Yi Gong, you will sweep across all neighboring islands. We must seize control of these territorial waters while the high rankers on the mainland are busy fighting off monsters. As for you, General Yin Gong, lead the smaller fleets and establish a forward base. Yin Gong immediately clasped his hands and accepted the order. Jong-gun then added a final instruction. But do not engage your main forces. Wait for my command. And my arrival. Yin Gong replied, as you command. Jong-gun then glanced at his system menu. We must fully exploit the power of the pirates. Harmony and virtue will forge our success. I hope we can gather as much gold as possible. The system then displayed his synergy list. 1. Become the Pirate King. Level 3. Classification. Group Synergy. Condition. A crew of over 10,000 pirates. Effect. When an enemy player is killed, the gold acquired is doubled, and you receive 20% of the plundered player's total gold. Even Sungwoo felt a chill run down his spine. The Pirate Synergy. So this is why they slaughter people without a second thought. The memory showed Jong-gun standing before a mountain of fallen bodies. Behind him, his incredibly powerful army stood ready. Finally, consider all the quests we have undertaken. Are heroes born from chaos? He laughed mockingly. How foolish. Jong-gun turned to face his army again. Our goal was never to become heroes. Plunder everything. Show no mercy. With that, the light of the memory shattered, and Sungwoo's mind returned to the present. He looked down at the captain's body kneeling before him. It seems those who preach morality are the least trustworthy of all. I wonder if this is the situation everywhere. Not just on the Korean server. Sungwoo held a new card in his hand. The captain was now completely under his dominion. At that moment, new system messages appeared. You have learned the skill, Death's Response. Skill level Elite has been upgraded to Master. Skill information. Name, Death's Response. Rank, Master. Classification, Active. Mana cost, 110. Summon 25 ownerless zombies from the abyss. These entities possess unlimited health. Sungwoo frowned, a strange tension building within him. Gaining more power is a reason to celebrate. But the fact that I'm getting used to fighting humans, that doesn't sit right with me. Worried his necromancy might cause a misunderstanding, he hesitated, staring at Sungwoo's back. Sir Necromancer, what should we do now? A blue flame sparked in his palm once more, transforming into ethereal birds that soared through the air. We're done here. Now, we head to Jimpo to prepare for the real war. The orcs' terrifying faces seemed to fill their vision. The human army braced for battle, warily eyeing the enemy horde. Hanho looked tense as he surveyed the battlefield. There's a whole swarm of them. Jisoo was also anxious. So many. And each one is stronger than a normal orc. Ansio's expression grew grim. The problem is, these are just the scouts. The monsters on the orcs' side were also clutching strange stones. They looked ready for a fight at any moment, a sight that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Orc slaves. What? Those bastard orcs are using these monsters as slaves. But the master hunter, Jisoo, charged forward, cutting down the monsters. Roy and Jisoo moved in perfect sync. They targeted the giant orcs, their sharp blades piercing through their bodies before the beasts could even react. Manhwa's eyes blazed with fury as she stared at the endless orc horde. Attack. Attack them. Manhwa unleashed a flurry of savage punches on the orcs, his raw power stunning even the defenders. Die, you wretched orcs. Kanghun used his magic staff to conjure a raging inferno. Firestorm. Burn, burn brighter. The orcs shrieked within the roaring flames, and a series of notifications popped up. You have earned 1,200 gold by defeating a red orc demon. Kanghun was ecstatic, witnessing the sheer power of the fire he had created. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. Who else could pull this off but me? Just then, Anseo stabbed a monster sneaking up behind Kanghun. Don't lower your guard. He unleashed his full power as well. Anseo then shouted orders to the troops behind him. Fighters, block the front, protect the mages. Each of his powerful blows sent orcs reeling, but it was a drop in the ocean against their massive army. These damn orcs. It's not just their numbers. Watching another wave of monsters charge forward, Anseo grew tense. They have no fear. They're simply enjoying the slaughter. A smug grin spread across his face. But before Anseo could unleash his own power, Manhwa roared. Me, too. But the defense line behind them was struggling against the powerful orcs. Hold the line. We have to stop them. Push them back. The shockingly muscular priests created zones of magical light, raising a protective barrier in front of the shield wall. Yes, sir. This sight terrified a warrior up front. Those priests look more jacked than we do. Suddenly, they spotted something unusual. Look, another orc army was appearing before them. A terrifying purple aura radiated from it. An orc shaman. The orc's massive arms stretched out, its hand enveloped in dark power. Seeing the shaman approach, the defenders yelled out a warning. Prepare shield protection magic. Another massive explosion erupted, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. The warriors were already bleeding, shouting through the thick smoke. Damn it, hold your ground. The bastards are breaking through. Orcs leading frenzied wolves charged in, leaving Hanho completely flustered. Orc knights. I don't think I can stop them. Anseo gritted his teeth. Humph. We just have to hold out for as long as possible. Just then, the sound of urgent footsteps and shouting grew closer. Make way. Everyone, get out of the way. The defenders roared with joy. The crusaders are here. Instantly, their spirits soared. They continued the fight, crushing the orc encampments. From a high vantage point, an evolved orc form watched everything unfold. Manhwa quickly commanded his troops. Form up. Mages, attack. A volley of arrows flew out, striking the orcs with deadly precision. Those who had fallen immediately found their second wind. It's our crusaders. Now this is what a real battle looks like. Anseo readied himself to fight once more. Quit daydreaming and support the crusaders. Hanho roared. Priests, don't spare your mana. Buff us now. Jung-hoon shouted, wildly hacking at the orc soldiers. Almost there, just a few more. His face was a mask of sheer determination. At this pace, I can actually complete the special quest. The sword in Jung-hoon's hand flared with a blinding light. I'll charge straight into the Holy Spear orcs. After this mission, I'll be one step closer to becoming a necromancer. The rest of the Crusader team was also regaining the advantage. Today, before these orcs, I will awaken. But just then, a soldier's voice cried out, Commander, I've reached level 10. Jung-hoon's face darkened. The day had finally come. A colossal pillar of power slammed down into the center of the human army, followed by a system notification. You have completed the special mission. Oh hero, prepare yourself for tempo through training. Reward, unique skill awakening. Your destiny has been partially altered. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. The light was so blinding, Jisoo could barely open her eyes. What in the world just descended on us? The beam from the sword shot once more towards the sky, like some kind of signal. Jung-hoon gripped his blade tightly. All units, engage. An announcement appeared, a server-wide blessing for the entire Tempo region. For 1 hour, all allies gain automatic healing, 2% per second. All Crusader stats have increased by +5. Jung-hoon leveled up yet again. Everyone stared at the light glowing in the palms of their hands. Holy Sword Ion Dyungbo. You are the light, you are the truth. Jung-hoon could feel the collective will of his people. This was it. An unbreakable pride began to surge within him as memories of past, brutal battles flashed through his mind one by one. I gave up my own power and chose the strength of the collective. Because this collapsing world needs a leader. A single, tiny flame became the very lifeblood for this weakened group. This is the beginning of a revolution. They just need more time to adapt. Jung-hoon tightened his grip on the sword. His immense power seemed to envelop every corner of the battlefield. I have to buy more time. The Liberation Army will be the last ones standing. Elsewhere, the sound of a soldier's report echoed. Lady Lei Wei, we have news regarding those bandits we defeated before. His voice was filled with indignation. Wasn't wreaking havoc on the China 2 server enough for those bastards? Now they've moved on to the Korean server. Lady Lei Wei's expression turned to fury upon hearing the news. Beasts in human skin. It appears the trash I forgot to dispose of has washed up in another country. The others quickly offered their thoughts. This isn't your fault, my lady. You lost their trail back then only because you were saving us. The soldier clenched his fist in excitement. There are reports that the Korean side has already managed to push them back. Lady Lei Wei looked surprised. Those invaders? A smile crept onto her face. It seems Korea has quite a few masters. I'm curious who managed to stop those beasts. Back on the battlefield, an orc coughed up blood from a single strike by Jung-hoon. A notification immediately rang out. You have received 3,000 gold for hunting the orc raid commander. He watched the raid commander fall with a heavy sigh. Jung-hoon scanned the area. His troops had already finished off the remaining orcs nearby. It looks like it's over. Manhwa reported in. Commander, it was an absolute victory. Only a few managed to escape. The rest have been completely annihilated. Jung-hoon gazed into the distance. What's our current status? Manhwa looked at the casualty report. We lost 3 Crusader squads and about 100 players. The losses are much lower than we projected. Jung-hoon looked up at the sky. We need to reduce the number of Crusaders we deploy, because when a human dies, they're gone for good. His thoughts drifted to the Necromancer class. We still haven't reached the S-rank status that Sungwoo has. Jung-hoon looked again at his fallen warriors. No matter how many resources and how much energy I pour into training these players, it's all for nothing if they die. And Seok pointed to the soldiers behind them. First, everyone needs to get some rest. If the orcs attack while we're exhausted. Jung-hoon froze, his eyes locking onto something in the distance. The others gasped in horror. It was another wave. How can their army be so massive? Another assault from the Orc Legion began, the beat of their war drums, echoing like a challenge to humanity. Hanho's face went pale with fear. Their vanguard alone was incredibly strong. But Jisoo finished his thought. It seems this is part of their main force. And Seok's expression grew grim. Commander, the situation is now critical. Kang Han was panicking. Even with the Crusaders holding the front line, there's no way we can stop an army of this size. Minho pointed to the towering buildings behind them. We need to get off the main road and move through the smaller streets to scatter their forces. It's the only way we can secure a victory. But Jung-hoon was calmer than anyone as he identified the crucial point. If we run between the buildings, will the monsters even follow? Jung-hoon asked, his gaze fixed forward. Or will they head straight for Yeondeungbo, where all those people are gathered? Hearing his question, Jisoo felt a wave of helplessness. Of course, the monsters would go where there were more people. It was always like this. Jung-hoon's presence was like a mountain, making retreat impossible. The Crusaders straightened their backs behind him, facing the commander of the Orc vanguard. They charged forward once more like frenzied beasts, striking terror into the hearts of everyone watching. Damn it, these bastards are relentless. Should we run? We can't stop them. Jisoo tried to calm them. Everyone, stay calm. There has to be a way. Suddenly, Hanho yelled, "Ha! Jisoo Nunam, over here." The bloody corpse of an orc suddenly plummeted into the center of the horde, followed by a massive explosion that tore through their ranks. They stared in shock as strange blue birds appeared in the sky, snatching orcs from the ground. What are those? Giant birds? It seemed even the orcs were stunned, watching the bodies of their comrades rain down from above. From the sky, explosions continued to rock the heart of the orc army. The crowd erupted in cheers. It's the Necromancer. Senior Jisoo Nunam is back. Min-seok and Sungwoo's appearance sent the orcs into a panic, even earning praise from Jung-hoon. An aerial bombardment. It's like we're fighting with swords while they're using modern warfare. Camera drones zipped through the sky between skyscrapers, broadcasting a live feed of the Necromancer. The Necromancer is in battle. Look, everyone, a skeleton knight is sweeping the battlefield. The invisible magic projector continued to display the scene as the announcer's voice echoed out. This is the Necromancer's companion. Could he be a player? A system window displayed the item's information. Name, magic projector. Rank, common. Type, consumable item. Effect, can display images or video captured by a magic drone or camera for 1 hour. The item is destroyed after 4 uses. They watched, commenting nonstop. I'm not so sure. Those skills and movements don't look robotic. But isn't he way too strong to be a player? All this, while others were still fighting for their lives. They calmly exchanged their opinions. I used to think I preferred the skeleton goblins, but maybe I need to change my mind. Why does our Roy look so bored? Outside, the broadcast director was ecstatic. Yes, the viewer count is skyrocketing. In the live chat, countless online comments flooded the screen. The Crusaders are strong, for sure, but they can't even compare to the Necromancer. That flag-bearing warrior is so cool, though. Honestly, the Crusaders are awesome too. It's just that the Necromancer is overhyped. If you've seen his recent activities, the Necromancer is definitely the strongest. So what the hell is the #1 ranker even doing? The director thought to himself with a grin. I wonder how much they'll pay me for these ratings. Just then, a loud noise came from the door. Someone inside immediately drew a bow. One more step and I shoot. Ed and a group of cloaked figures appeared. Lower your weapons. We're from the Freedom Guild. The director was horrified. The Freedom Guild? What are they doing here? Ed pointed around the room. Stop the broadcast immediately. If you refuse, we will use force. The director's face twisted in anger. He jabbed a finger in her face. What the hell is this? Are you trying to suppress the media? The players have a right to know. But Ed was unshaken. She gritted her teeth, her expression terrifying. Don't you know the media was used against us during the period of that reign of terror? Our strength and positions are classified information. Shut it down now. Seeing her resolve, the director waved his hands in surrender. All right, turn it off. We're turning off the cameras. A soldier suddenly called out to her. General Ashton. Ed's voice was low. I know. We're too late. She bit her lip, knowing there were other secret channels still live. Everyone will know the Necromancer is the one who led this battle to victory. Even the enemy will know. Just as she predicted, people in other countries were watching the live feed on their phones. At a camp somewhere, Roy sat in a cardboard box, enjoying the warm glow of a fire blazing before him. Hanho's blood ran cold. What? Beastmen from the south. And mad scientists are hunting us. An orc army is pushing from the west. And now you're telling me there are pirates, too. The kid clutched his head in utter despair. Just as I thought. This peninsula is a living hell. Or maybe they just cranked up the difficulty. Even Sungwoo looked exhausted. We haven't had a moment's rest since the world ended. Jisoo sounded completely defeated. We're only powerful on the Korean server, against the rest of the world. I'm not so sure, he had to agree. Compared to the world, Korea was just a tiny speck. She scowled. We have to grind harder. Sungwoo let out a heavy sigh. You're right. But this path is filled with one impossible challenge after another. Ever since leaving the school, their goal had remained the same. Hunt and grow stronger. Hanho, who had been standing by like a ghost, pointed to himself. I was just lucky I ran into you from the start, Jisoo. And what about me? On the world map, the place they called home was like a lone iceberg in a vast, unforgiving ocean. Because the Korean server was so small, the amount of gold and experience points available was naturally lower. That's why I think this snail battle is our golden opportunity. A chance to harvest a massive amount of gold and EXP. Jisoo clenched her fists with determination. Then tomorrow, we kill as many snails as we possibly can. Sungwoo thought to himself, that's right. For now, we'll avoid conflict with the other servers. His gaze shifted to the Crusader army, who were also deep in discussion. After the Snail War, comes the war against the outsiders. I need to discuss this with Jungsun. Different scenarios raced through Sungwoo's mind. But what happens if they're players, too? The wars would never end. Players in other regions were also gathering their own forces. After we deal with these monsters, if travel between servers becomes easier, we'll have to face those players head-on. Opponents on a global scale. What do we need to do to prepare? When will this game ever end? Just as he wondered, a system window materialized before him. Outside, necromancer birds circled in the darkening sky. Everyone was now gathered around the campfires. Do you hear that? Hear what? I don't see anything suspicious. But suddenly, a tree root shot out from the ground, startling them all. No, I'm not so sure, they wondered aloud. At first, it was just a small, insignificant root. But in the next second, it began to grow at an alarming rate, violently piercing through the barracks. Jisoo and Rai frantically tried to warn Sungwoo. Sungwoo-sai, what's happening? He saw a snail wielding an axe appear right behind her. He roared, Jisoo, behind you. Alerted, she and Rai instantly reacted. They swiftly sliced the snail in two. The commotion startled the other camps. What was that? What's all that noise? There are snails here. Seeing the monstrous faces emerge within their camp, everyone was completely stunned. How in the world did they get in here? Hanho pointed ahead. This way. They're coming from over here. Sungwoo focused, trying to rally his energy. Before their very eyes, snails poured out endlessly from a portal. The color drained from Sungwoo's face. They're using a teleportation gate. Watching the endless wave of snails charge forward, Sungwoo was horrified. I was too careless. I never saw this coming. Whether from a monster or another player, this ambush caught his soldiers completely off guard. Tankers. Get to the front. Block them. Hold on. I'm still repairing my gear. They panicked even more when they saw the snail's target. They're aiming for the guild master. A blinding flash of light blocked the snail's path, followed by a system announcement. The Sanctuary of Tempest has been declared throughout the area. Duration, 1 hour. All allies will automatically recover 2% health per second. All Crusader skills are enhanced. +5. Jungsun radiated an immense power, each swing of his sword successfully halting the snail's advance, and Sak suddenly rose from the rubble. The sight of him made even the snails pause. I thought those things were going to kill me. Just as expected of you, Mr. Prosecutor. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, Anseuk and the players behind him felt a surge of incredible energy. Whoa, that's a powerful buff. I'm overflowing with energy now. They charged the snails once more, fighting like relentless warriors, unleashing a storm of fierce attacks. You pig-headed oaf, give me a boost. Hey, you're not the only one who wants a piece of them. They looked incredibly proud. We've broken through the first portal, and Seuk exclaimed, clenching his fists. I can already taste victory. That surprise attack wounded me, but I feel stronger than ever. The synergy is boosting our skills and providing healing. My level already went up by 2 or 3, and Seuk looked towards the pillar of light in the center. The buff's effect was spreading across the entire area. It was an almost cheat-like skill. It could raise the stats of the entire party in an instant. Jungsun continued to display his overwhelming power. Crusader Manhwa, leading another wing, gave his report. We've breached the second gate. Check the other locations. He looked around, completely stunned. What other locations? Where did the other gates go? But in that moment, more monsters swarmed their position. On the ground lay the scorched remnants of the gate they had just destroyed. Is it over? Are all the fakes destroyed? While we were breaking the third gate, Jung-hoon could only watch and sigh. We're a little late, but it feels just like the first awakening. Are we still that far behind? Jisoo suddenly pointed in one direction. Sungwoo, look at this. Sungwoo was startled to see a stone radiating black smoke. Could that be the source of the gates? Manhwa studied the stone, his mind racing. Hold on. Doesn't that look exactly like a magic stone? The orcs are playing tricks on us. My gamer instincts are screaming that it's a trap. Be careful. It's radiating dark energy. Prolonged exposure will have adverse effects on you. As he reached for the stone, the system immediately flashed a glaring red notification. Manhwa shouted instantly, just as I predicted. I was right. At the same time, it seemed everyone received the alert. The Orcs' Dark Road is a grand-scale dark magic ritual. If you fail to stop it within the time limit, all orcs will be empowered and enter a demonic state. Time remaining 29 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Manhwa was baffled. What the hell is this? Hanho sighed again. The system never likes to mess with us just once or twice, does it? An image of an orc suddenly formed in Sungwoo's mind, followed by a vision of that same black stone being lifted. An orc dark mage. I've faced a monster like that before, back at the university. He could feel the endless dark energy pouring from the stone. This was going to be a formidable opponent, but just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. Huh? Why is Manhwa calling me all of a sudden? He stared at his phone and couldn't help but scream. Are you serious? Those bastards are heading this way. Manhwa immediately relayed the news to Jung-hoon, the guild master. We have to evacuate right now. The guild master was stunned, asking, What's going on, Manhwa? He screamed back, A swarm of wyverns is heading straight for us. Across the sky, colossal monsters soared through the air. Their group had no choice but to hide in a corner. Anseo couldn't stop himself from cursing. Damn it, of all the places, why did they have to come here? Kang-hoon immediately shushed him. Dude, be quiet. What are we going to do if they actually find us? Eksh glanced toward Jung-hoon. He was also wrapped tightly in a blanket. Commander, we've put some distance between us, but we need to wait a little longer. Through the monster's eyes, the towering buildings below were crystal clear. She continued, There are too many of us. They could spot us from far away and circle back. The guildmaster felt utterly helpless. Time is running out, but we can't do a thing. Just wait a little longer. Hanho pointed a finger toward the sky. Senior, you can't catch those wyverns, right? Wait, you can't fly? So that's impossible. Jisoo followed his gaze. If it were only 1 or 2, we might have a chance. But there's a whole flock of them circling up there, and we're stuck on the ground. Isn't it impossible to handle an aerial threat of this scale? They all recalled the image of that one monstrous beast, the Alpha Wyvern and the flock under its command. They are the undisputed rulers of the Korean server's skies. Sungwoo looked on regretfully. As long as they're here, our entire plan of action is on hold. I want to hunt it, but I can't find the right angle. As the sun began to rise, casting its light over everything, X stood up to take command. We can start moving now. Based on their speed, they must be heading north of the Han River. Jung-hoon's expression was incredibly serious. Understood. At his command, vehicle engines started one by one. Notify all teams. We are moving out of here now. Hanno stared down at his phone. Senior, I just checked the community page. The Gimpo Plains where the orcs appeared has become a total wasteland. The situation is exactly like the Elu region. The kid continued, that place used to be a lush, fertile area filled with sprawling wetlands. But now, seeing this desolate wasteland first thing in the morning is just soul-crushing. Ek gave a report. According to our scouts, they've gathered at Gimpo International Airport. Sungwoo's expression turned even more grim. I think they're ready and waiting to welcome us. Jung-hoon was filled with grim determination. They're prepared to attack us with everything they've got. On the faces of the others, a confident smirk appeared on his face. We have no choice but to respond. Sungwoo eyed their forces warily. We need to be careful. This could be another one of their tricks. Jung-hoon glanced at the system window. I know. But time isn't on our side. There's no other way out of this but to fight. Their numbers were overwhelming. The orcs' eyes burned with bloodlust. They had stopped in a desolate wasteland. That's their main force on the other side. You can see the unease spreading among the players. There are far more of them than we predicted. If there's a chance, we should fall back. Sungwoo saw it too. No one could hide their concern. We're facing a massive army, but now there's no path for retreat. His worries lay elsewhere. If they complete that massive dark magic ritual, we'll face something far more dangerous than mere orcs. Jung-hoon suddenly chimed in. Why don't we start with a bombing run? Their attention shifted back to the map before them. Their base is perfectly set up for it. We should prepare a little surprise to seize the advantage. A glint appeared in Sungwoo's eyes. Let's do it now. A massive explosion suddenly rocked the area as he stood before them, but in that moment, he was shocked to see a circle form around the blast zone. A protective magic shield. A sudden chill ran down Sungwoo's spine. This was the magic of a dark orc shaman. Why is there nothing but dust flying everywhere? The bombing stopped, but they still refused to come out. Jung-hoon made an assessment. They're probably buying time to complete their dark magic. He was worried about the enemy's overwhelming numbers. That means we have to go in there and take them down. Sungwoo was getting impatient. I don't want to, but it's our best option. She was deeply troubled by the situation, wondering if there was any way to minimize their losses. Even if we win here, suffering heavy casualties will become a massive problem later. Her thoughts turned to the powers lurking in the shadows. From now on, we have to deal with other forces too, and their numbers are just too great. Sungwoo glanced over at Jung-hoon. Are you worried about these unknown opponents? Jung-hoon answered honestly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. Hearing this, Sungwoo cracked a smile after the battle with the orcs finally ended. Don't worry about them. Just focus on building an alliance. Jung-hoon looked completely surprised. What? What do you mean? Sungwoo's voice echoed among the crowd. I'm talking about our current situation and our future. We need a large group like the one you've already created, Jung-hoon. There are still survivors who are terrified of the monsters. They may have power, and they may have gathered together. But there's a problem with groups like that. A spark lit up in his eyes. Right now, they're just loose groups of people with different goals. They've only banded together temporarily under the threat of monsters. Can you unite them and lead them? But an unusual thought crossed Jung-hoon's mind as warriors clenched their fists with new determination. A great family, where everyone can live in peace amidst these chaotic times. Above all, while Jung-hoon still had his doubts, he thought, I don't know why he's suggesting this to me. But he shouted, as long as nothing gets in our way, the answer will always be yes. I will make it happen. The ships continued to speed across the sea. The Crusader army has arrived in Korea. Sungwoo recalled the captain he had previously defeated. According to the captain's memories, that army wasn't a group of victors, but a band of defeated warriors. Other armies also came to his mind, weak factions that were pushed back by the mainland forces. Our best option now is to hunt them down before they become strong enough to start another war. In the future, my army will have to face other countries. But one day, we will have to confront an army that is even stronger. Sungwoo's thoughts returned to the supply checks. The larger our army grows, the higher the chance that our battles will be drawn out. That's also why I'll need a powerful organization backing me up, a systematic foundation that can provide resources. The faces of his family appeared one by one in his mind. Unfortunately, the small town we hold in Suwon isn't enough. We need a place with far greater potential. Jung-hoon was thinking along the same lines. A massive community, equivalent to an entire nation. That future is still so far away. He looked towards Sungwoo, but does Sungwoo's offer mean that I should take a chance, now that I have his help? The thought was incredibly bold, so bold it bordered on arrogant. His comrades stood shoulder to shoulder. Standing beside Jung-hoon, they became a part of his strength. High levels and good items aren't what I need to surpass this man. Perhaps the powerful organization I've always dreamed of is the real solution. The same thought crossed both their minds. Maybe this relationship can be a mutually beneficial partnership. But to get what I want, I'll make sure to use you to your fullest potential. Sungwoo and Junghoon both broke into wide smiles. Jisoo let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they both agreed. But Hanho's face had turned deathly pale. No, that was the smile of a predator with a plan. They stared down the ferocious orc horde before them. We can discuss the details after this war is over. Right now, we need to focus on how to deal with them. Suddenly, Sungwoo spoke up. There is one way, a strategy to minimize our losses. Though it was a bit strange, he mimed drawing a sniper's bow. The entire party stood before the massive orc army. Manhwa was still on edge. I feel like we're lambs at a slaughterhouse. I can't even blink. Well, we did walk right into an army of countless enemies. Jisoo's expression was deadly serious. Today, we are the butchers. Hanho narrowed his eyes, gripping the two daggers in his hands. By the way, Jisoo, there are so many orcs. How can we possibly kill them all? Just then, the weapon-wielding orcs began their relentless assault. A cry went up through the ranks. They're charging. Junghoon immediately began shouting commands. Everyone, form up. Defense line, to the front. Mages in the center, not the rear. Watch out for encirclement. Panic began to spread through the ranks. We're totally screwed. We're really going to die like this. But another soldier immediately shut him down. Quiet. It's too late to run now anyway. Junghoon gritted his teeth. He remembered the battles of the past, the countless victories they had clawed their way toward. Victories that seemed impossible since this game began. Junghoon's voice boomed across the entire army. Today's battle is just another one of those victories. He glanced up at his system window. I'm certain that from this point forward, the battles will only get tougher and more grueling. Junghoon turned back to his comrades. And after that, we'll face hardships that seem absolutely insurmountable. All kinds of ridiculous challenges will be thrown at us, trying to break our spirits. He then asked a simple question. But are you all giving up now? A tense silence fell as everyone clenched their fists. And then a roar erupted. No, we won't give up. We will never surrender. We're aiming for the throne. We'll climb high enough to see the face of the game master. Instantly, their morale surged higher than ever before. We've witnessed countless deaths to make it this far. I'm the one who killed them. But I guess it's okay for me to join in, right? Of course we can't give up. Junghoon's sword shot toward the heavens. Today, victory will be ours. The system flared to life with an announcement. The current area has been declared a tempo domain for 1 hour. Healing effects for all allies will increase by a maximum of 2%. All stats of the Crusader army will increase by +5. The orcs charged forward in a frenzy as flames erupted from the human line. Mage squad unleash hell. Instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in a massive inferno, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky. But the orcs seemed completely unfazed. They just kept charging in wave after wave. Damn it, their numbers haven't dropped at all. Keep casting. If we get pushed back, it's over for us. The front line desperately held back the tide of monsters. They're trying to break through. Hold the line. The spearmen in the back rain down attacks on the orcs trying to advance. The enemy is pushing our flanks. Use your spears to hold them back. Just then, they spotted the orc leaders. The Reapers have appeared. Mages, get ready. They were once again under siege, this time by massive rhinos. There are rhinos, too. Target them. Take them down before they reach us and shatter our formation. Both sides fought with everything they had. It was an even match, but somehow, they were holding on. The critical thing was not to get pushed back, even when it felt like the line was about to break. A soldier screamed as he saw them. They're bringing siege engines. Their siege weapons are here. The enemy's rear units are starting to advance. The orc commander began signaling to the archers in the back. Junghoon used a smokescreen to block the incoming volley. He roared, "Hold your positions. Lure as many of them in as you can." Junghoon's eyes locked onto the orc chieftain in the rear. Draw their leader in as close as possible. Elsewhere, a griffin soared high in the sky. Hanho spoke, "It looks like it's about time for us to make our move. Should I go lower?" But Sungwoo's words surprised her. "No, this is perfect." He leaped directly from the griffin's back. The slugs below suddenly flinched, their eyes turning upward. Sungwoo was actually surprised. They noticed, but it was far too late. He commanded his weapon to emerge. Awaken, Bone Scythe. A series of explosions ripped through the ground. The system once again flashed the blessing of the Thunder God, a hero-grade power. This bracelet absorbs all mana, unleashing an immense amount of power, but mana cannot be replenished for 5 minutes after the attack. If worn by someone with no mana, it can be used once every 24 hours with no drawbacks. A purple magic circle suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire orc army. But even that wasn't enough. The shield shattered like glass against Sungwoo's overwhelming power. System messages began flooding the screen. You have received 1,800 gold for hunting a red orc dark mage. You have received 1,500 gold for hunting a red orc bodyguard. You have received 1,200 gold for hunting a red orc warrior. You have received 1,200 gold. You have received another 1,200 gold for hunting a red orc warrior. From above, Jung-hoon witnessed the devastating effect of the attack. This was all part of Sung-woo's plan. A high-powered snipe aimed directly at the orc lord. It was like an attack from a cannon instead of a bullet. Suddenly, the orc's ferocious and bloodthirsty face appeared. The monster lord, the orc lord himself, had arrived. Sung-woo let out a sarcastic smirk. Did I offend you? You look pretty angry. The other orcs suddenly turned around, rushing back toward their legion. Manhwa instantly knew their plan. They're rushing to protect their boss. After them, the system blared with a crimson alert. Warning, Soul Awakening has been activated throughout the entire area. Warning, the Call of Death has been activated across the entire area. Immediately, the necromancer's power exploded. Sung-woo's disciples received a new list of buffs. Platoon formation, a personal synergy. The condition is to own a unit with a commander, a level 2 attribute of 30 or more. The effect grants a 6% increase to attack stats and a 6% increase to defense stats, and damage dealt when targeting a single enemy is increased by 3%. The system continued its display. Veteran, level 5. A formation type synergy. The condition is to have at least 50 members of the veteran type. The effect, damage received from small and medium-sized opponents, will be reduced by 40%. 3. Armored Knights, level 5. A defensive synergy. Condition: possess more than 50 units in the squad equipped with heavy armor. Effect: defense is increased by 30%. A shield is generated, equivalent to 40% of total defense. Just then, a vial in the middle of the orc army began to glow. They were stunned as an immense power erupted from within it. He let out a loud laugh. How does that taste, you pigheads? This is the immunity granted by the breath of the abyss. Sung-woo sighed. What a warm and pleasant feeling. Scythe in hand, he stood before the orc lord. Sorry for dropping in on you like this. A blue flame began to flicker across one half of Sung-woo's face, but I would like to have a conversation. A nice, quiet one, between just the two of us. His scythe began to rise slowly. Ah, sorry, I misspoke. Just then, Jung-hoon's other disciples charged forward. I forgot my side had these guys too. The disciples' attacks rained down, but the orc lord simply roared and struck back. Min-suk's voice was grim. I can't believe you're still standing after that blow. The orc lord's hands were blocking the attacks of two disciples at once. Sung-woo analyzed the fight. Is this boss different from the others? He saw that the orc was bleeding from the slashes. The good news was, it couldn't fully withstand the blows. The combined assault from On and Min-suk was working. Suddenly, Roy charged forward with his blade to attack the lord. A chain shot out, binding the beast tightly. 3 more chains followed, suppressing all of the orc lord's power as Min-suk delivered the final slash. The system announced their victory. You have received 900,000 gold for hunting the orc lord. Time remaining to complete the mission. 3 days, 783. Seeing the notification, Roy became furious. Yes, what is it? Min-suk quickly tried to explain. Bro, I didn't mean to steal your kill. The quest made me do it. The other disciples began to surround the remaining orcs. The moment they lost their lord, the orcs started to tremble and drop their weapons. Everyone recognized the sign immediately. The rest of them have lost their will to fight because their general is dead. Jisoo shouted, "Let's go, everyone." Instantly, the group seemed to gain a new surge of strength as they went berserk. They launched a frenzied attack on the orcs, who panicked and scattered in chaos. Manhwa angrily kicked an orc with all her might. Get out of my way. This prey is mine now. He and his teammates revved their motorcycles. They charged ahead, relentlessly stealing kills. Jung-hoon gritted his teeth. We've won. At this rate, we'll wipe out the red orcs completely. But at that moment, Manhwa suddenly saw a notification on her phone. What's this? An emergency call? The man couldn't believe it. What did you say? Manhwa urgently called his commander. He screamed into the receiver. Intel drones show a swarm of wyverns heading toward our position. Hearing this news, the commander was horrified. Wyverns? How far are they from our forces? How much time do we have? As Manhwa spoke, they all pictured the monstrous beasts dominating the sky. The observation team reports they're about 3 kilometers out. They'll be here any second. Jung-hoon panicked. The wyverns are coming to attack us? It was hard to believe they were flying straight for them. He remembered their terrifying destructive power. They had waited for their prey to leave the city. With fewer obstacles out here in the wasteland, this was their hunting ground. Jung-hoon immediately gave the order. All troops, retreat. Evacuate to the airship now. His command threw everyone into chaos. What? But why? Why are we suddenly retreating? But just then, a notification appeared for all of them. The area boss, the Wyvern Lord, had appeared. They screamed in absolute despair. It's too late. They're already here. The appearance of a wyvern was like a message from death itself. Its body was colossal, gargantuan, Most of them couldn't even react to the surprise attack. Somebody save me. Their voices were filled with despair. No, this can't be happening. Sungwoo couldn't believe it. First slugs, now wyverns? Are you serious? No time to rest, another battle had already begun. He commanded his birds to move the slug corpses. I'll make sure you get nothing to eat. The dead slugs would now serve as bait for the wyverns. Sungwoo yelled out, Jung-hoon, prepare the ballistas. Jung-hoon immediately snapped to attention. Scout team, man the ballistas. His cold, golden eyes saw nothing but the incoming wyvern swarm. Eat before you is a feast. Eat it all. A wyvern dove and bit into the bait. Sungwoo roared, corpse explosion. A massive blast erupted from inside the wyvern's mouth. Jung-hoon saw it immediately, watching the beast stagger in the sky. He bellowed with newfound hope. One of them is hit. Keep firing. At the same time, Sungwoo commanded his bone dragon disciple. Finish it. The bone dragon received the order and shot forward, sinking its teeth into the wyvern's neck. As the beast fell, the system message appeared. You have received 754,300 gold for hunting a wyvern. Jisoo cheered with joy. It worked. We can take them down. The other soldiers buzzed with excitement. A necromancer was hunting wyverns. A faint smile formed on Sungwoo's face, hidden behind his lich-like state. A monster he never dreamed of taming was now about to be his. You have successfully controlled the undead. He looked behind him. Minsok, you can ride this with me. Minsok was stunned. What? Oh, all right. The two of them then mounted the undead wyvern and took to the skies, observing from above. Sungwoo was deeply satisfied. I'm finally flying for real. This is harder to ride than a griffin, but it's more stable because it's so much bigger. Minsok asked, So, are we hunting wyverns this time? Sungwoo replied, That's right. We're going to show them what it feels like to be the prey. They immediately flew toward the center of the wyvern swarm. Suddenly, one wyvern targeted the group on the ground below, diving down to snatch its prey. Sungwoo instantly spotted the damn monster breaking from the flock. He quickly commanded his undead wyvern to give chase. This damn beast had no idea what kind of danger it was in, even flying all by itself. Sungwoo shouted, Minsok, grab its wing. Minsok steeled himself, ready to end it. Purple chains once again shot out, binding the stray wyvern. Sungwoo silently urged him on. Come on, just one more and that'll be two. But another wyvern silently swooped in from above, aiming its sharp talons straight for Sungwoo. But he easily dodged the attack. Damn it, more of them are coming. Sungwoo quickly fired an arrow, but the bow. He gritted his teeth. The arrow was completely useless, not even strong enough to chip one of its scales. But just then, another system message appeared. You have received 850,000 gold for hunting a wyvern. Time remaining to complete the quest. 3 days. A sword was plunged deep into a wyvern's head. Minsok was knocked off his mount. Sungwoo, catch me. You have successfully tamed the undead. A wyvern opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. This one's tough. It's on the verge of death, but it still won't let go. Sungwoo rushed toward the chaos. Roy was still completely dazed as he was yanked out of the way. Huh. What was that? He never even saw the razor-sharp fangs of the wyvern lunging from behind him. The monster bit down on nothing but air. In the next instant, its spine was severed, and its entire body was cleaved in two. A flurry of slashes rained down on the beast, until finally, its head was split clean in half. You've acquired 850,000 gold. You have successfully hunted a wyvern. You have tamed the undead. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Sungwoo's face. That makes 3 down so far. He rode his summoned beasts through the sky, just as the system announced the area boss, the Wyvern Lord, and in that moment, the true nightmare appeared. Sungwoo stared at the colossal number of monsters now swarming the sky. A whole flock of wyverns. A plan instantly sparked in his mind. We can only handle one if it splits from the pack. A single target is manageable, but taking them all on at once is a suicide mission. Sungwoo immediately targeted a wyvern, straying from the group. The others unleashed a symphony of ferocious, ear-splitting shrieks. They seemed to understand each other's calls, weaving through the sky in circles both large and small. The wyvern boss let out a commanding roar. Minsuk's face went pale at the sight of the swarm. No, no, isn't this way too dangerous? Sungwoo had to agree. It is. He did a quick head count. It looked like there were at least 30 of them. There's no way to take them all on. Sungwoo glanced at the vial in his hand. If we can't fight our way out, we'll have to use this. The system window flashed. Breath of the Abyss. A vial that drives other monsters to attack the enemy. He roared, use it now. A tide of purple liquid instantly erupted everywhere. The wyverns seemed to suffer as they hit the violet mist from the vial. Their immense strength felt like it was being paralyzed. Sungwoo immediately noticed their strange reaction. All right, he thought, let's see how they respond to this. I doubt it's enough to knock them all out, but as long as they're living things, it'll have an effect. Minsuk snorted. Judging by their reaction, I'd say they really don't like it. Sungwoo just smirked. Well, I imagine for them, it's like trying to swallow something truly disgusting. And just then, the wyverns let out another familiar guttural roar. He was surprised. Huh. They're trying to endure it. This is all the breath we have left. Please just stay away. The vial is almost empty. In that critical moment, the system flashed a deathly notification. Breath of the Abyss Vial. 1%. The wyvern's eyes began to glow. Suddenly, the beast turned and flew off, and the entire swarm followed their leader in a full retreat. Sungwoo breathed a massive sigh of relief. It's over. Now they could finally set foot on land again. His other disciples looked completely exhausted. The other warriors who witnessed the battle were simply in awe. What kind of combination was that? Every monster I've seen since this began seemed to be gathered in that one spot. Even Jung-hoon was deeply impressed. You weren't being arrogant when you planned to deal with the pirates. You could have left our forces and handled that all by yourself if you wanted to, Sungwoo. The Korean server has successfully defeated the 4th high-grade monster. Top contributor KDA, 157. Seeing this message, everyone erupted in cheers. We did it. That was our victory. Hanho, however, seemed a bit annoyed reading the rankings from the system. Even though my senior was the biggest contributor here, he still couldn't take the #1 spot. Server KDA rankings. Rank 1, Han Kang-sok, level 19. Rank 2, KDA 157, level 18. Rank 3, Doctor, level 17. Rank 4, John Dyungpo, level 16. Rank 5, Choi Yoon, level 15. Jisoo was more optimistic. I think it would be more shocking if he actually dropped in rank. Everyone looked over their new rankings. Ranks are important, but what we really need to focus on is our own growth and leveling up. I already chose the level up card that boosts strength, +3 to prepare for fighting other players. The brutal battles they had just survived were once again put into perspective. There's too much info about my class out there now. From here on out, I'll be their #1 target. Compared to other summoners, I need to improve. My own basic skills first. Sungwoo, this is a ring I got from hunting the Snail Lord. The system window popped up again. Name, Black Pearl Ring. Grade, Special. Type, Ring. Effect, Magic Curse, Amplification +10. Description, it contains dark energy and can be dangerous to some people, those without an immunity to dark energy. He slid the ring onto his finger. I think I can still make use of this. The Death Curse, or my Death Aura, should give me extremely high damage potential with it. From behind, Hanho was already complaining. What's this? You only got one for yourself? But Sungwoo was already worried about the future. If a large-scale dark magic ritual happened, one big enough to power up tons of monsters, would I get even more items? Even more amazing items? Maybe I could get my hands on something like a Blood Demon Stone, just like what I did back at the university gym. But the kid behind him just grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. From now on, let's eat and live together. Sungwoo glanced over at the warriors who had fallen during the brutal battle. We can't afford to wait for the orcs to finish their ritual. Our best option is to stop them now, before they grow even stronger. Back at the camp that evening, the numbers were grim. We're down to 492. That was the total count of players who survived the fight. The survivors murmured amongst themselves, discussing the devastating losses. It was less than a third of the force that had joined the first assault. More than half of our group was wiped out, and the Seong-Ryonggu team is just gone, Jung-ho stated. But those who survived have grown stronger. The others could only remain silent, unable to argue. He continued, the battles are only going to become more frequent. That means we need to build a larger group, with even more powerful members. Sungwoo looked over the other players. A glint of hope sparked in his mind. The survivors would indeed grow stronger as they faced this harsh new reality. It was a cruel thought, but it was the truth. Sungwoo turned to his companions. Jisoo had already reached level 15. Hanho was a bit slower, but he was now level 12. He still looked concerned, though. In the rankings, they were 7th and 27th, but disappointingly, Hanho still seemed incredibly optimistic, grabbing a microphone. Are we just some kind of extras here? Didn't we get a 4th or 5th tier class choice? Ah, I just picked that card. It was the only choice I had, so why am I stuck on the bench because of it? All right, I object. I object. I refuse to be a mere substitute player. Jisoo sighed heavily. Are you seriously trying to protest the system? Sungwoo held up 2 fingers. Hanho, you had 2 chances, didn't you? I don't think I need to remind you that you picked a 1-star card both. The young man's pride was wounded, and he bristled. Senior, you be quiet. How can someone as lucky as you say something like that? Just then, figures in cloaks rushed into the camp. Commander, they reported urgently. I found a shop at the Gimpo airport. Their words shocked everyone. A status window had clearly said it was inaccessible. Sungwoo immediately sensed an opportunity. Inaccessible. That didn't sound like a bad thing at all. It probably meant this was an unusual shop that sold rare and unique items. The others started buzzing with excitement. If it's a shop, we have to try, even if it says we can't get in. I've been saving up a ton of gold for the next gacha. Can I finally get a legendary item with all this? Greed was written all over their faces as they frantically calculated the potential rewards. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Jung-hoon could only sigh and agree. A few team captains will be sent to investigate the shop. Before them stood a shimmering purple barrier. Inside the barrier was an icon of a lock. Something was definitely off about this. Sungwoo considered it. That must be the sign that the shop is inaccessible. And Seo wondered aloud, what do you think is making it inaccessible? Kang-hun, trying to sound profound, stated the obvious. We'll find out when we get inside. But it has the feeling of a place only VIPs can enter. As if answering their thoughts, text appeared on the barrier. A secret shop ticket is required for entry. When the others saw the message, they flew into a rage, pounding on the barrier. Yeah, right. I can't get in. I want to go inside. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Unlike their outrage, Sungwoo remained perfectly calm. A shop ticket? He gently touched the purple barrier. The system immediately responded. Do you wish to use the secret shop ticket? Yes or no? It was then that Sungwoo remembered. After his very first awakening, he had received a special ticket. You have received the first awakening reward. The necromancer's masterpiece can now be saved. The maximum number of friends has been increased. You will receive a secret shop ticket for ranking 9th in the first awakening, an exclusive reward for the top 50 players. As he successfully passed through the barrier, Sungwoo glanced back at Jung-hoon. It's limited to the top 50 people. I guess Jung-hoon didn't make the cut. Seeing him walk right in, the others were furious. Just him? Why is he the only one who can get through? Kang-hun was crushed. So I'm not a VIP. Sungwoo slowly walked around the dusty, empty space. He looked toward a monitor and a chair as a voice announced, "Please, take a seat." Sungwoo followed the system's instructions. This was definitely nothing like a normal store. 5 items will be shown to you, one by one. Please indicate if you wish to purchase. You have 10 seconds to make a decision. You cannot buy an item you have passed on. Sungwoo was floored. You're telling me to choose something in just 10 seconds. It was like an infomercial. Buy now. Does the offer really end after that countdown? The first item will now be revealed. After the prompt, a brilliant light flashed. Suddenly, an item window materialized. Name, Golem Crafting Scroll. Grade, Expert Special Class. A consumable item. It granted the golem crafting skill upon use. Description: forge a colossal golem using materials from the environment. Additional materials could even be integrated. The price was a steep 1 million gold. You have 10 seconds. The system's timer sent a jolt of panic through Sungwoo. A golem crafting scroll. He furiously smashed the purchase button on the screen. His current balance was 10,565,540 gold. 10 seconds to claim this prize. I'll take it. I'm buying it. And with that, the second item was revealed. Item: a triple set of panaceas. This was a special grade consumable. Its effect was simple but powerful. It could instantly cure any and all abnormal status effects. The price tag was 2 million gold. This time, Sungwoo seemed much calmer. Isn't this a reward I could have picked during my last class advancement? And it's this expensive? I'll pass. As a necromancer, he was already immune to most curses. Still, I might need it later, he thought. But it was 1 million gold more than the golem scroll. Not worth it. Time ran out. The third item appeared. Name, Superior Skill Enhancement, a special grade consumable. Its effect was to permanently power up a specific, chosen skill. The price was 3 million gold. But Sungwoo remained unmoved. It wasn't a bad item, but buying it meant he might not afford the next 2. What if the price keeps climbing by 1 million each time? He skipped this one, too. The timer expired, revealing the 4th item. Name, Bracelet of the Shadow Emperor. Grade, Legendary. Type, Bracelet. The effects were mind-blowing. Strength +3, Agility +3, and an instant teleportation ability. It could even blanket a 100-meter area in darkness with a 10-minute cooldown. Price, 4 million gold. Sungwoo was absolutely stunned. He could almost feel the immense power surging from the item description alone. This was it. The items were incredible, but the synergy this one had with his class was on another level. I have to buy this. It's for my Successor of the Shadow Emperor quest. A new notification confirmed it. Successor of the Shadow Emperor. Items collected 3 out of 4. A determined gleam ignited in Sungwoo's eyes. Now for the final item. What could it be? Why is my heart pounding like this? At last, the 5th item was unveiled. A blinding light flashed from the system window. Sungwoo couldn't hide the raw excitement on his face. They even sell something like this? Before him hovered a massive, glowing scroll. Name, Resurrection Scroll, designated location. Grade, special. Type, consumable. Effect, resurrect at a preset location upon death. The price was a jaw-dropping 5 million gold. Sungwoo stared into the light, only one word echoing in his mind: resurrection. He immediately began to analyze. Resurrection was already one of his own necromancer skills. It was the very ability that let him defeat the dragon and complete his awakening quest. Sungwoo stared at the scroll, lost in thought. His own skill had a 31-day cooldown, but it was reliable. Then, he remembered its flaws. His skill had critical limitations. First, that painfully long cooldown. Sungwoo recalled the last battle. I've already used it, and I'm still waiting for it to reset. What if you were killed during that window? He quickly moved to the next problem. Second, he would simply revive in the exact same desperate situation he died in. So, was popping back to life right in front of the enemy that just killed you really a good idea? Sungwoo questioned the strategy. Was that really an advantage in a fight? If a powerful boss kills you once, you're not likely to win by just instantly respawning. And the third, most critical flaw. His ability only applied to himself. He was trapped in the thought. If Hanho or Jisoo were to die, he would be powerless to bring them back. Subconsciously, Sungwoo's mind went to his friends. They were the only teammates he truly trusted and could rely on. We've become stronger to survive. And we've taken huge risks to get that power. This resurrection scroll would be a powerful safety net for their future, for the dangers they had yet to face together. 1 second remaining. The system's final warning flashed before his eyes. Sungwoo slammed his hand on the purchase button repeatedly. I'll buy it. I'm buying it. The system displayed a new message. Item evaluation concluded. He grinned, relieved. I got what I needed. A teleportation circle flared to life at his feet. You will be automatically ejected in 10 seconds. Outside, the roar of a massive crowd echoed, gathered for the founding ceremony of the Seoul Metropolitan Player Alliance. At this point, everyone was getting hyped for the game as Sungwoo furiously tapped his phone. This is awesome. Jisoo just laughed while wiping her sword. It's been a while since I've had a break. Hanho pouted his lips and began to whine. It's all hunting, hunting, and more hunting. This is no way for people to live. Sungwoo rubbed his neck and replied softly. What matters is that you rest whenever you get the chance, and we can use this time to gather information. Jisoo looked at him and said cheerfully, the next battle isn't going to be some small skirmish. Suddenly, a giant eagle descended from above, and the person on its back shouted, the Pirate Awakeners have appeared. Jisoo's eyes lit up with excitement. Well, so much for our short-lived vacation. Jung-hoon spoke in a low voice, holding a report. I heard the pirates have appeared in the West Sea. He looked over at Sungwoo's group and asked, how do you plan on defeating them? Sungwoo turned his head and offered a suggestion. I think the best way is to deal with them before they can make landfall. He thought to himself, troubled. But the problem is, no one can handle them at sea. Hanho looked at him and said with a grin, if they had any sense, they wouldn't have the guts to come ashore. After all, you already wiped out their vanguard. Sunbae, don't you think they'd be wary about invading the mainland now? Jisoo asked with a frown. So if the enemy already knows about you, they'll probably try a different approach, she analyzed slowly. If the pirates intend to target the Korean peninsula, they'll likely gather intel first. Not just through broadcasters, but they might also kidnap other players to extract information. Jisoo then called his name Sungwoo. How much do you know about these pirates? He answered, flustered. That's everything I know so far. Sungwoo wondered internally. Is reading the memories of the dead any more evil than what these bastards have already done? They were a band of marauders exiled from Chinese territory, who called themselves the rulers of the sky, the land, and the sea. Hanho pointed a finger, slowly offering his opinion. Isn't that based on the triads? From Chinese history, I've heard about them in a few games before. The young man rested his chin on his hand. Why would they base themselves on the historical triads? They might as well call themselves Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Jisoo offered her theory. I think the leader has brainwashed the lower-level players. An image flashed through their minds. A group of struggling people shouting, he is a good man. Shut up, I won't reveal anything. Just kill me. Another person questioned with suspicion. Aren't they following their master like a bunch of fanatics? Jisoo said decisively. It would be a huge advantage if they could dominate the world. If so, that would be terrifying. What if the world was run by the triads as a philosophical concept? A torrent of thoughts flooded Sungwoo's mind. In their memories, every time they recruited someone, they forced them to drink poison wine. That could be how they brainwash and control people. Jung-hoon spoke up calmly. I don't know about anyone else, but I don't think we can just take out the leader. If we miss even one of them, they will just get stronger and stronger. By the time we find them again, they'll be even harder to deal with. Sungwoo interrupted. But first, let's head to Kyodondo. Jisoo was fired up. It's time for us to move out together. They soon arrived in a city overrun by giant monsters. Hanho grumbled, ugh, I still prefer riding in a helicopter. Heejin declared loudly, my bone wyvern is an excellent driver. Jisoo laughed while riding on the massive creature's back, so try to enjoy it. The boy just sighed. That's easy for you to say. Jisoo, you're a natural athlete. Junghoon looked at Sungwoo with hope in his eyes and said, Sungwoo, please stop the pirates. He looked back at them, his voice filled with pride. Of course. I will stop them, but I don't know what the Evolution Society is up to these days. They might be plotting something, so you should prepare yourself. Junghoon's gaze was firm. The Evolution Society has a debt to pay with me. I will mobilize as many people as possible to fight them. On a remote island, Heejin asked, Father, are you sure you saw a pirate ship? He explained frantically, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. It was definitely a pirate ship. Not convinced, she asked again, Father, are you really sure? We came all this way. He grew angry and shouted, Your uncle, our former leader, was murdered by those monsters. How could I not recognize their ship? All eyes turned to the old man. Wasn't that Limonzong, the new leader of Jodongdo Island? Hadn't he sworn to guard the coast with his life, burning with hatred for the pirates who had wronged him? Heejin's father began to explain. I saw one of their ships 12 hours ago. It appeared at sea, circled the island, and then headed for Gangwa Beach. He looked at the young heroes before him and declared, the pirates haven't given up on the Korean peninsula. I'm absolutely certain of it. Jisoo stared out at the ocean. I'm not so sure they landed elsewhere. Maybe the rest of their forces are heading to the southern part of the peninsula. Hanho quickly spoke up. Wouldn't that be a good thing? The monster subjugation quests outside the Seoul area are still incomplete. The civilians have been evacuated, so if only monsters are there, the pirates will have their hands full. Sungwoo frowned. No, that's not why they're here. The idea of conquering another server isn't something you can do with confidence alone. He immediately thought of the pirate leader, a man desperate to grow his power quickly so he could invade Korea's major cities. That was the core of the Korean server. Sungwoo turned to Heejin and her father. Do you two plan on staying on this island, even if the pirates return? Heejin's father roared with conviction. Of course, I was defeated once, but there won't be a second time. I'll pay them back twofold. Hearing this, a smile touched Sungwoo's lips. Then let's leave Juodong Island now and intercept them. Sungwoo thought to himself, the next logical landing spot is Gangwa Beach. He grew serious, knowing their advanced team had been wiped out. They'll likely bring more warships, or even their entire main force. I have to be ready for whatever they throw at us when they make landfall. Jisoo looked at him with excitement. Hey, do you know where we can find a shop or a blacksmith? We need to prepare for this battle. Hanho pouted. That's only if we have enough gold. Heejin's father spoke up. There's a shop in the center of Gangwa City. Just then, a man came running from behind, shouting, Sir. He reported the situation in a panic. The pirates are approaching. They're already preparing to open fire. Everyone was stunned. Is that true? The old man asked in disbelief. This soon? What should we do? We're not even ready. Sungwoo calmly observed the chaos. Could this be their main force and not a scouting party? It seems they're in a huge hurry. He felt the realization dawning. Is it possible they don't know I'm here? Or maybe they just don't see me as a threat. In that case, let's prepare a welcome party for them. The moon rose high over the remote island. A massive ship cut through the water. A subordinate of Commander Jigong shouted, That's right, you've all waited long enough. He introduced himself to a live audience. Greetings, everyone. We are the army of the great Commander Jigong. By the commander's order, we are once again crossing the sea, but don't you worry. We will destroy any terrible monster that emerges from the deep. Jigong's man glared toward the port. So where are we headed? The reason we're crossing this hellish ocean is that place. We are making landfall, and we will conquer the Korean peninsula. The subordinate thought to himself, just as expected, we're getting a reaction. The chat exploded with comments for the cowards and deserters. Boss Wang wrote, That's their problem. They cause trouble, then run away. What a joke. Another user typed, These cowards got beaten by Li Wei and fled. What a shameful start for our faction. Once I finish my training, I'll have to deal with them myself. Another vowed, Ever since we set sail, revenge has been my only goal, my enemies. Just you wait. I will level up and hunt you down. Jigong's man smirked. I predicted these reactions. We were pushed out of the Chinese server for our questionable deeds. But once we conquer the Korean peninsula and return to the mainland, you'll all see who the final victor is. He grabbed the microphone and screamed. The commander will seize the Korean peninsula. Of course, there's a fearsome figure named the Necromancer in Korea. Not long ago, our vanguard was annihilated by him. But there won't be a second time. The mages on the ship chanted, The army you see now will establish a foothold and take the Korean peninsula. Long live the commander. Our success will be eternal. The pirate captain stared ahead, lost in thought. The general of our vanguard was destroyed by Korea's necromancer. Jigong's subordinate just laughed darkly. But that was just the vanguard. We are not the type to cower just because one small fleet was destroyed. He held up his phone, addressing Lady Livy directly. Are you watching this, you filthy goddess? Don't you get too arrogant. Just because you rule over Server 2. The subordinate roared with glee. We will return to Manchuria after taking over Korea. So if you're so damn proud, come find us after you take over Server 1. We'll face you head-on in Manchuria. His voice thundered from the ship. All right, we'll broadcast this to the entire continent. They'll see us kill that necromancer bastard and prove to everyone that the Red Revolution army is far from dead. Jigong's subordinate thought to himself. This was exactly what he had planned. But what was this? He stared at the unfolding chaos, completely shocked. What in the world is going on? Men engulfed in flames screamed wildly, "Retreat, the ship is sinking. Jump into the sea." Jigong's subordinate silently gazed upward. We're being bombed from the sky. Are they controlling those bird monsters from the human lord? Before him was the terrifying sight of monstrous birds and one colossal beast. Jigong's subordinate finally realized. It was the necromancer. A blast of blue energy erupted. An old man holding a massive cannon fired the shot. His name, Zi Quan, a master cannoneer, an ice mage. The men floating in the sea cheered with relief. The Earth Commander, just as we hoped, we can defeat this enemy. The blue energy coalesced into birds and then turned back. What is this? The enemy is returning. Zi Quan roared, Magic Division, form a shield and fall back now. The system instantly activated the barrier, a massive link shield shimmering into existence over the area. From high above, Sung Yu stared down at the remote island engulfed in a sea of fire, and at the men on the ships. Jigong's subordinates sighed in relief. They've retreated. What a relief. We're saved. Zi Quan glared at them and spoke in a low voice. It seems we suffered heavy casualties in a very short time. His subordinate flinched and spun around. The Earth Commander, Zi Quan, stood calmly on the deck and asked, so that was the necromancer. He uses exploding corpses and controls the bird monsters that once belonged to the human lord. We managed to piece together some intel from the Korean players we captured. He frowned. He's dangerous. But it seems he prioritizes his subordinates. A good theory, but things like this must be confirmed firsthand. Zi Quan's subordinate grew anxious. But sir, over 8,000 ships and 100 men are gone. The casualty rate is catastrophic. The commander cleared his throat. Wait. Zi Quan shot him a sideways glance. Things like that can always be replaced. The crew's faces turned pale with fear. He said coldly, the real problem is that we broadcasted everything here instead of editing the footage. We must spread our glorious reputation far and wide so the Heavenly Lord can finally return to the mainland. Zi Quan stared at his phone and gritted his teeth. That woman, Li Wei, had left a sarcastic comment about him. During that broadcast, we were the ones who brought him shame. One of Zi Quan's men spoke up. Then we'll just have to show them we've returned. We'll make them believe this attack was just a stroke of bad luck. Zi Quan agreed. Exactly. Hold on. We're going to restart the broadcast. Right after I behead the necromancer. He called out to the man below him. Huey. The man looked up at Zi Quan with absolute reverence. Yes, Lord Earth Commander. The commander stroked his beard, satisfied. Prepare for a little game. You will infiltrate Ganghwa Island and try to capture and kill the necromancer. Can you sneak onto the island? Hui nodded. That's easy for us mariners, he stated with cold confidence. Even if he watches us from the sky, he can't see everything below. Out on the open water, people were gathering on small boats. Seeing Sung Yu return, they roared with approval. Amazing. That was so cool. Sung Yu stepped onto the deck and thought, this is no time to celebrate such a minor victory. This pirate group is stronger than we anticipated. The Earth Commander's vanguard fleet alone had over 1,000 men. Sung Yu's brow furrowed. I think he must have at least 3,000 soldiers. We only have about 800. That was his hypothesis, based on the people who had gathered to help fight the Snail Army. And if that wasn't even their main fleet. Just how massive is this pirate organization? It's unbelievable. A huge number of people died when the game began in China, but that also meant a massive number of players survived. Heidu's father looked at Sung Yu and shouted, We've completed the preparations. Get everyone ready for transport to Ganghwa Island while you were dealing with those bastards. Min Guk, standing behind him, understood. Yes, boss. Everyone boarded the prepared boats. Let's move. We're heading to Ganghwa Island to stop those bastards. Their boats landed on the shore. Sung Yu made a silent count. 258 survivors from Ryodong Island. But only 100 of them were combat ready. The first pirate raid had already claimed most of their forces. It's not that we're desperate for soldiers, but in moments like this, it feels like a terrible waste. A waste that we don't have more. Heidu's father looked at him, surprised. You want me to mobilize every available man? To stand watch? Sung Woo's voice was grim, because the enemy could strike at any moment. Just like how I dealt with them before. He thought to himself, I can handle this fight alone, but I'll need lookouts. Gangwa Island was far larger than he'd anticipated. A man leaned in close, whispering, Boss, we can use everyone except the children. But Sungwoo explained, it might not be enough to stop them. What's important is knowing the moment their fleet approaches. Hyeon's father immediately sent men to watch the coast. I understand. I'll get it done right now. Meanwhile, Sungwoo's group was having a bit of trouble with the kids. You're all too young. This isn't the time. But the children exploded in protest. I can fight too. I'm already level 3. I've even killed a goblin. Haeyeon stepped forward from behind to explain. Their families were killed by those pirates. These kids watched their loved ones get murdered right before their eyes. That's why they're so desperate to fight. Jisoo looked down, her expression pained. I understand how they feel, but if it gets to the point where even the children have to fight, it means we've already lost. Suddenly, Sungwoo remembered something. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Do you know where the blacksmith is? Haeyeon nodded. Ah, yes. I'll go find him. Standing in the water, Sungwoo spoke with determination. Good. Take me there. I have plenty of materials, and we need time to prepare. Just then, a group emerged from the sea, taking off their gas masks. The guild master turned to them. You're all here? We'll enter the forest after putting on our camouflage cloaks. The team moved swiftly. They advanced from the woods into a clearing. The guild master stomped his foot. Stop. This is the place. We'll set it up right here. The team looked at him, confused. Captain, are we really going to use that item? Isn't it a bit of a waste? The guild master explained. The other mainland islands have already used items 2 tiers higher than this. The enemy outnumbered us, but they were crushed after losing this game. A system window appeared. Item: mid-tier minigame generator. Rank: special. Type: event flag. Effect: planting this flag creates a minigame instance within a certain radius. Details: the area will be designated a minigame zone while the event is active. A total of 3 zones will be formed as territories. Various buffs are granted for each territory captured. Once you conquer all territories, you will earn the title of Overlord, and you will be granted a massive number of buffs. The guild master glanced at his team. Honestly, I don't think we need this. It could be saved for negotiating with a larger faction. But it seems the commander wants to ensure we don't make the same mistake again. He slammed the flag into the ground. Let the game begin. Immediately, a system alert appeared. Notice, scanning Korean server area, Iceland Island. An adventure minigame has been activated in the region. Random areas will be designated as Territory A, B, and C. Massive buffs will be granted to the one who controls all territories. The event will be destroyed in 15 minutes. Haeyeon gasped in shock. Huh? What is that? A minigame? A voice crackled through the communicator. The pirate necromancer has appeared to the south. She cried out, Dad. He tried to reach his daughter. It's a ship. The cargo ship has appeared again. They're rapidly approaching the southern coast. Hearing this, Sungwoo's mind raced. They're here right as the minigame started. Is this the system's doing? Or did the pirates plan this? The radio crackled again. More pirate ships have appeared. They're preparing to land on the west side. He looked at Haeyeon and said, It seems they're not giving us any time to prepare. Sungwoo thought, this timing. It has to be the pirates' plan. A territory has been designated near you. Territory C. Haeyeon asked anxiously, What should we do? Jisoo, however, was calm. A game. Within a game. Sungwoo scanned the area, then spoke. I don't know what's going on, but it seems the key is to control all 3 territories, which means those bastards will be trying to do the same. A deep sense of unease settled over him. This is bad. This was completely unexpected. Jisoo looked at him, puzzled. So, how do we fight them? Sungwoo rubbed his head. Hold on. I'm really not a fan of games. Hanho just grinned mysteriously. What are you worried about? The boy said with absolute confidence. You just need to face the enemy with me. Lee Hanho, the game master. Sungwoo looked at Hanho, lost in thought. Lee Hanho's Thunder Spirit Shadow Blade class came from a 1-star bandit card and a 1-star priest card. In this apocalyptic game, he looked again. Did he seriously pick the cards just because they had girls on them? Everyone had written him off as a trash player, thanks to one bad choice at the start of the game. Sungwoo eyed him with suspicion. But didn't you just tell me you were a pro gamer? Hanho shot back instantly. Shut your mouth. How dare you judge me? Who here hasn't pulled an all-nighter at a PC bang? Are you judging me because I don't have friends? Jisoo cut in. Are you saying I don't have friends? I was just busy living my life. Hanho mumbled. That's all I meant. The kid let out a helpless sigh. I might have struggled at first, because I never play those luck-based gacha games. But a game like this is a different story. Sungwoo gave Hanho a serious look. This punk had probably spent more time in a PC bang than he'd spent in university lectures. He cut to the chase, then explained exactly how we win this game. Soaring through the sky on their winged mounts. Hanho pointed towards the B flag up ahead. There, a flag. Sungwoo noted silently. Flag B was central to the 3 occupied territories on Gangwoo Island. He analyzed the situation grimly. Our wyverns give us far better mobility than the pirates. So, we'll start by capturing the nearest base. They swooped down towards the flag post. Normally, a base like this would be crawling with monsters. Hanho touched down lightly. I don't see anything. A system window appeared. You've initiated territory capture. Process cannot be interrupted. Capture in progress. 100 seconds remaining. Attacking is disabled during this time. The same restriction applied to his summons. Purple chains shot out, binding Sungwoo in place. He suddenly recalled Hanho's warning. But if there's no guardian, you might have to solve a puzzle. Or just wait out the timer. Sungwoo smirked grimly. Looks like the kid was right, but rendering a player completely helpless while capturing. This felt less like a feature and more like a trap. Jisu's voice was ice, so there's a good chance his warning will come true. Sungwoo nodded. I'd bet on it. Just then, her senses flared. Sungwoo, something's coming. Jisu's mind raced. The pirates have overwhelming numbers. They'll try to hit every base at once. Meanwhile, the pirate crew was celebrating. There's the base. Just as we planned, this teleport scroll is incredible. Ha, looks like someone beat us to it. A system message hovered in the air. Capture in progress. 71 seconds remaining. The pirate leader eyed the 2 figures. Only 2 of them. 71 seconds is more than enough time. Kill them. Sungwoo thought. All Jisu has to do is hold them off. She charged forward, a grimace on her face. You're right. 1 minute is all I need. Jisu's blade became a blur, cutting through the mages. You bastards. System alerts flooded her vision. You have earned 10,000 gold. By killing a player, you've earned 10,000 gold. The enraged mages swarmed her. What a reckless bitch. Forget thinking, just overwhelm her. With a single, elegant sweep of her blade, she sent them flying. A chill of fear began to creep into the mages' hearts. Is she a monster? Forget her. Get the guy capturing the flag. Jisu instantly broke through their ranks, a blur of motion. They roared in unison. Stop her. They pointed their weapons at Sungwoo. Hold her back until we kill that guy. A new system window popped up. Skill. Track footprints activated. Use enhanced senses to perceive an opponent's movements, and instantly close the distance to their location. Can be activated as long as the target's trajectory is known. Mana consumption increases with distance. Fearless, Jisu charged straight into the fray. Her blade carved through the mages, leaving a trail of blood. They recoiled in terror. How did she appear out of nowhere? One of the mages rallied the others. Form up. We attack all at once. Together, they aimed their weapons directly at Jisu. Die. An army of thousands of mages had assembled. General Digong was more than prepared for this war. His voice was grim. Good. We will advance on territory A, the closest to our position. Zi Xuan. He gazed out at the thousands of soldiers before him, a dark thought forming. Look at them. An entire army that moves on my command alone. The foundation of all strategy is simple. Always maintain a force that vastly outnumbers your opponent. His eyes began to glow, his expression darkening. In this new world, a simple man can finally become a god of war. But this game of claiming territory is where I am most confident. Zi Xuan thought back to his past. When I was young, my dream was to become a professional Go player. I wanted to be the one who could command the board, moving pieces to dominate the entire game. But the path to becoming a pro was long and unforgiving. In the end, I remained just an amateur. At 50 years old, he reflected on his life. For him, the apocalypse was his second chance. A man who had already given up on living. I'm already 60. What am I supposed to do now? Have I wasted my entire life? He thought to himself. The heavenly general was a truly incredible man. He had no time to waste on such trivial matters, which meant I was the one commanding the main forces in his stead. Zi Xuan stroked his beard. It's almost a pity. These players from this tiny nation struggled so hard to survive, only to face. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before them. Point B has been captured by the enemy. All buffs have been granted to the opposing force. Territory recapture is disabled for 5 minutes. Minigame buffs activated. Defense increased by 30%. Endurance stat increased by 5. One of Zi Xuan's subordinates cried out. What? They've already captured it? Zi Xuan simply replied, impressively fast. Well now, I thought we'd at least secure one territory for ourselves. Zi Xuan mused aloud, but that seemed impossible for those players who had so few soldiers. His eyes widened in fury as he roared. They took 2 locations from us? What is the meaning of this? His subordinate quickly tried to explain. My deepest apologies, sir. I don't understand what's happening either. Zai Xuan gritted his teeth. Those bastards, could they have known the rules of this game all along? Impossible. That rule book was a unique reward we obtained from a special quest. The subordinate looked at Zi Xuan, his voice laced with panic. General, we don't have time to hesitate. Zi Xuan cut him off. He's right. The gap in our numbers is still immense. Then, the general issued his command. Split the formation and target the other territories immediately. While one unit captures the nearest base, point A, the main force will advance on point C. His men moved out instantly. But then, the lead subordinate spotted something and gave a signal. Wait. Everyone, halt. Zi Xuan's man stared at the gruesome scene before them. These monster corpses. Why would they pile them up like this? Zi Xuan's brow furrowed in anger as a realization hit him. Corpse explosion. It's a trap, the work of a necromancer. Zai Xuan made his decision. I doubt the necromancer is brazen enough to be hiding here, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks. It's not worth it. Go around the corpses. But his subordinate pointed frantically. General, there are corpses here. And over there, too. An unbridled fury surged through Zi Xuan as he clenched his fists. These despicable rats, he roared. Do they truly believe they can win with such pathetic tricks? Just then, a chain of explosions erupted in the distance. Zi Xuan watched the chaos unfold before giving his next order. Have the mages incinerate these corpses with fire magic. On the other side, Sungwoo was watching. What's our next move? You don't think they'll just charge in here once the corpses are gone, do you? But Hanho had a different idea. I already anticipated this, he said with a smirk. Those corpses aren't just traps, they're watchtowers. We may not have drones, but the sound of the explosions tells us the enemy's location and their speed. It's an obvious trap, but they have no choice but to spring it by destroying the bodies. The memory of corpse explosion is burned into their minds. They'll waste their mana clearing them just to be safe, the young strategist continued. And if piling up these monster corpses doesn't work out, our only option is to abandon the base and retreat. It's a solid plan, thanks to those kids. But Hezin was confused. Wait, how can we win if we just give up our base? That's the point, isn't it? Hanho sighed dramatically. You really don't get it at all, do you, Hezon? The boy chided. This kind of game isn't about winning. It's about tilting the enemy until they break. Hanho gestured toward the distant explosions. They have way more soldiers than we do. Anyway. So what if we lose a base or two? All we have to do is maintain the balance and ensure we suffer zero casualties. The boy's eyes gleamed with unshakable confidence. The rest is up to the seniors with their superior strength. My job is to be the brains of the operation. Just then, one of Zi Xuan's scouts pointed into the distance and yelled, Over here! It's over there. I've spotted. Point A. Everyone on the other side stared in shock at the lone figure. Huh. Who's that? Ah, that's the Thunder Spirit Shadow Blade, the Necromancer's ally. The boy let out a booming, mocking laugh from his perch on the cliff. Ha ha ha, you ignorant fools. You actually did a good job crawling all the way here. Did you waste all that time because you were scared of a few little explosions? My senior isn't even here, you know. Does a single one of you imbeciles have a brain? Zi Xuan's face contorted with rage. What did you say? The boy just grinned, thrilled to see the idiots taking his bait. There's a bit of risk, he thought, but getting them angry is more advantageous for us. Just as I planned. Breaking the enemy's morale is the ultimate strategy. This is perfect. Zi Xuan roared in fury. You little runt. You dare to lecture ME on strategy. Hanho's eye twitched. What? Did you just call me a runt? The boy immediately shot back. Maybe so, but this run still has you completely stumped, doesn't he? You were so scared of a pile of dead bodies, weren't you? What's wrong? Furious because you're nothing more than a glorified caretaker, he roared back, refusing to yield. A caretaker? You dare to provoke me. It seems not all East Asian nations are so polite. The moment the words left his lips, Zi Xuan fired a cannon blast towards the young attacker. Take out that annoying bastard. Han Ho immediately turned to flee. Run for it. You have captured point A from the enemy. Zi Xuan gripped the flag tightly in his hand. We couldn't catch that short little punk, but at least we finally secured a piece of their territory. He tried to raise someone on his radio. Hui, what's the status on Base C's territory? You're moving too slowly. Holding the radio, Huey's face was cold as ice. I've arrived at Base C, but the Necromancer is here too. I'll contact you again after I've eliminated this target. They have purged vampires, subjugated mutant dragons, and crushed waves of zombies. Huey looked confidently towards Sungwoo, the so-called hero of some small nation. It seems he didn't expect us to arrive so soon. Look at him. He's completely immobilized in the process of capturing the flag. Sungwoo calmly planted the flag into the ground. Hundreds of monsters surrounded him. He spoke with chilling calm. All of them are the necromancer's summons. The group's leader looked at Hui and said cheerfully, "It'll be tough to fight him head-on. Let me open a path for you." But Hui immediately shot him down. "It won't take long to recapture this base, so I'll approach him stealthily." Sungwoo chuckled internally. "What a bunch of amateurs. You can't move while capturing a base, but you also can't get the buff unless you're holding the flag." Hui grinned with satisfaction. "Our timing is perfect." A system message suddenly appeared. Base C. Seize the flag to take over the unoccupied base. He was instantly confused. Huh? Why does the system say it's unoccupied? The rest of the group also sensed something was wrong. It's a trap. Retreat, now. Monstrous bears began smashing everything in their path. Sungwoo watched the chaos unfold before him and said calmly, "I don't like how arrogant that kid Han Ho is." But his idea of using a fake flag was actually pretty brilliant. He frowned, recalling Han Ho's words. Whether it's using a fake flag or burying the real one, the most important thing is to deceive the enemy as much as possible. Sungwoo pouted. That kid really has no desire to fight. He looked at the panicking group and spoke. "You've been completely surrounded, which just makes capturing this point even easier for us." Hui whipped his head around. "What? How are we surrounded?" Sungwoo replied. "Letting you run would be a hassle." As one of his eyes blazed with light, he added, "So it's better if you die." The moment he finished speaking, Hui immediately began his summoning ritual. "We have no choice. Summon the sea monsters." Enormous aquatic beasts materialized, swimming through the air as they relentlessly advanced. The clearing in the forest was instantly flooded with water. Hui took off his oxygen mask and sighed. That damn necromancer. I suspect he was hoping for a water attack in the middle of a mountain. He then shouted triumphantly, "All the monsters we summon will die off quickly. And that necromancer's skeleton soldiers have probably been destroyed or washed away. If we're lucky, we might have even killed him in the process." A voice came from behind him. "He's probably dead. He doesn't have a synergy effect like our Sailor squad." The system displayed the information. Sailor, Tier 2. Type, Synergy Defense. Equipment condition, more than 20 swimsuits equipped as armor. Effect, increases underwater mobility, a 10% effect bonus. Does not stack with other synergy powers. Hui frowned, scanning the area for Sungwoo. "Find his body. I want to know if he's dead or alive." From high above, a familiar voice echoed down. "There's no need. I'm right here." The group looked up in utter disbelief. "What? How is that possible? There's no way he could have dodged that." Sungwoo smirked. "It was basically a teleport. I could easily fly up thanks to my item's effect." He shouted down. "All you need are some top-tier items." The system displayed the name, Ring of the Shadow King. Legendary grade. Type, Bracelet. Effects, Strength +3, Stamina +3. Grants the ability to teleport within a 100-meter range. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Huey couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, "So you managed to save your own skin. But your entire skeleton army is gone. You're just a pathetic necromancer without any summons by your side." A powerful light began to glow from below. Hui roared, "This place is ours now that the area is in a constant wet state. You're not going anywhere. We have the advantage, since we can move freely in this state." A system window appears. Create bone weapon. Sungwoo gripped the weapon with a fierce grin. "Not quite. I'm the one with the real advantage here. Fighting from the sky is much better than being stuck on the waterlogged ground." The aquatic monsters were struck down without a chance to fight back. Another system notification appeared. "You have converted the corpses into undead under your command." The enemy group stared in disbelief. The sea monsters were transforming into skeleton soldiers. Sungwoo's mind raced. He still didn't know how they tamed these creatures, but it didn't matter. They were perfectly fine even without the water. Now that they were skeleton soldiers, they were obviously much stronger. This was the true advantage of a necromancer. All he had to do was kill the enemy and turn them into his undead soldiers. At that moment, Hui roared with rage. "You filthy demon! You're playing dirty." From behind Sungwoo, a small drone appeared. It was Hui's drone. While fighting back, he was trying to contact someone, screaming in a panic, "General Ji Gong, can you hear us? We are in danger. Please send reinforcements." On the other end of the line, Tu Tuyen calmly replied, "Hui, your team has proven its worth as monster trainers, although we have already left the continent. I am sorry," he added, his voice chillingly calm. "We will have to form a new team, but we will never forget your sacrifice. You help us analyze the necromancer's power." Hui was horrified. "General Ji Gong, what do you mean?" Tu Tuyen stroked his beard, thinking to himself, "With this, I can obtain precise information on the necromancer. A sacrifice of millions. It may be unfortunate, but for a superior strategy, information must always be the top priority. I can use these pawns as I wish, but I can't send them to the necromancer's location at Base C." He surveyed his surroundings and made a decision. "We will hold Base A for as long as possible. Then we'll attack Base C through Base B. Half of our forces are already prepared to take base B. Tutuyen's face flushed with anger, veins popping on his forehead. Because that necromancer took base C, you won't even have to fight for base B. With this opportunity, we will wipe out the goblins who fled to base B, along with every last player from the Korean peninsula. His communicator crackled to life. General Ji Gong, this is the base B assault team. Oh, excellent. Have you already captured base B? Tutuyen's subordinate sounded terrified. There are monsters here. Hano's group was unleashing a relentless assault, striking fear into their hearts, even though there were only 2 of them. But they've taken down our entire force. We've been almost completely wiped out, sir. Enraged, Tutuyen smashed the computer monitor. No, his whole body trembled. How could this have happened? My strategy was perfect. One of Ji Gong's subordinates spoke up. General Ji Gong, what are your orders? The general let out a dry cough. He needs time. Recall everyone to camp. We're changing our tactics. Blood dripped from a blade. Ji Hun, poised in her battle stance, spoke with cold resolve. We will kill every last pirate who dares to come here. Harrows looked at them with admiration. Amazing. The 2 of you defeated them without a single scratch. She glanced over at Hanho. Sir Dagger has finally shown his true power. The boy replied with a smug grin. Ha ha ha, a man like me has to prove his worth. Hanho laughed to himself. Is my confidence just too captivating? Hanho suddenly shouted. Actually, I was doing great, even back when I only had a single shield skill. Heejin was astonished. Doesn't that have anything to do with this? How can one person's personality be like this? Jisoo asked seriously. What's our next move? Hanho. Are we going to handle the enemy the same way as before? The boy turned his head slightly and answered softly, no. The same old trick won't be effective. In a game, it's better to fall back and think of a new plan if things don't go your way. They just start blaming each other and self-destruct. Hanho calmly explained. However, we're playing an unfair game. The enemy could have a rare item or something that could change everything. There are too many variables to predict. The boy clapped his hands together decisively. So, we have to end this before they even have a chance to think. Hanho turned and spoke into his communicator. Do you read me, Sunbae? Sungwoo's voice came through, loud and clear. We will crush them all with overwhelming power. Through his drone's feed, Ji Gong's subordinate cried out. General Ji Gong, that necromancer is here. The general lost his composure, his voice cracking. What? How is that possible? We have superior numbers, but we're still on the defensive. Are they really that much stronger than us? His men below began reporting in as well. It's not just the necromancer, sir. The players from the Korean peninsula are also here. Tutuyen frowned. I don't understand their strategy. If they abandoned base B to come to base C, does that mean they only need base C? He thought to himself. No matter how strong you are you really confident you can fight against a base's buff? His decisions are impossible to understand. How could he possibly be ranked second? Tutuyen began barking orders at his subordinates, just as he thought. The Korean server was hopelessly weak. They must have gotten this far on pure luck. With this drone, I can see the entire forest. This should be a piece of cake. A sudden alert blared from the monitor. Wait, it's a trap. That's a bone mage. Attack it now. Ziquan grew anxious. Weren't all the bone soldiers already destroyed? There are more of them than I thought. And a giant bone soldier. It seems we know far too little about necromancers. But none of that mattered now. Ziquan's mind was in chaos. His bone soldiers couldn't move freely, not when they were too far from their master. Considering the situation, he must have already left base C. We don't know how many teleport scrolls he has left. His subordinates moved out to complete their mission. We're going to base C, find the war banner, secure it, and then prepare for a defensive battle. The sky suddenly turned dark, and the group began to panic. Why did it go dark when it's still daytime? A massive robot materialized in front of them. A machine? This is unbelievable. It's a game hack. The robot stared them down with piercing eyes, striking fear into them. The legendary hero, one of the men stammered, his body trembling. This can't be happening. I can't believe we have to face the legendary hero. Does this mean we're the villains? Then, one of them noticed something. Wait, calm down and look closely. Those machines aren't made of gold. After careful observation, they came to a conclusion. From a distance, it looks just like gold, but it's actually made of dirt. It's an earth golem, they shouted, charging forward. That robot isn't the legendary hero, it's a fake. It's just a look-alike, so take it down. Golems can be controlled from a great distance. The group quickly regained their confidence. This golem is just made of clay, so it should be easy to break. Let's end this. It's regenerating itself, they watched in shock. Save me. Its ability to self-repair was astonishing. They stared at the unbelievable scene before them. It's taken a hostage. The legendary hero has taken a hostage. The robot suddenly began to speak. You are mistaken. Why would a being with this machine's advanced technology need to take inferior? I have been tasked with protecting Base B. From this moment forward, all inferior creatures will be eliminated. The group erupted in chaos and confusion. This thing was an AI. From the very beginning, don't run away, stand and fight. The robot immediately unleashed a massive wave of energy. Its regeneration isn't infinite. The only problem is the immense amount of mana it requires to maintain its form. But thousands of other monsters advanced as Sungwoo appeared, ready for battle. How long until? The battlefield's energy source is completely drained. The system displayed an info panel. Name, Charles's Crystal. Grade, Legendary. Type, Sphere. Effect, Charles's Crystal. Grants the user a maximum mana increase of plus 500% and boosts mana recovery ability by plus 250%. It also absorbs 3% of mana and life force during an attack. Ziquan's subordinate watched everything on the monitor and asked, "Are we just going to stand by and do nothing?" Ziquan trembled as he thought, "Are all necromancers this bone-chillingly cold? He was definitely not this powerful before. The intel we gathered on his past doesn't match his current power level at all." He gritted his teeth. If we rule out the possibility that the Korean players fed us false information, it means he's grown exponentially stronger in an impossibly short amount of time. What is happening? I told the master that we couldn't win. But everything has already spiraled out of control. His subordinates yelled out commands. The hero is falling. Mages, freeze its legs. The mage unleashed an ice spell on the monster in front of him. Scotton looked at Sungwoo and spoke up. "Boss, our time has come." They charged forward to face the mages. They were terrified. Is that a skeleton swordsman summoning a ghoul? That tiny creature is too powerful. Ziquan watched the crowd through the monitor and roared. Attack the summoner. All of these creatures will disappear if we kill the one who summoned them. Descendants of the Night, assemble. A system window flashed with new information. Skill, Descendants of the Night. Level 3, Defensive Synergy. Status, over 30 armed buffs activated, forming a protective circle. Effect, all stats are amplified by 2 buffs. The Sex special effect activates when all members are armed. The closer they stand together, the stronger the effect becomes. A Convergence of the Knight's Descendants. It won't activate with other armors, and it only works with melee weapons. The mages finally understood, so that's why we had to wear these traditional robes instead of our battle gear. With the stats from this incredible synergy, we can definitely take down that necromancer. The mages spotted Sungwoo in the distance, standing alone and apart from his undead horde. "Necromancer, did you really think you were safe?" Pointing their swords forward, they charged as one. "He's nothing but a weakling without his summons. We have the advantage in both numbers and combat power. Now, let's send him to his grave." Instantly, Sungwoo's scythe sliced through the air, showering the mages in a rain of blood. They trembled in terror as he spoke in a low, raspy voice. "A weakling, you say? Compared to my undead army, I suppose you're right." Sungwoo gazed at them, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "But don't you dare compare me to the likes of you, especially not when I am a lich." Skill activated, Death's Domain. When the user channels the power of a lich, the summon limit increases by 50, and all abilities are boosted by 10 levels, granting unlimited regeneration and rebirth to all nearby undead. Sungwoo swung his scythe again and again. "Honestly, I'm not that skilled with a scythe, but against your pathetic weapons, it doesn't even matter. Who needs technique when the difference in our power is this overwhelming?" Watching the monitor, Zixuan trembled with rage. He roared at his subordinate. "Is this being broadcast live?" The underling stammered, "Huh? Yes, sir. I started recording everything, ever since we were ready." Before he could finish, Zixuan cut him off. "What in the world are you doing? Do you want to get us all annihilated?" Zixuan screamed. "Change the channel. Now." "That's right. Switch to Headquarters B." "Show me Headquarters B." Worried, Zixuan commanded his subordinate. "I need you to broadcast scenes that will raise our army's morale." He thought to himself, Headquarters C has already fallen to the golem onslaught. I was told that advancing from here on out would be difficult, but our fleet's strongest warrior, Black Wolf, is leading the unit to retake Headquarters B. He may not have stood out as a pirate or a tamer of sea beasts, but in a battle like this, he's in a league of his own. The camera panned towards a dense forest where Jisoo stood alone. "And we're live from Headquarters B, folks." "Oh, what's this?" A lone woman, Zixuan's subordinate, yelled into the microphone. "It seems she's the only gatekeeper at Headquarters B. It looks like Team Korea completely abandoned their posts to go on the offensive." He began hyping up the legendary swordsman known as Black Wolf. "I almost feel sorry for that woman." The subordinate thought, "This is it. This is perfect. We should only broadcast our organization's overwhelming victories. 10 million viewers on the Chinese server are watching. We need to capture The most glorious moment, I'll move the drone in for a closer look. But there stood Jisoo, her fighting stance radiating immense power. The sounds of Black Wolf's defeat echoed from the live drone's speaker. The subordinate stared at the screen in pure disbelief. He was defeated. Instantly, Jisoo's eyes were like ice, a sharp glint in her sword. With a single, decisive slash, she cut the remote drone right out of the sky. The subordinate stammered an update. The drone has been destroyed. Zixuan immediately gave the order, Wolf, Black Wolf, cut the broadcast. Now, if they see that, their fighting spirit will be completely shattered. Meanwhile, the mages desperately used their shields to block the monster's blows. They yelled, "Reinforcements from Headquarters B will be here soon. We just need to buy enough time. We're about to capture Headquarters C." But one of the mages checking the live feed cried out, "Sir Black Wolf has fallen in battle." Another mage shot back in disbelief, "Are you on your phone in the middle of a battle? What? He's the strongest warrior in our army, right? How can anyone possibly be stronger than Black Wolf?" The subordinate reported, "Sir, the soldiers are in chaos." Murmurs of defeat spread through the ranks. "Are we going to lose?" Hearing this, Zixuan immediately took off, his voice thundering. "Necromancer!" He unleashed a volley from his cannon into the undead swarm. "Where are you hiding? Show yourself." He roared with absolute confidence. "I, Di Gong, challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Appear." From a distance, Sung Yu stared coldly at Zixuan. The commander's eyes lit up. "Found you. There's the necromancer." Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a massive energy blast from his cannon. "Die, you spawn of evil." But Sung Yu simply blocked the beam with his own magic. Zixuan's eyes widened in pure shock. "He blocked my ice cannon." The blast of energy washed over him as he thought, "It's not a complete paralysis, but it's still taking hold. My body is being locked down. Even though I block the attack, this chilling aura can still freeze me solid." Zixuan remained defiant. "How long do you think you can resist? I'll turn you into an ice statue." Just then, a voice emerged from a nearby thicket. "Why would you go this far against an old man?"
"You should let them know who you are." Zixuan was startled. The kid was mocking him. A troll.
"This is all your fault. You've ruined my entire strategy." Zixuan unleashed a barrage of shots towards Sungwoo. The kid just laughed. "Ha ha ha, your attacks are way too easy to dodge." Then, Sungwoo slowly vanished, leaving his opponent stunned. He suddenly reappeared right behind Zixuan. "You should never turn your back on your enemy." As Sungwoo finished speaking, he swung his scythe across the man's body. Zixuan cried out in pain. "You damn troll." The boy replied coldly, "That looks painful, but you should try and smile for the camera." Sungwoo looked down at Zixuan and said, "After all, we're rolling." The man was stunned. "Rolling? But I already stopped the broadcast." One of Zixuan's subordinates was holding a radio. "I had no choice. It was all Trollung's doing." Sungwoo held his scythe at the ready. "You have failed." Just then, Al-Harada, who had been listening to everything over the radio, spoke. "It's fine. We still have the left flank." His eyes glinted with malice. "We need to study the necromancer's skills, his habits, and his teammates. Learn enough to completely overwhelm him."